It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
Unlock the water with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Attach GT360 UHD to SpyPole to capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan. Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D. Wirelessly control SpyPole with the gesture remote, foot control, or your chart plotter. Sync SpyPole and your Force Pro in speed and direction, and lock your LiveScope on a fixed point. Take full control of your sonar like never before with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin.
Esiet sveicināti makšķerēšanas sporta, draugi, līdzjutēji, fani, radi un visi pārējie. Mēs joprojām atrodamies pilsētas jaktklubā. Ir Garmin Predator Cup 2026, otrā diena. Pirmā diena mums bija spraiga, mums bija zivis, nebija zivis. Vakarā mēs uzrunājām par daudz un dažādām drāmām. Par tā mēs šodien vēl parunāsim. Lietuva ir atspērusi jau otro reizi kārtīgi kāju šajās sacensībās. Pāris gadus atpakaļ Lietuvas pārstāvi, Lietuvas ekipāžu uzvarēja. Šobrīd mums ir desmitniekā 5 Lietuvas ekipāžas un 5 Latvijas ekipāžas. Par to arī mēs vēl parunāsim. Bet varbūt, Juri, pastāsti, kas mums ir aiz muguras un kas ar šo lietu notiks šodien?
Nu, aiz muguras mums ir svops, jā. 5-8-5, jā, un kāds viņu dabūs šodien, jā. Tā kā skatīsimies, jā. Tā kā galvenā balva te patās uz vietas, uzreiz arī dalībnieks, kurš vinēs, arī dabūs. Un tā, nu šodien jauna diena, saulaina, mierīga. Principā viss sākās no nulles. Tā kā tās ekipāžas, kas vakar neaizvēra protokolu, nav vispār ko uztraukties un viss notiks šodien. Tā kā no rīta arī aprunājieties ar sportistiem arī tomēr vakar.
Since the crews that finished yesterday aren't even on the scoreboard, there's nothing to worry about at all, and everything will be decided today. Since, as we discussed with the athletes this morning, that's also the case. However, yesterday there was 1 meter. Plus, they showed me a video where the fish got away, broke free. But that happens. But a new day brings new opportunities. Yeah. And to everyone who's having their morning coffee right now, just a reminder that we'll be right there with you. Today too, all day long. YouTube, Facebook, and also on the Best for Port channel. Stay tuned. Viewers will be able to follow along too. A great prize from Garmin for that. More on that a little later, right from the studio. And as Juris mentioned, this is the grand prize we've already won. But the total prize pool is 70,000 euros. Name today's sports competitions in Latvia where the prize pool is that high. There will be athletes, and there will be other people who are directly or indirectly connected to fishing. So stay tuned with us throughout the day. It's going to be interesting, because the intrigue in these competitions is there from start to finish. We've had some like that in the final seconds, dramas that are hard to put into words. Even in a movie, and this one, when you look at how the fish are biting, or on the contrary aren't biting, promises us a fantastic day, and they definitely won't be there, and it's never been boring. Because, as we already mentioned, even in the studio yesterday, when it comes to the sport of fishing, it's one of the most unpredictable sports out there. Around the world, and it's also worth noting that YouTube has 2 videos for us. Here's one in Latvian, and one that's automatically translated into English. If you have any friends who speak English or don't understand Latvian, then feel free to send them the link so they can follow the competition. One last thing from me before you head over to the athletes to get a feel for their temperament, check their pulse, and everything else. Inside, the tension, of course, is palpable. So yeah, today will be another one of those intense days. It'll be a bit windy. Maybe that'll change something, because it's hard for me to imagine anything more challenging than these conditions for fishing for predatory fish. A slow, calm breeze, or even no wind at all. So these are the conditions in which mastery must be demonstrated when everyone is catching fish and everyone is happy. Everyone is on a pedestal. Jury, this one's for you. See you in the studio, and we're off to interview the athletes. Yes. In Riga, Europe, as it were. Let's see what we'll see there. What we'll see here. What are we looking at here? Where's your partner? Nothing good ever comes. It comes to you. Go ahead and talk. Hey guys, 7. So, how was it for you guys yesterday? Well, it was pretty tough mentally. We had a plan, but it didn't work out the way it was supposed to. If it were up to me, according to the plan, I'd say it went pretty well. But yeah, we like, let's say, complicated stuff. so we left the hardest part for today. For us, it's really ours. We were right on schedule. Everything was already divided up. Actually, there were a lot of tasks, so everything was pretty straightforward. But oh well, that's how it was for us that evening. It just wasn't working out. So how far behind are you? Today, I can offer the viewers this insight. The guys are racing against last year's champions as well, but they just didn't come with us. That's just how our luck turned out. Pike, that's just what I'm thinking. Then, the gathering will be over. The gathering. Yeah, well, good job, guys. Okay, see you later. Yeah, let's go see the guys. The guys with Tricky. Bye, guys. For a quick interview, just like last year, you guys did really well. And this year, just like yesterday. Well, yesterday was really tough, but hey, we're not giving up hope that we'll improve our performance today. This isn't the kind of competition where you can count toward anything, the previous day or the previous hour. Therefore, we are determined to make the most of this day and fight for the win. It really is the second day today, and everything starts from scratch. Even if no one had made it through yesterday, we'd still be starting completely from scratch as the second crew. Odo Alex didn't fare much better either. It wasn't easy. They had it just a little bit better than we did. But somehow, we're still in a decent position, and maybe we'll hang in there longer than expected, catching some fish here and there. Let's stick to the plan, and we'll see how it goes. The first ones you'll catch today, we thought we'd head out to. Then we'll figure out the rest. All right, bye. See you later. Let's see, let's head back. Okay. What else do we have left? Shower mats, showers. Take your Edgars, come over, and let's talk. Let's go over to him, to his boat. Let's go. When it's time to talk, what needs to be said, we need to talk about things. Yeah, bye. Yesterday we were already in the studio, and we were talking about you too, weren't we? They weren't there. Yesterday. We tried several times, but we just couldn't get it in one spot 3 times in a row. Yeah. They weren't home, knocked, and no answer. Yeah, but nobody came out. Who could be to blame for the fact that they aren't there? Deep down, they were swept away somewhere downstream. We'll knock there again today. Maybe they'll knock, but our job is to catch Pike, because Pike are currently not on our list at all. More. Yesterday too, though, there were quite a few of them. Since we have a task today, to catch Pike. We didn't catch any yesterday, but we'll give it a shot today. Yeah, how are we going to catch them today if we're not catching them just as much as yesterday? 29 degrees? I think it's going to be tough. Yeah, I totally agree. We'll have to get in there. No, there's wind, a strong one. Today, and not that one. Forecast. There's wind, of course. That's it. Hopefully it'll help, but the air temperature is what it is. Often, you just drive up to some of your own spots, and then you don't even really have the confidence to go for it, or not, because the water's kind of settled. A light breeze today. Hopefully it'll help. All right then, good luck, and see you later. Go ahead with your plan, and everything will be fine. I'll grab it on the way. I just came by to chat. You're already used to talking, aren't you? I wanted to say, look, there's the other Giannis too. Giannis, you come over here too. Just back from America and heading back to America. Right away, isn't that right? To America tomorrow. Or in centimeters, as if tomorrow were a day off to spend with the family, and the day after tomorrow already, by midday, still catching up on the evening news. So how are you counting that in the background? Roughly how old might that generation be? There was this feeling inside that just came automatically. I'm already used to living in America. It's like catching fish. I was able to go after it, but no. But anyway, a Garmin is a Garmin. We know it down to the centimeter. The other, what can you say about yesterday? Well, based on how little training we've had, well, a good result. Yeah, just one day of training, a good result. Today we'll pick up where we left off, and let's hope all the fish will be on our side. What are you guys going to do today? What will the first little fish be? We have to catch 2 pike, right? Let's start with the pike. If it closes in time, then we're probably sure it's grown into a pike, because our pike are pretty small. And if we manage to catch a pike, then everything will be fine. We'll take the zander and raise it the classic way, or a pike, or maybe we'll look for the big ones after all. There used to be some until recently, but there aren't as many as there used to be. That's your spot, isn't it? Yeah, I've got pike. Got it? Well then, if it closes, if that happens, then it'll be zander. Maybe the pike won't swim into the old spot anymore. Well, okay, good luck. Let there be pike. You've got to raise the big ones. Yeah, let's go take a look over there. It's quite a scene over there, isn't it? There's a pike. Let's go. Look, there it is. Let's grab it on the way. There it is. I was wondering, where did you go? The shortest one? Roland Schmitz. The first big competition. Garmin and the real first impressions. Everything's fine. Time to catch some fish. That's what I got. It was what I'd wanted to be a part of. Some big fishing competition. As they say, the end of the bag is open. We'll have to wait and see when there will be opportunities to enter competitions and just participate. Which is easier, casting the lure accurately or casting the bait accurately? For now, the sinker is more accurate. Yesterday, how are the fish doing anyway? Or didn't you catch any? Or didn't you even find any? You didn't find any. You could say we found them, but we didn't know how to catch them. Most likely, we'll catch them, or maybe we just didn't, because the zander were a problem. But anyway, let's give it a try today. It's a new day. Let's give it a shot today. Start from scratch. Since after all, no stress. We'll see. And I think it'll be fine. Since one of the new participants in such a big competition like you. What would you say, let's say, to the young people who might be thinking they could compete but are afraid and can't bring themselves to do it? It's that simple. You just have to participate and give it your all. The best anglers from every country are right here. I believe there's no need to be afraid. And you have to go from one competition to the next. And then everything will work out. What will the first fish be now? After the start, we'll start catching zander, because that's been a problem. Way to go. So I think I'll give zander a try, and then I'll have to go catch some pike. Well, good luck. Let's see how it goes from here. All right, we're off. Let's go check out another spot. Let's see what else we can catch, and then we'll have to call it a day. We'll have to wrap it up. I came over to chat a bit. Where's my partner? Both of you. Maybe I'm right here somewhere. Well, bye. Well, it looks like yesterday was a rough one. A tear quickly dried up when you laughed and said there was no result. Back then, we were on top of the world, but after that, we kept trying. Pike, zander, and some pretty small ones. Since there are so many of them, they were good for us. Whatever anyone made of the evening, 1 out of 3. It could have been better than how it started, with the perch, but it went on from there. Just as I'd hoped, when we caught a zander, it just wouldn't bite. We didn't catch anything in this competition format, which is the same as yesterday's results. We can rule them out. And today we're starting from scratch, and might as well just give up. Today, it just didn't work out for us. We simply have no problem catching 3 decent fish of each species, and everything's fine. If you don't have a size larger than, well done, guys. We'll be keeping an eye on you, and we'll see you later. All right, bye. That's it. It all started with the interviews. Opening in 2 days. See you then. Prev. Previous. T-shirts and more. Black brings it.
Take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
Horses. Hey, That's it. Me.
Unlock the water with SpyPole and GT360 UHD.
And in Latvia, PayPal. Recipe. Engage.
To capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan.
400 photos.
Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D.
Time, what, and moment.
Control SpyPole with the gesture remote. Foot control.
Check photos.
Sync SpyPole
Photo.
your Force Pro in speed and direction.
100.
Your LiveScope on a fixed
Or
take
live.
full control of your sonar like never before with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin.
PayPal. 3. Garmin.
Your view of it has never been clearer. This is LiveScope 2.
All the time.
Nu ko, sākas mums šodienas darbs arī studijā. Sportistu noskaņojums apmēram ir skaidrs, ir visi karavīgi noskaņoti, pozitīvi, apņēmīgi. Joprojām piedestāls ir atvērts, kamēr mēs vēl gaidām startu, mums ciemos pirmais viesis, ļoti svarīga persona šajās sacensībās, Uģis Circenis, sacensību galvenais tiesnesis.
Labrīt!
Nu ko, prieks redzēt, ka tu esi izgulējies, smaidīgs.
Nedaudz.
Nedaudz, jā.
Vēl smaidīgs.
Pastāstīji, kā sacensības izskatījās no tiesnešu puses. Viss bija mierīgi, bija drāmas, nebija drāmas?
Kā jau jebkurās sacensībās, kaut kādas drāmas vienmēr notiek. Tas tā būs vienmēr, jo ir kaut kādas niansītas. Ja? Atceramies, ka šodien ir mūsdienas. Ja mēs iepriekšējos gadus visus rezultātus sūtījām caur WhatsApp, tad, diemžēl ir talkā nācis mākslīgais intelekts, kurš vairs nepieļauj šādas te bildes sūtīt caur WhatsApp, jo, viņš var izveidot jebkādu bildi arī jūsu galerijā, un tad mēs iesūtam viņu WhatsAppā, tāpēc viss iet caur aplikāciju, ja?
Papildinot par to mākslīgo intelektu, lai tie, kas mums skatās, saprastu, respektīvi, ja ir bilde ar zīvi uz mērlentes, viņi, pieņemsim, ir 45 centimetri, tad mākslīgajam intelektam var palūgt, lai viņš neko nemainot uz šīs pašas mērlentes, uztais šo zivi par 51.
Tieši tā. Tāpēc arī šī te WhatsApp grupa tiek kancelēta, un līdz ar to mēs esam šogad pirmais gads, kad mēs strādājam ar aplikāciju Garmin Predator Cup. Un, kā jau vienmēr, ja, kaut kur Rīgā internets pazūd, ja, bildes lēnāk lādējās, ja, skaidrs, ka sportistam ir tāda visu laiku stresa situācija, ja, viņš uztraucās, viņš gaida, ja, tad ir zvani tādi, visu dienu tev ir ko darīt. Tev tā nav tāds brīdis, kad tu tā, labi, skatāmies bildes, apstiprinam, un tad jau būs viss labi. Nē, visu laiku tev ir tāds tā kā azartiņš, visu laiku jāatbild uz zvaniem, izziņām un tā tālāk. Bet, tāda ir mūsdiena 21. gadsimts, un bez tā mēs, diemžēl, nevaram.
Ko vēlreiz varbūt atgādini par tiem noteikumiem, kas ir jāievēro, nofotografējot zivi, lai lomas tiktu pieņemts?
Jā, mums ir izdalītas mērlentes, kuru mēs liekam zivi uz labo pusi. Ir arī dienas uzlīmītas. Tā ir viens foto uz mērlentes, otrs foto ir rokās ar dalībnieku kartiņu. Tā, lai būtu skaidri redzama zivs, lai mēs varam redzēt, ka tā ir tieši tā pati zivs, nomērīts, izmērīt centimetrus un tā tālāk. Un tad, ja tā viss atbilst mūsu prasībām, tā zivs tiek ieskaitīta. Ja, cīņa notiek, ja es atkārtošu vēlreiz, pa 9 lielākajām zivīm, 3 asari, 3 zanderi, 3 līdaks. Un, ja es nemaldos, tad līdz šodienas rītam vienīgā ekipāža, kas ir aizvērusies, ir lietuviešu ekipāža Konekto Keiteč.
Jā, tas novērojums ir pilnīgi precīzs arī no mūsu puses. Jā, mums ir tikai viena komanda, kas ir aizvērusi protokolu. Jautājums par kaut kādām niansēm, kuras sportisti varbūt mazliet palaiž garām, jo tur, man liekas, ka sacensību formāts ir droši vien vienīgais, kur pat noķerot nelielu mēru asarīti, tev rokas trīc, un tad tur milimetri var izšķirt, vai viņu pieņem vai nepieņem.
Tāpēc arī mēs kā organizatori vienmēr veicam reģistrāciju 2 dienas. Tā notiek ehlots.eu veikalā, kur dalībnieki ierodās, un mēs varam katram individuāli lēnām izstāstīt, kā notiks aplikācijas lietošana, kas ir jāievēro, visi noteikumi un tā tālāk. Bet, protams, kad tiklīdz ir sacensību starta signāls, šāviens, visi aizskrien, un tur izskrien no galvas daudz kas, jā. Un tad ir jāatbild uz visiem šiem jautājumiem, ko tu esi jau 3 reizes stāstījis, bet, tas adrenalīns sit augstu vilni, un tad ir atkal acīs peld dzīves, kā Mārtiņš saka, jā. Tieši tā, un tev, nav tik vienkārši, jā. Tas ir arī cilvēciskais faktors, kas tev ir jāņem vērā, un tev ir jāmāk komunicēt ar tiem cilvēkiem.
Un kā ir ar lielākajām zivīm, kuras tad mums ir? Varbūt mēs varam paskatīties.
Tās, kuras norāvās, vai tās, kuras nomērīja?
Lielākās ir tās, kuras norāvās.
Man bija vislielākās acis.
Tam varētu atsevišķi turnīru taisīt.
Līdaka, es zinu, ir 85 centimetri.
Tas varētu būt interesanti uztaisīt Minhausen kausu. Laba doma, jā. Tad kuram norāvās lielākas zivs?
Mākslīgais intelekts stāsta, tur džentelmeņa vārds var...
Goda vārds man bija, jā.
Jā, un ar tiešraidēm vēl, jā.
Jā, ar studiju visu.
Jā.
Jā, tad par lielākajām zivīm. Kādas, kuras tad bija?
85 centimetri līdaka, tā, kas ir man iekritusi galvā, jo es atceros, jā. Man nav, diemžēl, līdz saraksts, jo no rīta bija diezgan daudz darbiņa, es nepaspēju sagatavoties studijai, bet rezultāti šodien ir redzami. Mēs varam paskatīties.
Longest Pike.
Jā, Vladimirs Reņģe, jā. Tā ir Vag Motors komanda, ekipāža.
Un viņiem jāķer tagad viņiem ir jāķer zandert un asari, un mēs zinām, ka viņiem tā nav nekāda svešā lieta.
Jā, es domāju, ka viņi ir noteikti viena no tām ekipāžām, kas šodien varētu aizvērties. Tā tad es, tādu pieņēmumu.
Plāni ir, var redzēt, ka ir cilvēki, kas iet pēc savu konkrētu plānu, pieturās pie viņa, lai tur vai kas, un iet pēc plānu. Vakar parunājoties intervijās, viens otrs jau bija mēģinājis pokers vilkt ārā nozots, džokerīšus, bet džokerīši bija rādījuši viņam to plato smaidu ar to lielo zvārgulīti pie cepures.
Jo tomēr šodien ir izšķirošā diena, un es zinu, ka, es arī sportistiem daudz esmu parunājis, es zinu, ka šodien būs tā diena arī, kad viņi brauks uz tām vietām, kuras viņi neaiztika vakar.
Ir tādas?
Ir, protams, visiem viņas ir, un ir kaut kādi bonusiņi atstāti, tā kā šodien būs ļoti aizraujoša diena, un sekosim līdzi.
Šodien visu dienu būs ko skatīties, tāpēc, kad es domāju, emocijas būs pilnīgi citā kārtā, jo vakar viss tā piesardzīgi strādāja pie saraksta, tāda sajūta bija, ka lielākā daļa piesardzīgi strādāja pie saraksta, kam gāja, kam negāja, bet šodien taupīt vairs nav ko, un piesardzībai īsti laika ar vairs nav.
Jo šodien arī inspekcējot laivas no rīta, līmējot šīs dienas stikerīšus virsū, tās stresa līmenis un tie sportisti bija manāmi vairāk uzvilkušies, tādi šodien tādi jau drītīgi dodasimies cīņā.
Normāli, tā tam jābūt ir.
Tā kā būs interesanti diena šodien.
Jā, te mēs redzējām Gedimina Švilpa, 38 cm asars pagaidām garākais, un es paskatījos...
Tas kritīs.
Paskatījos iepriekšējos gadus, pēdējos 3 gadus ir vienmēr asars bijis vismaz 40 cm.
Jā.
Un vairāki nevis viens.
Es domāju, tas kritīs šodien.
Kas vēl kritīs?
Es domāju, zandarts pilnīgi noteikti, jo, ja es nemaldos, 68 cm ir garākais zandarts. Es domāju, zandarts noteikti kritīs. Un noteikti arī līdaka. 8, teiksim, godīgi.
Es tos metrus gaidu, tāpēc, ka es paskatījos vēl taisni kopā ar poļu sportistiem. Mēs viņiem parunājām, es saku, kas notiek? Es saku, šodien Paiku dienu, viņš saka, kādu Paiku? Viņš saka, būs vēl sliktāk nekā vakar. Es saku, tu esi atbraucis ciemos, klausies, ko tev saka. Es saku, līdaks sāks ņemt, es atvēru šo te YR aplikāciju, es viņam rādu, redzi, vienos. Vējš no 3 pārslēdzās uz 4. Saku, un tad tev ir jābūt tavās līdaka točkās. Viņš saka, paklau, bet mums vakar līdaks arī sāk ņemt ap vieniem. Es saku, welcome to Latvijā.
Latviešu līdaks ķerās
Jā,
pusdienu laikā.
Mūsu muterēm pusdienas ir svēta lieta, tā kā manam labradoram. Viss ir labi, bet dienreizes izlaist nedrīkst.
Kā ir ar jā, Uģi, ja tev ir, varbūt, es nezinu, kas sakāms, bet es zinu, ka tev ir darbs.
Nu, man vajadzētu, jā, tā kā, nu, ko es varu pateikt? Visiem es novēlu veiksmi, nu, lai zivju izmēri ripo, kā saka, manā apā iekšā, un lai mēs varam...
Ievelc gaiši, tev sāksies pēc 15 minūtēm, Jandāliņš 9 stundu garumā tev sāksies. Un,
kā ir no pieredzes grūtākā diena, ir pirmā vai otrā?
Parasti jau ir pirmā. Pirmā, jā, tāpēc, kad otrā jau ir, kā, visi satrenējušies, viss iet jau, viss kaut kādas mazās problēmiņas ir novērstas, un tāda ir vienkāršāk no tiesnešas puses.
Kāds smuka laiva brauc?
Jau galvenā balva paņemt, jā.
Nē, jā, tā starp citu bija domāta kā galvenā balva, vienkārši sanāca tā, ka mēs viņu saģērbām un pasūtījām jaunu galveno balvu. Tā kā šādas laivas Eiropā ir divas. Un šī starp citu ir ar svūpu šasiju 00001. Tas ir pirmais oficiālais 585 DC svūps.
Varbūt tu, Mārtiņ, īsi vari izstāstīt tās galvenās lietas par šo laivu, jā, kas tad sagaida?
Daudz prasa, kas ir tas svūps, jā, un svūps ir labākais, kas palika no powerboat. Tur notika diezgan tradicionāli Ukraiņiem īpašnieku dalīšanās tur tālo mērķu redzamības dēļ. Un tas īpašnieks, kurš vairāk fokusējās uz kvalitāti, radīja to svūpu pa zīmolu, paņēma ļoti daudz labas lietas, kas nāca no powerboat, pilnībā izmainīja ražošanas kārtību vispārējo, kā saka, eiropizēja daudzas lietas, vai kapitalizācijas virzienā aizgāja. Nu, teiksim tā, tagad tur ir pavisam savādāka darba organizācija. To arī var just laivās, kad, manējā laiva tā ir pirmā laiva, kas ir uztaisīta, un man ir ļoti maz, kur piesieties viņai, ļoti maz. Ir kaut kādas mazās niansītes, bet tās mēs kopā uzlabojam, un šobrīd strādājam arī pie 620. modeļa. To es arī uzliku maksimālo reitingu motoru, tas ir 250 zirgspēku, tas ir, tā laiva ir tāds ass nazis ar viņu. Ir ļoti forši braukt, bet viņi jāmāk apieties, jā. Un, tā ir laiva, kas iet virs 100 km/h. Ļoti daudz vietas makšķerēm, pārdomātas kabatiņas, viss, varbūt tev vēlāk gribēs apstīties, es tev varēšu parādīt, atnāc, es tev iziesim cauri, tad zinās, kādu tev vajag jauno laivu.
Jā, pārkāp no sava pūšļa kaut kā
tā ir
normālā aparātā.
Ļoti liela starpība, jā, un tā laiva labi brauc 585, labi brauc jau sākot apmēram ar 115 zirgiem. Tāds komforta motors tā laivā ir 130-150 zirgi, tā laiva brauc vienkārši tā kā, es esmu pāris klientu laivām pabraucis, man ļoti patīk, kā viņi brauc ar 150 zirgiem. Jā, 250, tas ir bišķi pat raku.
Laikam, kungi, man būs jūs jāpamet.
Paliek garlaicīgi, jā?
Mēs teiksim, darbiņš gaida, jā?
Ietrūkst adrenalīns, jāiet pastāvēt.
Ietrūkst adrenalīns, tāpēc es eju jau sagatavoties, jā.
Jā, paldies tev, un mēs paliekam uz kontaktiem šodien.
Uz kontaktiem, pilnīgi noteikti.
Mēs visi te pat blakām
esam. Kas īpaši, tad sūti vēstules. Kā, Mārtiņ, ir ar laivu tehnisko sagatavotību, jo makšķerēšana, bet šis sports ir ļoti cieši saistīts ar dažādām arī tehniskām lietām, motori, laivas un tā tālāk. No rīta tu minēji par peldošu objektu, kas var apdraudēt laivas, un tas jāņem vērā.
Jā, šodien Daugavā apmēram Volera slipa rajonā, ja cilvēki zina, kur ir brīvostas uzbūvētais jaunais slips, tad mazliet no slipa uz augšpus pa straumu, visi zina, kupēja tikai labais krasts un kreisais krasts, tad tuvāk kreisajam krastam. Viena laiva saņēma negaidītu triecienu, veiksmīgi, ka tikai pa korpusu. Trieciens bija slīdošs, trieciens nebija tāds, ka frontāls un smags, bet laiva, viņi ir pārliecināti, ka viņi noķēra kaut ko, kas bija zem ūdens, bet viņi neatrada un neredzēja, kas tas bija. Žanra klasika šajā situācijā kāda ir? Tā ir tāda, ka Daugavā mums ir tie nogrimušie baļķi 6-metrīgie, kurus kādreiz pludināja caur Baltazaru uz šeieni. Viņu ļoti daudz ir Baltasaros, viņi ir arī Ķiršezarā, un viņi ir ļoti daudzus gadus veci. Neteikšu precīzi, man liekas, ka 100 gadu viņiem strauji tuvojās. Tie Latvijas laika, kā saka, koku pludināšanas atlieks. Un, dabiskie procesi dara savu. Viņi lēnām, tomēr, lai kā tas notiek zem ūdens, bet viņi tomēr trūd, parādās skābeklis, viņu svars neutralizējās, vispirms viņi noslīka, pēc tam tagad viņi lēnām mēdz uzpeldēt. Un tie, kas copē mazajā Baltazarā, tie zina, ka tur ir stāvoši baļķi. Un tie baļķi paceļās tā, ka vienā galā viņam tas skābeklīts ir ticis izstrādājies, atvieglojies tas baļķis vairāk, un tad viņš vienkārši paceļās vertikāli, viņš var būt 5, 7, 10 cm zem ūdens. Viļņos viņu vēl kaut kā var redzēt, gludā ūdenī viņu nevar redzēt vispār, viņš ir 10-15 cm zem ūdens. Tāpēc ir nepieciešama apdrošināšana, tāpēc laivas ir vērts apdrošināt, jo trieciens par šādu objektu lielākā ātrumā, bez prognozēm, kādas varētu būt sekas. Mēs dalībnieks brīdinājām šobrīd, ka kaut kas līdzīgs varētu būt, ka ir Daugavā, jo tā ir tieši informācija no viena dalībnieka. Šodien Daugavā vajadzētu turēties pa vidu vai pie labā krasta, tad atceramies, upe tek uz jūru. Mēs vienmēr, kreisais krasts ir vienmēr pa kreisi, un labais krasts ir vienmēr pa labi, ja mēs skatāmies pa straumu uz leju. Un citu krastu upēm nav, tāpat kā mašīnai ir labā puse un kreisā puse. Ja? Un nav svarīgi, no kuras puses tu skaties. Lūk, ļoti ceram, ka nekādu incidentu nebūs, jo tas, nevienam no tā nepaliek labāk. Tad ir liela bojājumi, ja teiksim, ar šīm laivām, kas iet, daudz no viņām iet 70, 80, 90 km/h. Nedod Dievs tāds fruktiņš trāpa pa motoru. Ja? Pa korpusu mēs parasti dabūnam kaut kādas izmaiņas glisē, un ja tas ir slīdošs, tad tur praktiski nekā nav. Varbūt kāda bukta vai švīka, bet ja tas ir trieciens pa motoru kāju, tas ir ļoti, 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 ļoti smags pasākums.
Mums ir palikušas aptuveni 3 minūtes līdz startam. Redzam, ka laivas viss ir jau gatavībā. Mēs arī visiem, kas mums ir jau pieslēgušies tiešraidēs, Facebookā, YouTubā, sekojam līdzi komentāriem, redzam jautājumus, atbildēsim uz viņiem pēc brīža, pēc starta. Būs mums laiks arī ar jūsu jautājumus uzdot šeit tiešraidē. Redzam jautājumu arī par vakardienas izspēlēto eholoti. Par to informācija būs Facebook lapā. Pavisam drīz darbs mums ir daudz, varbūt ne visu paspējam izdarīt laikā, bet būs eholoti tiks pie īpašnieku. Un arī šodien mums būs no Garmin sarūpētas balvas skatītājiem. Tā kā par to visu mēs secīgi šodien jūs informēsim visas dienas garumā. Tā kā būs aizraujoši un laiks ir fantastisks. Redzam, ka džeki vēl sēž jakās, bet laika prognoze ir tāda, ka es domāju, ka drīz būs jāvelk
Es gribētu copēt šodien, jo diena būs vienkārši superīga, forša, silta copes diena ar nelielu vēju, kurš lēnām pieņemsies spēkā. Tas nozīmē, ka zīvis ņēms. Es neapgalvošu par zandartu, bet es zinu to, ka, lai cik nebūtu saulēna diena, ja ir 3, 4, 5 metri sekundē, tā ir fenomenāls copes laiks, siltā ūdenī tā zivs kustēsies, viņa nestāvēs kā piesieta, viņa ēdīs. Jautājums, protams, ka tā zivs šobrīd ir, daudz ir trenējušies un daudzas nedēļas, un tā zivs ir dabūjusi pa degunu krustšķērsu, ja? Viņa, protams, ir piesardzīga, bet es esmu stipri pārliecināts, ka šodien būs laba copes diena. Visas copes dienas ir labas, bet šī būs īpaši laba.
Ja kāds šobrīd atrodas Rīgas centrā, tad viņam ir diezgan unikāla iespēja redzēt startu.
Dažs tūkstoši zirgspēku ierēcamies.
Jā, jo no skatītāja viedokļa šis ir viens no iespaidīgākajiem skatiem tieši starts, ka vairāk nekā 50 jaudīgas laivas drāžas katra savā virzienā, kuram ir stratēģija un skats ir tiešām iespaidīgs, jo parunājot arī ar pašiem džekiem, kuri ikdienā brauc tām laivām, tad tāds kopīgais starts, viņš arī vienlaikus arī salīdzinoši bīstams. Tur ir jāņem
mēs ejam rindas kārtībā, tāpēc mēs ejam pēc numuriem, tāpēc mums ir pieteikšanās kārtība, un lai nebūtu tā, kad visi spiežās kopā reizē kaut kādā pudeles katlā, mums iet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, viņi iet cieši viens aiz otra, bet viens aiz otra ārā, un tas tomēr nodod to kaut kādu distanci starp laivām startā, jo daudz kur kur Eiropā arī ir atteikušies no šiem kopīgajiem startiem, kur tur nostājās 100 laivas vienu otrai blakām, nu, un tad spiež ārā, un tad tur kāds kādu nepamana, tad tur kaut kāds borts pret bortu, tas nevienam nav vajadzīgs. Ja. Daugava mums ir liela plaša, lai čaļi izskrienās. Riga ir viena no diezgan labām vietām, kur praktiski nekāda ātruma ierobežojuma nav. Daugava ir plaša, skrieniet kā mākat, izbaudiet savas tehnikas spējas, izbaudiet braukšanu pa viļņiem forši. Tas pie sacensībām, adrenalīns putos. Gan jau Svens nāks studijā, viņš pa adrenalīnu mums kaut ko pastāst.
Jā, Mārtiņ, būtu interesanti paskaidīt, cik ir kopā zirga spēka tur.
Jā, es tāpēc teicu, tur pāris tūkstoši.
Pāris tūkstoši, jā, bet precīzi, jā.
Nu, ko mēs dzirdam, starta taura un otrā diena ir sākusies.
Pērnā gada čempioni ir šķērsojuši startlīniju.
Jā, nu ko ir laiks atgādināt, varbūt top 10. Viņš pilnīgi noteikti ar 100% garantiju mainīsies vairākas reizes vēl šodien. Pirmajā vietā pēc vakardienas Connect Keitech Lietuva. Tā ir vienīgā komanda, kura dabūs ar 100 bonus punktus. Otrā vieta NGT Latvija 1. Trešie Connecto Swoop Lietuva. Ceturtie RR Team Lietuva. Piektie IM Team Latvija 6. Laiks Copei Latvija 7. Rapala no Lietuvas. 8. Tohatsu Latvija 1. 9. no Latvijas 007 Fishboats EU 1 un 10. noslēdz Lietuva. Brema LTN, kā jūs dzirdējāt, tad Latvija, Lietuva, Lietuva, Latvija, Latvija, Lietuva. Un tieši tā, mums ir līdzsvars 10. starp valstīm, starp derbiju Latvija, Lietuva.
Gaidam igauņus.
Un gaidam igauņus, jā. Mārtiņ, varbūt pie reizes. Kur ir igauņi? Kādēļ mums ir viena ekipāža no Igaunijas šodien tikai?
Nezinu, vai tā ir forši teikt, bet viņi vairākas gadus lauzās ar savu dalību. Jo Sots un Ivo Sots, Raigo Bodar, tā ir stipra ekipāža. Viņi ir vairāk kārtēji pasaules čempionāta medaļnieki.
Redzam, 20.
Jā, un viņi šogad ir beidzot atbraukuši. Ja, vakar viņi teica, ka visi forši brauksim vēl. Tas ledus beidzot ir salūzis, jo iepriekšējos gadus bija tā, ka Igaunijas čempionāta datums sakrit ar Garmin Cup datumu. Šogad pirmo reizi tas tā nav, tas ir apzināti, par to mēs runājām un tur teicām, kas tā pa lietu. Nu, mēs viņus privāti labi pazīstam. Un tagad viņi ir klāt. Tas nozīmē, ka tam maisam gals būs vaļā, ka šis būs tāds kārtīgs. Nu, es viņu varētu tā kā, saukt gandrīz vai, šitie labi čaļi.
Asie kurzemnieki.
Jā,
galvenais, viņiem ir ķivers, bet kameras cilvēkam ir vai arī nav.
Kameras cilvēkam ir veste un mazliet trīcošas kājas.
Kameramens guļ priekšā tur uz klāja.
Jā, viņš guļ un filmē. Es zinu to jauno čalu, ko viņiem iedeva. Viņš teica, man ielikt pie šitiem diviem ķiverēs, viņi brauc.
Jā, atgādināsim, ka šodien arī mums ir 16 vai 15 laivās. Jūs zināt, ka viena kamera vakardien...
Jā, vakar mums ir nodarīt tieši zaudējumi. Viens tiesnesis noslīcināja vienu kameru. Šodien ir 15
kameras ir zudušas, jā, vismaz divas esmu pazaudējis pa viļņiem.
Jā, nu tā balss,
man ir tā, ka man izlec ārā statīvs ar to kameru, kurš ir vadiņā, un tad pēkšņi skaties, tev tikai vadiņš vairs plīvojas.
Man nekas neplīvo, man izlec ārā visi statīvi, tur viss.
Man bija barošana vienkārši vadiņš. Barošanas vadiņš palika plīvoja.
Palūkšu.
Mums balstiņa parādījusies ir jauna.
Jā. Palūkšu režisoru parādīt nedaudz studiju, jā, lai saprastu, kas tad pēkšņi vēl vienu balsi mums te parādījusies. Labrīt, Sven. Makšķerēšanas sportā noteikti ļoti labi zināms vārds. Un lielākais pārsteigums ir nevis par to, ka tu šeit esi, bet par to, ka tu šeit esi studijā.
Tu šeit esi
laivā.
Jūs man uzaicinājāt, es nevarēju neatbraukt. Tāpēc es nepiedalos sacensībās. Ja?
Mēs esam vainīgi.
Tā.
Kāpēc tu neesi laivā šogad? Jo parasti ierasts, ka mēs komentējam, kā tev iet laivā, nevis studijā.
Zini, kā vairāk apstākļu sakritība, nesakritība, un šogad nesanāca piedalīties. Tur baigi neizplūdīšu, bet ļoti gribās būt tur, nevis šeit. Šeit arī man gribās būt, bet arī tur gribās būt. Bet abās vietās būt nevar vienlaicīgi, kāds saprot.
Kas ir vieglāk, skatīties makšķerēšanas sportu vai būt iekšā laivā?
Noteikti skatīties. Skatīties un gudri komentēt no malas.
Nav grūti.
Kāpēc viņi nevar noķert tās 70 plus tur tās līdeks, ko tu treniņos ķēri brīvi un arī zander. Labi, 7 zander tu varēja noķert. No? Redz, ka viņš nav.
Vakardien sekoja līdzi?
Jā, es sekoju, protams.
Nu, kādi ir tev skeptiskie komentāri par sniegumu?
Nu, sniegumu vienmēr var uzlabot, ja? Vajag uzlabot. vajag, lai laiva aiziet Latvijai uz doto brīdi, jā.
Nu, iepriekšējos gadus mums bija mijiedarbība.
Jā. Bet tāds ir sports. Ja jau kā lēši trenējās, es zinu, ka es biju nesen ūdenī, kā tu tev pieķerās zivs, 2 laivas apstājas un skatās, ko tu velc. Beigās jau bija tā, ka man lēša laiva piebrauc, man ir zandarts galā, es vienkārši attinu spolu, attaisu vaļā, nolieku makšķers mals, lai tā zivs to spolu vēl kārā.
Ej prom, varbūt nokritīs.
Jā, bet viņiem ir beigās komandas darbs, man tā šķiet, ja, tur apakšā. Informācijas apmaiņa, laba.
Lēšiem?
Jā, protams.
Viņi karo kā barā.
Viņi barā karo, jā. Mūsē vairāk individuāli grib katrs. Protams, katrs grib to laivu dabūt, jā, bet lēši ir tādā vairāk barā.
Kā ir? Viņi beigās vinnē to laivu un kā viņi sadala?
Uz 13 komandām.
Mēs fleksīt iedosim.
To mēs nezinām, kā viņi sadala, bet, nu.
Bet to labi vakar varēja redzēt, jau viņi sistemātiski visi aiztaisīja zandartu 5-6 komandas momentā.
Vienā tai pašā vietā mainījās un darbojās.
Un tad gāja uz asari, tad aizvar asari un tad iet uz līdeku. Tā kā baigi tā izskatījās
ļoti
komandā.
Ļoti labi informācijas apmaiņa, jā.
Bet interesanti, kāda būs tā šodienas stratēģija vairākām komandām, kurām tie zandari trūkst. Jo es zinu, ka vairākas ekipāži, liela daļa seko līdzi mūsu tiešraidēm, bet ne visi skatās, visi dzird. Un tad es zinu, ka ir daudz, kas ir skatījušies un zinu, kur tos zandarts vakardien rīta daļā paķēra. Un tad jāskatās.
No rīta runāja, ka mēs runājam studijā, tur zandarts ķerās tur, līdek ķerās tur, viņš sēž pie laivas, ja tur uz vienu pusi gribās braukt, uz klausās, uz otru pusi gribās braukt, uz kurien lai brauc.
Mums tā bija ar Imantu. Mēs ejām taču tur to tiltu, kur tie lēši.
Jā, tad pagājuši.
Aizbrauc, un tur zandarts ir, bet viņš vairs neņem.
Kā, viņš jau ir nomērīts?
Viņš ir nomērīts, bet tu viņa vēl tur bija tik liela zandarta. Viņu vienkārši neņem vairāk. Protams, ka zīve ir iznāciens.
Jā, bet tas ir tas, par to, ko mēs vakar runājam, par tiem džokeriem padusēs un piedurknēs, kurus cilvēki ir nopētījuši, kad šajā vietā šīs zīves aktivizējās pie šādiem apstākļiem apmēram tikos. Tā jau ir tāda jau džedai skola zināmā mērā, bet tāds ir Garmin Cups šeit, vājo nav.
Jā, tas, ko es teicu, ka lēši viņiem noteikti viena laiva ir tur no rīta, viena ir tur, viena tur. Viņi ar to informāciju apmainās, jā. Noteikti tā ir. Mēs taču nevaram ar vienu laivu būt tur un tur un tur. Un tas nav iespējams, jā.
Forši, tad next level.
Next level.
Jā, es domāju arī par to viņu ekipāžu skaitu Garminā. Vai ir iespējams, ka viņi vēl vairāk šeit sabrauc, vai šitie apmēram griezti no Lietuvas?
Es domāju, ka nav grieztu nemaz. Jā, šie ir vienkārši tas kodols. Viņš tur ir Foreļu līgā, arī tur kodolā bija daļa no viņiem. Jā, viņiem ir tie, kā lai saka, multimakšķernieki, jo viņiem ir tādi profesionāli makšķernieki, kurus uztur uzņēmumi. Viņiem ir gidi, kurus profesionāli atbalsta uzņēmumi, un tas jau ir tāds jau tā kā biznesa modelis mazliet, ka viņiem ir tie stiprie makšķernieki, kuri, makšķerē visās, ne visās, bet, piemēram, spinningošanas disciplīnās viņš piedalās gandrīz visās, un tad tā pieredze viņam krājās kopā, un tas ir komplekts, tās ir stipras zināšanas, jā. Jebkura pieredze ir pieredze, protams, sevišķi, ja viņas māk miksēt, jā.
Viena lieta ar lēšiem ir tas, ka viņiem ir tie savi dīvainie noteikumi uz iekšdzinējiem savā valstī. Viņiem ir gaužām maz motorlaivas ar lieliem motoriem.
Ir daudz viņiem vienkārši.
Bet stipri mazāk, domāju, nekā Latvijā.
Viņi ir iemācījušies iztikt ar mazākiem motoriem, ar mazākām laivām, bet tas piespiež strādāt gudrāk, teiksim.
Attiecīgi tās lielās laivas, tās galvenās lielās laivas arī viss ir šeit Latvijā.
Laivai, piemēram, Yamaha virsū ir 150. Tu esi redzējis šādu 150.
Tikai tev laivais pat tad motors redzējis, jā?
Jā, bet šāds ir, viņiem ir 200 tāds pats, tikai daļ lēšu ūdeņiem ir birka 150, jo neviens jau pasi neprasa uzrādīt.
Saprat, jā.
Tad mūsējie vakar esot bijuši diezgan jautri pārsteigti, kā šitas tie 150 pēkšņi 555 aizlidoja veselam barām garām.
Es skatījos arī vakar daudziem bija tās, baigi daudz zivs aizgāja zandarts, kas viņi var baigi mīkstiem kātiem.
Jā, ka piecērt, ne? Baigā parabola.
Jā, es redzu, tie kāti ir mīksti, un viņiem tās zivs aiziet. Nezinu. Es šodien runāju tieši ar sportistiem.
Zini, tur ir, es esmu mīksto kātu kā tam backbone'am ir jābūt, ar ko tu vari piecirst ir jābūt, bet man labāk patīk fāsti, moderate fāsti nekā ekstra fāsti, jo no ekstra fāstiem birst nost ar kārtu vairāk nekā no moderate fāstiem, jo tā zivs vienkārši nokratās vairāk. Ja? Ekstra fāsti, manuprāt, ir smalkai zivtiņai, kurš Garmin Cupā, laikam īsti tā, laikam nevajag. Statistikai darīja.
Sven, tu pazīsti, man šķiet, tevi visus, kas te piedalās, noteikti sanāca.
Ir gan, jā.
Ir sanāca
Šie čaļi jaudīgā, ko mēs tad redzam, jā.
Viņš Gustas ir jauns, bet viņam jau ir baisa pieredze.
Viņam, man liekas, ir sezonā 3 motoram apkopjautais, jā.
Jā. Viņam ir 260 cik copas dienas.
Es tev saku.
Bet jā, Svens, viņš jau savā rezervātā copē, viņam tur jāņem nost iekšzemes motors, viņš tikai uz otro motoru braukā, jā.
Viņš starp citu ar jauno svūpu ilgi braukā bez aizmugurējā motora.
Jā.
Cik Gustas ir gadi, kāds zina?
Es nezinu, cik
zem 30.
Ar kaut ko runājam vakar, man liekas, 28.
Ja viņš jau sāka copēt, es nezinu, cik 11, man liekas, jau Facebook.
Viņš ir forelēs arī, taču
Viņš forelēs arī, jā.
Principā neko citu nedara arī.
Nu, tas, ko es teicu, profesionāli makšķernieki. Viņš strādā ar 1-2 uzņēmumiem, kas nodrošina viņam dzīvi, papildus viņš gidē, un tā ir viņa izvēlētā profesija, makšķernieks.
Jā, tā varbūt arī profesija, redz.
Jā, tas
jābūt labam, lai tev maksātu par to algu.
Jā.
Nu, jāgidē droši vien, un vēl viss kaut kas papildi jādara, jo tas tirgus jau ir salīdzinoši mazs, gan atsevišķi katrā Baltijas valstī, gan Baltijas valstīs kopā.
Viņiem ir 2 reizes lielāks nekā mums.
Paklau, mēs aizbraucam uz Somiju, lai mēs saprastu, tur copas vietas gids maksā 800 eiro dienā.
Tieši tā, bet gids ar laivu. Nevis tavā laivā, jā. Tavā laivā viņš ir 300-400.
Jā, gids ar laivu.
Ar viņu laivu tas ir 800 dienā.
Nu, padomā, klienturismē viņam netrūkst. Bet tāpat mēs skatījāmies tam gidam, tāpat ir viss dzenskrūvs apdauzīts un aplausts.
Jā, tās ir izmaksas.
Tās ir izmaksas, jā, protams. Es saku, tu visi akmeņus jau tu nevar pamanīt, tā Somija, tas ir tā kā, cik mums tie piedzīvumi pašiem nav bijuši. Ja? Pirmās reizes braucam, pīpējot, brauc kaut kur netālu no krasta, liekas, tu esi ļoti tālu no krasta, pēkšņi bliezē un gatavs, jā, tur viss reduktors.
Skarbākais ir tas, ka tas ir kuģu ceļā vēl iekšā. Liekas, ka tu brauc starp bojām pa iezīmēt kuģu ceļu un kaut kā bišķīt novirzījies no centra burtiski pa pāris metriem.
Bišķiņ un viss caur. Tu te vietai centās reizes brauc pāri, pamainās līmenis un gatavs.
Jā.
Esi mīnusos, jā.
Priekš tam ir apdrošināšana, citu veidu nav.
Tajā laikā jau nebija apdrošināšana.
Es ar Zviedrijā trāvos.
Svens, tā nācis papļāpāt ar kādām ekipāžām par vakardienu, kādi secinājumi?
Jā, es parunāju ar ekipāžām. Nu, visi jau ir baigi. Es parunāju ar Deičmani. Viņš nesaprot, kā viņš nevar asaru noķert.
Olta bija studijā vakarā, viņš arī līdzīgi
viņš
kaut ko teica.
Viņš saka, viņš klauvē asarim pie durvīm. Nu, viņš nenāk un viss. Un, zin kā, tu ieciklējies uz to asaru, tev jau vēl zemapziņā ir tas, ka tev vēl citas zivs jānoķer. Ar asaru jau tu šeit neizbrauki cauri, ar lielu asaru arī, ja? Tev vēl vajag zandaru, tu bišķiņ līdaku bišķiņ noķer. Tā kā tā ir. Parunāju ar Nagli parunāju. Viņam bija, saucamie, daudz zivs aizgāja. Es sajūtu, ka viņam kāds varbūt pa mīkstu, ko viņš tur nevar piecirst to zivu.
Tieši ar Nagli, ar Deičmanu arī rīt intervijas taisīja, ar Šmitu uztaisījām, ātrās intervijas, jā.
Zin kā, no malas vienmēr ir baigi viegli komentēt. Tu esi tur laivā, tas ir pavisam cits adrenalīns. Tu tās 70 līdaka, 70, 80 vispār, tas jau liekas nenormāli laba zivs. Viņi arī laba zivs priekš mačiem noteikti būs, ja? Ej un viņi noķer šeit.
Nu, šobrīd jau vispār jau ir 3 zivis ir 70, jā, 1 80.
Es skatījos, ka vakar, tur tāpat tie komentāri tiešraidē iet, un visi saka, man tur vajag vienu tur zivu, lai jau protokolu aizvērt. Bet, sarot, te čaļi jau copē, tagad labi ir rīts, bet viņi jau copē pa dienu, kad tev nekas neķerās pa lielam tajā dienā, jā.
Man vispārībā man atsūtīja vakar Džeks viens dalībnieks statistika interesanti, un es varu pateikt, jā, vakardien, jā, tieši, ja runājam pa līdeku, tad aktivitāte vakardien līdekai bija ap 9, 10, 11, un tad 12 ir kritums, un tad lēnām atkal no 1, 2 atkal ir aktivitāte līdekai, un tad vakarā, jā, 4 aktivitātes
jā, bet cik
parādās.
Saka, es te saķēru šodien zandarts, kā es nevaru saķert, bet varbūt tu iebrauc iekšā 5, kad vēl sacensības nesākas. Nu, zandartam arī ir iznāc viens.
Vakardien zandarts labs variants, teiksim, 9, 10 labi ķērās, jā. No 11 līdz 1 ir kritums, un tad atkal sāk ķerties ap 15, 16. Jā.
Bet tās dienas jau mainās, diena no dienas mainās, tad vējš, tur visādi spiedieni mainās, tas arī ietekmē. Tu vari notrenēties 2 nedēļas, un tev pilnīgi mačos pilnīgi savādāk viss notiekās. Tas tā ir.
Arī ir iznācējis vakardien.
Ko, šodien, manuprāt, mēs neesam atgādinājuši vēl noteikumus. Ja mums ir kāds pieslēdzies šodien un nav skatījies vakar, tad īsumā atgādinām, pēc kāda principa notiek sacensības. Tātad visi startē no viena punkta. Var braukt, cik tālu degviela un dzinējs ļauj pa ūdeni. Ar nosacījumu, ka 17:30 ir jābūt atpakaļ pilsētas jaklubā, tajā vietā, no kuras ir starts. Tātad mums ir 8,5 stundas, pat šobrīd vēl 8 stundas un 50 minūtes, ko makšķerēt. Jānoķer 3 asari, vismaz 25 cm garumā, 3 līdekas, 50 cm garumā un zandarts 45 cm. Un uz augšu, jo garāki, jo labāk. Un, ja noķeram 3 zīves no katras sugas, dabonam 100 bonusu punktus. Un uzvarētājs ir tas, kuram ir visvairāk punkti, jeb centimetri.
Cik ir aizvēruši protokoli, es nepaskatījos?
1. Tur mēs redzam arī ekrānā šobrīd tikai viena komanda, kurai tas dzeltenais simtnieks pieķeksēts klāt. Tie ir arī vienīgie, bet ir vairākas komandas, kurām pietrūkst 2 zīves. Pagājušā gadā protokolu aizvēra 13 komandas, skatīsimies, cik būs šogad. It kā liekas, tās pāris zīves ir nekas īpašs, bet mēs esam iztādus brīnums redzējuši.
Tā nav, jā.
Tie, kas iet šobrīd uz asaru un klausās, tad vakardien asars sāk ķerties 9. Tā kā gaidiet, jums ir 20 minūtes.
Nebraucat prom no tā punktu, gaidat.
40-nieki pēc 20 minūtēm ēdīs.
Kas tur 4 bija jāliek, ja, tev teica?
Jā, jau vairāk jau. No rīta arī skatījos laivās, es nogāju pa perimetru gar ostu. Paskatījos, jau visi jau kabine 4 klāt, jā.
Ļoti laba stratēģija.
Sākam sekot līdzi arī komentāriem, jā, un tad veiksmes, vēlējumi, komplimenti visiem. Bet ir arī pāris jautājumi. Bija jautājums par to, no kāda vecuma šajās sacensībās drīkst startēt, tad vecuma ierobežojums ir 18 gadi, bet, ja ir mazāk nekā 18 gadi, tad arī ir iespēja, bet tad ir pieaugušā pavadībā. Tā kā mums šogad arī, es zinu, ir vismaz viena ekipāža, kur startē tēvs ar dēlu, tā kā startēt noteikti var, un es domāju, ka tā pieredze noteikti paliks arī jauniešiem atmiņā, vienalga, cik viņiem labi vai slikti iet sacensībās. Viss tas, ko šeit var piedzīvot, atmosfēra, papļāpāt, satikt labākos no labākajiem, tā citreiz ir vērtīgāka pieredze par to, kas notiek uz ūdens.
Auto noteikti neķer zanderu, tagad izskatās pēc tā Twitch, jā.
Nevar zināt, kaut kā jau jāpārsteidz
tās
dzīves, vai ne?
Var jau būt, seklumos ir izgājis, jā, bet nē.
Otto, paskatāmies, kas Otto trūkst, jā.
Kaut kur viņam vēl nebija īsti nesalikās vakar ar tām zivīm kaut kā. Viņi skatījos vairāk to zandaru, to, ka arī ieciklējušies bija, laikam.
Sveicieni arī tiek sūtīti. Diana Tarasovs sūta lielus sveicienus un lielas zivis IM team.
Otto vajag 2 asari, viņš droši vien iet tagad uz lielo asaru. Tad vēl viens zandarts viņam vajag un līdeka. Tā kā viss pareizi ir 9, ja skatās pēc vakardienas statistikas, tad 9 asars ķerās un 11 aptuveni zandartam bija lielākā aktivitāte.
Cik liels līdeks viņiem ir?
Mazas 53-50.
Tur jau daudz var audzēt tās līdeks. Tas ir vidējais izmērs, tā līdekai diezgan mazs ir.
Jā, es jums arī varu pateikt, jā, man ir atsūtīts arī par vidējiem izmēriem. Tūlīt pateikšu. Tā, vakar tika noķerts 74 līdekas ar vidējais garums 58,9. Asars 106 asari, vidējais garums 28,6 un zandarts 68 zivis. Vidējais garums 51,3. Tipiskais jūrinieks, vai ne, Sven?
Tas jūrinieks, jā. Jūrinieki man labākas bija 70 vai 72, bet viņi ir tik rēt, tas ir bonus. Ja tad noķer tādus zandarts, un tas ir beigas lecēt.
Sven, ko tu saki, ja gribi trofeju zandartu, tad jāmeklē kāds lokālais, jā, kaut kur tālāk nekā no Daugavas jābrauc.
Es zinu, ka es ķēru tur pat pie kuģiem, jā. Tas ir saucamā Muraška sarkana Daugava tur. Bet tur, es domāju, tagad laiva pressings diezgan liels ir, jā.
Vakar bija tur laivas, jā, bet nebija daudz, vairāk bija atklātajā Daugavā.
Lietuvieši braukāja tur riņķī pa to bedri, kas ir tieši tajā, kur sazarojums aiziet uz tām zaļām bojām pa labi un tā, uz kuģiem taisni, tieši tā bedri, kas ir pa vidu, Tur ir daudz lietuviešu braukāt.
Kur sarkana Daugava, man liekas, konkrēti tagad. Ja ņemam vērā trofejas, tad iepriekšējos gadus trofejas zandarts mums ir Lielupē. Jāskatās. Gan jau viņš tur ir, bet vai viņš
Tas bija tas slavenais lietuviešu iznāciens,
Jā. Pie tilta,
Un te mēs redzam, ka pagaidām garākais zandarts ir arī lietuviešiem 68 centimetri. Otrs 66 un trešais 63.
Visi labi zandarti. Tie ir priekš mačiem ļoti labi.
Tā mums ir arī komentārs, varbūt arī Sven var arī nokomentēt, ka nākošajā gadā vajag visiem GPS laivā, lai var kartē paskatīties, kur visi sēž, bet te droši vien plašāka diskusija vispār par to, cik daudz ar šādu formātu sacensībām nodot to informāciju, jo ne visiem ir kameras laivā, un tas nozīmē, ka mēs nevaram parādīt visiem visu vietas. Savukārt no skatītāja viedokļa, protams, ir jo vairāk laivas, jo interesantāk. Līdz ar to tur ir tāda dilēma, vai atstāt sportistiem tos viņu slepenās vietas tikai viņu ziņā, vai padarīt arī tās sacensības interesantas skatītājiem. Jo, ja ir skatītāji, ir sponsori, nav skatītāji, tad paliek interesanti tikai pašiem sportistiem. Kāds tavs Sven skatījums uz to?
Kā pa tām vietām ir tā, mēs jau arī nezinām ar kādiem mānekļiem, kurā laikā viņš tur ķer. Labu laiku mēs uzzinātu, ja mums būtu GPS, mēs redzētu, kurai vietā viņš doto brīdi ķer. Tāpat tur visādas slepenās saucamās tās animācijas, slepenie mānekļi. Tur ir daudz nianses visai tajā, kā to zivu paņemt pēc tam, Tas jau arī nav tik vienkārši, ka tu aizbrauc uz vietu un tu viņas saķers, Tur ir ļoti daudz citu aspektu apakšā.
Jo no rīta man bija saruna.
Aleksam mieksnāk izskatās. Viņam tā tehnika, tā ietīšana.
Viņš sagatavojās tam slavenam driblam, skaties, kas kāds ies tik.
Dribls, viņam tā ietīšanas tehnika. Bet Aleks ir viens manā skatījumā pozitīvākais tiktokers, Viņš to, ko viņš dara visam bērnu mačiem un kā viņš tos jaunatni pievērš tam visam, tas ir baigi forši. Viņš tāds sirsnīgs puika. Pozitīvs.
Attiecīgi par tām vietām mēs ar Romānu no rīta runāju un viņš savas vietas ļoti sargā. Viņam patika vakar Māra Olds komentārs.
Viņš all-inā iet vēl.
Viņš patika Māra Olds komentārs par to. Viņš arī noklausījies, bija vakardienas visu paskatījies. Un, kad Māris teica, kad iedomājies, mēs tās vietas parādām, te mēs sakam, kur ir, vai ne, bet iedomājies, cik daudz paprasīs ir tam sportistam to vietu saprast, atklāt, vai ne, un attiecīgi, un tad Romānam, laikam, godīgi sakot, viņam īsti nepatīk, ka tās vietas rāda un stāst, jo tas ir baigo enerģiju paņēmis.
Kamēr Aleks te rādīja, man ir tāds smieklīgs stāsts, kā mums bija pirmā satikšanās, mēs tur bijām TikTokā, Facebookā, vienkārši bijām čatojuši. Viņš gribēja atbraukt vienreiz uz zandartiem, kad tikko sākās viss tas pelāģis bums. Mēs sakam, brauc, kāda problēma? Nenormāli vētra, nenormāls lietus ārā. Es vienalga brauc. Viņš atbrauc, es atceros, mēs trijos vai cikos tikāmies.
Pa nakti?
Jā, panākt, Jaunciem ostā. Viņš atbrauc, viņš atveda medus spainu, viņš man dod to spainu, skatās, kaut kas rāpo pa to spainu, tur bite, viņš ar visu biti ir atvedis.
Pat
ieliku man tā bite vēl mašīnā nodzīvo kādu laiku, Pēc tam es nezinu, kur viņi paliek droši vien.
Jā, paturpinot mazliet par tām vietām, pilnīgi var saprast, protams, makšķerniekus. Es arī sargāju savas vietas un viņas publiski nelieku arī ikdienas copē, bet jāsaprot, ka šādās sacensībās visi grib piedalīties, visi grib dabūt to gabaliņu no 70,000 balvu fonda, bet ir jāsaprot, ka sponsoriem arī ir šādu pasākumu organizatoriem, sponsoriem arī ir savas intereses, bez naudas neko tādu izdarīt nevar. Un tur tā korelācija ir ļoti, ļoti gaužām vienkārša. Ir skatījumi, ir interese, ir skatītāji, ir turnīrs. Ja nav, mums nebūtu ko rādīt.
Jā, mums jau arī ir jāpastāst, ja piemēram, tā kā konkrēti mēs tagad skatāmies, ja mēs redzam tas Rīgas centrs, un ja mēs to vietu atpazīstam, mēs pasakam. Līdzīgi ir tāpatās pa Ķīšu ezeru vai Lielupī, mēs tās vietas pasakam, bet, vienlīdz arī mēs nedaudz arī tie, kas klausās no sportistiem, mēs jaucam arī galvu, tā kā Svens pats teica, ne? Pagājušajā gadā mēs nokomentējām, ķerās, jūs ar Imantu laižat,
ne? Mēs ar Imantu uzreiz mums tur ķerās asars, kas mēs izraujam to ēnku ar ārā un maucam tur. Pusstundu ceļā.
Jau studijā teica, ka būs.
Mēs aizbraucām, viņš tur bija, bet viņš vairs neķērās,
Tā, mums sāk jau nākt pirmās zivis iekšā, tas ir labi.
Tā laiks copē trūka viens zandarts,
Viņiem trūka 2 zandarti.
Tad viens būs tagad.
Es dzirdu daudzās laivās tāpat tā tiešraidi iet, viņi klausās, ko mēs runājam.
Jā.
Viņi gaida kaut informāciju, nevajag viņiem varbūt to galvu sajaukt. Lai viņi dara, ko viņi dara, viņi visi māk to darīt un viņi zina, kā to darīt.
Tas ir tas, ko mēs vakar arī šeit jau studijā pieskārāmies, ka, nu, ja tev ir pārāk daudz iespējas, tas arī nevienmēr ir labi, jo te ir ļoti ātri svarīgi lēmumi jāpieņem, un jo tev vairāk ir opcijas, jo bieži vien grūtāk. Ja tev ir jāizvēlas no plāna A, B, C, tas ir viens stāsts, bet ja tev tur aiziet līdz K, L un M...
Nē, nu, bet viens ir tas, ka mēs studijā arī...
Šāmi pilnīgi pasīs speciāli. Pagāja, Romāns ar Pufeiku sauc.
Ar jaku savēju dūdu.
Ar Simsu jau ir.
Laimīgā jaka kaut kā droši.
Jā.
Šeit ir švāmīt.
Viņš ar to pašu jaku šodien mugurā arī mēs viņu runājām arī.
Šo ar muguru mazgāt šo švāmu neizskatās tādu.
Tas varbūt ir no mājām paņemt.
Mašīna arī.
Jā.
Ja jau putas no švāmas nāk ārā, viņš nav mazgājies. Viņš te baigi grūti izskalēt putas pēc tam. Gan no zils smaka arī tur turās iekšā labi.
Pērnā gada uzvarētāji.
Laimes švamīte, tas jau sūk kopsu, ne?
Šiem čaļiem vairs nevajag laivu, viņš vien jau paņēma. Jādod citiem. Bet ne lēšiem, Doidžēku saņemās.
Viņi jau atdeva jau Rolandam, nu tā, pret kaut ko.
Atdeva, jā, nu negluži atdeva, bet tā kā viņiem vēl viena laiva. Jebkuram jau tā laiva te noturēt pareizi.
Bija jautājums, vai piedalās arī Kurzemes Zandarts. Jā, piedalās. Viņi šobrīd ir 17. vietā. Juris Ulas un Andris Skaļš. Viņiem ir pa 2 zivīm no katras sugas. Viņiem pietrūks viena līdaka, viens asars un viens zandarts. 257 punkti. 17. vieta šobrīd.
Šis gan nāstā atnāca.
Tavā mīļajā vietā, vai ne?
Jā, te jebkuras zivs var mainīt, tas leciens tabulā uzreiz ir augšā. Un tas top 20, kas ir, jā, tur jebkuras.
Mums ir izmaiņas arī trīniekā, kā mēs redzam. Mums ir divas Latvijas ekipāžas.
Romāns tic.
Jā, Romāns Astapavs un Marks Petinovs ir ielikuši trīniekā šobrīd. Viņiem ir 7 zivis, 2 pietrūkst. Viņiem pietrūkst 2 asari, lai aizvārtu protokolu. Tā kā viņi ir pilnīgi noteikti viena no ekipāžām, kas to izdarīs, es domāju, diezgan drīz. Un tad jau varēs sākt domāt par izmēru pieaudzēšanu. Viņiem šobrīd ir līdaka 77 cm, 62 un 57, kas ir ok. Zandarts 50, 47, 45. Nu, zandartu gan vajadzētu pieaudzēt, lai turētos...
Visam jau laika vajag nepietiek.
Asars, principā, viņam vajag visi. Ja 25 būs pa īsu arī.
Un pirmajā vietā tur labi izmēri bija. Tur bija labi zandarti, lēšiem labs.
Nu, labs, jā, gustas ir vidējais izmērs. Nu, precīzi asarim ir 30 un zandartam 50, jā.
Nu, jā, tas jau labi ir. Līdaka?
Līdaka viņam ir vidējais ap 60, kaut kas pie 60, jā, ap 60, jā. Nu, ja skatās pēc vakardienas, tad viņam ir tā kā ļoti labi, jā.
Nu, šodien bija tā apstākļa cita, bija vējš arī sajūt, ka uzpūtas vietām, jā, tā kā vakar jau bija pavisam bezvējš, jā.
Nu, nosacīt, jā, bet mazāks par metru sekundē mazāk nekā šodien būs.
Runājot par līdeku, zandartu un asaru izmēriem, ja pastās uz iepriekšējiem gadiem, uz top 3, lai pretendētu uz top 3-nieku, tātad līdeka pēdējos 3 gadus vienmēr ir bijusi 70+. Tas ir runa ir par 3-nieku tikai. Savukārt zandarts ir bijis, ja mēs skatāmies pēdējos 3 gadus, vidējais izmērs 3-niekam 56 cm, 62 un pērn bija 53. Tā kā
šodien no vakardienas, jā, vidējais zandarta izmērs 51, jā.
Jā, un asara izmērs, es atgādinu, ka tas ir top 3, nevis visiem vai top 10, bet top 3-niekā. Pirms 3 gadiem bija 37 cm, pirms 2 34 vidējais un pērn bija 30 cm. Tā kā arī vidējiem izmēram jābūt tātad, ja mēs tā saīsinām visu, tad līdekai vajadzētu būt 70+ vidēji, zandartam 55 un asarim 30+ noteikti.
Jā, kam jau to uz Ameriku jālaiž.
Jā, viņam jau rītdien jau jālaiž, jau viņš te...
Es satika, saka, jā, kad adoptējies, es bišķi, viņš saka, man jau arī taklā jābrauc. Jā.
Viņš jau no rīta man teica, ka viņam bija vakardien tā sajūta noķer zivi, ka viņš jau meklē, kur svari ir.
Un ar LB, jā?
Jā.
Jā, pārslēdz uz LB. Viņi jau tur tā nemērk LB.
Un aplikācijām meklē, kur valī var piereģistrēt.
Nav tāda iedaļa. Jā. Tas arī labi lēž, jā.
Viņi šobrīd ir 13. Viņiem pietrūks 2 līdaks, lai aizvērtu protokolu.
Bet noķēra asaru.
Asaru viņiem ir 29, 26 un 25 cm.
Arī vajag, jā.
šis izcēls pārstīts 25, ne? Nevarēja saprast, izmēri. Nodzēsīs 25. Jā, ka saņemiet. Koncentrējies copē, nevis mēdies.
Jābrauc taču uz tām līdekām, ko jūs asaras ķerat, jā. Bet labi, mēs jau pateicām studijā, ka asaras ķersies 9, un tad varbūt tās arī...
Vēl 6 minūtes.
Jā, tā kā visi pieturās pie tiem punktiem, jo Sens teica, nebrauciet projām, ka 40 būs tulītās.
Tur pie malas viņiem noteikti
Pie malas būs, jā.
Sadzirdēja mūs.
Nu jā.
Es forši viņiem pozitīvu čaļu. Jau daudz ir pozitīvi. Jā, ka saņemiet.
Kādi tev pašam šogad ir sacensību plāni?
Šogad, laikam, es izlaidīšu vienu sezonu, bet nākošais reiz būšu atpakaļ.
Ar jaunu sparu, ja? Motivācija.
Un ar kādu komandu šī Salatskrasti. Jā, mēs dabūjām mazo rājienu, ka mēs esam sajaukuši studijā, jā, bet viss kārtībā.
Atvainojos par savu neskaidrotu dikciju. Vakardienas tiešraidē, jā, pāris reizes šo komandu nosauc par Salkrastiem. Nē, komanda Salatskrasti.
Arī perspektīva jau vakar bija labi rezultāti. Tu trīniekam turējās.
Jā, 15. vietā. Šobrīd viņiem arī pietrūkst 2 zivis, un tās ir līdeks, lai aizvārtu.
Baltā vārda redzēja, jā.
Beidzot, vakar neredzēju nevienu.
Jā, es arī
redzēju. Jā.
Baltā vārda aizgāja. Tad jau līderi.
Pirms pāris gadiem bija tā, ka visām ekipāžām bija tikai baltās vārdas. Jā.
No laiks copē, jā, kad sāka viņi ar tām tur gar zāļu maliņām.
Redzam, ka...
Mugur sabojās taļņās.
Jāceļ ekrāns augšā, vai
jāpiesēž, jā. Ir jau tās pols pie tās pelāģijas, ties kakli līkie pēc tam muguras.
Jā, tā
jau kā dakters zina labāk, jā.
Es zinu, jā, tas tā ir, jā.
Jo kā aiz katra makšķernieka stāv vēl vismaz viens profils, ja ne vairāk, un Sven, tev ir daktera profils, kur tu redzi visus savus pacientus.
Tā jau ļoti veselīgi, protams, svaigā gaisā, bet tās pols pie tiem ekrāniem. Ir tā kā ir, mēs jau paši redzam no malas, jā.
Kā ir pēc live tehnoloģiju ienākšanas vairāk ar muguras problēmām?
Man pašam nē, varbūt redzi bišķi sliktāk paliek, bet tā, zin. Bet jau jākustās visu laiku. Jākustās, jāpavingro, kaut kas jāpadara, jā. Ja tu tikai sēdi laivā, tad pēc tam ir tā, kā ir, jā.
Nu, vajag pavingrot pirms un pēc, ne?
Tieši tā, pa laikam piecelties, izvingrināt muguru, kaklu iztaipīt, jā. Pa kaut kur tālumā paskatīties.
Un kā šādās sacensībās ir proporcionāli, cik sanāk makšķerēt uz laivu un cik klasikā?
Klau, zin kā, mēs īstenībā mēs no pagājušajiem mačiem runājot. Nu, laivas mums bija tas zanders, mēs viņu iesēdām, mēs nevarējām arī viņu noķert. Pēc tam klasikā noķēram diezgan ātri līdekus, un klasikā, protams, arī noķēram asaru. Mēs laivā asaru, man liekas, ķēruši esam tikai alūksnes posmā. Un vienā Latvijas čempi posmiem mēs tur jūras asaru pieskatījām ar pano. Bet tā mēs arī daudz klasiku izmantojām. Jo tu jau to pano var baigt, kā mēs jau zinām, var aizsēdēties, jā. Viņš ir tā laika nozok, jā.
Jau Imants jau tās pārinieks, Tiltiņš jau vispār, tā kā vairāk uz klasiku aizgājis.
Jā, viņš ir bam arī. Mēs jau arī līdeks arī ķēram toreiz klasikā, un asars daudz klasikā ķerts. Un nav tā, ka tikai tu sēdi tajā ekrānā, jā. Protams, viņš kā palīgs pieskatīt to asaru baru, un ir forši, jā.
Kāda ir tā tendence? Nu, es atceros, tie aparāti parādījās, un te visi sakrita tajā ekrānā. Kā tagad ir tā tendence? Visi atkal iet tā kā klasikas virzienā?
Jā,
apnika tur sēdēt ar uprīti laivā.
Tieši tā, manis mazot apnīk, jā, tas tā ilgi, ja tajā ekrānā skatīties. Gribās paņemt, nezinu, meitu laivu aizbraukt, pamētāt vienkārši tāpat spinningu. Tā jau man beigais, jā, ķeners jau, viss jau, māk jau iemest spinningu.
Cik viņi ir veci?
8 gadu. Viņa jau laiva ir izaugusi, viņa bija 2 gadu, viņa man priekšā zem tenta gulēja. Es uzklāju tentu purnam pāri, pats tur tieši ar pano, viņa man gulēja dienus. Viņa laiva augusi, viņai patīk. Vēl patīk, es nezinu, droši vien pēc vairākiem gadiem, kad augsta jau nezinu, kā būs.
Jāstāv čempī, ne?
Ir doma, jā.
Spinningo, jā?
Jā, viņa ar multu met un ar parastos.
Oho, ar multu pilnīgi.
Jā. Viņu, kamēr es tur kaut ko klasikā, kaut kur māžos, viņu ieliek to kruķi iekšā saucamo. Un rekur asarīšu, viņu man rāda, viņu zivs arī pazīst. Vai šito asarī teik noķert?
Jā, interesanti, ka NGT Latvija pirmajai komandai Tomam un Gatim, ja viņi noķer, viņiem trūks tieši 50 cm līdekļa. Ja viņi noķer tieši 50 cm, tad viņiem ir precīgs punktu skaits tāds pats kā Konekto Keitečs Gustas komandai, jā. Tad ir 519 ar bonusiņu, jā. Tā kā knapmēriņš tik vajag noķert un...
Jā, liekas, ka tas ir vieglo, ne? Paņem noķert, atšos tādu līdāku.
Tas tur 50, ne?
Var vispār. Ir kāda komanda bez zivīm? Vai aizvairās?
Mums ir leģendāro nosaukumu, jā.
Mēs jūtam līdzi, tēvs un dēls.
Viņam bija tāds interesants nosaukums. Zivīm atpūta vai kaut kas?
Zivīm slikta diena.
Slikta diena, jā.
Jā, nu šobrīd arī viņiem vēl nav, bet...
Mums arī nav nekāda informācija, vai viņi piedalās, vai viņi nofilmē.
Jā, varbūt.
Nē, man šķiet, ka piedalās. Man liekas, es no rīta redzēju puiku.
Būtu zinājuši, būtu aprunājuši.
Ne tikai zivīm, bet arī viņiem slikta diena sanāk pēc nosaukuma.
Nu, kā jau mēs te minējām iepriekš, tad tā pieredze vien šādās sacensībās dažkārt atsver lomu.
Protams.
Kad tu redzi un saproti, vai to gribas vai negribas. Un šāda līmeņa festivāls Baltijā ir tikai viens.
Tāda balfonda, jā.
Jā.
Tas adrenalīns tajā laivai pavisam savādāks nekā, kad tu ikdienā copē.
Mums ir arī vēl daži sveicieni. Jānis Guļevskis sūta Kurzems. Tas bija jautājums par Kurzem zander, to mēs atbildējām. Tīm Tohatsu aiziet. Edmunds sūta sveicienus. Agnes Kuncītis visiem neasakas. Sveiciens trakajiem kurzemniekiem. Jānis Sefers vai Šefers, neredz garumzīmes. Tīm Tohatsu aiziet. Beidzot tak jāsāk ķert un veikties. Jautā Edmunds Karlsons vaicā, vai Rīgā ir kāda makšķerēšanas skola, kur bērni var iemācīties spinningot, iemetienu tehniku un tam līdzīgi. Labs jautājums. Skola, manuprāt, ka nav. Neesmu par tādu...
Daudz dažādas nometnes ir jākoordinizē.
Nometnes, jā, uzmet taču Aleks tāpat taisa, jā. Nometnes gan ir.
Bet vai Rīgā?
Rīgā es neesmu dzirdējis.
Rīgā būtībā vispār, man liekas, kad ir tik daudz street fishing un tur var griezties pie organizatoriem vai pie Jāna Zariņa, kas BAM street fishing tājas, piemēram, un aizvest uz kādām sacensībām, tur viss parādīs, viss draudzīgi ir.
Zariņš varētu vēl bērnu līgu uztaisīt spinningošanā. Tā jau tos
jauniešiem jau ir jau, jā.
Redz, tā jau.
Tā kā tur ir, jā.
Es domāju, tā mācīties vienkārši, nevis tā, ka jau māki, bet vienkārši no nulles sāk mācīties.
Es domāju, ka nav vispār problēma tur pajautāt kādam un kāds parādīs Daugavā tur kas ko kā pastāstīs vai kādreiz aizbraukt paskatīties tos street fishing startus un parunāt ar sportistiem tur. Tā kā visi jau palīdzēs apgūt.
Mēs pat braukuši ar Imantu, braucam sauso Daugavu tur, kā puišeļi stāv uz laipiņas makšķerēja. Piebrauc, viņi apskatās laivu. Pastāv jums forši mānekļi, iedod viņam kādu mānekli no kastītes. Nav jau žēl, mums ir mānekļi tik daudz, ka mēs arī varam padalīties, vai ne?
Protams.
Viņam toreiz piebairam tur tās mikrodžig gumijas, viņi priecīgs, puika. Jo es domāju, ka sportisti arī daudz ir paši pie Zumberga, Geiger bieži tā kasta, kurā salikt, kas bērniem ko atdod. Tieši arī to nevajag, viškam to vajag tās, lai cits viņus izmanto. Mums tie mānekļi tik daudz, un tā jau beigās izfiltrējās, uz ko tu ķer, uz ko tu neķer. Ja? Kādreiz jau bija tu, ja veiklā, tu visu sapēc pēc kārtas, ne?
Jā.
Pēc tam, tirgot viņus arī, tu atdod labāk labdarībai, lai cits ar viņu ķer.
Jā, ir forši redzēt, mēs jau vakar arī šai tēmai pieskārāmies par to, ka tādā ekrānu laikmetā, ka caur to, ka daudzi forši sakarīgi makšķernieki dalās ar savu pieredzi, senāk piesaistīt jaunatni.
Jā.
Caur ekrānu viņus atraut no ekrāna.
Jūs gaču sen TikTok tiešraidus nav laidis, tas gan man nepatīk. Kādreiz apmācīja visus, jā.
Gati, ja tu dzirdi, slēdz iekšā.
Gati slēdz iekšā un liec tiešraidus, pietrūkst tos tiešraidus.
Jautā Dzinters tev, Sven, kādas ir tevs prognozes? Kāds būs šajās sacensībās lielākais zandarts, līdek un asars?
Es tad klausos, ka Goldmans uzrakstīja komentāru, skatos, ka Zariņam jātais pa nakti maču, jo pa dienu viņš jau viss tais. Dzirdēji? Zariņš jau klausās.
Pa nakti jau ir, tas ir atkal Aigaram garajam, jā, ir tumskaus, un tas pagaidām ir...
Bet viens tumskaus, tur jau vēl nišas brīvi, tur vairākas mačus uztaisīt, kur tur vienreiz gadā,
Arī street fishing pa tums var taisīt.
Es nezinu, varētu noķert strīti. Es domāju, ka zandartu mierīgi varētu.
Zandartu mierīgi, jā. Un vakarā tāpatās arī asartu var noķert, jā.
Kāds bija jautājums par to? Es atvainojos.
Tava prognoze par garāko līdeku, zandartu un asaru šajās sacensībās?
Klausies, pa līdeku grūti arī metrs nokūlēs vakarā esot. Nu, te jebkurš var izvilkt arī metru, var jebkurš izvilkt zandartu 80+. Pagaidām prognozes, tā tendence izskatās, ka...
Beidzot redzam emocijas šodien.
No asaras būs, es domāju, 40-nieks, taču ir kāds 40-nieks vai nav?
No.
Es domāju, ka 40-nieks.
Es skatās pēc zandarta, jā.
Pasar prasa.
Kas ir RR tīmam, tur viņam laikam pietrūka zandarts ir viens. Viņi arī bija augšgalā. Jā, viņam 2 zandarti pietrūka, jā. Bet no maziņš, jā, tad 45-nieks.
6. vietā, nu tad viņiem, spriežot pēc emocijām, būs noteikti mēra zivs, tad viņiem pietrūks viens zandarts, lai aizvāc protokolu.
Ir? Ir nav. Nevar saprast.
Vakar bija daudz diskusijas par to zivju atbrīvošanu.
Nav, 44 gan jau.
44,5 noteikti. 44,4.
Ja viņiem būtu viņam švāme vai lupata vai jaka, būtu 45 un neko izstiepuši, nogludinājuši, jā.
Jā, nu tu, nekas.
Runāju vakar par to zivju atbrīvošanu, ka labāk viņa atbrīvot tie uztverējumā tīkliņā, pēc tam ātri izcelt, nu tad par to slaucīšanu. Tas jau visu laiku tās diskusijas iet, jā.
Jā, ka nenoslaucīt viņu pa daudz, jo sacensības ir sacensības, visas zivis tiek atlaistas, bet ir svarīgi, lai viņi arī dzīvot, nevis tikai tiktu atlaisti, jā.
Tie jau cīņa pa centimetriem notiek, jā. Akal vārti tas pats, tie paši saulkrasti, jā, vai salackrasti.
Salackrasti, dabūs iekšā.
Es šokojos, jā. Es jau redzu, salackrasti. Bet vārdi, jā, pagaidām nav neko noķeruši to vārdību.
Nu, ko, kamēr mēs gaidām nākamo zivi...
Kādu tehniku redzēji?
Mums...
Oto, viņš redzēts jau to kāju piekriķī.
Mums ir uzvarētājs starp tiem, kas mums seko līdzi. Ir pirmais vakardienas sekotājs, komentētājs, kurš savā īpašumā iegūs šo aparātu no Garmin. Un tas ir... Man te sociālo tīklu komanda ziņo, izloze ir veikta, neviens cits kā Reinis Žīgurs, kur apstākļu sakritības pēc es arī diezgan labi zinu. Reini, apsveicu, tev laivā būs aparāts. Reinis ir arī kārtīgs makšķernieks, to es zinu, viņam noteikti noderēs. Un uzreiz vienlaicīgi varu pateikt, ka ar tādiem pašiem noteikumiem šodien arī ejam uz priekšu. Tā kā sūtiet mums jautājumus, komentējiet, piesakojiet sociālo tīklu kontos Garmin Predator Cup un iespējams, ka arī jūs tiksiet pie balvas no Garmin, konkrētāks Echolot Striker Vivid 5 CV. Tā kā apsveicu Reini, ar tevīm sazināsies, lai labi kalpo.
Tie kombinē, redz, gan asar, gan zander tie punktā ķer. Iepriekš ekipāži.
Jā. Asars viņam jau ir, viņam vēl viens zandarts vajag, jā, bet, tu jau zini pats, tā jau klasiskā vieta. Visa Rīga zina to vietu.
Ko es vēl, kamēr mēs pa balvām runājam, atgādināšu par šo sacensību lielākajiem atbalstītājiem un sponsoriem, kuriem pateicoties te viss notiek, un balvu fonds ir tāds, par kuru mēs nebeidzam jūsmot arī studijā. Tad galvenie sponsori, protams, Garmin, Rīgas brīvosta, veikals Echolotas EU, BTA un Swoop laivas, un atbalstītāji un draugi, kas arī palīdz tapt šim pasākumam, lai tie būtu svētki gan makšķerniekiem, gan organizatoriem, gan arī skatītājiem. Pilsētas jachtklubs vieta, kur šis viss bāzējas, no kuras arī mēs raidam šo tiešraidi 2 dienu garumā. Mangaļi, Rocket Bean, grilētāja brālība, alus brālis, lielais loms, Eirovīns, auto riepunams un RTV. Tā kā paldies visiem, kas ir ar mums kopā un ļauj šo pasākumu taisīt tieši tādu, kādu jūs viņu redziet. Baudam mēs un baudam jūs, un mums priekšā vēl ir 8 stundas un 20 minūtes adrenalīna.
Es ceru, ka gatavim no Rocket Bean vakar viss kārtībā par to joku pa sievu bija mājās.
Mēs mēģinājām noguldināt.
Es jau šitā, jā.
Bet,
Es jau esat arī skatījusies tiešraidi, kā izrādās.
Bet es domāju, ka visiem makšķerniekiem ir sevišķi arī tie, kas ir šeit, un iekšā makšķerēšanā ar to visam vajadzētu būt kārtībā, un sievas šos jokus arī ļoti, ļoti labi saprot. Visam ir jābūt līdzsvarā.
Jā, visam jābūt līdzsvarā tieši tā.
Katram ģimenei sava formula.
Pati slepenākā vieta.
Jā,
Nekur jau mēs
pati slepenākā.
Labi, ka tas
ekrāna stūrī mēs redzam, ka mums ir...
Tas stabiņš priekšā laivā ir, nevar redzēt, kas tur fonā ir.
Tīm Tonī, 54 cm līdeka noķērus.
Kas te tur līdeciņš? Viņām vajag lielas līdeks, nedarši tādas.
Toreiz šeit arī pie tilta uz Zandara saķēra.
Bet, ja atceramies pagājušo gadu, tāpat tās arī Konekto Lietuvas komanda arī ātri aizvēra protokolu un ilgi bija top 3, tieši Domas un Gedaminas, un viņi ilgi mocījās, vairāk nekā pusdienu mocījās uzaudzēt Zandarta Daugavā, un viņam nesanāca, un latviešu laivu ekipāžu ar lielākām zīvīm aizgāja pa priekšu.
Prieks, ka Svarbstons Jānis Rasers noķēris.
Tas gan, jā.
Viņš bija tik riecīgs no rīta viņu satikt.
Jā, un Armands Geriks arī sapriecājies bija, kad viss.
Beidzot, Asar Lāsts ir noņemts.
Jā. Jāķer tikai pārējās zivs tagad.
Tāds sīkums, pārējās noķer.
To jau viņi māk.
To viņi noteikti
Es jau no rīta pafotografēju mānekļus viņa laivā, tur viss kārtībā.
To Asar, jā, tas tāds komisks gadījums.
Nu, mums jā, viņiem nē.
Nu, jā.
Mums jā. Kā komentēt un sekot līdzi, bet jā, tikuši pāri, viss jāizmirst, jaunu scenāriju, jaunas pasakas jāraksta. Tas ir aiz muguras, kas bijis.
Aleksim,
neizskatās.
Būs pa mazu.
Neizskatās pēc 25 centimetriem šis asars, jā.
Bet vēl Twitchiņā paņēmuši.
Tā, pulkstens ir cik? Ir 11:09. Vēl uzkavēties savās vietās. Vēl lielais var iznākt. Nezinu, ka Edgaram Dečmanim iet, bet...
Vajag peņķerīgi tos mazos āķīšus, asarīšus ņemt ārā.
Ar lielām knaibelēm.
Ar lielām knaibelēm. Tur var tā labi rokās dabūt tos āķīšus.
Ja mēs skatāmies, Gunār, top 10, tad latvieši atkal ir mazākumā. 4 komandas ir palikušas top 10.
Izskatās pazaudēs mānekli. Vajag cietēs tas.
Pēc mūsu plāna vajadzēja latviešiem sākt spiest ārā.
Es domāju, pēc 12.
Bet jā, tie rezultāti ir ārkārtīgi blīvi.
Romāns ar gatu nejados to laivu. Kas tur ir? Tur vienkārši aizķēries. Skās mutuls no līdeks, bet tur aizķēries. Tas no elektromotora.
Es tagad skatos, pirmajām 15 ekipāžām ir noķertas vismaz 7 zivs. Tad pietrūks 2, lai aizvērtu protokolu. Un tad ir vairākas ar 6 zivīm. Tā kā mums vēl būs daudz izmaiņas šodien.
Te jau lietuvieši ir apali, kas piedalās.
Gatam jau arī gan jau plāns ir galvā. Arī čaļi, kuri sezonā 3
Es to redzēju, ka viņam bija kaut kāds video, kur viņš...
Jā, redzam pēc vietām, ka viņi ir tādās klasiskā tādā līdeku vietā.
Varbūt arī liels asars vai arī liela līdeka.
Arī pietrūkst līdeka šobrīd, iespējams, ka viņi mēģina no zālēm tiešām dabūt to.
Tagad smuks leņķis tagad noķer. Labi, izties uz video.
Filmē viņam jānoķer zivas.
Jā, tā operātārs arī dod norādījums, ka skaists leņķis un ka vajadzētu tā kā noķert tagad.
Tur leņķi skaisti daudziem ir, bet noķert to zivu tajā leņķī.
Gati, Toms, saņematies. Viena līdeka jums vajag, jā.
Ko lecis tikko kaut kas metus turien.
Arī kas tur galā varde?
Čaters, man liekas, viņam ir.
Čaterīts, jā.
Ar kaut kā trēli.
Viņi vēl nevar izdomāt, ko viņi grib. Liela asara vai liela līdeka?
Es domāju, viņš iet uz abiem. Te jau var abi būt. Uz čateri tīpaši.
Ko Toms nemakšerē? Toms filmē, laikam.
Toms leņķi tur.
Leņķi tur.
Tā, mums ir 1, 2, 3 komandas, kurām pietrūkst, 4 komandas, kurām pietrūkst viena zivs, lai aizvērtu protokolu. Tā kā tūlīt mums sāks mainīties desmitnieka pozīcijas. Tā, mums studijā Ir atgriezies Mārtiņš ar man nezināmu rīku. Izstāstīs, kas tas tāds ir.
Skatījos, kā čaļi rauj nost mānekļus 2-3 metru dziļumā.
Cik tev garš ir tas?
Atsitējis.
Jā, cik viņam ir garums.
Bet šis pēc izskata nosaukums varbūt atgriezies.
Tikko izmantot savu slapšu,
No laivas savas tikko paņēma. Redzi?
Jā, šis ir labs.
Jā.
Ja tev ir woblers,
3 metri te ir, jā.
Vairāk, gandrīz 4. Ja, ar šo lielisko rīku, ar spirālīti, uztinam aukliņu, dabūnam vaļā gandrīz vai jeb vai ko. Ja, man, protams, kā veikala īpašniekam foršāk ir tirgot mānekļus. Jauns, bet es zinu to, ka mums visiem ir mānekļi tādi, kuras mēdz arī vairs neražot. Piemēram, kaut kāds krāsojums kaut kādām woblerītim, un tad jau ir tā, ka tev bail viņu zālēs likt virsū, ka neierā kaut kādās saknēs, un tad nedabūs ārā.
Un sacensību režīmā vēl tā pārsiešanās man nepatīk.
Jā, un ar šo ir ļoti vienkārši. Mēs tā aukliņu virsū, un lejā, atļurinās tu ar viņu vaļā. Atļurinās.
Jā, un ir tie klasiskie acitēji, kas ir striķīnu, kurus var laist.
Tā ir 50-50 loterija. Šis ir 99,9%.
Jā, atkarīgs no dziļuma.
Jā, tu aizēji, pirmkārt, šeit ir ļoti liels caurums, resna nikna spirāli. Tu jūti, ka tu pārēji pāri pavadiņai, jo tu ieti nav kliekšā 4 griezieni. Un, jā, viņš arī diezgan tievām auklā, un viņš uztaisīts ir tāds, ka viņš maz ko sabojās.
Redzēt šādu agrāk? Es neesmu redzējis tādu.
Ne, šī tāda nē.
Jau kaut kādu laiku viņi ir.
Jo, es esmu acitēju izmantojis. Es esmu
klasisko, jā.
Visu dabūjis ar viņu. Viņi arī, protams, ir dažādi.
Tas nav dārgs, viņš kaut kā 25 vai 27 eiro maksā.
Cik labās, jā, vidēji.
Tā, pie šī atgriezīsimies, bet redzam, ka kurzemniekiem ir zivs, Team Tohatsu Latvijā, Linārds Kristis Pēlmaņi. Skata, ka zanders viņiem ir. Kas viņiem ir ar zandartiem?
Zandarts.
Jā, viņiem pietrūk viens zandarts jau.
Kur viņš ir?
Viņi šobrīd ir 11. Viņiem pietrūk, jā, viens zandarts un viens asars. Viņiem pietrūks, lai aizvāktu protokolu.
Viņiem viss ciet ir, jā, tas sanāk.
Paklausamies, ko viņi mums saka.
Zandarts ciet. Zandarts ciet.
Jā, starp citu. Kamēr viņi mēra zivi, jūs ļoti maz esat pastāstījuši par balfonu klubu. Es esmu gatavs palielīties, ko mēs esam sagādājuši. Tad, kad moderatori teiks, ka drīkst.
Bet paklausamies emocijas un tad uzreiz pie balvām.
Līdzjutēji krastā.
No krasta bļauja jau.
No tribīnēm.
Šitā parasti bļaut, lai es vācos nost no viņa vietas. Kur tās gruntens grib mest?
Tie bija pieklājīgi, jā. Prasa, lai parāda.
Es jau nemet tikai gruntens, viņi met arī televizors.
Es te vienā čatā rakstīju, man taču ir pat peldējuši cilvēku uz laivu. Sist man. Nopietni. Un viņš pēc tam, viņš sākumā peldēja tauriņu stilā, es nesaprotu, bet viņš izpumpējās un apgriezās riņu. Nopietni.
Sprinters, jā?
Jā, pie Daugavas tur krastā, kur asara vieta, tipiskā peldvieta, kur, jā. Jūras vārdu.
Domāju, es to skatu.
Viņš bļāva, es neteikšu, kādiem vārdiem viņš bļāva no krasta, un to viņš vienkārši novilka.
Teiks arī kurā valodā, ja?
Es neteikšu, kurā valodā. Viņš novilka to maiku, viņš ieskrējās un tajā taunīs stilā.
Jā, tas jau ir labi trenējies jau.
Viņš tāda aizdus, un viņš apgriez saprata, kas jau bija pacēlis saču, ka viņam augstūņās, viņš apgriezās un aizmāc atpakaļ. Brasā aizbrauc.
Adrenalīns ir cilvēkiem dar brīnumainas lietas reizēm.
Bet jā, tas ir stāsts par pilsētas topi, kur
tas izdeļ zivīm arī.
Ūdeņus dālā ļoti dažādas kategorijas
makšķernieki un atpūtnieki. Uz ielām, kā cilvēki brauc ar automašīnām, tieši tas pats brasā, krolā un visām citādos veidos.
Tā, Kristam ar Linārdu jāuztais pareizes bildes, lai viss ir labi, jā, un tad viņi arī pievienosies tam klubiņam, kuriem pietrūkst vienas divas, lai dabūtu 100 bonus punktus. Mārtiņ, vārds tev par balvām, kā viņas sadalās. Mēs tikai par laivu un 70 000. Pastāst, kas ir vēl?
Tikai no laivas. Tiem, kas šogad nepiedalās apmēram ar tādu tekstu, kad, ko tad es tur pret tiem līderiem, tur džeki trenējušies, tur nedēļām, mēnešiem, tā tālāk. Mēs esam padomājuši par tiem, kuriem tādu vai citādu iemeslu dēļ neizdodas pacīnīties pa lielo balvu kopvērtējumā. Mums būs lielisks dāvankarts tiem, kas noķers lielāko zivi, gan līdeku, gan asari, gan zandartu. Un vēl mums ir ļoti vērtīga nominācija top 3. zini, kas ir pa top 3 asariem? Kāds ir no Garmin piedāvājums? Kurš neviens nav pamanījis. Mēs tikai rakstījām un stāstījām. Spaipols jauns. Jauns spaipols.
Pieklājīga balva.
Jā, pieklājīga balva, tad pāris tūkstošu vērtībā par to, ka tev ir 3 garākie asari, 3 garākie zander vai 3 garākās līdeks tavā lomā. Un tas, protams, neizslēdz jackpot, ka tev ir laiva, garākie asari, garākās zīvs un tā tālāk. Nu, tādas ir tās sacensības, ka tu vari paņemt daudz, bet tu vari, teiksim, nu, kā redz, nu, nesaliekās, nu, rītīgi nesaliekās, jā, nu, izvēlos nomināciju un tur nominācijā iekšā. Tas jau nav slikti novinēt nomināciju. Tā kā es zinu, ka visi sportisti mūs klausās, un tajā brīdī, kad tu saproti, ka nebūs, nu, es aicinu arī moderātors pastīties tos top 3 zīvus, pastīties, kā mums tur izskatās tas kopvērtējums. Kam, teiksim, ir 3 garākās līdaks, mēs saprotam, 3 garākie asari, šie čaļie, 3 garākiem asariem šobrīd tevi uz Spaipolu. Ja? Starp citu, Sven, iepazinies ar Spaipolu? Es pamēģināšu.
Es mēģināšu, es redzēju Spaipolu.
Nu, iesim lejā, es tev parādīšu. Tur ir Garmins ilgi nenāca ārā ar šo saucamo kruķilku, ja? Elektrisko, bet es saprotu laikam arī, kāpēc, tāpēc, ka viņi paskatījās tirgu, ko visu tie mūsu mairažotāji izdomāja. Tad salika to visu vienā, pievienoja vēl šo to klāt. Un uztaisīja vēl pilnu integrācijas sistēmā. Un, nu, man kā veikalniekam baisi grūti tagad ir piedāvāt labam klientam jebko citu, izņemot Spaipolu no tās grozīšanas viedokļa, kas grib kaut ko likt no elektrisko. Nu, reāli ir objektīvi, reāli grūti atrast kaut ko, kas būtu vērtīgāks money for value, nu, ja tev ir Garmins laivā.
Apskat, kādu es taisīju.
Jā, es vakar mazliet rādīju.
Nu, tādu lielāku tu uztaisīji.
Redzi, nav jau noslēpums, zin kā, kad mēs esam lielākie un labākie Garmin tirgotāji pa marīnu tēmu Latvijā. Un es pateikšu godīgi, es apskatus tādus publiskus baigi vairs netaisu, tāpēc, kad mums ir vēl daži tirgotāji, kuri paši neko nedara, tikai sūta pie mums konsultēties. Un pēc tam viņiem ir ķipa labāka cena. Katrs, tā ir tāda konkurence, bet diemžēl tas šajā gadījumā mazliet atsaucas arī uz patērētāju, kad mēs padomājam mazliet par to, kuru informāciju mēs publicējam un kuru ne.
Kamēr mēs runājam par balvām, mums ir ļoti daudz notikumu notikuši šajās dažās minūtēs. Mums ir 3-nieks mainījies vairākas reizes, mums ir 5-nieks mainījies vairākas reizes. Tagad mēs redzam lietuviešu Rapali, kas ir 11. vietā šobrīd arī noķēruši mērāmu zivi. Viņiem pietrūkst 2 līdekas, tā kā viņi arī tagad ieliks iekšā 10-niekā. Šobrīd pirmajā 5-niekā mums ir 4 Latvijas komandas. To mēs laikam redzam arī pirmo reizi šajās sacensībās. Bet vadībā joprojām nemainīgi vienīgā komanda, kura ir 100 bonus punkti, kas ir noķērus 9 šīs zivis, kas ir galvenais nocīmums, lai dabūtu 100 bonusu punktus, bet vairākas komandas ir vienas zivs attālumā. Tā kā mums visi sāk palikt karstāk un karstāk.
Tajā laivā to zivu atbrīvot. Tīkliņā vieglāk, man liekas.
Beidzot, es redzu pieklājīgi izmēru mānekli arī. Zivs arī.
Tā nebija vārdi, jā.
Tā nebija vārdi, jā. Kārtīgs līdeka māneklis.
Čaļi, jums tur ir ziepes.
Gan jau slaucīs vēl.
Bet, Rapals.
Ja ilgi nedarbojās ar to zivu, tagad vajag ātri, jo ja viņi asiņo baigi fiksi ātri atpakaļ, viņi vidēji iekšā.
Rapals komandai jau vajadzēja divas līdekas vajadzēja. Lietuvas Rapals komandā.
Man liekas, lielākā daļa tomēr mačos atbrīvo viņu ūdeni esot, ne? Nevis ceļ iekšā laivā.
Nē, diemžēl nē.
Nu, tas diemžēl
nē.
Vajadzētu tā kā tīkliņā būt pareizāk.
Jā, protams, tās divas savas satinās, viņi tur savu satraumē vēl tajā laivā, tajā tīklā.
Jā, lēkājot pa karsto klāju, viņi sanervozējās daudz vairāk nekā, kad viņi ķeselē paņemais žauns un atbrīvo.
Jā.
Būtībā
vajadzētu piestrādāt daudz.
Būtībā būtu jādara tā, kā tu ikdienā copē. Tīkliņā patur, atbrīvo, un tur, ja tu gribi nomērīt, tur...
Tīkliņā liek tikai tad, vai nu ir dziļi ierījusi, vai arī patiešām ļoti liela zivs, kur tu nepaņemsi vienkārši aizbort ar roku.
Jā, te arī bija viens no skatītāju jautājumiem par zivju slaucīšanu, kādēļ tas tiek darīts. Jā, par to arī mēs esam runājuši, diskutējuši. jo jānoslauka ir
Asiņainas zivs fotografēt nedrīkst.
Jā. Bet slaucīšanai jābūt arī līdz robežai, jo
Ar
mitru dvielu, un lai nedrīkst pārspīlēt, lai tā gļota viņai saglabājas, kas aizsargā.
Nu, teiksim, kā ir šeit, muļķu nav, viņi vienīgais cenšas kārtīgi izdarīt to, kas ir nepieciešams, lai fiksētu rezultātu. Nu, tās ir sacensības, tā tas ir, kā tas ir. Nu, mēs visi zinām ikdienā, ka zivtiņa mēdz kaut kur ierīt, kaut ko matķerīt dziļāk.
Jo tomēr pa centimetriem ir, katrs centimetrs var daudz ko izšķirt, jā, un tā zivs pa to mērlentu
slīd. Vienu laivu.
Jā, vienu laivu, jā.
1 centimetrs var būt laivas vērtībā.
Šobrīd tā arī ir jau ļoti vidējs izmērs visām 3 zivīm. Nav mums trofejas zivs šobrīd.
Jā, mums nav neviens aizlecis prom ar metru, mums nav neviens aizlecis prom ar 90 zandartu, jo tādi izlecieni, viņi noteikti nāks šodien kaut kādā brīdī, jo asarus visi vāc puslīdz zolī. Nu, šitas bija ok.
Pats gan iziekrīt.
Jā, kurš būs pirmais iekrits? Jā, makšķernieks vai zivs jau te 50-50 bija.
Bet prieks, protams, ir redzēt. Kur tu esi ikdienā redzēs pa tādu līdaku bučavu viens otram galvu?
Pa 50 sēsniec, ai, kas pa priekiem.
Kur tu esi redzējis šitā?
Čaļiem vēl vienu vajag, jā, vēl vienu vajag.
Es baidos, kuri viņi bučas, viens otram viņš metru noķers.
Tā, labi, jā, viņiem pliks pieras, labas bučas sanāk.
Jā, ja pa 50 ir buči, kas ar metru.
Kas ir pa metru?
Labāk nerāda, vai kas būs.
Uzreiz kameru izslēdzam ārā, jā? 8 mierā.
Noslēgs tiešraidi nostums YouTube.
Facebooks tiešām noslēgs.
Kā jākontrolē tās emocijas laivā.
Visi slepenie mānekļi, redzi.
Slepenās vietas arī.
Visi slepenākās vietas.
Sven, kā tu domā? Ķer māneklis, ķer rokas,
ķer viss kopā, es teikšu tā.
Var nošpikot mānekli un izglābties?
Nē, es neticu šitam te stāstam, jā. Bija taču stāsts par tām baltajām vārdēm, ka tur visi ķēra viņām, it kā ķerot, bet tā jau mums nebija. Jā.
Ko, mums ir vēl viens ļoti svarīgs notikums. Svinīgi ziņoju, ka šajās sacensībās nav neviena ekipāža, kas nebūtu noķērusi nevienu zivi.
Bet tiešām zivīm kā bija slikta diena?
Zivīm šodien ir labāka diena.
Nē, vienai zivī tiešām slikta diena ir jau...
Viņa jau tika atlaist, ne?
Zanders?
Nē, viņa noķēra Zanders 47 centimetri. Jā. Mums ir visas ekipāžas tikuši pie zivīm. Super.
Cik mums ir ekipāžas ar vienu zivi šobrīd?
Tā. 2 šķiet.
2 ar 2 un 2 ar 1 zivi.
Bet pasties, te ir 11 centimetros 6-7 laivas iekšā.
Jā, te ir viss vienas zivs attālumā.
Nekas nav mainījies, jā, 5
un visiem ir dzēšami asari. Ja? Jo, pasties, asars 25, tas ir pēc būtības dzēšamais asars, jā.
Un, jā, šobrīd pat uz uzvaru var pretendēt ļoti daudz komandas. Protams, tur tie nosacījumi jo iet zemāk, jo grūtāk, bet viss ir joprojām atvērts.
Nu kā, paskaties, piemēram, Raterbaits 2, ja, Mārtiņš ar Raimondu. Asari ir, Zandarti ir, viņi tagad iet iekšā līdakās. Ko viņi izdarīs līdakās, tas mēs nezinām, bet viņš ir ļoti reāls pretendents pusstundas laikā ielikt iekšā desmitniekā. Pusstundas laikā, jo tajā brīdī, kad tu trāpīs tajā līdaka pūznītī, kur uzjundīs aktivitāti. Ja? Starp citu, nezinu, sportisti mums klausās vai nē, bet mēs bieži vien izmakšķerējam spotu līdz galam. Nevis uzreiz metamies mērīt. Jo tas adrenalīns, ko zem ūdens pašķēda zivs tajā brīdī, kad viņi ir galā māneklim, var izprovocēt to zivu, kas arī ir tur netālu brakā. Kā tev, Gunār, pieredze ir pa lielajām zivīm? Viņas taču uzvelkās, ka kaut kāds rokenrols sāk notikt.
Ir, domā, laivā, kad...
Pasaka, līdaks nedzīvo pūžņos.
Gan. Ir bijis tā, ka lielas līdaks tiešām kaut kādu iemeslu pēc, tie iemesli dažādi, bet vienkārši vienā reģionā ir vairāk. Tā klasiskais iemesls, protams, ir barība. Bet ir bijis, ka tā barība nav tik tuvu, kur viņas tikai aizskrien un pāēd.
Vienkārši viņām tur patīk.
Pēc konkrētajā gada laikā, mēnesī un varbūt pat dienā tiešām ir savākušās neticamā daudzumā. Ir tas piedzīvojums.
Jā, un tas, teiksim, šajos mačos es skatos, ka daudzas ekipāžas tikko izvelk zivi, divi metās pie līnijāla. Nezinu, padalīšos, ka mēs tā īsti nedaram. Mēs tajā brīdī, kad viena zivs ir sačakā, otrs vēl uztais pāris metienus, vai uz kopēja adrenalīna fona neizlec vēl kaut kas piezvejā. Un tad, ka tā vieta ir skaidrs, ka viņa tiešām ir nomierinājusies, tad nomēram. Nekas tai zivī ķeselē pa to laiku nenotiek. Viņai maineklis mutē viss labi, 2 zivs ķeselē nav aizliegts.
Nu, manā pieredze ir bijuši, kad es esmu dabūjis 3 metrus no viena punkta, jā, tā kā pusstundas laikā, jā. Vienu nomērīju.
Bet tas ir tas moments, kad double trouble uztaisīt mačos ir ļoti efektīvi, bet es redzu, ka ļoti daudz līdaktu vičotāju šeit šo nepiekop, tā kā čaļi. Halo, piedodiet. Kādā mēģina padomāt.
Es sevišķi tādās lielupēs, es domāju, kur tās līdakas ienāk un kad viņas tiešām kādā barā var būt, nu, ja viņas ēdīs tajā pusstundā, tad viņas viss
Jā, tas ir runa ir tieši par šo zāļu copi, kur viņi iet, kā saka, arkliņā, ja, kad viens otrs ir viens zivtiņi iesmēl, nu, uztais vēl to vienu otru metienu tūlīt pēc tam. Nu, nav nekā, tu neko nezaudēsi. Tu neko nezaudēsi, tu zaudēsi 30 sekundes, bet tu esi pārbaudījis, vai uz adrenalīnu neizlec vēl vienu, un bieži vien tā otrā ir lielāka par to pirmo.
Mārtiņ, par to rīku, ko tu atnesi uz studiju, mums ir jautājums, un arī nosaukums viņiem, mums viens skatītājs prasa, cik maksā atļurinātājs.
Atļurinātājs, man nav līdz telefonu, es varētu iegooglēt ehalotēs, atveriet veikalu ehalots, ierakstiet atļurinātājs, sadaram, ka nekas nebūs. Bet jā, veikalā viņi ir, viņi kaut kad, es pareizi zaros, kaut 5-6 viņi ir, bet mēs viņus atvedām, pārbaudījām kvalitāti, mēs viņus noteikti atvedīsim vēl, tur viss ir ok.
Bet ja veikalā prasīs saglaid atļurinātājs, tev gan jau
zinās. Mēs pie fokus keywordiem ierakstīsim atļurinātājs.
Jau zinās, par ko iet runa.
Sven, tev jautājums no skatītājiem, vai mēdz doties ekspedīcijās pa mazāk zināmiem Latvijas ezeriem?
Ekspedīcijās, pa dīķiem tādiem, kur var tikai gumieni tikt iekšā, es esmu bijis, jā. Ar lielo laivas neesmu bijis tādās lietās, jā.
Nu, būtu funny īstenībā, ielaisties karpa dīķī.
Ielaisties, jā.
Bet izlaisties jau būtu grūtāk.
Man bija kādreiz gumijas, lai tagad man ir pēle tāda maziņa, ar ko es šeit tad arī aizbraucu uz tādiem dīķīšiem, bet tie nav tāda komercvejas dīķi.
Tas ir portabots.
Es varu pateikt.
Es tādu izstrādājumu salokām plasmas laivu, kurai var likt līdz 3 zirgiem motoru virsū, viņa 3 zirgiem ir 20 km/h.
Es varu pateikt par atļurinātāju. Ehalots.eu teleskopiskais mānekļu atbrīvotājs 24,90.
25 tā ir. Pilnīgi noteikti atmaksājās kompakts, viņš saka, viņš ir maziņš, ka viņš ir salikts laivā vietu, viņam vienmēr var atrast.
Šitie mēdz atmaksāties jau ar
pirmajā copas reizē.
Ar pirmo copas reizi, jo, Big Baitā es arī to esmu pieredzējis, un ja tu Big Baitu pazaudē, tur ir 30 eiro kā minimums.
30 līdz 50 labs māneklis, jā.
Ar visu stingeri.
Jā, un nerunājot vēl to, ka tev pēc tam kārtīgs FG jāuzsien atkal, jā. Kaut gan tikko bija copējām kopā ar daudzām zviedru laivām, mēs tai vienkāršībai noņem cepuri. Viņi joprojām piesien griezuļus, vienkārši tā.
Tas daudz ātrāk ir. Un viss tāpat strādā, vai
ne? Nē, viņi bet viņi arī nemakšķerē ar tik labiem kātiem, kā mēs makšķerējam. Viņi makšķerē vienkāršāk. Tāpat
resursi arī nedaudz cits ir, vai ne?
Jā, viņiem ķerās tāpat.
Bet tu runāji par tiem pūžņiem, tu Somijā aizbrauc no viena punktu ar 3 līdaks arī noķert, jā?
Arī tas pats.
Jā, un ir bijis tā, ka
un pa 100 metru tālāk nekā nav.
Jā, tā arī ir bijis. Vienkārši kā zivs ir tik rīgs, ka ģirts meta māneklu, viņam, vai pavada bija, vai kas, viņš pieciet, laba zivs galā. Džerku, jā, aizgāja, es iemetu te pa šeit, un tāpat zivs.
Nav, džeki nemokās, nav tas asarīs 25.
Arī nevajag, kristi mums nevajag tik mazi. Ja arī viens trūkst, lielāk vajag.
Tāpat lielāk vajag, metiņā ārā.
Ka tā līdaka ar to māneklu mutē var paņemt nākošā metienā.
Jā, ir piedzīvots tādas copas, it sevišķi, kur līdaka ir neskārta, viņas citreiz ir tādos pūžņos savākušās, ka Bet es neesmu piedzīvojis, ka tur būtu 10 metri. Ir bijušas...
Nē, šito tu neizstieps laikam.
Bet tagad viņš nepieskarās.
Tagad viņš purni nepieskarās.
Jā, tagad purnis nepieskarās. Viņš beidzot ākstīties, ķerat zīmes.
Es teiktu, ka...
Nu, ķerat zīves, viņš ir zemmērs, viss.
Ja tam tie asari jau vēl lēkā pa to lentu, viņš jau tik viegli neguļ.
Spītīgie, kur zemnieki.
Spītīgi, jā. Gan asars spītīgs, gan arī Aleks spītīgs.
Satikušies.
Kā, viņam, ja šitas tiks ieskaitīts, tad viss...
Ko Uģis izlems, mēs te varam runāt, ko gribam, jā.
Krists ir aizvērs protokolu, viņam ir 100 bonus punktu, otrā komanda viņš būs.
Arī, ka viņam pavērt varējām...
Nu, tu viņam var darīt, ko tu gribi.
Ielocīt to bleķīt, varbūt bišķi.
Varbūt,
Jā, starp citu, tur ir nians, jā. Bleķītim apakšējā mala ir pietiekami gari, ja viņš stāv plakanis, ka viņš stāv taisnāliņi.
007.
Tur arī nav ko mērīt.
Tiek pie līdekas, būs...
Ir tā arī mērs. Akmens dievs.
Rejans vispār izskatās, ka maz līdeka, 3 niec kaut kā.
Baitfišs izskatījās.
Bet Mānekus tomēr bija liels, man liekas, Gulpīs bija.
Gulpīs ir briesmīgs izstrādājums. Gulpīs, īstenībā no kurienes cēlies ir Gulpīs, kad vienkārši Zviedru CVC paskatījās no seniem Zviedru rokdarbniekiem, ka hibrīdi šancē un uztaisīja, savu hibrīdu versiju.
Ļoti labs Mānekus.
Gulpīs, jā, bet tu pamēģini šitos, ko taisa Zviedrija, man ir, es tev parādīšu laivā, man ir malāreni un tam līdzīgie radījumi.
Viņš jau rādīja. Mēs, ka viņš rādīja. Bet jā, Gulpīs pagaidām arī.
Gulpīs strādā, gan lielais, gan mazais, gan juniors, gan downsize.
Downsize arī labs. Viņš jau baitfišs dzirdēja, ja tu smējās. Jā, un tikai tagad volējs ķēra, viņam, man liekas, viss svar ar LB, kā mēs to smējāmies.
Jā. Un 007 komandā šī būs...
Jā, tās nav cols, tie centimetri.
Tad viņiem arī būs viena zivs līdz protokola aizvēršanai. Viņš šobrīd ir 12. Ieliks 10. Izspiedīs vēl vienu Lietuvas komandu no 10. ārā uz šo brīdi.
Šobrīd ir ļoti demokrātiski rezultāti, tā kā vidējs asars, vidēji līdeka, vidējs zandarts, tā kā jebkurš makšķernieks šeit varētu piedalīties un konkurēt.
Mums ir arī, kā redzam, izmaiņas arī trīniekā, vairāk nav 2 Latvijas komandas, tagad atkal ir 2 Lietuvas komandas. Bet es gaidu, ka tie protokoli sāks vērties ciet, tad kļūs jau pavisam interesanti.
Jā, ja tu līdās Kristam Linardam ieskaitā pēdējo asaru, jā, tad ir pirmā Latvijas ekipāža, kas būs aizvērus visu protokolu un dabūs 100 bonus punktus.
Viss uģi rokās tagad, jā.
Viss uģi rokās, tieši tā.
Uģis, tāpēc arī Uģis mums ir galvenais tiesnesis, kad pa viņa gan lemšana, gan reputācija nevienam nav nekādas diskusijas. Un vakar daži mēģināja apstiprināt viņu tos lēmumus, apstrīdēt, jā, un teikt, ka kaut kas tā vai kaut kas šitā. Uģis teica, man ļoti patika kādreiz tas Fipsed, tas šefa teiciens, rules am I. That's it, amen. Viss, es esmu likums. Miers. Ja? Un neviens uģi nevar ietekmēt. Nē, es nekās, uģis mums ir pilnīgi brīvs pats par sevi.
Nav pat vasara ziņas.
Vēl nav?
Gaidam. Tad parādīsies uzreiz simtnieks klāt viņam, ja viņam viņa akceptēs.
Ka viņi esot izmetuši viņu apakaļ, tomēr nav aizstiepies.
Viņš nestiepās tur, ir grūti noticēt, ka viņš neizaugs, bet viņš tik ātri viņa neaug.
Nē, ir 9-3-7 šobrīd, un tā kā droši asar līdz 11 var lielais var ieskatīt.
Viņi vēl ēdīs, ja?
Vēl tagad sākās tieši tā ēdienreize.
Kā Edgaram ar asariem?
Klauvē joprojām, es domāju, pie tās maliņas tur.
Tur no kuras kabats viņš izlīdīs, neviens tur būtu īstenībā interesanti piebraukt.
Redzēji? To vienu izmet nākošā bračka pasauc.
Ja kamēr mērija jau būtu
bet tam taču arī ķes vēl nevajadzēja.
Arī tas, jā.
Viņi saudzīgi.
Viņi rūpīgi ir. Tas ir rūpīgi un rūpīgi, tā nav sliktība.
Pagājušais vienā Garminā viņš bez ķesels. Es domāju, viņam pieredz no pagājušā Garmina, ka mēs startējam kopā, ka viņš cēla to lielu asaru 30 plus un viņš viņam pie laivas nokrīt. Un tagad viņš, man liekas, pie visiem asariem to ķeseli izmanto.
Mēs redzam,
Sāpīga mācība.
Sāpīga mācība.
Rapalē arī ir vārdi, es saku vārdi mētā, man liekas. Nē,
vai vārdē ir rapals?
Nē, tas ir, nav vārdi, bet kaut kas līdzīgs, jā.
Bet tas jau window phishings iet vaļā.
Viss lodziņas izmanš. Vārdoveidīgs kaut kāds jau ir, jā.
pļavām jau būtu.
Ja mums ir atļurinātājs, tad mums ir arī ļurbakcopi.
Bet, Sven, tev bija jautājums, kā Edgaram Deičmanim iet ar asariem. Ratarbaits LV komanda ir 19. vietā šobrīd, un ar asariem viņiem ir diezgan labi. Viņiem 34, 30 un 26.
Idejais perfekt 30.
Bet viņi zina, ka cits zils arī jānoķer.
Jā, viņiem neviena līdeka nav šobrīd. Tā kā es domāju, ka viņiem ir jāpastrādā uz līdeku.
Līdeks ķersies vienos.
Jo vidējais
standarts
izmērs,
viņam arī labs ir salīdzinoši priekš sacensībām šobrīd, ja tur visi 50 plus, jā.
Jā, jo gan asaru izmērs ir labs vidējais, gan zander izmērs ir labs vidējais, bet līdeku viņiem vēl nav.
Pat zandarts ir pat 55.
Kāpēc viņi kruķī līdeku?
Iespējams, ko viņi tur dara.
Viņiem taču nevajag līdeku.
Viņiem ir...
Viņiem zandartu nevajag.
Viņi varbūt
audzēt varbūt tās, bet...
tā ir pagājuši gadu viņu šito jau uzaudzēja.
Otra komanda iekritus Daugavā 2-3 stundas.
Viņi nesarunājās.
Neko vispār neuzaudzēja, vienkārši Daugavā mētāja pa 50-niekiem un arī palika un izkrita ārā no topu.
Jā, tāpēc es saku, viņi ko nesarunājās, neatcerās neko.
Jā.
Kas viņam mazākais zandarts kāds ir?
49. Viņiem ir zandarti
3 centi nav virziens.
Tas ir, kur tu esi drošāks, vai tu māki labāk laivu, noķert lielāku zandartu, vai tu meklē klasikā lielo līdeku šobrīd. Viņam ir 2 varianti. Acīm redzot, zinot Gustas, ka viņš lielākoties tāpatās izmanto laivu tehnoloģijas, viņš varbūt jūtās drošāks uz zandartu.
Un pēc tam viņš dzirdēja, ka līdeka ķersies vienos.
Jā, es ceru, ka viņš saprot un klausās.
Viņam nodeva informāciju noteikti. Tā kā viņš domā, viņš pakurtīs to.
Otrā komanda, kas ir aizvērusi protokolu, un tā ir Varīvas Lietuvas, jā.
Risks saņemies, tu varēja būt otrais, bet asars vajag lielāks, jā. Tā kā jums vēl ir jāpacenšās, jūs varat būt trešā komanda un
Pike, Diana, PSD.
Jā, no to arī viņi aizvēr protokolu.
Lauruši.
Jā, tā ir viena no 4 komandām, kurā startē arī dāma.
Jā, tā ir ģimene, kas ir episka. Cops aprindās viņu zina, un viņi ir gan forelēs, gan laivās. Viņi startē, viņi ir īsti makšķernieki, viņi savu laiku pavadā. Strādā kopā, copē kopā visu laiku.
Kopā. Arī copas sfērā strādā arī, jā?
Nē, man liekas, ka viņiem nav copas saistīts bizness, bet viņiem makšķerēt ļoti patīk.
Cik ilgi viņi ir kopā, jā?
Einu zini. Es domāju, ka viņi paši tikai kalendārā var to atpazīt.
Vens, tu gribi atrast to...
Es šo tēmu negribu attīstīt.
To labāko recepti, ja sieva makšķerē.
Es nevarētu, es uzreiz pasaku.
Būtu viedoklis.
Vai katram savu laiku.
Mums jau ir tāds ģimenes šeit, kura katram ir savu laivu.
Ne, katram savu laiku, es domāju arī.
Jā, bet viņiem arī ir katram savu laivu. Un viņi arī nestartē kopā.
Tur varbūt tas labais noslēpums ir, ja gadījumā grib savu laiku, paņem katru savu laivu.
Jā.
Tieši pēdējā ir.
Tas variants.
Es tev varētu vēl kaut paralēlis ar golfu, man patīk spēlēt, un tad es redzēju, ka vīrs jau spēlē golfu, bet praktiski nekad neesmu redzējis, ka viņi spēlētu kopā. Baigi rēti.
Katram savs modelis. Nav viena pareizā.
Nav viens redzes.
Ilgāk
dzīvo, jo vieglāk to saprast.
Ir tas teiciens, kad attiecības var pārbaudīt laivu braucienā airējot pa upi. Vai ir labas attiecības vai nav?
Es parasti sēžu aizmugurē, neairēju. Man sieva airēju. Viņi nekad neredz, ka es neairēju.
Galvenais, ka tu nekomentē.
Cerams, ka viņi neskatās tagad, bet gan jau viņi apstīsās ierakstu. Ilzi, ja tu redz, jā, tu parasti airēji to visu braucienu.
Forši.
Nē, man forši sieva.
Laivu braucieni arī ir forši. Laivu braucieni ir forši, vienīgais viņi ir kļuvuši tik populārs. Atceros, kad kaut kad baigi sen, tas īstenībā patiešām bija baigi sen. Tas bija 90. gadu agrais sākums, un mēs braucām laivu braucienā ar Ufīmka 2, vieni paši. Mums nebija telts, es biju no plēves sameistarojis tādu jumtiņu, mēs tajā pašā laivā uz tiem pašiem matračiem pa nakti gulējām, mēs braucām no Strenčiem uz Valmieru, mēs ķērām līdekas, pa nakti ķērām sapalus, tajā laikā upe bija dzīve. Tas bija superīgs laiks. Tagad viss savādāk, tagad ir visi krasti nobradāti, visur, kur var piestāst, ir vienkārši aerodromis. Es tā piebraucu pastīties tās nostalģiskās vietas. Mēs esam kļuvuši bagātāki un mums daudz vairāk brīvā laika.
Pirmo reizi šobrīd ir tā, ka top 10 ir 6 Latvijas ekipāžu un 4 lietuvieši. Tā kā latvieši sāk pārņemt.
Lava, jautājums, kāpēc viņi tagad bez ķiverēm brauc?
Es domāju, ka viņi dzesē. Calm down, tas saucās.
Karstgalvi dzesē tagad.
Varbūt operatoram tagad ir ķiveri.
Operators atņēma viņiem ķiveri.
Bet otru jau kaut kur. Jā, viņa kolorīts, Aleks, kolorīts čals.
Aleks ir sirsnīgs. Ļoti sirsnīgs.
Saka, labākais tiktokers, ko es pazīstu.
Es nevienu tiktokeru nepazīstu.
Nē, no Aleks ir.
Jā, nu okei. Tu spēli to tiktok?
Alex, yeah, okay. He doesn't have a single TikTok there. He doesn't know anyone. You can use that. TikTok. Sometime, some version of TikTok like that.
Es esmu dzirdējis, ka viņus laiž un ir čaļi.
Apmācīja tur čaļus, viņi skatoties, neko pat nemaksājot par gitēšanu.
Jā, pat panelu vēl nebija nopirkts.
Jā, bet es vienkārši tajā brīdī tev kaut kā jāmāk tur to saturu meklēt, jo tajā brīdī, kad es to TikTok atvēru, tad tā šļura, kas gāzās iekšā telefonā, man kaut kā ļoti ātri nomotivēja viņu aizvērst zibenīgi.
Mums ir ienākuši vēl daži vēstījumi komandām no skatītājiem. Gatim ar Tomu Klabi. Funkijs saka, ka, Gati jāmaina točka, nav līde, kas tur.
Funkijs ir viens no tiem, ko Gats arī apmācīja.
Funkijs tā iemācījās un novinēja. Kur zemes?
Usmas.
Gatis and Toms are saying, Funky, that Gatis needs to change his style. It's not about the pike. There's only one function there, and that's one of the things Gatis is teaching. I learned it and celebrated in Kurdzema Usma and the Usma Cup. Yeah, because he was there for the live broadcasts the whole time. We were discussing him there, back when Ivers was sending us greetings and telling them to Siraj. The question is about yesterday's Echo Sounder. Did the viewers win the raffle? Yes, they did. Our new host is Rhinus Gigers, but we have a new Echolota show, which we mentioned earlier, and again today. Today, one of the viewers will win a Garmin Striker Vivid 5. This time, on my word of honor. Honesty will ensure a fair drawing. I'm nervous. We just won't give jurists the chance to rig it. So yeah, go ahead and ask.
Diemžēl ir tikai sociālajos tīklos, tā kā, ja vēlaties tikt pie šāda aparāta, ejiet uz...
Unfortunately, it's only on social media. If you want to get your hands on a device like this, go to YouTube.
Ja nemaldos 8 stundas, kādā brīdī tiešraide pēcpusdienā var pārtraukt, bet tas neatiec uz YouTube. YouTube mēs esam tiešraidē līdz pat sacensībām.
While I'm at it, I'll remind you that for those of you watching us on Facebook Live, there are Facebook restrictions, which, if I'm not mistaken, are 8 hours at a time for the live stream, so it might cut off at some point this afternoon. Please check your green channel, Artificial Intelligence. It works. The same translation is right here. Translation conversation. Check the data. Live transfers. Translation.
Jā, jo mums seko līdzi, protams, no Lietuvas un arī no citām valstīm.
Klau, Gunnar, tu vari izskaidrot šo fenomenu, kad
Yes, because people are following us, of course, from Lithuania and also from other countries. Hey Gunnars, can you explain this phenomenon, that a Lithuanian team posts a picture and immediately gets 300 to 500 likes and comments? There's a guy who just goes ahead and posts on Latvian teams' pages some kind of picture, and there are 10 or 15 or 20 likes and a couple of close friends.
Topsajūtām ir tādām, jo es vienkārši tā monitorējot, kas notiek ap Garmin kapu sociālos, es redzu, teiksim, poļu ekipāžu ieliek kaut kādu...
That's how it feels, because I've just been monitoring what's going on around Garmin on social media. I see, say, a Polish team posting some kind of picture. Right away, it feels a bit lackluster. We have about as many kids, well, if there's any action at all. So that's the feeling. I think it seems to me that we as Latvians have started to catch bigger fish than the Lithuanians and Estonians. We're better at using big bait. We're better at using live bait. As for the boat, I gave it to them 2 years later, when we were already using it, I personally showed it to the members of their national team. That was the story. Actually, and right now I have this feeling that if you just share a fish with someone, they're not used to those trophy-sized fish. And the Lithuanians and Poles, maybe it's because they're still at the stage we used to be at 2 or 3 years ago, when everyone was having a great time. If it happens, then I'll post a metric. Zander once a year, some kind of meter, or post it, and the relevant one has been posting all the time. And then there were those times. I remember I also had one where I put in a big one, and I had those 200 to 300 times for several years, plus a third on Facebook. Right now there are already 10 anglers in the group. Each one catches big perch. This technology is a big zander. I don't know where they are. Or maybe out there, night after night, they're active, and I'm sleeping through the night while they're catching them better. If anything happens to those young ones at all, with the new regulations and various lake restrictions, where I've already been talking about something at night, thinking of closing it down, makes sense. It's already slipped into conversation in Germany that it's going to be banned. You can spend hours there until he finally takes the bait, and I completely agree that it's not quite ethical anymore. Well, we're selling our opportunities. That means the Dutch and Germans have it too. It's their typical approach, which they mostly do with an internal combustion engine, talking up a storm. Specific waters, specific regions are off limits for the facelift. Not because the Swedes are catching them, but because newcomers are coming in and simply catching whatever they can and taking away what the Swedes don't eat. But that's the nature of trophy fishing, and it's already having a serious impact on the overall ecosystem. Sorry, but it seems to me that this is just some kind of superficial impression. The Salas shore in Salkrasti. I think that, based on what's been said, they aren't biting on the shore. I want to get a whiff of it. I already have. We got it. We've still got a few more questions. Questions from the audience. No. Are there any statistics on which lure is used to catch the most fish? There aren't any like that. That's one of the secrets, too. Of course, no one would ever really share that publicly, and what we see on live streams is that silicone lures are the way to go. It must be there. It has to be. 3, it has to be a perch. So here's a question for Martinj. How often does or is it better to fish in Sweden? Honestly, I try to go once a year. It didn't work out last year. This year, we managed to go a week before Garmin, just as friends from Sweden. They invited us. There were 8 of us on the boating expedition. Interesting. Very far away from home. So just going to Åland? No, I mean, if I go abroad on expeditions, then for me it's got to be for some kind of purpose. Either to explore a specific body of water or something like that. Well, yeah, okay, because I've told myself that next year I'll go back to the same area where we just were. We discovered a few spots there, and we found some places we stumbled upon by accident that are legendary for where flowers on jerk have happened. Epic caches, let's say, new ones, because there'll be a boom and it'll be expensive. For example, heading out with the big slope into all kinds of spots with an electric motor, because you're just not allowed to drive there in a regular car. So the fish, let's say in a big Swedish river or a large reservoir, that's where you catch them. That's about it for the 80s. Just like our meter 10, let's say, and they fight a lot closer. Perch, those rivers have some super tough pike. I don't know how many, but I've definitely seen them there, just as we were casting in where I lost a pike. There's already something there. Last night, there were 50,000 views on one of them. It's truly epic. I had a lump in my throat. I had a GoPro on me. It was a day of nostalgia. We were there, right where we were, and we drove a really long way. We were riding on a wave of nostalgia for the pro days. The last one we competed in went really well for us. And we decided, we rode that coast day. We're hitting those spots where we used to have the big ones. We got 48 6C tiers from the shore. Sizes? Yes, sizes 2 kilograms. Perch from the shore. That's what it's like to fish through a minefield around those rocks. We watch with fear as someone is wading across there in a glass-bottom boat as usual. But the resources. Yeah, we really didn't have any luck. We were barely a meter long. The big pike didn't really take the bait for us on any of our 8 boats. We only caught 3 fish over a meter long, and even those weren't even a full meter. 1.41 out of 7. Probably the biggest perch of the whole group was a 9, and then there was our 48. 2, 6. If that's a specific question about the live scoop, has anyone in this competition already been fishing from boats together? For more, SCM Quitter 4, many athletes are definitely going for all the new gear, and they're definitely doing it because the odds here are fantastic, and that new equipment is fantastic. And the only way I can explain those posts that are showing a bad picture is... I'll come back to this later, also in America, and so on. I can explain that. It's just that we live in a pretty dumb era, where people are more focused on getting attention than on providing valuable information. And it's no secret that negativity spreads much more effectively than positivity. Those who are interested in it, they of course read those posts. Those posts gain traction, and accordingly appear at the top, and people begin to form a false impression of new things. We've only been in Sweden for a week, exploring the latest technologies. I had it right in front of me, 42. The new HD has put the model in perspective. I could see at an angle of about 180 degrees, 330 meters ahead, what's going on. As for the 34th, I had it positioned vertically and behind me. Edwards had the 44. Edis comes over to me up front. He's looking at the 3rd and 4th markers. The new sensor, which is supposedly a range sensor, and the situation is very simple. He says, okay, after 40. The 4th, intuitively, I understand what 3/4 means, but you're catching up from behind and look at what I see. I'm at the 4th mark, he's right there. If a stone is a stone, then it's a stone in vertical mode. There's grass, and if between the sparse blades of grass you can clearly see pike, then okay, even in the thickest patches, you won't see any pike. In this 4th one though, in this 2nd one, if you ask what to buy, I'll say start with yourself. If you're fishing for small fish and landing them nearby, the 2nd one. But if you're the type who likes to cast out farther and so on, and who doesn't need a boat. As for the screen resolution, with Super Hack, and the picture, I'm saying the picture doesn't matter. The most important thing is the information, and those new fish finders have fantastic resolution. The best of the best is that there's no longer a black box, so you need less and less space in the boat. It's almost as if it's not even that crucial. It's simply a matter of signal clarity at a frequency of 42, which goes up to 1600 microns. That's a very high frequency. Take a look. Let's check out what we saw yesterday on the boat. We showed how it works with the Echo, with some really old models. I don't think it's working, but they're still getting results. He's already there. He can already use some really old models, somewhere or other. They can technically pull it off, but Garmin can also be praised for that. It goes deep. Respect when he releases the latest technologies. He knows how to balance them so that they're also usable with older displays and the current ones. Right now, I'm thinking of switching to Garmin. I totally don't recommend it. Just go for the 9000 series with those displays, the ones with 4K inside. They've already done it 7 times. And they're even more aggressive than 80. The 4th one, which is more than enough, still has some guys who are already using it. A GPS that's 15 years old. Live technologies are still evolving. It's not quite clear, but as much as is needed is sufficient. If we look at the Kurtzimnieki, they're fighting for it this spring, just to fill out the protocol. So there will be 2 5s. I looked into it some more. Krista's results. First off, he's doing well. Asar's is also getting that little 20. He's growing it too, but he should also be growing zander, since he has zander. It's an average of just under 50. I always ask the question, what can I grow the fastest and most reliably? And then I go ahead and grow it. And even if it's, say, watching how she struggles with perch, then the angler has no idea where to catch them. We have a pretty clear picture of the situation. Pike. According to my calculations, it'll be in second place. So what's left? Pike is the safest bet. It's a fish you can grow to the required length, no matter how he thinks about it, no matter what you want. Pike in second place. I'll also be there, along with Bartoshevich from Lithuania, who's caught a 75-centimeter fish. From there, well, that's just a standard-sized pike. It's hard to measure them before the competition. That's a big pike. The judge, conditionally speaking, has already measured most of them with Garmin, and they're comparable to a trophy lake. I hope there will be some. Well, there will be plenty. No one will go home empty-handed. Let's head out to the grass. Let's go for it. Still have to drive him home. I'm happy for him. He's really showing what he's got. Of course, the referee. Check it on the computer. It should be the same for Alex as it is for us. Just the usual, simple stuff. He's here and he lives here. Not for himself. This is home, not his territory. Then, during training, he usually trains for 2 days and comes by to watch. Well, it's a long drive. How cool it is to compete in Sweden. Right now, the 3 of us have to go. 2 Lithuanians in the top 3, but the record holders are in for a treat right now. Still have to walk it like it's green porridge. When something is the same as it usually is. Okay. In practice, we can do it. Even more so. Yeah, they've been counted in. And Alexa is in second place right now, trailing behind. So right now, Leonards and Chris can choose whether to shed a few tears or catch some zander. Of course, our own Pike, and Martin said, but they've got a Pike that's about average too. At 5, zander. Calculate how many centimeters the average is. 55 minus the smallest, 50. How much smaller is the smallest, 5, and how much larger is the second largest, 9. 45. They'll throw it right in, but it's missing about 85. How many centimeters? It's short by the margin needed to reach first place. 1625 centimeters short of first place. Alex, under such and such a hypothetical big band scenario, 21-23. Something like that. Up to and including a big bait, like the one in your hand. We have 7 teams that are missing from the list. I'd go for the big band without a second thought. Just a tough guy, and a tough guy through and through. Yeah, exactly like that, so you can cast, and when it's over. So you can enjoy it. But every single moment, more will definitely join us. Teams with 100 bonus points. That's just how the Lithuanian team is, the one that just caught some pike and climbed up to Esus. That's the zander. It could be a challenge. Now today, there are already 0 zander. The zander has already been caught. 4th place, that's quite a show, and the Vaga motor hasn't budged. 2 out of 4 pike have been caught, and the rest are 0-0-0. The pike are good, but, well, the guys really have to prove themselves. It's at that end where theoretically they have the upper hand. These are the matches. 4th place. 5th. The team has a good pike and is showing its class. Zander 6-8. 1 perch. We really need to pull ahead. Right now, it's tough for them to get there. They're having a hard time. I've already checked it out, and they've been in those areas before. But Gunter's isn't there. he's definitely not weak, and he's not there either. Boats on the Lea Loop. There are a couple of classic boats. They haven't looked. In the photo, they're with zander. We need some of those, though. Maybe they're confident about the perch. And that's it for now. We know there are some here, too. Where was it that the sailor had spotted them, anyway? Well, okay, I wonder where that is. These guys have zander, too, still missing some. So what is it, then, that's lined up nicely down there? He's missing 2 zander. Well, that's the theory, anyway. Then the pros are in another area. And he's got a lot of pike right now. Pike. He's got an average catch, mostly around 70 centimeters. These ones, yeah. He's also got 13 perch. Let's see. We're looking at the potential for a podium finish. Yeah, if he can catch some zander, then he'll jump right up there. Very much so. As for the pike, there was a recent boat trip to the outer dock. The boat pulled up with quite a few zander. There was a little fish swimming right under the boat, and that's exactly what I was thinking. Something was brushing against my leg. There's always one hanging around in there. And they had gathered there. The nuances of urban fishing, just like the Finn said last time, urban fishing. We have a video like that on YouTube with an interesting comment. Judging by the fisherman's intensity, Martin, you're a fisherman too. Speaking of big fish, consequently, when hunting, the principle is the opposite. In their prime and with good prospects, they aren't hunted. On the other hand, all the pressure is on the hunt. All the pressure is on the young ones. Why are the fish there, both big and small, and not just one or the other? At that moment, keep the big ones and do the opposite. Well, yeah, about the fact that we need to keep the big ones and let the small ones go. That's totally wrong. I say no if you look at all the good, healthy lakes and ecosystems, not just in Latvia, but around the world. It's exactly that simple, and that's how it is. Especially predators. They act as natural cleaners, and that's why these large fish are essential for their survival. Large. They have to be big, those scavengers, because there are those that weigh a kilogram. Pike, which act as scavengers. They're even afraid of them. Catch and release works too. Others say it helps the big fish survive. Then one big pike died. It was number 8. I guess they caught a zander. That happened 4 times during that trip. The numbers were there too. It's not just empty talk. It's simply proof. We'd already been talking about it, even yesterday with the hunters, and they're asking, where did you get fish like that? Just imagine, you hunters, you're good and well equipped. True blood doesn't really speak to me. But the point is that if hunters were to shoot everything they see through their scopes, then it would be pretty much like fishing in Bolderaja. Speaking in such terms, anything that moves gets eaten. Well then, hunters, think about what's left for you in the forest after you've shot everything you see and caught everything. Of that, we are the majority, and yet we're just a part of it. Leave all the masks behind. Leave behind who we are. In Piedruja this time, we're in Sweden. Now, throughout this whole week, we've caught hundreds of pike. We didn't eat a thing. Didn't find anything because we were so far north. By the way, I'd recommend thinking about this to our listeners and viewers as well. It's quite important so that there in the big waters, the fish can be toxic that far north because they live so long that they've accumulated a lot of bad stuff, and that's what they're catching there. 20 cent. If the label is still on it. Yeah, thanks. That's fine for the water. Every now and then, a log or two ends up getting pulled out here. One person wrote today, next to the slanted aviary. Well, how is this one, though? It's the old log floating route, isn't it? the Gauja Baltezers Canal. The logs came down the canal to Baltezers through the rowing canal. They built it much later because the original one dates back to the Latvian era, as we tend to say, the era of Latvia's development, a log floating canal. I was just a little kid back then. My grandfather used to take me between Strenci and Valmiera. We were driving, and he showed me what the rafters trails looked like, because those people who floated logs from Vidzime down the Gauja River, along each one. Kratza is one of those rafters trails in the forest, where they stack the logs one by one as they transport them, move upstream, and then transport the next batch. That canal was an important export route, which is why there's also that small lake, Baltezers. There used to be a very large amount of logs stored there, like a depot, which is why there are so many of them piled up there. And then from time to time, one of them has deteriorated to the point where it becomes neutral and floats easily. And then boaters may come across it. That in turn is expensive, yes, but they're 100 years old. Actually, the fact is that things that are 100 years old are being pulled out of the water. I'm no expert on that, but some people have worked on it quite extensively in the harbor, traveling with the old oaks. The equipment was brought in to move them, to lift them out, but oh well, that's all there is to it now. I think this fishing rod holder is quite an interesting design. It's a very good solution. The boat is I had a similar silver setup, like when I only had those side ones. How do you store them on the gunwales? I have a big one, like they say, a sarcophagus, right in the middle where you can fit 10. So what's the point of this anymore? But still, 3 or even more along the sides. Well, I see the vertical poles. It's a little scary. Question for athletes and anglers who are in the studio from Diana's $1 Million Show. Question: if I were to ask a question at the boat level, how do you figure out where the best place to look for predatory fish is today? The first one confidently answers, underwater. Yeah, that's it. That's all there is to it. It's all in the water. But no, it's not the best time for catching predatory fish. If we don't have that, so to speak, rational skill, right now ASARS can provide it. ASARS is responsive. Now the zander is biting just like it did this morning. How many in the last few days have been responsive pike? Big question mark. August has always been a good month for them. Because she eats everything very willingly. But right now, she's only going for small fish. So there are a lot of small fish moving around. Consequently, the pike can be quite stationary. 1. Best regards. From Agris Pilskons. P.S. Sending greetings from the Kurdzema Cup, a boat-based spinning tournament, to you, the organizers. It's simply an outstanding competition. Bye-bye. Best regards. 1. Yeah, that wasn't Juris who sent it to him. No, it was Agris. Agris is a good judge for the Kurdzema tournaments, and he's exactly the kind of person he is when it comes to those statistics. He pulls them out every hour, every minute, 2 at a time. When he got down to it, and he did all of that and then sent it off at 6. And to the participants as well. It's a great place. Tomic already knows everything too. But before that, well, here it is. I'm here among them, among the bigwigs and the princes. It's very, very fine line. Here it can be absolutely great, but here it can also be incredibly depressing. As I was just saying, almost anywhere. No, this place is special. The neighborhood is special, famous for its fluctuating water levels and Sundays. I'm honestly spending my time here. Let's go take a peek at them. The thrill will be lost. Now, based on the gestures, it was impossible to tell whether we'd be there or not. I don't think he's a short guy. But has he grown up? Has he grown another C1? A crew? He was already up there. What does he have for the zandarts? I'll recommend a ring. Number 9 himself. A thrill seeker who's over 50. I don't know them. Sorry. Cool. Everything's fine. The mayor will be there. He doesn't need it. What does he have at 49? The rest is off limits to him. He's got plenty of summers. He has 2. Now they're growing there. 2 5s and 1 spot left for the perch. Then they'll grow the zander by a centimeter or 2.
Kas ar Jurim ir Ulas ar zandartiem? Viņš parasti šitā maziņu?
Jā, viņiem ir kaut kādi 2 40 tur bija.
Jā, viņš parasti paši tev vieta ar kalniņu dzīvojās.
Nav redzēts vēl tajā.
Šeit kāda cita laiva ir? Izņemot viņus.
Abas laika.
Laiks copē, man liekas, tur bija uz stūrīšu, uz kandas dziļumu. Bet... Un šitie te arī tie EMT arī bija, man liekas, tur padās netālu.
Tā, asarīts. Izskatās, jā, tur pa mēru nav jautājumu.
30 varētu būt, nevar saprast. Pēc tā leņķa, kas tur, jā.
Asti smuka.
Asti smuka, rest.
Asariem vispār tagad ir skaistuma laiks, viņi tagad ir atkopušies pēc nārsta, viņi tagad savācās baros, viņi tagad sāk kopā medīt, viņi tagad ir tādi,
Perch in general are looking their best right now. They've taken a step back after spawning. It's pulling together in schools now. Now they're all together, ready to be caught. She has a perch. They even have one. Very good. You really shouldn't need a perch if he doesn't let her go, then he's better off. But it's not like it's a bad perch. He's got it there. At the very least, he needs a pike. A perch is enough for him. He's over 30. He's a 3. It looks like something. The generation is something like 3:2. It could be 3:3. 3 2-pounders, 3 2 centimeters longer. Yeah, there's no extra centimeters here at all. Really. This year's Garmin is such that it looks like it's going to be a battle for the center. It won't be. It looked like a 3, but anyway, it's a cool one with golden sides and red fins. Beautiful. Luke the Bell 3233. We have another protocol to follow strictly. What a tough one. They have tiers and more tiers. This isn't the wind picking up. They don't have red bellies. He doesn't have it. He has a leader, but lacks the right one. Sometimes influencers show who's on what to catch perch. Okay, there was also a question about what's best to use for pike right now to provoke a bite, silicone lures or twitch. What do you guys think? If I have a strong opinion, if I had a list for people to listen to, I don't feel sorry for anyone. I'd put it this way. My rig would go out alone with something like 130 or 120. Let's say one would use an Italian liner, because the liner is pretty good and smooth. 115, nothing special. One on Twitch and the other on a hybrid stream. Not a lot. But junior tires. Well, of course, if nothing gets in the way, like deep leaves. Then some kind of mysterious word to put with the word. Charter, something like that. Well, yeah, if you're lacking pike altogether, then the little charter works just as well through those same windows with some 3 or 4 inch lures. It works wonders. They're a really good size. Medium-sized. Well, yeah, but come on. How many do you have in the studio that are exactly like that? Or maybe they don't, in everyone's head, that we can't put it in, like that swimmer. But there was something blocked that fell into the water. By the way, it lets go in the water.
Nu tāds krateklis, un es vienkārši novilku kreklu un ieņurkoju no laivas pirms starta. 2 minūtes ūdenī izkāpu ārā.
Remember, sometime a very long time ago, before some Latvian championship in Pļavņas, I had a time of 1 minute and 7 seconds before the start. And then I got this cramp, one of those cramps, and I just took off my shirt and jumped out of the boat. We can row really well. It worked. But it seemed to me that, well, as experienced as we are, we can do anything. We're not worried about a thing. We're not going to fight. And you're off to the start, heart rate going up. I'm thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? We can, yeah. So no matter what we're like, no matter what our experience is, it all comes down to controlling your own body. Yeah. And some people just don't get it. It's always the same all over the world, isn't it? Or 30th. That will take more than just TikTok. It'll be needed in competitions too. I'm happy about every fish. Right next to us, across from us, is the one we don't need to see too much. 30-30. 2 more cool ones like that. It's possible to grow them another 5 centimeters. This one is a darker color. It's not as bright as the ones in the pictures. Actually, in Sviedry, it's interesting that let's say you're fishing in the river. Then there are the ones in the deep spots. They're kind of gray, with grayish pink fins, and so on. And as soon as you catch one like that, in the grass along the shore, an average of 34. It's immediately golden, with bright red fins. It simply depends on the depth at which it lives. It's adaptable. They'll close in on first place, but they won't let 9 centimeters slip by them. From a tier, yeah, well that's the one that's 25. It's a fast-growing species. It knows where first and second place are, 16 points. 2 more guys. If he takes it there, then we'll have to measure it quickly. And measure it again. Still need to catch a pike. After that, if that perch is still there, maybe they can catch another one, because there's still time until the pike. Time. Let's take a look at the release of this perch, listen to the emotions, and then also take our first studio break. Line will wrap things up for a moment. Let's give Sven a chance to enjoy this wonderful Saturday. Let's showcase the latest technologies, and we'll head out without knowing anything. That's enough. Let's get on the boat. One of us will go, no, not now. Take a look at the dock to see what's living under the shed. 24 tiers. Go to Latvia. We want to, so let's do it. First, let's take a look. It's not that far from here, just a bit around 0. There he is. I told Krists on the first day I met him. Finally take a boat to Kurdzimi too. On that one it would be nice. Boatswain will take care of the engine for him, no problem. Well, what do you think? Thanks for coming. Thanks for inviting me. Next year, I guess you'll be back on deck, but not on the deck of a boat. He'll be the one there. Next year, he'll be in the boat. In the boat. It's always a pleasure to see you. Have a great time. Is there anything to say? Get his question. No one has answered. It'll happen if he's 50. They say whoever's coming is waiting. Won't let us go to set it up. Let's see. Hops are a great thing. So beautiful. We're there without any questions. We could already be close to 70. It looked like it. Anyway. Something like that. And more. Casper's is right. The seasons are consistent from the start. They've earned it here with their own hands, so they've got to push through. He's a bit on the chubby side. That obsessive Ryman's Zenis, 37 centimeters, is a great catch. It was needed. I guess everyone needs a break, no matter which team they're on. It'll be 70 at 11 o'clock. There has to be something like that. Pike. Why? Maybe even the heads are missing. And I'd say, I don't see him in his full length yet, like the anglers do. A glove in the boat helps tremendously with this pain. It might be similar. Let's take a look down. There's a glove. In the boat. Of course. Show me, what about Luhansk? Thank you. Your suggestion works. Seven anyway. Thanks. But the store's echo sounders are a mess. They've been passed around from one person to another. and who knows what's what. Yeah, he told me. Same thing. We're scratching around behind the rubber and sent everything to Rosna. Right now, the time is +11, and yesterday's statistics show that there were pike at 11. Activity was highest at up to 2%. These results will be back once things have settled down a bit. Congratulations. GT Latvia won with the closing of the protocol. How many centimeters exactly will we find out in a moment? Stay tuned. Thank you. The next one is already waiting. Share this live stream.
Tieši tā. Katra reakcija sociālos tīklos, laiks, shares, komentāri, tas viss mums palīdz. Tā kā veidojam kopā šos svētkus un tiekamies pēc pavisam īsa brīža.
Share it, because this is a celebration and the events depend on whether we spread the content and whether our supporters and sponsors receive tangible benefits from the fact that we're watching them. Every reaction on social media, every like, every comment, it all helps us as we create this celebration together and look forward to seeing you in just a moment.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros.
It's blowing away. Flag.
Quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going,
Quickly and
lock in and stay put. Like really
And-
stay put.
hello.
Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force.
There's nowhere to go or drink at all. Waves. Ah. Ah. A.
Unlock the water with Spy Pole and GT360 UHD. Attach GT360 UHD to spy pole to capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan. Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D. Wirelessly control spy pole with the gesture remote, foot control, or your chart plotter. Sync spy pole and your Force Pro in speed and direction, and lock your LiveScope on a fixed point. Take full control of your sonar like never before with spy pole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin. Their world is dark and murky. Your view of it has never been clearer. This is LiveScope 2. Their world is dark and murky. Your view of it has never been clearer. This is LiveScope 2.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
spy pole and GT360 UHD. Attach GT360 UHD to spy pole to capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan. Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D. Wirelessly control spy pole with the gesture remote, foot control, or your chart plotter. Sync spy pole and your Force Pro in speed and direction, and lock your LiveScope on a fixed point. Take full control of your sonar like never before with spy pole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin.
Laipni lūgti atpakaļ tiešraidē. Tas, ko mēs šobrīd varam ekrānos vērot, ir pēdējo stundu svarīgākie notikumi. Tabula mums mainās, es teiktu, varbūt ne pa sekundēm, bet pa minūtēm noteikti. Rezultāti ir ārkārtīgi blīvi, kamēr mēs bijām pauzē. Tie, kas mums nav atslēgušies no mums pirms reklāmas pauzes, redzēja, ka
The results are coming in extremely fast while we were on a break.
Sacensību līderu maiņa. Jā, ļoti ilgi Lietuvas komanda.
For the ones who haven't tuned in yet, before the commercial break, I saw that Latvia caught a pike, and we're now among the race leaders. Yes, it's been a very, very long time. The Lithuanian team hadn't done anything in the lead for quite some time, having been in the lead since yesterday, and was the only team that closed out the protocol. Then GT Latvia changed that, and Latvia is taking over the lead from Lithuania. There are currently 536 points, his closest competitors. And the fact that the ethics team from Lithuania has 519 points and is in third place, and we also have a Latvian team in third place.
Mums līdz sacensību beigām, kā jau visi var redzēt, ir nedaudz mazāk par 7 stundām, kas vienlaikus ir gan daudz, gan maz. Jā, jo šodien jau ir bijuši ļoti daudz notikumu pirmajās stundās. Un liekas, ka mēs tuvojamies tai kulminācijai, bet īstenībā viss svarīgākais.
Gaida trofejas, jo šobrīd ir tas pēc rezultātiem arī jāsaprot arī, ko Gats ar Tomu tagad darīs NGT Latviju. Jo viņiem ir labi asari, vidēji zandarti, bet ļoti vajadzētu kādu labu trofejas līdekli, lai nostabilizētos augšgalā. Arī ir vairāk cits ekipāžas, arī, kam tāpatās arī Kristam, ar Linārdu vajag kaut ko labu. Labs zandarts vai labu līdekli.
Jā, visām ekipāžām, ja tās, kas mērķē uz top 3, noteikti ir vēl daudz darāmā. Jo, kā jau mēs minējām, mums pagaidām nav vēl trofejas. Mēs gaidām asari virs 40, zandartu virs 80 un līdeku virs 100.
Arī beidzot līdeku lielo.
Kaut kad tam ir jāiekrīt. Tagad ir
We're waiting for perch over 40 and zander over 80, as well as pike over 100. Finally, a big pike. It's bound to happen someday. Now it's all about our teams putting their best cards on the table. Let's see what kind of excitement we're in for when it comes to pike measuring 50 to 60 centimeters. That's the kind of adrenaline you can only get here during a competition. As I mentioned, every centimeter can be the difference between winning the grand prize or a supboard. Right now, we're fighting it out on the second day, centimeter by centimeter. There are no trophy fish in any species. The great thing is that it doesn't matter.
Pirms mēs pieslēdzamies studijā, atgādināšu, jā, ka arī skatītājiem ir iespēja tikt šodien pie pilnīgi jaunas Garmin eholotes Striker Vivid 5CV un jāpiesako Garmin Predator Cup sociālo tīklu kontiem, Facebook un
Before we go live with the studio, let me remind you that viewers also have a chance to win a brand new Garmin Vivid 5 fish finder today, as well as a Garmin Predator Kappa. Follow us on social media. Leave a comment, Facebook, and subscribe to the Garmin YouTube channel, and ask our guests a question or send a shout-out to your favorite team, wishing them luck or something else. I'll say it again, no spamming, but every relevant comment counts. We'll try to answer your questions in the comments and pass them on to our guests.
Ieradies Ivars Putnis, Biozīvju resursu un pētniecības departamenta vadītājs. Sveiks, Ivar! Prieks tevi redzēt, un uzreiz arī skatītājiem pateikšu, ka mums bija...
It's a pleasure. Speaking of which, speaking of our guests, here in the studio for the next hour, we'll be joined by a visitor from far away, or perhaps not so far away, Sigulda Ivars Putnis from Bio's Fish Resources and Research Department, to see you. And I'll also let our viewers know right away that we've had several discussions about fish sizes, whether to keep the big ones or not, or to catch them or not. Well, here's what Bio has to say, I'd say. A think tank when it comes to managing the country's fish resources. Under your leadership, there is a great deal of interesting research being conducted, and global expertise is being gathered, and consequently, everything that is of interest regarding fishing has an impact on management. Let's try to summarize this in a concise manner, within an hour, while keeping up with the events on the boats, and comment on it. Anything worth highlighting in particular? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me. Anjanis Gunnar sent in so many questions. Consequently, this summer is no exception. And when we get to that topic, it'll be quite a challenge for us to cover it all in an hour. But yes, on behalf of the Institute, we're basically working just as we do every year. And each year, for us, consists of a great deal of fieldwork and practical research. At the moment, I can wrap this up. Perhaps some news. It looks like last year was a fairly good one. As for the spawning of salmonids, our electrofishing surveys show fairly good numbers of salmon and trout fry. In several rivers along the Latvian coast, conditions look favorable. The roach spawning season has been good in recent years. We've seen more roach, and overall, yes, the state of fish stocks for several species has improved this year. Miraculously, where we've long had a sort of stagnation. Yes, we've also talked about this repeatedly, whether this is due to fish stocks in Latvia being assessed collectively. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Somewhere in between, if there is such an average temperature. It's clear that every body of water must be assessed individually, but the overall impression is that when a certain mark is assigned on a scale from 1 to 10, even though it's very hard to assign an overall score, because, as you yourself correctly pointed out, the differences are very significant. We're in that situation, perhaps at a stable level of 7, if you really want that kind of grading on a scale. At sea. And of course, every lake has its own internal waters, let's say its own water area. And each one is a new story in itself, with differences that can be quite significant. Maybe that's what the water area is. It's large, but it all happens on a grand scale, and there can be such characteristics there. There are characteristics common to several countries. Let's just say that it's interesting that we've spent many years talking about the fact that in the Baltic Sea, everything is bad, and the situation is getting worse, and fishermen are also, to a large extent, suffering as a result. We've been talking a lot specifically about the big ones and trophy fish, because that's what attracts anglers. Of course, there's a prize fund. It's one thing or another, trophy fish, and the question of what to do to catch those trophy fish. We should have more of them, because that's what fishing is all about. It's quite a popular tradition here. There are a lot of people who fish, but we have quite a few who consume what they catch as part of their diet. What are the key factors that allow us to do this while respecting the environment? Perhaps we could increase it. The discussion here is specifically about predators. Yes, well, predators are actually very important to the health of the ecosystem. I'd say that essentially, if there are a lot of large predatory fish, they're usually the ones that show us whether they're able to grow and reach these sizes or not. We can discuss that as well. More on that. And to be clear at this point, there's something about large fish that's happening. Their size is decreasing or their numbers are declining, so something isn't working as it should in the ecosystem. Often, the main reasons are related to high fish mortality, or perhaps they're unable to grow to maturity. And let's say, speaking of this mortality, yes, it's exploitation, how we use the resource. To catch this very fish, these fish, by trying to release them gently, and at the moment when I release that fish, it also becomes available to someone else. Of course, there is some mortality when releasing them. It's not a 100% solution, but, of course, it raises awareness and helps preserve these predatory fish in their ecosystems. I would put it this way. Responsible use of resources is the key. Yes, of course, some we can keep and eat. We should eat fish for their nutritional value, which is fine, but we must remember, yes, all of this must be done in moderation. Yes, and there was also a specific question from the audience about zander. Currently, the regulations in Latvia state that it is permitted to keep zander measuring 45 centimeters or more. There was a question about whether it might be better to allow keeping them up to that minimum size and releasing everything larger than that. Well, usually that's how it is done around the world, that from the perspective of catch limits, perhaps the best approach is to keep fish of a certain intermediate size, because with small fish, yes, of course, in the food chain, it plays a very important role, both that and the way it controls the population of other species, and also in terms of the quality of the offspring that large fish can produce. Well, it's no secret that large fish are usually known for their larger eggs, which means a higher survival rate for the larvae. And as a result, the success of this spawning is often higher for large fish. Sorry, if we also see a good fish that was caught, a really good fish caught by MT. It was quiet, and Mark had a good one. A good fish is a good fish. I'd say this could be it. Also the biggest one so far. Let's see, listen to your emotions. What do you think? What about us? As
Šī komanda jau ir šobrīd 2. vietā. Viņam ir 519 punkti, NGT Latvija.
This team is already in second place right now. They have 519 points. GT Latvia has 36. The smallest pike. They currently have a 56 centimeter pike. Just one.
Skatāmies, cik būs.
Let's see how big it will be.
Nu, Juri, tavs minējums, cik centimetri būs?
Izskatās.
Nu jau liekas, skatāmies.
Kas tur būs? 90.
Jury, what's your guess in centimeters? Looks like we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe 90.
Mēs saliksim likumsakarības kopā ar 2023. Gadu un uzvarētāja ekipāža. Jo šī ir tā vietā, kur...
I don't know, Gunnars, did you notice or do you remember? But with this spot where they caught it, let's figure out the patterns, along with the winning team from 2023. Because this is the spot where Otto and Alexis caught up by 2 meters shortly before the finish. And if anyone had watched the old interviews, it took a certain kind of lure. Loto caught it, then he did. I don't remember if it was spinner or that chapter. But those guys also caught a pike. It was on a spinner or something, maybe the 4th one. So the biggest pike looks like this. We can't see the tip of the tail, but we can safely say that we've got a pike. The girls won't be here, but it's a top-tier pike. We'll have a new record for the longest pike. There will be new entries in the top list. Ask Alex then. When they have one, they have to remember their old spots. And the main thing is to do everything right when taking photos. I don't know. Those guys. I'm 95. It'll be great if there are tournaments on the biggest fish right now. The penultimate one isn't needed. For the standings. A very classic spot. There are many. We'll have to see a little bit, maybe. Changing course. What? We congratulated the Cabinet of Ministers on what they're starting to say. A great pike? He said it was Pike, a very classic spot. Everyone knows this place, but take a look at the clock. They'll start biting at 11, and right now it's 10 to 11. So the guys are in the right spot at the right time, waiting for their big fish. Yeah, and with this fish, they're also taking the lead in the competition. Currently at 550 points and a GT. In Latvia, which is in second place with 530.6 points. Nothing but 519. Yes, we can see that things are starting to happen for us. We're starting to land bigger fish, just like we did this morning. There are key positions that weren't touched yesterday. They're secret spots. So, and one more thing to mention is that we are on the same team as this very same team that caught the big fish. As soon as we get in, there's Team 1. And accordingly, both teams are in the top 5. Both have closed out their reports. And if we look at it from the team's perspective, then it's the only team that's currently holding a stable first place. The team consists of 2 boats. Ivar immediately fired a pointed question at you. 90 centimeters. Yeah, awesome. We're looking forward to a meter. We're waiting. But the question about big pike, about fish in general, taking into account the current conditions out there, it's pretty hot. It's summer, and the water is warm. Also, yesterday, from the viewers, we got a question about what the critical time limit is. How long can a fish stay out of the water without being harmed, so that it doesn't just swim away but actually survives? Yes, thank you for the question. Well, as we, Gunnars, started talking about large fish and their importance in fishing, it all came together very nicely. Together, we also have field demonstrations in the background. But anyway, it's clear that there isn't just one universal answer to how many seconds or minutes are fish-friendly. Of course, we have to do these things to the fastest extent possible, because the faster we do everything, the faster we can measure, take photos, and release the fish back into the water. And of course, that's where the stars can be arranged in all sorts of ways. What happens to the fish afterward? Therefore, we must try to be quick and as efficient as possible, and do it many, many times without handling the animal too much. We noticed another detail when putting the fish back in the water. Of course, if it doesn't swim away right away, you have to give it some time to catch its breath. And here too, there are nuances, such as how to do it correctly. There are anglers who push it back and forth, but maybe you can correct me? If I'm wrong, I've heard that it can actually be done that way. You just shouldn't push it from side to side to wake it up, so that it can feel those muscle movements. Because there's something going on with the water around its gills. It's either flowing in or out, and that's related to it. Or is it better to give her a gentle nudge to the side, like you would with a big fish? I think it could be either way. In fact, the fish might have some kind of movement, provided that it's often a muscle reflex. If it works and the fish starts to move, maybe the main thing to do is keep it in mind, somewhere in shallow water. Well, push it headfirst into the mud so that all the sediment doesn't wash into its gills. And it's clear that the fish has that critical period when it needs to recover them. We see a fabulous team, Martins and Andres, with Risky as the guide and a sleek tail. It's sleek, yes, standard 2/5. Well, they'll have to pull it off. They've got to. Currently, there are 2 pike and 1 perch in the catch. This will be the second perch. It will be. Looks like it's 25. There'll be 2 pike, 2 perch. Time to head back up. All right, background music. Yeah, to set a peaceful mood. It suits Lipai better. This format, well, it's not bad at all. Also, nothing wrong with downtown Riga either. Ego is playing in the background, and a question comes up. Are they in a boat? Or have they pulled up to someone's voice? It's hard to say because there's a festival going on in Riga, and there are various events taking place. But that's how it is, though it's possible that music, in such stressful circumstances, lets you relieve that stress a little. Focus. They had to be pulled out. They're currently in a role where they have 2 pike and 1 perch each. Well, what can I say? Back to our conversation about the life of fish and resources. That's what you know, that you're an angler too. What are your habits like? Basically habits. Right now, my son has me hooked on fishing. I have an 8-year-old son who's quite the angler himself. And mostly on the Gauja River. A big fan, so we try to make the most of our time out in nature, fishing together. Just as you'd expect when living in Sigulda, and with all the consequences that entails, both the pike perch, the roach, and various whitefish, etc. In short, the river has plenty of fish and is quite interesting. Yeah, why am I asking this? Because if you look at the boats right now, there's one in absolutely every boat. You'll see at least 2 screens. Technology has made its way in already to such an extent that, is it or isn't it too many screens? Space has been set aside on the boat. The question is how? From a scientist's perspective, looking at the development of new technologies and the pressure they put on fish. It's clear that such new technologies increase the pressure on fish, new ones. And if those fish were previously, so to speak, inaccessible for the reason that they weren't visible, let's say pike, are now in the gray zone. Or zander. Well, we just don't know where it is right now. This technology helps us spot them and helps us present the lure to these fish, and it's clear that this impact on the resource is growing. Let's start by looking at them, and sometimes at the results as well. They are not always negative. It's not always just bad. Sometimes, for example, in Wisconsin, there was a study that concluded that the average size of the fish is larger. However, the amount that is caught is smaller, and often this advanced fishing is associated with this release. Consequently, of course, in every location, it may differ, but overall, it's clear that it has great potential to increase this pressure on certain species and on certain size groups. Especially for these large fish. What else do we see from one of the competition leaders, Edgars, who has been catching pike in Latvia? They currently have one that's 50 centimeters shorter. Can't quite put a number on the size yet, but I think it's going to grow. 4. No, they say yes, but... 9. Nap. Yeah, there's an island there. It'll be something like that. Maybe it won't be any bigger than what it won't be later. Just refresh it. What was taken? 59. Yeah. If both of you go over to this side, please take no. I heard 59 called out twice. 39. I'll be there for him for another 9 points. And in second place are Edgars and Pateris. Once again, we're back at it. There have been some changes. Yeah, I'll do that for the viewers right away. For the first time, 3 Latvian teams are in the top 3, and the Lithuanians are out of the top 3. But we still don't have LGTF Latvia 1. Since we pretty much predicted this yesterday, well, the wheels are definitely on the Latvian team's side. They've taken the lead and are currently in second place. Return to LV. The perch is 30 centimeters. The average zander is also a very respectable 55 pike. Not bad either, but there's definitely room for improvement, especially since they've caught a pike measuring 6'84" and 57. But let's wait and see. If NGC Latvia won, according to my calculations, 9 points could come in. Overtaken in points is tied for the same number of points. Although we're still a ways off, we've already gone through this twice. Yes, 2 pike. They caught them at this spot. We heard that they plan to keep trying to catch fish from this spot. So they've sensed that there's a resource there, and that pike can be lured there. I've been to that spot a couple of times, but I still doubt whether there will be any trophy-sized fish there, since that's what Goddess needs. Right now, if we see that his fish has been counted as well, and this one right now, then the competition is led by the IAF team with 550 points. With Bates, Elvis, Latvia is in first place. It's a complete tie-in points. Currently 545, so they're tied for second and third place. This is followed by Connect, but from Lithuania in first place. From Latvia and sixth, HC Latvia is in first place. Results are still very close, and we have 7 teams that are tied, as of now. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 teams that are one fish short of closing their scorecards. Then there are several with two fish. So as for us, we still have some fishing to do. There's a lot of hours left, that is, from our perspective. Watching. But the anglers, of course, that's the time. Time is passing by much, much faster. Those in the lead are moving very slowly, and for those who are, in turn, lower down in the standings, it feels like time is flying by. Currently, there are 7 teams that have caught all their fish and have earned bonus points. If, as will soon be the case, have completed the protocol. I hope Bonga will explain the reasons. With the LT team, which is currently in 18th place, they're 2 pike short of completing the protocol. Let's see what they catch in their net. Pike. It's definitely a pike. That means they'll also be close to closing out the competition. He needs 2 more right now. One. This one. Now we also have several comments on YouTube and Facebook. The question is, how many Latvian anglers have observed the number and size of fish that match the findings of bioscientists? Perhaps anglers sometimes notice trends sooner than the statistics do. To elaborate a bit on that question, what is the nature of your collaboration with anglers? Because there are studies, scientists, field research, various methods, and then there are anglers' observations, which are often very selective. What is this collaboration with anglers like? Thank you very much for the question. That's a very good question. Here's how I see it. There's enormous potential for future growth and for scientific observation in the field of public science to coexist with society as a whole. Currently, the main information we're analyzing comes primarily from licensed fishing sites, where there's an obligation to submit these reports. And I have to say that anglers are often quite lazy. And of course, it's very easy to say that there was no catch and that the report is technically submitted, but I would like to point out that this data is very valuable and very important. And it can help with the management of resources in the future. You see, here lies the paradox. Scientists are out on the water when they're out there, but here in Latvia, we're just a small, modest institution dealing with a lot of water. And yet, we have plenty of anglers, and these anglers spend thousands of hours on the water. So this is the direction we were heading in, and we definitely intend to develop it further in the coming years. And I believe that some kind of very positive signals might become apparent, even if it's just what's happening with the large fish populations. You'll agree, Gunnars, that there's a difference depending on whether, in a single lake, we catch 10 pike per hour or 10 pike in a single day. This is a big question, and we've discussed it at length and in great detail. And it's definitely a very, very important direction to take. And I believe that in the future, this will be of great help to sustainable water management. We have one more question from the audience: whether to catch and release really helps conserve fish stocks. I would say yes, because we've also had studies on this. Thank you to the anglers who have participated in previous years. That also includes fish tagging right here in the Riga region. We have tagged zander in collaboration with anglers, and that data also showed that these fish are being caught repeatedly. And global experience also shows that these fish often have a relatively good survival rate, and this is even the case in Sweden, which is a very good example. Essentially, one pike in a very narrow geographic area can even be caught 2 or 3 times. And here in Latvia as well, I think everyone will agree that we would like this to apply to our large fish stocks so that we have them in the best possible condition. That principle is better than catch and keep. And eat them. Let's see what we can see from Marchis Dedzis and 5 catch a zander in Sasis. Let's wait for the last fish to be confirmed by the Lithuanian team. They haven't understood yet. Did they take the photo incorrectly, or was it the other way around, or was there something they asked in English? They remain unchanged for now. What about the top 3? If we compare this to the last time we covered them, this time there are 4. Now, there's been another change. Right now, things are changing quite drastically. The top 5 is shifting with every fish, because as I already mentioned, 11. Just yesterday, when the pike were most active, it was around 11 o'clock. It looks like today is very similar. The logbook has been closed for 8 teams. Let me remind you that last year, the score sheet was closed by 13 teams. More. At the moment, there are still several teams very close together, and I think we'll have more. Teams that have earned these 100 bonus points. The participants don't want to fight over centimeters. That's how it is right now. It's time to show who's going to take the trophy spots, where the trophy is headed. Yes, we still don't have a clear lead where we could be certain that someone will finish in the top 3. For example, everything is still wide open, I'd even say. The top 20 teams can all compete for first place if someone is just 1 or 2 fish short. It doesn't mean anything. You catch him and you're in.
Mēs jau līdzīgi varam dažādas cēloņu sakarības dabā meklēt, ka zivis ķerās tāpēc, kad ir saule pie debesīm vai ja divi.
There are several myths, and we're already in a similar position to observe various cause and effect relationships in nature. Fish are biting because when the sun is in the sky, or there are 2 celestial bodies, they don't bite. And all sorts of conspiracy theories like this have been heard many times. It's clear that atmospheric pressure, to some extent, can influence processes in the water. But as for answering that question 100%, a lot depends on the location. There are many factors that come into play. Consequently, let's say, for example, one such instance of atmospheric pressure wouldn't be a definitive factor. As for some very significant factor, which might be the decisive one, let's go and enjoy the fishing, and then we'll come back to this information for anglers. If we had a system that would allow us to analyze a large volume of data, we could also develop models. Perhaps various analyses like this, where we could combine it with environmental parameters and see what the good days are and what the key factors might be, and thus answer that question using statistical methods. As for fish behavior, if yesterday we saw that in some places, particularly where the water is calmer, the fish were there during this time of year, how does that affect fish health, and what does their presence indicate about the water body? Yes, greetings from the agricultural sector and all the rivers that carry it in. At first, this effect is positive because these are nutrients that can be utilized further. In the food web, photosynthesis also takes place. Oxygen is consumed, but in the long run, there is a very rapid disappearance of those positive effects, and we begin to see all the side effects associated with the fact that those algae are accumulating and decomposing. For species that are more demanding in terms of oxygen levels, they may experience increased mortality. Yes, historically we've even had, let's say in lakes like Burtniks, where there is intense blooming, the water is relatively shallow, and the oxygen levels can be critical. For zander, for example, the larger ones can die off. This definitely is, from an ecosystem perspective, a negative effect. We can also continue discussing all the spawning grounds. As for how deep light penetrates into the water, where plants can and cannot grow, all of that is influenced by water transparency. So this is, I would say, a negative side effect that we can observe. Specifically, there was a study in Lake Jugla. There was also Lake Usma, as an angler on Lake Usma, and others as well. We've been a little concerned because the levels in Usma are relatively high, specifically for zander. So this is where the mercury comes from in that environment. And in trophy-sized fish, one must always understand that these harmful compounds will be present in higher concentrations in fish that are higher up in the food chain. So, the longer they spend in the environment, the longer they accumulate these substances in their bodies. Consequently, these predatory fish are usually the ones in which these elements are found in the highest concentrations. I spoke with the president of the LMSF, Kristaps Kotans, and we joked about it, almost to the point where, in the end, there's no need to change the fishing regulations, because it turns out that a trophy fish is practically harmful to eat. Not always, but of course, the risks do increase, and that's also something that has always fascinated me, that these levels are often very different from one place to another, even in seemingly similar locations. Perhaps because we need to understand everything we do on land. A lake, this will happen to end up in the rivers sooner or later, and in the lakes. And as a result, there are places where accumulation occurs more rapidly and in several stages. There is no adjacent farmland there, but there are forests and marshes. And as far as I've researched myself, in the marshes, mercury accumulates and mixes with the groundwater where it can. Either it ends up there, or somehow, say in Usma, specifically, how does that mercury end up there? I won't go into the details of the exact process, but it's also important to understand that once these elements enter the environment, they remain there for a very long time, and can, nakhor. Thanks to the Soviet legacy, for all those farming traditions, many of which have had a negative impact on the environment, they were released at that time and remain just as they were in the Baltic Sea. Or where did it absorb it? For the local anglers, in Usma. That's how the discussion went, whether it's a swamp that somehow ends up there, or whether there's something buried there from the post-war Soviet era. At first, something was there somewhere, and well, as far as I understand, that mercury accumulates in some kind of plankton colonies. The small fish there eat it, and then it's like a chain reaction that goes all the way to the top. The longer it stays in the fish, the more it accumulates in them. Recent studies have shown that all of this is related to chemistry, all the colors, everything that's available, the whole spectrum. It ends up in the environment. So the consequences are very much the same. Microplastics, which are also the subject of a great deal of research. All that plastic, I can't imagine life without plastic, and all of it ends up back in the environment. And of course, in the long term, there will be some kind of impact. So, here I would say, on the one hand, it's essential to measure and understand what's there, and on the other hand, it's important to answer the question of where it comes from and what we can do about it. So once again, it turns out that we're going with the medium size after all. We don't go for the trophy size when it comes to food, because that might also be harmful to our health. In principle, yes, especially for fatty fish like salmonids. Often, the fatty components dissolve well and accumulate in the liver. In muscle tissue, and yes, I'd say that trophy fish are yet another reason why they should be released. It can be part of the fun of catching and reeling them in. Don't eat the fish. turning to a different topic for a moment, our viewers' activities. Let's read one comment. The question is, how well do you speak Lithuanian? Last night, we interviewed a Lithuanian team, and her too. Since she wanted it to be neither in Russian nor in English, but we spoke in English. And he said she had to ask us those questions, and they answered us in Lithuanian. The two of us, Yuri and I, when what the cameraman is saying, you can kind of understand that they're talking about the sections. Now let's talk about the crew. Now we're talking about tomorrow, about the plan, and then a lot of good wishes, but mostly just wishing each other a good day. I won't know anything more than that. So I'll try, but I won't take responsibility for the content. Gediminus top ways to relax. Smoking. Ants is terrible. Yeah, I get it. That's the only word I understood as a greeting from our Lithuanian viewers. That's how we talked about the big pike. I had a question that slipped my mind, but I'm sure it'll come back to me. We have questions from many more from the viewers, or the impact of beavers on the waters and fish. It's definitely not good for the trout, given the growing population. Once again, we'll probably have to look at this on a local basis, but overall, yes, the beaver population is large in Latvia, and of course it affects certain species that are sensitive to water quality and oxygen levels. Of course it's unfavorable, and of course it also affects migratory species. This is a barrier to migration, which often delays migration or even completely prevents it. They also showed us something else, about the Baltic Sea, because all of these competitions, in terms of water, are connected to the Baltic. You can sail on the Baltic Sea to go fishing there too. They would be quite depleted. But as we can see numerically, everything is fine. As for the average size, we'd all like it to be bigger. How much of our fish stock is there? Because that's what you might call a healthy population, currently in the Baltic Sea. To be honest, things aren't going particularly well. Long-standing problem that's been going on for quite some time, partly due to climate change and partly due to the effects of eutrophication here. It's important to understand that the Baltic Sea is, for us, a partially enclosed lake, where once nutrients or pollutants enter, they remain there for a long time, circulating within that environment. And also, regarding the reduction of these nutrient loads, but that effect hasn't yet been felt in recent years. Consequently, the environment is not in good shape. There are problems with oxygen levels for certain species that require cold water. Salmon are also in poor condition. Eels are faring poorly. The only species we can talk about are a success story. That is the non-native round goby and these herring and sprat, which are currently faring relatively well within the European system. And yes, there was also a question about while we're on the subject of the Baltic Sea, there was a question about cod. Why is the cod quota distributed only among fishermen? Are recreational anglers really catching so much that the population is so threatened? What's the situation? This needs to be understood in the context of the common approach to resource management. In the European Union, there are currently so few cod that there is no specialized cod fishery. What fishermen catch is limited to their bycatch quota. This is designed so that there is no need to suspend other fishing sectors, because with cod, you can catch it using any fishing method. The same goes for herring and sprat, which are caught using religious trawls. An angler can try to release the fish more successfully, unless, of course, you're an angler, in which case, it's easier for an angler to choose what they catch. These cod too, and in Latvia, their impact. It's clear that it's not on a large scale, but if we look at the Baltic Sea as a whole, say right near the coasts of Denmark and Germany, at these western Baltic cod stocks, the fishing pressure there is often comparable to or even exceeds the pressure elsewhere. Consequently, This is how we're handling the situation. Question for Bayor. I don't know if that would be applicable. But in general, what do scientists think of fishing as a sport versus a hobby? It seems to all of us that this is understandable, but isn't that a scientific perspective? Or is it okay? Does it fit in? What do you think about this niche? Question about it. How is this sport organized, and what impact does it have on fish stocks? Result would be that we'd have to haul everything ashore. And here, in my opinion, we see a very good example of how we, using modern technology, can catch these fish and release as quickly as possible. And at the same time, we can imagine what would happen if these advanced anglers were allowed into a small lake and set up camp. So that's the impact. We can sum it up by considering just how large these resources would be. Consequently, we have a wide variety of ways to organize these competitions, and here, yes, hats off is a very good example of how to do it. And here, too, we can clearly see that we are, in fact, able to compete in a competitive format and successfully record and photograph these catches, as well as measure them. And that in itself is a valuable data stream that can also contribute to science. And when it comes to responding to your point about what would happen if these anglers, all the fish had to be kept, then I can say that in this competition, only the verified fish are counted. There were 349 approved fish. That's the current total. And it's just the fish that meet the size requirements. Fish must be released. So of course, those guys who are here in their boats, and the ladies as well, are very skilled at fishing. And now it seems to me that it's going to be tough, even on a Latvian scale, to organize such a serious competition that wouldn't be like this. I think that all of them, the ones organized by the LMSF, should be catch and release events. They're there, competitions like that, right here in the Riga region, on Lake Babit. There's one group that organizes competitions where you have to bring the fish ashore and weigh them after they've died. But there's also another group that organizes events that are the complete opposite. If I'm not mistaken, that's happening today, where they're actually demonstrating how you can catch both good ones and the same kinds of fish, and that there aren't any competitions like that either. In a lake with water, it's the same as with any place you visit or where you use something. After you're done using it, you leave it just as you'd want to find it yourself the next time you come. And if you don't respect this resource, then that's exactly how we'll find it ourselves the next time we come. The catch and release principle. So everything's fine. Since Gunnar's declined, there are very few competitions where he isn't currently working. And it's also just the way it is. I thought about it, but realistically, it has to be put somewhere right this morning. The two shores of the island, let's talk about them. We can see that they've also caught a pike. For them, this will be their second one, and they'll have to catch it too. One more pike to wrap up the report. One of the teams that's very close to getting these bonus points. 100 points and a chance to compete for the top spots and outstanding prizes. Right now, there are 8 teams. Who have caught all their fish and earned 100 bonus points, but there are a lot of teams who are about to any minute now. All they need is one more fish. You've had this happen several times already with the fish tagging study. In the waters off Riga, what might have been the main conclusions? And what is the assessment? On fish stocks? Here. Conclusion is that fish stocks were sufficiently healthy. At the time the study was conducted, yes, this large fish population was relatively high among the fish that were tagged. The number exceeded the Institute's expectations and was also viewed very positively, as some individual fish were recaptured, which in practice demonstrates that the system is catching and releasing them, and that it is working so that the fish can be caught again. And perhaps what isn't such good news is that, over the course of several years, we've seen that the number of fish may be declining. As for those large fish that we can once again link to these technological capabilities, these are the ones that are potentially being caught. But perhaps, going back to Gunnar's, I didn't finish talking about those life technologies. What I find interesting again is that here, the angler is a bit like a researcher and can get into the role and perhaps understand the behavior of these fish, and also get a sense of the state of the fish stock. If you drive in and see that there aren't many of those big fish, maybe you'll take a different approach to this fishing trip, because I know that when I was a kid, I was always fascinated by it. Yeah, maybe if you'd approached it differently from the start, you'd look at this resource differently, and your sense of responsibility and attitude would grow. It's fantastic. With it, everything is fine until the moment it ends up in the wrong hands. Because it's like a fishing rod. It's really, as one of our guests already said. So, there's an angler, and if he starts using a device like this, he becomes a hunter. When you can hit the target with great precision, the victim you've been watching. At that very moment, everything comes up against either the rules of what is allowed or what is not allowed, or against a sense of decency regarding what you do with these fish. Because fundamentally, of course, with live streaming technologies, you're searching for big fish. And you've also talked about the very participants in the study you mentioned, including Kaspar's Holmes, who's been with us here yesterday as a guest. Of course, it's decreasing. Along with that, with the advent of this technology, because of course, it's not as if they're buying them now and then just driving off and on the very first evening, or in the first month, they're catching those meter-long fish. But it takes time, a relatively short period, and you realize that you have to do something about it, and you'll get those trophies. That is, there are incomparably more ways to do it than with traditional fishing. And as I mentioned, researchers can't be present at every body of water in Latvia every single day. And these anglers, on the other hand, are, if we were to organize the system so that the data flow began to come in automatically, then I think we would be able to draw a great many conclusions about what is happening to these resources in the long term. Perhaps there are places where we can relax them. Perhaps there are areas where we need to impose stricter restrictions. Consequently, that is how I see things moving forward in the future. It could be a very good source of information, which perhaps could also be used for the restoration of these fish stocks. If something happens there, perhaps we could try to increase the population of a specific species. Consequently, anglers, in a sense, would be partners and points of support for science. At the same time, they are the ones who have a stake in ensuring that this resource exists and that its management is sustainable. And just look at the situation we're living in today. Each of us has a small computer in our pocket. We can say yes, we can photograph and measure everything online, and enter the data into an app, send it off, and truly create such a fantastic system that helps us identify these signals in the large lakes, because right now in Latvia, we don't have that kind of systematic monitoring. I completely agree that there is a need to get that sense of it as accurately as possible. We need scientists to collaborate with anglers who on a daily basis are out on the water, and that's the case in the Riga region. The Riga marking project was a great example of that. It's just that simple. But if an angler feels that he would like to collaborate, he simply doesn't know how, or perhaps he hasn't done so often, then every angler can be part of this collaboration by accurately and correctly filling out his fishing reports. The more accurate the data, the easier it will be to identify trends and develop new initiatives, and to establish stricter rules, or conversely, to relax them. Because that goal must already be understood within the framework of these rules. To preserve that resource in a reasonable manner and perhaps even improve it in certain areas. I think these guys would be very happy to go out fishing and catch pike. Probably no one catches pike over a meter long yet. This year, there haven't been any. A battle for every centimeter is taking place. Well, about the 1 meter fish. The only 1 meter fish I hope to see in the video this morning is a pike from one spot. Someone showed me how he caught a nice fish that got away, snapping the line right at the boat's edge. That was really a good fish because it had just been hooked, but it got away. And that's all there is to the story about those meter-long fish that would actually be hooked on the lure. If you look at the entire fishing area as a whole, how many lakes, rivers, and that territory there are, and when there's one 90-centimeter pike, 185, then there's some talk about meters being caught. Yes, looking at it a little bit from the table as well, we're always talking about major changes. How can a couple of fish make a difference? It's possible from the bottom, from the lower part of the table, to move up. I see that the team is West in LV. Lorda Lipina and Martis Kleppers are already in 11th place. The entire table consists of 25mm perch, and they're getting 100 bonus points and are firmly in the top 10. They make it into the top 10, where it comes down to centimeters. But teams that are missing just one fish to make the official results, we have several of those. I counted the top 10 teams, and you're at the top and already in the thick of the battle for the boat.
Milzīgas cerības, ko mēs noķersim, un tad tā realitāte parasti iesiet citādāk. Nu, tur ir, zinu, ārkārtīgi daudz faktoru, kas to uzvedību ietekmē.
Also, using your scientific expertise, which every angler is probably interested in, is it possible to predict the behavior of these fish? Because every time we go fishing, we have huge hopes about what we'll catch, and the reality is usually quite different. The thing is, there are an enormous number of factors that influence their behavior. But you're an angler too. 0. Is your knowledge helpful in locating and catching those fish and in predicting their periods of activity? Or is it more of a complex struggle, just like trying to decipher the fish's code? It works more than it doesn't. To be honest, sometimes it doesn't. I haven't been able to do as much in recent years, but at the same time, well, there are certain things that just work. And of course, I'd say that here, it might just be a matter of luck, as much as anything else, being out there as much as possible on the water, which unfortunately, our favorite river bends happen to line up with these trees, and there, almost always, if we don't get pulled out, we catch a beautiful pike. That's the kind of fish we get. They hang out there, but all in all, considering that, in my opinion, that fishing is so enchanting, precisely because it's unpredictable. If it were the case that we went out and caught one after another, it probably wouldn't have that same charm for us over time. I think that's the thing. On the one hand, it also lets us appreciate these trophy fish even more. But in that sense, it's hard to say. I'd say for me, maybe the science of it gets in the way more than it helps, because I always want to try all sorts of different theories and approaches. He needed that last zander. Yeah, well. So tell me about the campground. If you... What's in store for us? Another team, Team 9, which will have closed out the protocols. It looks like it's all about emotions. Then at least one more cache each. Zanders. Judith left. Pike. What do we see? That's the plan. It worked out for the Lithuanians with their team. They had plan 12. Catch 2 zander and now they're going after the big pike. It's already a very good pike. If they have 2 at 75 and 74. F4 if they improve 64. Doing very well and are pulling ahead. Right now, we're already watching to see how long it is. That zander will be theirs. Maybe we'll do the math ourselves. It's been set so high, it's 50 plus 50 and 50. It seems out of reach. Second. How many were there back then? 9. It was... or 50 times 1. I didn't notice, but it seemed like 50 pairs. Maybe a little more. Yeah. So what's the big deal? Tiers are just for them? About 30 centimeters each. How many did we manage to see on the conveyor belt? What was up with the perch? There are 2 5s with them. 68. They were already in first place, and they've improved even further by a couple of centimeters. Their results. We barely managed, just barely, to talk with Ivers about the fish code. And then there's that classic stuff, the classic assumptions that used to apply back in the day. I like that competitions like this also shatter one stereotype or another about the fact that catching fish, and when you are not catching fish, is what you have to do when you go fishing. You fish, and then you catch something. We see that it's interesting. There are periods. They're visible on the website, but there aren't many perch. We see that there are some kind of sporadic periods that can also be observed from time to time when someone catches a fish, but then we have a longer lull, and then suddenly the fish start biting again. And catch, that's 1, so they're the winners of first place. Currently, the best catch is 6 perch, each 25 centimeters long. Since they're stabilizing even more, they're in first place. What can we discuss during the time we have left? It slipped away a bit while talking to you and following along with what's happening in the competition. But those flashes I mentioned, as well as that mystery of how, all of a sudden, one day for half an hour, there are 3, 4, or 5 fish. And then silence again. Do you have a quick answer to that? No, I have no idea who it is, who's the one flipping that switch on and off. But I guess at least those are my observations. It's just that it happens at such unpredictable times. Often, I don't even bother with predictions. I don't get carried away, and I keep it as simple as possible, of course. Especially when you're fishing in the same spot all the time, then you start to remember some very, very specific things. If time and resources allow, that's where we'll have the live broadcast set up. I guess it didn't quite work out. Cope Baltic XL after the competition. Yeah, Jonas is adjusting the brake. Maybe it was a little too loose. Yeah, let's just leave it at that. Those are the main points of our conversation. That anglers and scientists need to work together, and that's already happening. That's encouraging. We'll figure out the fish code with the help of science, and we need to use technology wisely so that we can all keep catching fish in the morning. Big, and beautiful pike. Let's not take everything all at once. Out there, we learn from the best. What can we say? Ivor, thanks for the conversation. We'll definitely meet up with you again. It's always interesting to chat about fishing and science. It's great that you found time at the show on Saturday to come to the City Yacht Club. Thanks for the invitation. It was really interesting. There's also a lot of action even when you're just sitting and watching. It's kind of nerve-wracking. I don't know what exactly it was about at that time, 11A, is when the fishing started. Yeah, we started talking right about the significance of big fish, and I'm glad we hit 95. So let's get back to it. What's next? After a while, with the main event of this competition, a look at the SUP boards. And then we'll be back in the studio with a new segment, which will feature a very well-known athlete, but more on that in a moment when we meet again. A little later. Also,
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water
back to that, of course.
and quietly. And when you get where you're going,
Shirts and other items.
lock in and stay put. Like really stay put.
Black.
Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be.
Right?
Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
He's on the course and me. Plus
Unlock the water with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Attach GT360 UHD to SpyPole to capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan. Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D. Wirelessly control SpyPole with the gesture remote. foot control, or your chart plotter. Sync SpyPole and your Force Pro in speed and direction, and lock your live scope on a fixed point. Take full control of your sonar like never before with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin. Their world is dark and murky. Your view of it has never been clearer. This is LiveScope 2.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
Sveicināti Garmin Predator Cup auditorija. Mazs atkāpes brīdis, lai parādītu jums, pastāstītu kaut ko, kas Latvijā pagaidām ir mazāk zināms, bet īstenībā jau ir ļoti labs, daudzu īpašnieku jau pagūts iemīlēt. Tas ir Swoop 585. Šī ir balva šo sacensību uzvarētājiem, un mums nav palicis sevišķi vairs daudz laika čaļiem par viņu pacīnīties, bet, te ir tāda tā kā... nav jau Latvijā daudz to sacensību, kurš var vinēt jaunu laivu. Nevar pat vinnēt, var izcīnīt, jo tas nav tā, ka te kāds kaut ko atdos kādam pa velti. Jā, bet jūs noteikti interesē, kāpēc viņi ir tik vērtīgi, kāpēc viņi ir forši. Pirmā lieta, kas šai laivai ir forši, šeit principā vairs nav koka detaļu. Viss, kas ir bijis no koka, no finiera, kas kādreiz bija laivu standarts šādu laivu būvē, no tā ir palicis precīzi nekas. Ja mēs paskatāmies, mums šeit ir skaisti viss, alumīnijas, biezs, izturīgs, nav kam sabojāties skaists. Visas ūdens noteces, ūdens noteču sistēmas, viss ir nopietni projektēts, visi runduki, saucamie, viss glabātuvis ir ar apgaismojumiem, un tas viss ir iekļauts bāzes komplektā. Apiesim apkārt šai laivai, parādīsim, pastīsimies, un pēc tam aiziesim uz šīs laivas kopiju, kuru es jau 3 mēnešus ļoti intensīvā veidā lietoju copas gaitās, un pastīsimies, kā man tur viss kaut kas ir izkārtojies. Tātad, mazās niansītes, foršas durtiņas uz magnētu. Foršas, pēkšņas pa gaisu nepūš. Attaisam durtiņas pielīp, aiztaisam durtiņas, viss labi. Šobrīd nevaram aiztaisīt, jo viņas ir vaļā. Ja tas loks tā, tad nevar. Bet ļoti laba lieta. Iesaku īpaši turēt viņas vaļā visām motorlaivām tajā brīdī, kad jūs braucat tukšgaitā, labāk ir šis centrālais loks vaļā un durtiņas vaļā, lai jums notiek gaisa apmaiņa kokpitā. Jo tā liekas vējš no priekšas, motors aizmugurē, bet tas virpuls nes jums iekšā atgāzes un motorlaivā ventilācija ir svarīga lieta. Tālāk mēs ejam apkārt laivai. Garmin Predator Cup simboliku, Swoop, Predator Tour, laiva. Simbolika tieši šīm sacensībām radīts laivas dizains. Laiva līdz 500 cilvēkiem, līdz 800 kilogramiem kopējā svara un 278 kg smagu motoru var likt virsū līdz pat 250 zirgiem. Man ir šāda laiva. Tāda laiva ar šādu laivu ar 250 zirgu motoru ir kā asnazis. Ar viņu ir jāprot apieties. Bāzes komplektācijā viņi jau forši brauc arī ar 115, 150 zirgiem, un tādas laivas es esmu diezgan daudz jau patestējis. Un pateikšu, ar 150 zirgiem šī laiva uz ūdens ir vienkārši bombonga gan no vadīšanas viedokļa, gan no ekonomiskuma pārējiem. Tātad nolokāmie beņķi, standarts, beņķi uz atspērēm, standarts, ērtas, glabātuves. Redziet, cik daudz kabatu, cik daudz glāžu turētāju, kādas jaudīgas konsoles pa viļņiem nekas negrab, neplīvo un nedalās. Jā, apskatījāmies jau no skaistuli, tad ejam praktiskajā sadaļā. Paldies mūsu sponsoriem, sacensību atbalstītājiem BTA, paldies Rīgas ostai, paldies veikalam Ehalots. Ejam paskatīsimies, cik forši izskatās šāda laiva, intensīvi lietots 3 mēnešus, un kas un kur man atrodas. Sāksim no izsurienes. Uzreiz pasaku, laiva nav ne speciāli pucēta, ne speciāli gatavot šai tiešraidē. Viss ir taisni tā kā ir. Bardaks, nepārāk tīra, kā jau makšķernieku laiva. Sāksim no aizmugures. Šī ir tāda sadaļa, traki laba sadaļa. Ikdienā mēs parasti nebraucam ātrāk pa 50-60 km/h, bet šī laiva ar 250 zirgu Yamaha skrien vairāk par 100 km/h. Kam to vajag? Mūsu priekam to vajag. Tad, kad mums patiešām gribās kaut ko atkal tādu, kas mūs priecē, tad mēs varam paskriet pa viļņu galiem tik ātri, kā daudz citu nevar. Bet, atgriežamies pie tā, kā es teicu, laivā ir bardaks. Kas man laivā ir izvietots? Tātad pirmā lieta, es apzināti aizmugurē neuzliku sēdekļus, jo dzīve rāda, ka makšķernieku laivā pārsvarā brauc 2 vai 1, un parētām pavizinās kopā ar ģimeni vai kā tam līdzīgi. Var pasēdēt arī bez tiem sēdekļiem. Bet man šeit ir ļoti ērts mantu glabātuvs, ūdens drošs pie tam. Šeit man ir, piemēram, ātrām izkastīta visādām furnitūrām. Kastītes ar sviniņiem, āķīši, kāda rezerves aukliņa. Tas viss ir šeit. Šodien mūs kārtīgi pielēja, paklaistēja slapš, tāpēc, ka laižot startu lielie viļņi ienāca pa aizmuguri ritīgi iekšā. Tāds bija laivas novietojums. Tātad otrā pusē man izvietojot svaru priekš jaudīgi dzinēju, man svars ir vairāk aizmugurē. Šeit es smielicis pāris lādētājs. Pie vienas sienas ir laivas kaut. Šeit ir tāda parasti, es šeit tur kaut kādu pārtiku ielieku. Šī man tā kā brīvā kasta manām visādām parastām lietiņām. Ko es gribētu uzsvērt, baigi ērtā lieta laivā ir šie kāpu turētāji sānos. Jo, ja mums vajag operatīvi izvilkt un nolikt kādu pārbraucienam, visi baigi labi. Mēs viņu vienkārši ieliekam. Cilvēki saka, atstājam kāpu šādi. Šādi arī ir ok. Bet šādi vajag uzmanīties no vienas lietas. Ja jums gadījumā māneklis būs netīšām, nevis piesprādzēts smuki, bet palicis, piemēram, ūdenī, un jūs uzstartēsiet ar jaudu, ticiet mani, es zinu vairākus stāstus, kā spinninga laivu šādā veidā ir pametuši. Pietiek ar mazā māneklīšu nelielo pretestīt, vieglas rāvēniņš spinnings jau ir uz klāja, un tālāk viņš vienkārši dodās pie citiem saimniekiem. Tā kā šī novietne, pie tam viņi ir abās pusēs, šīs novietnes ļoti ērti lietojums. Operatīvie kārti atrodas tepat. Tālāk, otrā pusē arī ir šāda novietne. Kas man ir? Šeit ir ļoti ērti plauktiņi. Redziet, šeit ir, kā mēs no Zviedrijas esam atbraukuši, te mums ir gan lielie stingeri, gan asaru gumijas. Tepatās ir kāds ir nolicis stanziņas, parasti gan es viņas lietoju, lieku šeit. Šis man ir stanziņu nodalījums visādiem gadījumiem. Šeit man ir arī nazis, kuram ir jābūt katrā laivā. Līdzīgi ir arī otrā pusē. Jo ar instrumentiem ir tā, viņi slīkst, viņi visi slīkst. Jautājums tikai, kad viņi noslīkst, tāpēc rezerves instrumentiem nekad nav. Lieku instrumentu nav. Tālāk, jā, šeit ir akumulātora telpa. Es viņu, pat cik akumulātora telpa ir ļoti liela, un viņi dublējās vēl arī uz priekšu zem spinningiem. Es šeit izmantoju viņu arī kā tentu glabātu šodien. Ja, parasti es tentu atstāju mašīnā, bet cik lēv stāvēja uz ūdens, tents atrodas šeit. Tā, par šo pusi, piemēram, kur es glabāju tīkliņus. Ja es braucu copēt viens, tad man kātu atrašanās vieta. Laivā ir parasti tajā pusē, un šajā pusē man reku ir airis. Šeit man ir tīkliņš ielikts, ērti, lai es viņu varu paķert. Šeit man ir ielikts arī šis brīnišķīgais atļurkātājs, kā šodien viens iekomentēja studijā. Lieta, ar kuru var atbrīvot mānekļus, kas ir ieķērušies līdz 3 metru dziļumam. Rīgas maksā mazāk nekā labs japāņu woblers. Viņš ir šajā laivā. Šeit. Ejam tālāk. Kas mums ir tātad? Jā, šī ir makšķernieku vismīļākā vieta, jo šis ir mums saucamais sarkofāks spinningiem. Redziet, šeit ir paredzēti 5 caurumi, bet loģiski lietojot šeit var ielikt, arī 7, 8, varbūt pat 9 kārtus. Kas vēl ir pa niansī? Šeit mēs varam redzēt, cik garus kārtus mēs varam ielikt pilnā garumā laivā. Ja? Reku mēs ņemam ārā. Šis kārts ir Pike 862. Tātad pilnvērtīgs big bite kārts. Iet iekšā visā garumā. Nekāda problēma. Apiņā. Reku ir viens, reku ir otrs. Un reku vēl mēs viņiem varam ielikt brāču blakām. Džeku kādu, piemēram. Nav jāuztraucās, ka tas viss guļ kaudzē, tāpēc, ka šī vieta īsti nelēkā. Un tur nekādas beigās bēgas nenotiek. Aiztaisam ciet un miers mājās. Šī, starp citu, ir viena, šī ir niansīta. Es esmu šo pabūs 3 mēnešu laikā mazliet sabojāt saplēst. Līdz galam viņš saplīsa šodien no rīta. Niansīta ir. Redziet, mēs ļoti sadarbojamies ar šo laivu ražotāju, un katrs nākamais modelis nāk ar kaut kādiem uzlabojumiem. Un šeit ir vienkārši sīka montāžas detaļa, kur uz nākamajiem modeļiem tiešām būs novērsta. Šis nedrīkst būt līdz ar pašu augšu, un tād viņš arī iztur. Tāpatās, kā mēs teiksim, tagad pēc palietošanas redzam, ka Eva ļoti ātri bojājās un smērējās, un viņi ir ļoti skaisti, bet mēs savējiem klientiem Evas grīdas laivā nepiedāvāsim kā bāzes komplektācija. Ja viņi patiešām vēlās, ok, bet tādā īstā lietošanā mēs piedāvāsim tomēr šo. Parastais paklājs ir vismazāk slīdošais, vismazāk riskantais klājums laivā, pēc tam arī, ja viņš nolietojās, man pieredze gan rāda, ka apmēram 10 gadus viņš ir joprojām lietojams. Bet ja viņš nolietojās, tad viņu var nomainīt, bet ar Evu, redziet, mēs jau 3 mēnešu laikā aktīvi lietojot laivu, šeit ir izdilusi, šeit kaut kur kaut kādas maliņas mēs jau sākam uzraut, labāk iztiekam bez Evas, kārtīgs paklājs, vai kā mums ir blakus laivā, mums ir marindeka grīda, bet vēsākā un slapjā laikā marindeka pārklājuma grīdas slīd mazliet vairāk nekā šis paklājs. Es iesaku paklāju viennozīmīgi āmeni. Teiksim, jā, uz krenelīniem tur Eva dara, viss kārtībā, tur vienmēr ir slapši, forši, ka tur ir tās pa konsolēm. Tātad konsole ir gana liela, lai uz viņas uzlikt 19 colu ekrānu, vai 2 13 colīgos, vai 16, 17 un 13 un 12. Brīvas iespējas. Konsole ir pietiekami liela, stipra. Mēs uzlikām šo ekrānu nepārtaisot rāmīt. Jaunajām rāmīšu modifikācijām nāk mazliet slīpa. Viņu var likt tuvāk, tālāk. Stūri apzināti esmu pielicis tuvāk vidum, lai sēžot es redzētu garām šim lielajam ekrānam. Bet jā, lielā ekrānā ir ļoti ērti. Jaudīgs ekrāns ļoti ātri viss. Vajag sadalīt to karti, piemēram, brauc lielāku gabalu, vienā kartē tur dziļums, otrā kartē tur virzienu, ļoti labi. Bagāžas nodalījumi arī ir ļoti svarīga lieta, un mēs vēl neesam pametuši kokpitu, lai, teiksim, nepabeigtu rādīt visu. Baigi svarīgā lieta. Mamiņa parasti karājās šeit. Cimdiņi. Gadās lielāk zivs, mazāk savai. Reku mums ir lielo zivju mānekli. Reku ir vesels grozs ar visādiem labumiem. Viņš brīvi iet iekšā šeit. Ja? Tā kā es dodos copēties, taisos daudz mānekļus lietot, Es viņus paņemu to grozu augšā uz klāju. Ja es vienkārši izvēlos dažus, es viņus sametu, teiksim, stūrī, un viņi man īsti dzīvot netraucē. Tāds pats ir arī otrā pusē. Jā, šī ir ļoti laba vieta. Tur man arī ir kastīte ar mānekļiem, kastīte ar kaut kādu furnitūru. Šī nav ātrā apmaiņas vieta. Bet, nu, katrs pielieto kā vēlās. Ja? Tad beņķi uz atspērēm. Lielos viļņos izbaudam. Nav liela viļņa, nav problēma. Vienkārši brauc, vienkārši sēd, vienkārši stūrē lāju. Tālāk, aerators. Ja? Uzreiz brīdim zivju. Zviņas te var atrast. Zivis mēs ne tikai ķeram, bet reizēm arī ēdam. Un zanders ir garšīgs, sams ir garšīgs. Līdeks gan mēs laižam vaļā viss. Metriņš tur peld. Vairāk arī nevajag. Ja viņam ir tik slikti, ka vajag ielikt atelpoties. Ir bijuši gadījumi, ka mēs to zivi ieliekam pagaidām 15-20 minūtes, un tu dzirdi aeratorā sāk buksīties. Bum, bum. Skaidrs, tad tās, kurš varbūt bija uz miršanas robežas, ir pamodies, viņš atkal grib brīvībā, tu viņu izcēl, atlaidi, čau. Nu, ja viņi nobeidzās, tad viņi nobeidzās, neko darīt. Tā gadās, kaut ko varam arī aprast. Tātad priekšējais klājs, jā, šis ir mans workstations. Kāds ir aiznesis šādu ķeblīti, kāds ir arī otrā mūsu laivā. Kāds šo ķeblīti ir pārnesis. Bet jā, parasti man viņš šeit ir. Šeit man ir Garmin pedālis, Spypole pedālis, darba stacija. Jauns kronšteins, to mēs pavisam drīz pastāstīsim, tas būs atsevišķs video. Tātad mantu glabātuvas šeit lielas, ērtas, dziļas, klusas, izklātas ar paklājiem, ar apgaismojumu, visur ir ledi, visur mēs varam ieslēgt gaismu. Ja, tātad šeit pa vidu atkal mantu glabātuva sausā. Ja. Mānekļu kaste, parašūts, es šeit smēdzu ielikt arī fenderus, tad, kad man viņus nevajag. Ja. Šeit ir dalītās mantu glabātuvas. Šajā pusē arī, redziet, viss izolēts, viss pastiprināts. Ja. Ļoti kvalitatīvi viss nostrādāts, viss izkrāsots, kā premium laivai pienākas. Nu, pie šīs mantu glabātuvas es piestiprināju ērtības. Šis ir pagaidām no ārzemēm atvests paraugs, bet mēs strādājam pie jauna, daudz vērtākā kronšteina, jo jaunās tehnoloģijas Spypoles blakus Garminam. Viņas man ir no kokpita iznesušas atpakaļ ārā uz priekšu, un es paredzu, parasti tas tā notiek, ka kaut kur es pārvietojos, pēc kaut kāda brītiņa arī kaut kas pārvietojās tirgū uz šīm. Un mēs jau prognozējam, ka ekrānu skaits sakarā ar to, ka mums ir divi kvalitatīvi devēji. Reku mēs redzam visu, kas notiek zem lapām, reku mēs redzam vertikāli to pašu. Te divi ekrāni priekšā būs, un nepieciešams veids, kā viņus ērti pārvadāt, jo šādi braukt nevar. Ja viņus uzliek šeit vienkārši priekšā, tik un tā viņiem redzēt pāri ir grūti. Tāpēc mēs esam uztaisījuši versiju, ka šos ekrānus pirms es dodos braukt, es viņus pagriežu un nolieku zemē. Ops. Tagad viņi man uz tādām atbalsta ķepiņām. Tas viss ir pagaidām improvizētā versijā. Sēriju produkciju mēs parādīsim vēlāk. Bet šis ir ļoti ērti. Ekrāni ir drošībā, redzamība. Pilotam ir laba. Ja? Tas ārā. Šeit viss ārā, laivu ir sapakot. Esam gatavi gāzēt. Ja? Nu, kā procesā vienmēr gadās kāds caurums izvert viss. Kā jau es teicu, speciāli šeit nekas nav gatavots, kā no copes, tā uz kino. Redzat, kā tas ir dabā. Dabā tas ir forši. Redzat, visu apkārt laivai ir tēpasi. Šeit es mēdzu nolikt spinīgus. Es jums varu parādīt, piemēram, kā es priekšā nolieku spinīgu, ja es dodos. Piemēram, ja man ir 2 vai 3 spinīgi, pieņemsim, es dodos kādā hesā, tur ķert pelāģiskās zivis. Mans spinīgs atradīsies, pirms motora novēršanas, mans spinīgs atradīsies šeit. Ja? Es esmu pielicis tādu ērtu reidblazes turētāju. Šādi es varu braukt arī glisē, arī pa vidēji lieliem viļņiem, nekur tas spinīgs nepaliek. Un arī motors vispār neko nevar nodot. Parasti man ir kādi 2-3 viņi šeit mētājās. Un tad, kad garāks pārbrauciens, es viņus salieku malās. Tā nekas nekam netraucina. Ātrā mānekļa apmaiņa. Ja? Starp citu, atkal, ja ir dullāks pārskrējiens pa lielākiem viļņiem, vienkārši izņemam viņu ārā, nonesam lejā kokpitā. Ļoti ērti. Tā kā Paldies, ka atradāt laiku paskatīties par jauno sūpu. Ja jums interesē jaunās sūpu laivas, veikals Eholots noteikti varam palīdzēt jums ar lieliskām sūpu laivām. Ātras, stabilas, kādas jūs vēlaties. Kādā komplektācijā vēlaties? Ar visjaunāko elektroniku vai ar to, kas jums jau ir? Akumulātori, lēdētāji, kvalitatīvas instalācijas. Mēs zinām, ko daram, mēs lietojam, ko zinām. Tā kā, uz tikšanos!
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
Unlock the water with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Attach GT360 UHD to SpyPole to capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan. Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the
Esam atgriezušies tiešraidē, bet kadri, kurus jūs šobrīd redzat, ir sacensību līdz šim lielākā slīde, kas PVC un sacensību līderi EM Team. Lūk, kā notika lielākā slīde, kas noķeršana redzam pie niedrītēm, klasiska līdeku vieta. Un, ja paspējāt pamanīt, tad ļoti interesanta izvadīšanas, mānekļa izvadīšanas maniera, ko varbūt ne visi dara. Mānekli spēlē un ar tādiem ļoti agresīviem rāvieniem. Un redzams, ka tā diena varbūt ir gausa un varbūt, ka tieši tā aktīvā spēle ir tas, kas izprovocēja. Pagaidām mums nav cita 90 centimetrīga līdeku, lai mēs varētu salīdzināt. Nu, tā kā šobrīd vienīgā 90 ir atsaukusies uz ļoti tādu aktīvu un agresīvu spēli. Un, jā, kamēr mēs bijām nosacīti, bet prom un apskatījām sacensību galveno balvu, ir notikušas vairākas izmaiņas top 10. Mums ir nu jau 11 komandas, kuras ir aizvērušas protokolu, saņēmušas tātad 100 bonusa punktus. Un te jūs joprojām redzat tos svarīgākos mirkļus ar lomēm, kas ir notikuši pēdējās stundas pusotras laikā. Lielākas, mazākas zivis, aizvērti protokoli, gandrīz aizvērti protokoli. Nu, ko tad izskrienam, pirms mēs piesakam mūsu viesi, izskrienam cauri top 10 ātri. Tātad pirmais trīnieks EM Team no Latvijas 557 punkti, otrā vieta no Lietuvas Short and Twitching 546 punkti, trešā vieta Raterbaits LV 545 punkti, ceturtā vieta NGT Latvija 1 arī ar 545 punktiem, 5. RR Team Lietuva, 6. C1 Latvija, 7. Connecto Keteč Lietuva, 8. Brema LT Lietuva, 9. Laiks Copei Baltic XL Latvija un 10. noslēdz kurzemnieki no Tohatsu Latvija 1. Un, jā, mums ir vēl vairākas komandas, kurām pietrūkst viena zivs līdz protokola aizvēršanai. Tā kā mums vēl ir vairākas stundas šeit studijā ar neprognozējumu iznākumu, un jā, mēs šobrīd jau varam paskatīties uz to, kā izskatās šā brīža top 3 komandu punkti pret, piemēram, pagājušā gada noslēguma tabulu. Tātad pagājušajā gadā mums uzvarēja Laiks Copei Baltic XL ar kopā 578 punktiem. Ja mēs skatāmies uz šā brīža rezultātiem, tad Baltic XL ar šādu rezultātu uzvarētu arī šogad. Bet, ja mēs ņemam šā brīža līderus EM Team ar 557 punktiem, tad viņi šīs sacensības pagājušā gadā viņi ar šādu rezultātu būtu trešie. Nu, tas liecina tikai par to, ka tiešām arī šis gads ir tāds, kur centimetrs, 2 vai 3 var izšķirt galvenās balvas un citu vietu sadalījumu, jo zivis ķerās, mums visu laiku nāk klāt, visu laiku kaut kas mainās tabulā, kas ir ļoti interesanti, un tas mums garantē intrigu līdz pēdējiem brīdim. Mēs redzam, ka trofejas nekrīt iekšā tik bieži, kā mēs te studijā gribētu un kā arī paši makšķernieki gribētu. Jā, ir labas zivis, un šobrīd līdeka ir tā, līdeka mums ir 90 cm, kas jau priekš sacensību formāti ir saucama par trofeju, bet mēs gaidām līdekai to metru, zandertam 80+, asarim 40+. Lūk. Bet nu pie studijas viesa solījām jums sportistu un sportistu.
Which is already ahead of what we call a trophy in this competition format. But we're waiting for a pike that's a meter long, a zander over 80, and a perch over 40. There you go. Hi, Giannis. Hi. Here in the studio with us is Giannis Schmadinch, and everyone who's been following sports in Latvia, or at least beach volleyball, knows him. Everyone definitely knows Giannis. But now, let's get to know you a little better. Even the fishing community is starting to recognize you, as this conversation won't be about beach volleyball or any similar sport, but specifically about fishing, because it's precisely because of fishing that you're here visiting us today. Tell us, what's your skill level? Or do you fish with a bamboo rod along the ponds? Or have you moved on to a more serious level? Malk? Please introduce yourself and tell us who Janis Schmadinj the angler is. To start with, definitely with a bamboo rod, which is more modern, but now I fish from a boat and catch top-notch fish, perch, and mostly zander and zander. Now we know more. That's why I'm trying it out, starting now. Now there's a jig on rubber lures, mostly in the fall on mandels and pharaohs, which work really well.
Sportista karjerā un olimpiskajos laikos arī tad sanāca pamakšķerēt?
Nu jā, bet tad sanāca varbūt mēnesī reiz, varbūt 2 mēnešos reiz, bet ja ir brīvs brīdis, tas bija tāds kā, teiksim tā, kā meditācija, kad tev atslēdzies no viss, aizbrauc projām no visiem cilvēkiem, viens pats vai no ar draugiem, bet nu, tur tās sarunas ir daudz mazāks nekā kaut kur sabiedrībā. Tā kā jā, tas bija tāds restartiņš visam tam, kas notiek apkārt sportā.
Un tagad sanāk vairāk?
Nu, tagad jau ir brīžiem rudeņos tā kā uz darbu iet, jā, tad 4-5 reizes nedēļā citreiz, jā, bet, nu, nedēļā reiz 2, tas ir ok, jā, tagad.
Jā, tā tad ar tevi var runāt jau tā pamatīgi, nevis tā parāda savus karosiņu bildes, bet saprot, ka tur ir runa jau par nopietnākiem lomiem. Kādas tev ir attiecības ar makšķerēšanas sacensībām?
Esmu piedalījies, jā, šogad vienās draugs uzaicināja uz Usmas kausu.
Kurzemes kauss, jā.
Kurzemes kauss, jā. Un priekš pirmās reizes, kad bijām Usmā vispār, nu es pirmo reizi personīgi makšķerēju Usmā, nu pēdējie nebijām, tad jau labi.
Es jau varu paslavēt Jāni, jo viņi arī Jūrija no Talsiem piedalījās, jā, un tur ir tā kā 2 grupas, ir pano grupa, live tehnoloģijas un klasiskā grupa, un tad Jānis ar Jūriju bija vienīgā ekipāža no klasiķiem, kuri varēja aiztaisīt ciet zandartu. Tas arī 3 zandarti, jā. Tā kā nodžigoja 3 Usmas zandarts, jā, un viņiem bija 3, un uz pārējiem visiem kopējiem tur bija vēl 3. Lielākoties viss palika tukšā. Tā kā tādā ziņā viss labi, jā.
True, everyone else came up empty-handed. They caught 3 zander from the Usma River, and they had 3, while the rest of the group combined had another 3. We started with the pike. There weren't really any. And I said, Jurčiks. I said, wait a minute, let's try for some zander with the lure closed. We stuck with the pike, but it was just pike. Unfortunately, it just bit and got away. Did the trip go well? Did we catch anything in the boat? For Janis, everything's fine. In Usma, at the beginning of summer, we were jigging all day long and caught 3 zander, so everything's okay. 8 hours, I think, was the first time. In May, we fished for 14 hours. 8 of them were pretty good. But first things first. For the first time in Usma, and after checking everything off, we'll close the log. That's a very good result. But you, Janis, said you started saying that you had some jigs, mandelas, and foam inside, but outside we also talked about live technologies, about Fano, and also about that. Now, with all of that, you're working on it. Well, yeah, but let's put it this way. Combine it with your daily life. If that's how it goes, then that's where the most money comes in. So just clean it up, and let's see which direction it takes. But also, when I left, and when you were all spending the whole day glued to the screen.
Tu esi, nu jau, saprot, pagaršojis to makšķerēšanas sporta virtuvi, kā ir? Iesi tur dziļāk iekšā?
Nav, uz doto brīdi nav tāds, ka baigi gribās, vienkārši gribās copēt. Tad, bet, nu, teiksim tā, Usmā bija diezgan interesanti tur saprast, salīdzināt sevi ar citiem un saprast, kā profiņi to visu dara. Daudz jau mēs neredzējām īsti, jo pašiem bija ar savām zīmēm jātiek galā, bet, nu, atmosfēra ir interesanti, bet, nu, šādā kaut kādā vēl, es domāju, bišķi pa ātri lekt iekšā, tad jau, zin, kā sportistam gribās jau tev tur pa to apakšgalu negribētos kulties, tā kā
Šmitam konkurents sastādīt šodien, piemēram.
Tieši gribēju teikt, ar kaut ko jāsāk, kur Rolands Šmits rāda piemēru.
Jā, bet, nu, pastīsimies, kāds būs vēl veiksim viņam, jāapstāst, kāds būs beigu rezultāts, bet, nu,
Yeah, but let's see how things turn out. We'll have to see how it turns out in the end. But right now, it's August, and it seems to me like a relatively slow month. That's how it would be a problem for me, a real problem, to actually land something. That's exactly what I wanted to ask about the athletes who are now getting into fishing. And there's also a chance for them to compete. A winning spirit like that, I think, is really hard to bring to a competition, just to participate. There, if you enter, then you have to win, then give it your all. I wanted to ask, on the other hand, there's really no point in wasting so much time. You might as well just go out with friends or on your own to fish somewhere. Do you know how to just participate like that? No, it's the same in training. Because I'm training with the youth guys now, guys, I'm racing all over the World Cup circuit. In my training, I'm also just not willing to lose to them. In every game, you have to win. I think so. Hope it's the same. If I was there yesterday, we were there in the evening when we drove into Lea Loop with the guys to hang out. That's just the same competitive spirit. It's all former volleyball players.
Tad, kur ir tavi favorīti šajās sacensībās? Es zinu, ka tu esi paskatījies, kas te notiek. Kam tu seko līdzi, kurām komandām?
Nu, noteikti, ka kurzemniekiem. Kristu es personīgi nepazīstu, bet internetu vidē viņš jau ir ļoti labi zināms. Un jūras ulas, jā, arī esam kopā makšķerējuši. Un tas pats Vimbes, kad Kuldīgā ienāk, tas ir vienīgais, kad es paņemu pludiņu makšķeru rokā, tas ir, kad Vimbes ienāk Kuldīgā. Un tas ir tāds katru gadu vismaz reizi, divas aizbrauc un teiksim tā, kaifoju no tās traumas vilktās Vimbes ārā, jā. Bet, nu, pārējais viss laiks tiek veltīts, jā, džigošanai, meklējot zandertu un asaru.
Jā, nu pastīsimies, kā iet tavām komandām šobrīd Tohatsu Latvija 1, kur ir...
In search of zander and perch. Yeah, well, let's see how things go for your teams right now, in the midst of all this chaos in Latvia. He also has a closed record. They're in 10th place. Now it's time to think about bigger fish, catching them. Let's see where the zander in Kurzeme are. They're currently in 20th place. They're in first place, but they're one pike short of closing their log, and even when they do close it, they'll still have to think about breeding pike and zander. If there's time, yes, I wish you all the best of luck, and that's that. As they say, you never know what might happen when you're fishing. You mentioned that yours are your favorites, if I may call them that. The species are perch and zander. Pike, by just happen to get caught sometimes, and sometimes they don't, but I don't know. Because right now, my comfort zone depth, I like to fish at a depth of 5 meters and up. It goes up to 14 or 16. I feel it. I feel comfortable. Yeah, that's true. But those pike are already competition level. As I've seen a bit in the live stream, there are pike living in the weeds and even along the dock edges. Just a bit. Well, at least they're 51 centimeters long, so they're worth measuring. I'm listening to the live stream, and there are copies too. For the second time, we can already see it on the screen. If you can cast one of mine. I've seen them in the store, but I trust them. 3 casts, and everything changes. Didn't catch the zander. Or maybe a perch could be caught on that little jig, just for the sake of it. We'll wait and see what size they'll be. Right away, we'll be able to tell pretty accurately which ones are bigger. Well, but anyway, on the 7th cast, the largest was 7. It will grow a couple of sizes. Currently 20. 5 and 20 will be in 7th place out of 9. So, a good example of how it's possible to move up centimeter by centimeter. Yeah, and while I'm at it, I'll remind you that both on YouTube and Facebook, we're also keeping an eye on the comments section. One of our viewers received a Garmin Striker Vivid 5 TV as a prize. How do you send questions to our guest? Send some words of encouragement to your teams. That's what we're all seeing, and we're trying to do our part by reading some of them on the air and at the end of the day, after the live broadcast is over. Tonight or tomorrow morning, a drawing will be held to select one winner. Our viewer, whoever it may be, should also follow us on social media, and they'll win a great Garmin along with a great Garmin fish finder. Yes, comment 5 hours left. Can't just sit here and watch anymore. Yeah, that's right. It's this kind of format. This is the advantage of this format. One fish after another, changing the distribution of fish in the area right away. And really, in the end, as we've mentioned several times, a single centimeter can make the difference in winning the grand prize, a SUP board. Do you have a boat? I have a different boat now. In the beginning, it was sort of there, and then there was an aluminum 4, and now it's 5 meters. Things are moving upward slowly in terms of boat size and engine size as well. Boat 90. Now it's 5 meters. There is enough for now, but looking at what some of the guys have, I guess there are boats like that. I have one of the cheapest ones. I probably won't make it. It won't be the slowest, but somewhere in the middle, it'll be stable. Right in the middle. Okay. About the 4-man boat with a 5-meter length, that's already pretty standard for me. Racing boats for today's conditions are safe and could easily compete even in races like these. Problem: that size was just right for me, so I think I have it in the garage along with the trailer. That's how it works out for me with the motor and the trailer, which I park there. It takes up half a meter. That's about the length to the garage door. And then I looked at a slightly larger one, but wider. And then, when my wife goes to the laundry room to put clothes in the washer and do the laundry like that, I had to choose the best option. We did our laundry, or washed the boat at home, or kept the boat in the garage, or somewhere outside, or had to set up a shed, but I preferred to keep it in the garage. Someone named Johnny, who's watching, asks you which one gives you a bigger adrenaline rush. The decisive point in beach volleyball, or the moment when you see a big pike next to the boat. The ball would definitely be a big zander, so maybe a zander, but not a volleyball. Yeah, those emotions come after, for example, the last point when I won the tournament. That's it, it's something indescribable. And there are many places where we've been, including Austria. In Klagenfurt, which is simply in the top 10,000 in terms of spectators. And those emotions are really great, but now, for sure. So the ball has been put aside. Now it's definitely more exciting. What are some of the bigger fish out there than what we have right now? One pro basketball player. Garmin, we should have pro volleyball players and a pro hockey player, and not just a few, but let's start building that roster, because in reality, there are already quite a few who are part of our sport's history. Odo, and also Odo the hockey player. He's playing in the amateur leagues right now, though, on the banks of the Salaka. The list is solid, but they finally switched to the last name or changed the names. Also, I guess he changed his first name, and we went ahead and did that. Caters or a specialist? No. Listen to the live broadcast. Should we? Fort. Well, what's the protocol going to be for them now that this pike is caught? We'll have another team in the bonus club. They mentioned around 60. It could be a rough estimate that they might be able to make it to us. They'll be around the top 10. 5'8". Won't be a stretch. 57. Very much so. How about me, 8? 8U11. Place there will be
pakomentējot vēl tos sportistus un makšķerniekus, sacensībās daudziem ir sporta pieredze. Nu, reti kuram džekam viņi nav, protams, bet makšķerēšana sportā ir...
If you want to comment on those athletes and anglers in the competition, many of them have sports experience. Rarely does a guy not have any, of course, but when it comes to the sport of fishing, they do. The advantage is that you can compete here well into old age, and even when you get tired of boats, you can switch to resting on the shore. It's a sport with various disciplines, and that's the way to get your adrenaline fix, as I can attest from my own experience. Those kinds of emotions are rare to find anywhere else in sports, where you're screaming with joy and falling into your buddy's arms. There aren't many. Sports are sports. That's all there is to it, and they're one of the few places where you're legally allowed to do that. There'll be some excitement. If anyone who, at that moment, catches a meter-long one, then right here, by this enchanting old riverbank, with the meter-long fish, it's already a solid spot here. Right on. The last zander in my hands. If only we had one more team to wrap up the competition, it started to get intense. People mentioned in the comments that it's definitely going to happen, and we can see that's exactly what's happening. They'll have the score sheet locked in, and then we'll have to start thinking in terms of centimeters, with the pike or the zander. Most likely, they'll have nothing to show for it. Well, if we were really looking at centimeters, then it's clear that it's easier to catch a 90-centimeter fish. A pike, a 90-centimeter zander. Give me a tip, said 533. 3. They'll be suitors, too. Right now, everything's changing so fast that we'll have to wait and see when the results come through. Ujis Bargais's judges scrutiny and get approved. And then we'll have to act pretty quickly. The results will appear right away. That's it. Half. You don't need to see it. For now. Top 10 teams are all already moving on to the next round. If you want, we need trophies here. Fish. Just on the podium, but without a trophy, it's tough. In 2004. Along with that, the closing of the protocols will have repeated last year's result, because last year there were 13 teams, I just want to say only 13 teams, that closed their protocols, which seemed like a small number. There's still quite a few teams that fell short. Right now, just one fish. Although the bonus added to the club means we can start thinking about gaining a few centimeters and searching for more. In this case, returning to Giannis, you and your habits. You're from the Kuldiga area, which has your favorite waters that you visit on your days off. If you're in Kurtsami, then Venta, without a doubt, is the one toward Ventspils. There's no secret that it also came in just last week. We were there, too, and we stumbled upon such a nice little school of herring, just around 400 on average, and we caught about 30 to 40 over 2 days. Both days. It was a great trip, because last year I somehow didn't catch any, even though they seemed to be there. But last week was good, and I can say that we fished several spots in one area. Let's put it this way, our spots, but that one spot was pretty good. It worked out just like it does in the mountains. It depends on the oars. It'll be a long way. With a motor, it's already 7 to 10 minutes. It's pretty clear. Just like Kurzemniak says, I also think we know that even when we're out fishing for pike, there's one hot spot there where the pike are biting really well. Right there. And since I'm not there right now, I haven't been there for a couple of years, I think on the Venta, but I really like them there too. How about him? It's worth the trip. Only when coming in from the sea do those additional resources arrive. Or do they also include the native population there in sufficient numbers for both of you for a while? Question. I'm only there for the second time. I've always been there on May 1st. And now this is the second time I've been there this year. Pike, without a doubt, live there all year round, and there are some trophy-sized ones. There are plenty of pike. Those sea pike, they're a bonus. But as you yourself, Gunnars, already know from years ago, that Venta boom was a thing back then. That's also related to the big trophy fish with Norman's Masu. Now, in recent years, I haven't been there myself either. It's not really up to date with the current pike situation. But every now and then, information comes in that a fish around 20 meters has been caught. When caught right here by the old Venta River, not far from the slope, and definitely all year round there. In the deep pools there, the pike are lurking. Young trees have fallen into them. I think it's from those floods. Like that, 1.5-meter catfish aren't a problem. Closer to the highway. Well, that's not really a place where it's deeper than 9 meters. Question from viewer. If you're talking about professional fishing, could you make a lot of money doing it, as much as in professional volleyball? Definitely, the option that I don't know. It's hard to say. I also liked it, but I've already been doing this professionally for 23 years. That's just how it is. Unfortunately, my body can't keep up with those young competitors anymore because, let's say, it's taken a toll. But there are certain parts of the body that, under greater strain, are starting to give out a bit. With my mind, I'd love to keep going. I have the experience. I have everything. But the reality is that for the entire season, I realize that I just can't pull it off like that anymore. And so my body has had enough of being pushed to the limit. That's just how it is. There's definitely something superficial about it. That's it. Sometimes it turns into competition mode. Think it's completely different, a whole different ballgame. What's it like from a physical conditioning standpoint? Not much at the moment, relatively speaking, in terms of competitive sport fishing and experience. But in terms of the mental toughness required for competitive sports, it does help with fishing, or is it just some completely different, unrelated genre? Because there, as I already said, you can use a feeder from the shore, but that's not going to happen for me. The fish just swim right past. That's definitely not my thing. I like to be on the move all the time. If I'm not in one spot, I'm always looking for where the fish are moving. That's how it might be, if it's just me. Satisfaction. And the first ones mentioned the biggest pike in the Venta. Mine was also the biggest pike in the Venta. How long is yours? 20 meters. For me, it was like that. That's the only one I've ever caught that was a real test on the Venta. Or is it even a personal best on the Venta? My personal best is different, but I'm not ready to talk about it right now. We'll have to see how our Pike fares on that Scottish adventure. In January, there will be some teasers posted for us here, which I might reveal in centimeters, but I won't say how many centimeters. No, but I can reveal that my personal best for Pike so far has been 25 meters. So there you go. I have a new personal best, but it counts as a foreign catch. There are two different categories. You have to figure out whether you've broken the record abroad. By kilogram, if not, then not by weight. I'm thinking in terms of kilograms to break the Latvian record. That's what have to aim for. During the closed season, look for them in Latvia. Fish when it's at its peak weight. What's more important to me is size, because that's what matters over the course of a year for a pike like that, which can reach 20 kilograms in weight. Still, a tricky question, whether to use the Garmin Predator as a measuring tape to measure the new record. I haven't seen that, but 3.5 I won't say that. Let's just say that at this spot, I painted the boat. We're fishing here. I'm the guy painting the boat orange. And a little bit at the bottom, let's say the Lithuanians have been here so long that he already had it. It's orange. I painted it. That's it. If we're there in the dark, looking at something right in that spot, and sometime 3 years ago, I went home to paint a little line of orange on it. It went on effortlessly. But to wrap up my pike, not that one. Today's story is about me in a boat with no screen at all, not even a regular fish finder, just casting, and the whole process was filmed from the cast to the release. In January, next year, during the dark winter months, when it's perfect, it's already full of content. Check out, events like this are still happening all over the place, and people are still fishing. Winter fishing. Is there ice? Winter. In December, we were still there on December 21st. Were we out on the boat? Then, last year, I caught the biggest zander. It weighed 86. Yeah, let's get back to the winter story. Here's Latvia. We've caught something. They're bustling about energetically. It has to be a moderate-sized fish. I doubt there would be time for what he needs. That suggestion that 45. How's his zander? Right now, there's something that's the smallest he has. They have everything. They're forced to. They're holding on to NG, or maybe they shouldn't go after it, but after Greetinch has already been caught. So everyone's fine with him. Maybe someone should rekindle the relationship? Tell the viewers, who is Greetinja? That's already out of the question. Only a limited number of people know and understand. Toma's girlfriend, or has she been caught and let go? I won't say how many times, but it's been quite a few times. I think 3 or 4, and for a while they were out of the picture, and then came back. They came back this year. In the Cup of Darkness, they made their mark and were also set free. Since she's one of the veterans who's been released and recaptured several times, and there are discounts for that. Continuing with that winter story, you mentioned that it was specifically in December that she was caught for her biggest zander. Do you fish on the ice? On Lake Liepāja. But my question was perhaps more about the ice fishing season. No, I'm not exactly an expert. I've been doing this my whole life. But when it's plus 25 degrees or higher, I'm out there. If we have it, I can go for half an hour at most, up to an hour. And as for the boat, well, that's another story. Walking on the ice. That's not something I do with that finger in my career. I still have to take care of it. That's just the way it is. In half an hour, you can get frostbite. So there's nowhere else to go. No matter what kind of gloves I wear, I still have to put mittens on. Big, thick ones. There's no other option. Either you can't go out in winter, Giannis usually says, just get past that first bout of frostbite. After that, you get used to it, and then everything's fine. You won't feel a thing, and your fingers will be numb, but you'll still be able to fish. That's how it is now, in winter. After my career, I no longer play professionally. More on the bike in the summer and in the winter on skis. It's something that I really enjoy. Then just running, or maybe that's not for me. And getting back to the ice, here we are. Back in the day, but now somehow I can manage a month or two. If you find something outstanding in this category, send it my way. Stay home and watch some fishing shows, or just skate around the Bikerniki track. Usually the zander are also clear, or maybe you can catch some other fish along the rivers of Kurtzeme. After the trout, there haven't been any adventures there. We only fished for pike, perch, and roach in forest wine, but that was, I don't know, about 20 years ago. Since that phase is over now. Now, I kind of like the way things have been these last few years, the last 10 years or so. I kind of like zander and perch. Exactly. They caught all of those, and that's just how it is. His behavior is kind of interesting. 2. I don't know. I've been to Usma twice now. I'd like to go back there sometime to see how things are changing and what's happening on the Venta, right where it meets the Lielupe. And definitely Chichezers too. But at Chichezer, just have to wait a little while. I guess it'll be about a month. I'll have to wait a bit, and then I might be able to see some activity there. And who knows where else the real action might be. Well, Ixchile, still in Ixchile, I'd like to go there too. On the Daugava, there's also a spot where there are a couple of known spots, and it's great to fish there too. Especially for trophy fish, but that's up to 2 kilograms. But there's that, and it really depends on the current. It's all about the current, and that's when everything happens. If there's no current, it's like there aren't any fish there, and you don't get any results. We see that the elite bream didn't go out in 9th place. This team was currently lagging behind there. That's how it looked. But we see several teams. Quite aggressive, with a pretty aggressive style of play, trying to provoke a pike or a perch. The same technique that worked in the 90th minute. We see them trying to provoke a bite, and they're continuing to do so. Yeah, I said earlier that the video was a quick look. It seemed like a spinnerbait or a number, but then we watched the video again. It turns out I was on the hook with the biggest one, using a classic mouse retrieve. Those who know, those who fish with mice, know how to make an aggressive sideways jerk. Reel it in, reel it in. Maybe that's still a good way to catch a pike right now, to wake them up near the reeds or in the weeds. As we can see, it works. For lures of this type, I've also done quite a bit of fishing with this kind of aggressive technique. I've been experimenting. Last year, during this season, but maybe just a slightly different technique, though no less successful. Caught big fish with these, and of course there are plenty of nuances. How you position the tail, how fast you retrieve it, and at what depth. With a weight, without a weight. And yes, I know, it's exactly this kind of aggressive technique that might be a bit of a novelty in our area, as we're seeing today. Right on the big pike, walking, which is 90 meters longer. So far, it's been pretty much the exact opposite technique, which has been effective. Then that's great. Slowly but well, this isn't in competition mode, where you absolutely have to catch something. I know they're out there. Maybe 2 or 3 days of fishing there. I wonder what will happen. I talked to Roland Schmitz this morning, and he's also into that classic big bait approach. Well, if we compare him to Jonas. How about you, Jonas? More jigging for zander and perch, and then Roland's is right back on the big pike, going after them more than usual. Are you looking for trophy fish, or is it the whole process that you enjoy? Anything that bites is good. At the start of the fishing trip, do you want to just catch something simple? A pike, that's what I needed. What a thrill. We saw the top 10 today. We haven't had moments like that very often. We're on our way. That's exactly what we were saying. There's still a chance to get some more thrills. What the Lithuanian team used was... Looks like they're closing the record book with this catch. They'll do well. We'll have to see how far behind we are. There might be a spot. That's the kind of excitement one of the crew members even had to take to heart. Looks like 60. It could be about right. Of course, there's no question about it. Now is now. We'll have to see how precise the centimeters will be to figure out where and how high they'll climb, because right now they're in 14th place. Spot on. The first team behind the bonus team. At 65, they could have been. In any case, it's going to be an average size of 60, which is already the standard right now. And that's good. From the first one. I think our viewers can see and hear quite clearly what this pike is like. No need to comment on it. I think it was with Peugeot. Lure. It's the classic tiger color. This one is also interesting because we have a lot of discussions about lures, which ones work and which ones catch the best. Let's see the teams catching a wide variety of lures. Yeah, exactly. That's the Lealup River, if you happen to be there. Those panels, somehow in the water, all right there on the side. It seems to me that I can do it. A very good average size for pike. They've got all 60. The average of the averages is maybe even 6.5. It could also be exactly nothing. They'll end up in the top 3. According to me, according to my mental calculator. We'll see when it's confirmed what the judges say, but everything should be in order there. It should be. I think they'll be in the top 3. Let's wait for the official results, so the guys can calm down a bit from the adrenaline rush. They're giving it their all and executing everything perfectly. Then, there will already be 14 teams that have finalized their entries, and that's already more than last year. Then we'll have the next team, which will immediately be in the bonus round. The team from the club is HCV Latvia 2. Matis Šafers and Klavs Kruskops, and they're one perch short. So I think we'll definitely have more teams that will earn those 100 bonus points. So what do we have? 44 half hours left until the finish time, and it still seems to us that there are a lot of anglers out there who are probably in various situations. As we've already mentioned, those at the top. It seems to them that it's taking an extremely long time, while those further down the list feel it's going by extremely quickly. For now, this is the result of a job done very efficiently. It's interesting that this year with Tom, as they're trying to bring him up to speed, but the zander are biting right now. I don't know if there are that many trophy zander out there for them to catch right now, but they really need some big pike as well. One big pike in particular. They're ahead of everyone else. There are still a few other teams like that. When I look at them, I can't really tell if that pike is really there or if I can't believe it's possible to catch it. Here are the Lithuanians. They're catching pike too. Well, that's a small one, a medium-sized one there, and they're rearing them one by one, two at a time. They even catch some that are up to size. But what's the point of that for them anymore? Pike, what about the big ones? We have to try to find some trophy fish. The choir is watching us and asking if we're going to kiss each other on the forehead. We didn't see the moment it was released. Maybe there was, but yeah, that's the best feeling from the Naples team that we've seen so far. Are there any restrictions in the competition regarding the size of the boat and engine? Who's asking? It seems he's not the only one with a ferry. I doubt they'd let us cool off. Yeah, the thing is, you have to take into account that you need a boat big enough so that the boat has some free space. And for a third person, that's the cameraman and judge. And if, say, on the first day you have a small boat, then on that first day they won't let you in, but you still manage to get good results. On the first day, on the second day, they'll definitely put you in, or you'll be comfortable on your own. No, you can start with small boats, and without any problems. How's it going, Giannis? I want to be there for all of this. I already told the captain yesterday that I really don't want to. I know it's pretty hard to catch anything decent out there. Right now, of course I'd like to, but I'd need to go another month. I definitely feel much more comfortable than I did in August. I'm just not convinced. Let's put it this way. The Venta River after the floods, it's completely different there. But anyway, that's not really an option for me here. I wouldn't be able to get to them from the grass. I've never been the type to just do this or that. It's not my style. I could manage about 10 minutes there. And I drove back to some potholes. There, I'll try to look for something. Well, yeah, probably not a zander in the grassy areas like this. It's effective to search there. More often, I'm commenting on your habits, that you fish for zander more often. More zander perch? Yeah, those little pike, or something like that. As I said, I doubt there are many of them, but there are some nice ones that have been caught, like the 95s. Then they're all out. But anyway, when fishing without a leader, there's flora, carbon, and you usually have good luck there. That's the general idea. There are also a few that have strayed and cast their lures out after a couple of minutes. And what about keeping track of your catches? Do you set personal records? Perch. I didn't have a scale or a measuring tape. There was some 200 kilos or so. How much could that be? But oh well, and the zander was 86. There were definitely quite a few over 70, both last year and in previous years. And pike. I don't measure pike. I just catch them and try to release them pretty quickly, but I'd guess that one was around 90. Plus, definitely now in Usma, when he had also left, there were some over 90, but caught it, released it. I didn't want to struggle with it, so I let it go right away, just like with all the others. I usually don't weigh them, but with the tape measure, I didn't feel like measuring them, so they wouldn't be lying around in the boat. Beach volleyball is a game played in pairs. Same goes for fishing. Which do you prefer, with a buddy or on your own? Well, it depends on whether I just want to cast a line. In that case, definitely by myself, because then it's a solo activity. Other times, if the other person wants to. The classic, and I want to see what kind of active zander I can catch, then it would be tough, but in a pair. No problem. Then I choose the spots where conditions are right, where you can actually catch some fish. I don't fish in very deep waters. Not too deep. Yeah, I think around 2, 2, 3. In the boat, it's more comfortable, and then it really gets going. The mess has started, or do we need a bigger boat? What are we being told about the RR team? That they've lost a big fish. As soon as it's possible that it's a big zander, they're trying to catch a zander because they're 6 centimeters and 8. They have a very good pike. We're watching. We'll replay it right away. They'll show us how it happened. This part, we're not translating this. I think that's very good. Here's where we see exactly how it all went down for the anglers. Cool, I get it, even though it's RR times. I don't really understand it now, because they know where the good pike are. E4. They could easily leave that zander alone, and in those same spots or areas. I'd try to catch a bigger pike. If they have a good evening's fishing, Pike District. Come visit us, because right now there's zander growing like crazy out there. You can easily catch a 55. An average one might be around 60 for some people. It's pretty risky. We need those big pike. Propolis, what about you? Have you had a chance to go spin fishing on Lake Aluksne? I haven't been there, but I've heard there are some. It's nice out in Latgal. I'd like to go, but there's definitely a trip of several days to plan. Since the farthest point in that direction was Koknes last year, that area is right out of my way, from Kurzeme to Aluksne. It's kind of like going to another country, but in terms of distance and time. You'll also have to take the border region into account, if you're going. First, we saw that the team managed to catch the last pike. They caught a total of 60-plus pike, and they were traveling quite fast somewhere, heading for some specific spot. Zander, no problem. His perch are small, but considering how they're catching pike, I suspect they might be heading for the big ones. It looks like the big ones, and they'll go as far as possible, heading toward the sea. It looks like they're heading out to sea. Yeah, I think these are the spots. I'm thinking more toward Jelgava, probably the bridge up ahead, not worth looking at. Where were they fishing and driving there? It could be, yeah, that's it. That's enough. He has a 4 out of 4. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Time-wise, with a fast boat, he could make it there and still not be married yet. So how to go about it, and maybe he'll fall a few meters, fall a meter, even if it's just for one team. So right now, based on the results, it's very stable at first. The position will also remain the same unless others gain a meter. I was nearby here yesterday, where the guys were fishing for pike, and the perch know where this spot is, but it's pretty close to the shore, so you have to fish there, but they already need the big ones for the evening. Right now, there are already several teams thinking about going online. We have one. Let me remind you that we already have 15 teams right now that have submitted their reports. That is, they've earned these 100 bonus points. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that are one fish short of closing their protocol. And since everything is still very, very tight, that's how it is. Yes, it's trophy time. And right now, the trophy-sized fish, especially pike, which are the easiest to catch, are coming in by the centimeters. The jackpot is worth mentioning, but the same can be said for 2 large zander, and most likely, it's harder with perch. But well, every team is on the screen. When Laura caught one, leaping as Weston LV team, with Modis, caught their third 33-centimeter perch. That's what needs to be recorded in the log. But right now, they're in 12th place. So if you barely make it into the official results, you're already in the top 10. It's hard to break into that group now. Zandarts with X588, you definitely should be included if we're looking at average sizes. And the Asara is fine, around 30. And the pike, they have 64, 59, and 52 centimeters. As we already mentioned, those are roughly the sizes for the top 10. If we look at last year's top teams, To make it into the top 10 for pike, they need to be 70 plus for zander and 55 plus for perch, and 30 plus from the current top 3 teams. Still working with a mouse using sharp jerks. Second place, which is discouraging, goes to Deichmane and Paetheritis. It looks like Edgar's is sweating. He'll try to catch his big pike, since they have relatively small perch and are in third place. It looks like, as we're talking, they're already running after the big pike. If the top 3 for us right now is 8 centimeters, there it is already, for example, a catch for Edgar's and Paeteris. They've got some good pike. There are 60 good zander, all around 50, but ahead of them, Edgar, there are very, very few. Perch, 2 at 33 and 4. Edgar knows where those 40 are. Right now, let's land a trophy fish. Perch, there, from 6th place to 1st. Actually, there isn't a single one there. And the winner could be there. That's what they say. The top 10 is like that, with just one good trophy. You're at the top. Yeah. Giannis, our time is slowly coming to an end. What are your immediate plans and plans for this fall's fishing trips? How far do you plan to go with your fishing calendar? I don't plan anything at all when I have free time, whether it's in the evening or in the morning. Getting up in the morning and heading out to fish, because it's no secret that I love it. For example, at 4 or 5 in the morning during the summer, I get up at 5, and by 5:30 I'm already on my way. Since it's still dark, I rarely get to go fishing or just start feeling sleepy. I don't really feel like it, but I don't have any plans, so I'm waiting to see if something bigger comes along, and then we'll go. But where would I like to go? Definitely Norway. I've been to the Lofoten Islands. As for volleyball, we had a demonstration tournament, and there really was something like that there. I should go back, or somewhere near the Arctic Circle. Yeah, there. If I were to go abroad to fish, then somewhere up there. It's just the whole package there. There aren't many people, the nature is beautiful, and the fish are huge. The Lofoten Islands, too. I've been there once. That's where I caught my only cod, just by stopping somewhere near a little bridge, casting from the shore, while my family was relaxing. That's just how beautiful it is there. There's the sea, and there's also a very, very rich supply of fish. And it's like a lottery, but you never know what you're going to pull out of the water. Yeah, there are all kinds of fishing adventures there. They're definitely cool. Also, comparing it to what's happening abroad versus what's happening here in Latvia. In the end, my son was training in beach volleyball. How about yours? What's your take on it? It's such a cool sport for young people to play, isn't it? It depends on the level, at a professional level. Of course, it's like anywhere else. You have to put in the work, and that's just the lifestyle. Everything's gotta fall into place for him. But in Latvia, it's mostly like young people are eager at first, but after they turn 18, it becomes clear that they have to put in the work. It just disappears. Or does it remain in some kind of, let's say, amateur level? At best, at the Latvian level. We'll have our Olympic champion one day, just like that. And without a doubt, as long as it's always been the case that you have to compete there. Youngster. If he's no longer a youngster, Kristians Fokarats, well, let's put it this way. He's already making it big. In the world. So that's how it is. Yes, I think that's just a matter of time. And the girls are playing well too. Now it's the European Championship semifinals. That's where everyone seems to disappear. So the girls will be fighting for medals, and the guys will have a little bit, just a little bit to go. But with the juniors, everything's fine. But the rest of the period, from juniors to adults, That's where the young people start to make their own decisions. That's where learning and youth begin from the very start. Dads, they're the first ones to walk away from one coach to another. That's how it starts. They don't let the coach do his job, and then it begins. It's for better or worse. And then they just start flitting from one to another, and in the end, there's no partner. And that's where it all ends, so to speak. But for us, the average level is the amateur level. I think it's very, very good, but I'd like to see more of those types of players, because there are teams like that compete in World Cup events on a regular basis. You can count them on the fingers of one hand, both for the guys and the girls. I wish them all the best so they can have more competition, and then the results will improve as well. And that's just like fishing. Since I've got to go and give it my all for the big one. Both had it locked up, or did they? Or maybe both still haven't. The Kurzeme zander probably still has a little something left, but it's nowhere near that yet. For him, it's still one short right now. They're missing a pike. You also have to measure it in meters, and then if that's the result, the zander's okay. Perch. In theory, you can already raise them for small fish. He can catch both a bigger zander and pike. 4 hours. You can do all sorts of things. Usually, the big ones are all in 1 or 2 spots. Then they move to 1 spot, and then to 4. There's exactly 1. Maybe. It could happen at any moment. Thank you for the conversation. Really cool. We managed to do some topics pretty quickly. See you at some kind of recreational outing, or maybe a fishing trip will take us after zander. Then I'll be up for pike, and I'll have to think about that. If I understood correctly, there was one offer, but it's a good thing I didn't go, because there was a storm. There are 2 days of competition in Usma, and some lures. Yeah, I guess we'll have to make some pike lures and go catch some. We'll have to get a lure, like the one that I don't like. Just a little different from what I'm used to. I guess that's my biggest test until the 28th. If I have any on a shelf in my garage just lying around, but in the boat, I have no larger lures than those little ones. Nothing more serious. I'd recommend, there are lures, I have some up to this size, but those green ones, if you're fishing for pike, use those with the green rubber coating. You'll need to get the guitar strings out. You'll have to look for them somewhere, but I have some big carbon fiber ones that are about that size. 008 or a 9. I don't think you can cut through these little ones. I don't think so. I don't know what your ambitions are. If you don't have any, then go for the big ones. That's what I'd tell them. A millimeter in their own competition. There are a lot of pike in Usma, and they're very aggressive. They're huge and have sharp teeth. I've had 2 more experiences with pike just like that, where they bite right through. I'll say this, it could also be a zander. That'll make it much easier to talk you into it. Tell me a little bit from the shore, then from the grass, and then we'll find a compromise, peacefully. Anyway, thanks, it was great. It's all happening. We have 4 hours left, still full of adrenaline. So fast in the rapids that we're completely unable to comment on everything. But we have 15 teams with bonus points, plus several more that will be joining us shortly, and then it'll be down to the centimeters and the battle for the trophies. See you back here in the studio in just a moment. And
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros.
Fuchs Premium.
Cut through the water
Cooling product.
and quietly. And when you get where you're going,
Quickly and quality.
stay put. Like really stay put.
Black. Stay.
Until it's time to once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need
And control German.
Fish with
Opinion on
force,
question.
only from Garmin.
Fresh Fuchs Green. A.
Unlock the water with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Attach GT360 UHD to SpyPole to capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan. Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D. Wirelessly control SpyPole with the gesture remote, foot control, or your chart plotter. Sync SpyPole and your Force Pro in speed and direction, and lock your LiveScope on a fixed point. Take full control of your sonar like never before with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin. Their world is dark and murky. Your view of it has never been clearer. This is LiveScope 2.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
Unlock the water with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Attach GT360 UHD to SpyPole to capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan. Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D. Wirelessly control SpyPole with the gesture remote, foot control, or your chart plotter. Sync SpyPole and your Force Pro in speed and direction, and lock your LiveScope on a fixed point. Take full control of your sonar like never before with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin. Their world is dark and murky. Your view of it has never been clearer. This is LiveScope 2.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be.
About
Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
Crusoe. Plus the AA.
Mēs atgriežamies tiešraidē, atgriežamies studijā un uzreiz piebildīšu, ka mūsu pēdējais viesis, kas bija studijā, Jānis Šmēdiņš, novēlēja saviem novadniekiem saņemties. Un izskatās, ka Kurzemes zandarts ir viņu sadzirdējuši un arī ir aizvēruši protokolu un dabūjuši 100 bonusu punktus. Un šobrīd ir 16. komanda, kas to ir paveikusi. Lūk, bet jā, nu ko, mēs redzam šeit vēl dažus spilgtākos momentus no pēdējām pāris stundām. Mums ir palikušas jau mazāk par 4 stundām Garmin Predator Cup sacensībās 2026. gadā.
Garmin Kappa Race 2026. And as we approach the decisive moments, the tension is rising with every centimeter in the athletes' boats. Or is the tension rising? In the judges' room, too. So, to answer this question, we'll be returning to the studio with EEST. I'm on the judges' side. Right now, how are the judges behaving? The last few have been very, very intense, haven't they? Thank God there are 3 of us. I'm very lucky to have such perfect assistants. Eva, Henrys, and I are managing just fine. So far, everything's been fine. Obviously, now the teams that have pulled ahead, it's clear that they're giving it their all, and they're looking for opportunities, and they're catching bigger fish. Well, what can you do? One of them has already caught a pike, and the other is thinking, well, we'll see how it turns out. And 4 minutes. We'll be able to judge that in 3 hours. Yeah, we'll see how it goes with you all the time. Like with a judge, like with an expert who evaluates the entries submitted by others, their thoughts and photos, but you're the one at the heart of it all. Let's set aside that judge persona for a moment. Go ahead, take it off. Basically, we see that the athletes are ready. They've been preparing, and there's a lot of hard work that's gone into it. They have spent a great deal of time on the water. Also, looking at our Lithuanian guests, well, and the Hungarians themselves, they've been here on our waters. These waters are also quite familiar to them. So basically, there aren't any complete newcomers. Consequently, you can see here that a lot of effort has been put in, and that the athletes have prepared well and actually know what they're doing. But let's not forget that these are fish. They also tend to slip off the hook. That's just luck. It's an angler's best companion. Yeah, when watching the live stream, we've had a few comments from viewers about how to handle these fish. How quickly are they released, or are there any rules regarding this that athletes need to be aware of? Yes, of course, no longer than 5 minutes. We can't mess around. It's clear, that's just how it is when you pull a fish out. That's the best part. When you've got a wet rag, you give it a good press on top of her so she calms down a bit. Because after all, with the water temperature being quite different. As a result, the fish is stressed. But you also have to understand the other side. There are anglers for whom that fish is important. Measure them. You have to use that app. It's full of terrible errors. And that's why we see here that maybe it's just a bit over the maximum limit, and the anglers are dealing with that fish. But well, there's nothing to be done about it. That's where we need to find a middle ground. However, there's also the discussion about blood. How much of it is allowed, a lot or a little, on the measuring tape? It's clear that we don't really want to see a lot of blood. But then again, that's just human nature, and we understand that if a fish is hooked, that's just how it is. So there's bound to be some kind of blood stain here and there. Obviously, we're just talking about a couple of drops here. That's not a deal breaker, and we'll still count the fish. Please excuse a fish like that. Some die, and of course, not all fish survive either. Consequently, for the anglers have to collect them so that there aren't situations like that. The fish is gone, and another boat pulls up, picks them up, and takes a photo. Questions. Then there's the matter of measuring. We can see that by now, I guess everyone's tail is neatly combed and stretched and stretched. I suppose it's important that the snout is present, and that it's the most important thing to ensure that at the beginning of the measuring tape, against the metal wall, the mark is in place. We don't round up at all. That is, 50.29 will still be 50. Yes, it's been like this these past few days, so I can do it. The most interesting one is the biggest one, the measuring tape. If we break it down by day, that's how many grains on the measuring tape for the first day. If we don't see the glasses, unfortunately, we have to exclude those kinds of fish. There's another photo where it's pictured in my hand. The left side is turned toward the right side. Well, little mistakes like that, of which there's been a lot of talk and discussion. But I guess in those situations, the athletes just got confused about what to do. Those pike, whatever they were. 99.9. There's something like a reference point, but there are very few of them. Maybe there are 2 or 3 perch and 1 or 2 pike. But if the athletes also realize that it's not going to happen, they'll still take the risk. Well, no, we'll see. That's why I say I'm a very good referee, with my assistants, Eva and Henrys. Since there are 3 of us, don't even try to get around this. Yeah, it doesn't work. So, I guess, what are we going to do with you for a little longer? Thank you. Great job. As for the decisive events still unfolding within us, it seems to us that there's still a lot of time, but everything is relative. That's why, for each of you now, for every fish that comes in, it's getting bigger and bigger, in weight or in significance. And every single minute counts. Every centimeter matters to us too. And it still feels like there's plenty of time, but for those participants who are in the boats with their fishing rods, that time is running out very, very quickly. And as they finish, where is that card by 5:30? You have to pass through the yacht club's buoys, and I'll be at the Garmin buoy, which is at the end of the pier. And then just slowly ease off the speed. The athletes will be able to pull up next to me and hand it over to me. If I'm half a minute late, half a minute and a few seconds, I won't be looking at the clock. But if it's 1:05, the result will be disqualified. Nothing to negotiate. We're fair to everyone. There are no exceptions. The stakes are incredibly high. No, there haven't been any. The prize is substantial, and over the years it has been the case that someone is late from time to time. Still, I wouldn't take the risk, just in case. No, still, I'd definitely take a close look and keep an eye on the clock. Since I don't think there will be anyone who's late, but anything can happen, so it's possible. It happens. That's just how it goes. Is that karma, or whatever we call it, luck, bad luck? These factors can't be ruled out. Well, anyway, and thank you all. We're continuing the live broadcast, but we'll also be joined by Kristaps Kotans in a moment. Well, haven't we been here for a while now, looking at the top 10? Let's go through them. What's the current situation in the standings? And every now and then, a new one pops up, which also has its protocol locked in. So right now, we have 16 teams in total that have closed their protocols and earned those 100 bonus points. And then in first place, with only M Team at 55 and 57 points. Let's remind you that they're also the biggest pike of the competition. A 90-centimeter pike was caught. Second place goes to Bates LV with 550 points, and third place to Rapala from Lithuania. They also scored 551 points. Fourth place went to Short and Twitch Ring from Lithuania. Fifth place and to Latvia won. Sixth place, RT from Lithuania. All of these teams that I've just named make up the top 6, separated by just 13 centimeters. That is one fish, and you're either first or sixth. Well, moving forward with a slightly larger gap, in 7th place is 9th, one team from Latvia, 8th place in the Baltic XL competition, also from Latvia.
Ir priekšā, un 10. vieta no pirmās atpaliek par 38 vai nu punktiem vai centimetriem. Tas šī gadījumā ir viens un tas pats.
10th place belongs to the Lithuanian teams Bremza LMT and Connector Keita. But since everything is still ahead of us and 10th place is just one step behind first, well, either by points or by centimeters, in this case it's one and the same. Here too, a couple of fish and everything could change. And as I already mentioned, we're currently in the standings. There are 16 teams that have earned 100 bonus points.
Redzējuši, mēs esam šajās sacensībās visu ko. Arī to, ka pietrūkst šķietami viegli noķerams asaris, lai aizvērtu protokolu. Tā kā tur noteikti vēl ir vairākas ekipāžas, kuras pretendē uz augstām vietām, kuras vēl pat nav aizvēruši protokolu. Bet šo sacensību nolikums un formāts ir tāds, ka mums pat vēl finišu taisnē var notikt viss.
Jā, jau ļoti līdzīgi rezultāti ir. Tas vienā ziņā arī ļoti interesanti ir, kad šobrīd nav tā kā baigi kāds izlec, jo trofejas joprojām nav. Ne asari lieli, ne zandart lieli, ne līdeks liels. Tā kā viss ir ļoti vidējos izmēros. Tā kā turpmākās stundas būs ļoti interesanti pavērot, kas mainīsies top 20.
Jā, redzam Lietuvas komandu Rapala, kur es domāju, ka arī skatītājiem jau ir atmiņā palikusi ar saviem emocionālajiem svinējumiem līdzīgi, kā spēlmaņu dots. Bet zīves ķers, tas ir labi. Zīves ķers visu dienas garumā. Trofejas mēs ar vienu gaidām un ceram, bet visu laiku ir zīves un visu laiku mums ir lielāks vai mazāks izmaiņas tabulā. Katru reizi, kā mēs 5-10 minūtes neieskatāmies tabulā, kaut kas desmitniekā ir mainījies.
Jā, un šobrīd interesanti ir tās stratēģijas, ko kurš izmantos, jo Rapals komanda arī šķietami brauca lielupī uz augšu, bet ir, man liekas, tagad šo vietu neatpazīst, bet arī pie betona malas un mēģina tā kā asari ķert. No asars viņam ir mazs, bet viņam ir labas līdeks, jā.
Yeah. And right now, what's interesting is the strategies, which ones people will use. Because with the team, it seems like they were also racing down the Lilupi, but it seems to me that now I'm not recognizing this spot anymore. But also near the concrete edge, they're giving it a try. It's easy for us to talk, but it seems that even though we're in third place, we should go for the trophy. The Pike trophy. The Pike. Right now, they're already in first place, and can they catch it, or is there been any contact? We don't know. That's another question. A moment ago, we saw the M team, which is currently in first place, and they're just by the grass, using an aggressive technique to search for pike. They've caught the very biggest pike so far, and on big bait. Since they believe in that approach, and if they catch another one of similar size, then the rest of us will have a hard time catching up to them.
Šobrīd sacensību līderiem ir 557 punkti, un tas viņiem pērnā gada ieskaitē un finišā dotu 3. vietu, tā kā mēs droši varam teikt, ka viņi šobrīd ir stabili top 3 pretendenti, un tas pats attiecas arī uz
Yeah, and if we look at the point totals, which we mentioned earlier, then right now, the competition leaders have 550 points, and that's what they had in last year's standings at the finish, which would have put them in third place. As we can safely say, they're currently solidly in the top 3 contenders, and the same goes for those right behind them. It's not as if everyone is having an easy time of it this year when it comes to trophies and such. 10 centimeters one way or the other can make all the difference for a boat. The main prizes, but let's remember that our prizes this year are very, very numerous. There are several teams and crews, plus the top 3, the 3 largest pike and the 3 largest zander.
varat savienot ar savām ehalotēm, ar Garmin elektromotoriem. Un tā kā jums nav jābūt top 3, bet jānoķer 3 lielākie asari, 3 lielākie zandarti un 3 lielākās līdeks. Jā, jūs pie šādas
For the crews, there are also great prizes from Garmin, but these are specifically for the new reel models, as we commonly call them Garmin, just like you, which you can connect to your fish finders and Garmin electric motors. And since you don't have to be there, but you have to catch the 3 largest pike, the 3 largest zander, and the 3 largest pike perch, you'll be able to use this equipment. If anyone feels that some kind of fish isn't biting, but another kind is,
Tu esi, protams, Latvijas Makšķerēšanas sporta federācijas valdes priekšsēdētājs. Arī diezgan, ja tā tautas valodā drīkst teikt, iekšā šajās sacensībās. Un līdzvainīgs pie šī formāta, un jau kuro gadu mums notiek Garmin Predator Cup tieši tādā formātā, kuru abrīno katrs, kurš uz šajien atbrauc. Tas attiecas gan uz sportistiem, dalībniekiem, gan uz sponsoriem, uz atbalstītājiem, uz politiķiem, visi kas atnāk un ierauga, kādā līmenī Latvijā tas notiek.
Skatītājiem ir ļoti daudz pozitīvu komentāru par šīm 2 dienām, jā, par visu organizāciju, par visu, kā tiek atspoguļotas šīs sacensības.
Prieks dzirdēt un cenšamies, protams, jā.
Jā, bet tu, protams, esi arī makšķernieks, kurš diezgan aktīvi piedalās arī makšķerēšanas sportā. Varbūt sākam ar tavu analīzi, ko tu redzi rezultātos šo 2 dienu.
Maybe we'll start with your analysis. What do you see in the results over the course of these 2 days? What are they like? We've talked a lot with several guests, so what's your professional assessment? It's been a tough competition, but everyone has a chance here. If for now, there aren't any big fish. If no one gets in the way up front, then you can get to the boat. I see that many people can go home with a new boat. Right now, whoever is, say, in the top 20. One fish's weight counts, plus the bonus, and you're in the lead. Yeah. So I don't forget. Today, in the first part of the day, we had one question about that. I know. We did. It was directed at you. You had an answer to that question. We had one more question about that. Is there a school in Riga? You can learn how to fish and how to spin fish.
Šobrīd nav, bet Latvijas Makšķerēšanas sporta federācija rīko ļoti daudz pasākumus bērniem. Īpaši šogad, pateicoties Izglītības un zinātnes ministrijas finansējumam un atbalstam. Un tas mums palīdz un daudzās disciplīnās ir gan sacensības bērniem, gan dažādi pasākumi. Mūsu federācijas biedri rīko arī daudz pasākums, un tas viss ir, tā informācija ir pieejama, jāaiziet sociālajos tīklos, un tur to visu var sameklēt, un bērni var arī uz sacensībām braukt bērni, tur visu parāda, iemāca, iedod makšķerēšanas rīkus, ja tādi nav, vediet mums bērnus, un mēs par viņiem parūpējamies.
Kāds ir novērojums no federācijas un no organizatoru puses? Tā interese bērnu jauniešu vidū par makšķerēšanu pieaug?
Milzīgi. Bērniem tas patīk, un ko es redzu, kad daudzi pusauģi sev kontentu ražo no makšķerēšanas. TikTokā un Instagramā viņiem tas aiziet viss, un sekotāji ir ne tikai no Latvijas, un, man pašam puika kaut kādu kontentu tur taisa, un viņam no Amerikas seko un komentē, un no visas pasaules, un jauniešiem tas patīk, un it īpaši šogad ļoti daudz makšķerē jauniešu, ļoti daudz. Es tepat Ķīpsalā dzīvoju, es redzu tepat pa Daugavu staigā, katru vakaru, katru dienu. Daudz. Tas tiešām priecē. Tā ir mūsu nākotne.
to interesi var kaut kā sadalīt pa disciplīnām, ka viņus vairāk interesē spinningošana vai karpas vai foreles, vai tur sadalās kaut kā?
Līdzīgi sadalās, daudz tās disciplīnas ir. Ir tās, ko mēs redzam. Street fishing mēs ikdienā redzam, mēs braucam ar mašīnu pāri Vanšu tiltam, mēs redzam tos jauniešus, kas makšķerē šeit. Loģiski karpu makšķerēšanu viņi ir arī daudz jaunieši un pasaules līmenī startē labi, bet loģiski mēs nestaigājam gar ezeru tik daudz un mēs neredzam viņus, kā viņi tur darbojas paši, bet street fishings un laivas es redzu ļoti daudz bērnus katru dienu.
Logically, they're also doing a lot of carp fishing. And there are many young people from all over the world competing at a high level. But of course, we don't work along the lake that much. And we don't see them. We don't see how they're doing there, how they're fishing on their own. But street fishing and boats, I see a lot of them, and kids fishing for carp every day. And speaking of the various disciplines of sport fishing, fishing is becoming more and more dominated by interest in boat fishing. Or maybe that's just not something you can say. That carp fishing is, well, huge. Trout fishing in ponds is very, very popular. There's a large number of anglers, as well as saltwater fishing and flounder fishing. We all love to fish. In terms of numbers, it's probably one of the biggest, but we'll talk more about that under popular sports, though feeder fishing is everywhere. There are lots and lots of kids. Not all of them are the kind I'd single out. I couldn't single out just one. That's how we see fish here. We watch to see what it has in store for us. Right? An asteroid. A little one, about a 5. LT is currently at 9. Actually, it's a team of 10. I can help them grow. The youngest one is 27. But that's how it should go. Let's go all in for the pike. I'd also say it's easier for the pike to find 10 centimeters. They've got nothing but a couple of centimeters for the perch. I doubt there are even 30. Because in places like that, where they're being fished, the perch are 40. There will be some, but in the last few hours, they've already caught one good pike. They're in first place. They just showed up there, and the Estonians had already caught a pike. I saw that their first pike today was around 3. They're also the kind of team that keeps their own log. A little behind her are the tears, and they were struggling with them. Yesterday, with the pike. Why am I talking about the wild ones? He's from the Estonian Federation, and we were sitting with him yesterday, talking to them. All their hopes are pinned on the pike. The day before yesterday wasn't so bad, because he has it. He's got all the zander, and they've got 2 perch. It seems to me they also have 1 pike. Today there wouldn't be any waves. They had Kalev yesterday, and we looked at the plan to see how long it would take to get to Saaremaa by boat, because Raivo, Ivo's partner, lives on Saaremaa, and he was figuring out how long it would take if there were no wind. 2 hours to Saaremaa, he said. That's how many minutes it would take him to go out and catch the pike, and then 2 hours back here. Sure, go ahead, no problem. Maybe not, but go ahead, just follow the rules, and stick to Latvian waters. Anywhere you can go by boat without taking it out of the water. You can make it all the way to Estonia. Go ahead. It's known to be a longer distance. How far during the race has any boat gone here? As far as Jelgava, they've come very, very close. They were right near Jelgava yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, I saw something near Sloka. There were some photos posted online, but Jelgava is probably the farthest destination you can reach without having to take the boat out to sea. But that's the sea. Well, I suppose there's a lot of trouble getting anything onto it, especially since it's already out at sea. And there are pike in the sea, and zander in the sea, but predicting those weather conditions. you have a big wave or any wave at all, then with our fishing boats, it's either too short or too short to go out somewhere on the sea, far out. In terms of distance, I think it would have been possible. And yes, let's take Latvia as an example. If we had to look for pike, in the Gulf of Riga, there are such opportunities somewhere. I've heard there's a chance of catching pike there. There is. I myself think every year that I'll go out and look for pike in the bay. Unfortunately, though, based on my experience in Estonia, but so far I haven't gotten around to it and found the time. But the temptation is there. Well, yeah, in our competitions, Estonian Sport Fishing Association president participates, so I don't know exactly what his title is, but we're the bosses, so that's what he's called. President. Yes, when the president of the Latvian Federation goes fishing, in Estonia, they treat him like a big shot at the competitions. Yeah, I've been there. I've competed there, but there's not enough time for everything, because Lithuania is also inviting us to participate in similar events. I'm sure I hope it's a pen, not something else. Unfortunately, right now I'm chewing gum. Yeah, chewing gum. But well, there's not enough time for everything. The competition is very intense for us. Here too, and this summer is just this short and goes by so fast, and we're on our own. I told my daughter that at the beginning of May, she should enjoy the summer. It'll be over soon. So what else do I have left for a long time until August? What? Jānisams. We see at the bottom of the screen that it's reached 71 centimeters, the pike team in Engur, Latvia 2. They're just one zander and one pike short of getting 100 bonus points. In Estonia, when you were at the competitions, you can compare their water resources, ours, and in general, this sport of fishing. How do we compare? With each other. And maybe we'll throw Lithuania into the mix too. Since there's Lithuania, I guess that's the story for us, and our relationship is somehow closer and more interesting. We also have a close relationship with Estonia. They have those sport anglers in smaller numbers, and there are fewer disciplines, but they do have them. Ivo told me that 140,000 fishing licenses are sold there each year. Maybe. They have a lot of anglers. There are so many, in fact, that one might even say as many as we do. But in terms of the sport, they don't know why there are fewer. Or is it the federation? Maybe something smaller? They do less and attract fewer athletes, but we do. We in Lithuania. In terms of the number of athletes, there's no question we're ahead. But if you count successes, then we're behind our neighbors. Yes, exactly. Speaking of Lithuania, the nature of that cooperation is such that the Lithuanians are already starting to organize their own championships here as well. This is happening in cooperation with our federation. Is this happening in cooperation with us? And is that already the case there? Not just children and the competition itself, but we also want it to help develop tourism here. Fishing tourism it's huge. Those figures are from those countries where they're working on it. They're impressive. We want those Lithuanians to come here and spend their money here. Here, and stay with us, because we of course know that when they come fishing, they don't just come for one day or one night. They come for training sessions, and they stay for a long time, spending many days here with us, and they come back later too, because, well, if there's anything about our fish stocks to talk about and discuss, then in Lithuania, it's even harder. And so it seems to them that up north, it's much, much cooler than in Lithuania. And that's why we can get them to come here from Estonia. They're harder to attract as tourists because they feel that back home they have everything they need. That's why we need to work on making sure that when it comes to fish stocks, we have them here. We, Latvia, and especially Riga, we have great potential to make. They weigh the fish. In the Lithuanian Championship, unlike the Latvian Championship, which focuses on spinning for predatory fish, they still have the tradition that there's a vote, democracy, and for now the majority were members. Regarding the fact that when the fish should be weighed, there's also an argument that they believe that this is a more gentle way to handle the fish. It needs to be brought ashore alive and released. After that, it's as if you're releasing them more humanely, and even more humanely, so that they survive and swim away, which is also the point of those competitions. They realize that's how it is. It's incredibly complicated. Especially when it comes to fish, there are a lot of them, and they're caught in large numbers, as Aluksne proved. You can't keep more than 3 fish, and after every 3 pike, you have to head back to shore. There's also the matter of measuring them. You lose a lot of time, and they finally get away. I was just about to say that after this year, the Lithuanians in Aluksne got their share. A really big haul from the local anglers in Aluksne, the locals, and they really don't like that they're fishing there. It's a long way out, and they just let it go right there. And yeah, but it's a different way of thinking. That way the fish all survive. They're all released. And let's not forget, too, that for the town of Aluksne, this is tourism. Those people have lived there for more than 10 days. And that's also a benefit. Let's not forget that money is being spent on fish stocks. Municipalities are in favor of this and are pleased if it's also included in the budget, if it's to be returned as some money. And of course, I certainly feel that the guest houses are full. USMA can also tell you that when we fill those moments, if we start the season from midsummer until the end of July. For guest houses, when everything is fully booked, but we're open from August onward, the second half of the month through winter. That's exactly how I was talking with Adi from Dagda. He said, and it's never been like that in May. It's full. And it's never been the case that you can fill up the place in September, even in September. But in October, when there's more foot traffic, then we see that we've managed to catch perch with which they could catch a few centimeters. Meters and a 27-centimeter perch. So let's see how many more they'll add to their total. This one's around 30. Remember that they caught their last zander when they shouted, "Let's go! It's a big fish!" 5 centimeters. For them, if they add 5 centimeters to their total, then we can conclude that they'll move up to 4th place. Gadis and the rest of the Latvian team are pushing them down. I'm also here, and I'll use the team's chances. We'll still be at 549. It's still a battle for centimeters. Martinš and Andris are pulling something. It's cool that the brothers are racing together. They're a great pair of guys. Really good. Friendly, helpful, and... We can call it a zander or a zander. Him this year, a zander. We already have 5. It's a very good size, and they're pretty stable on average. A size that everyone's happy with. If we get a 60 or close to 60, that's a bonus. Right now. It's already out in the field and on the page.
Jā, garākais zandars ir 68 šobrīd.
Yeah, the longest zander is 68. Right now. Even though it's 50, 89. Also, it's very good. It already is, but later on. By today's standards, 105 centimeters. His is 54. Zander. Let's remember that we were doing it right here. If we use that towel, on top, dip him in it first so he's wet and cold, and so the fish is less stressed. It'll be around 60. The tail lifted. It looked like it was around 8 or 9, so it'll wait a bit and calm down with the cold. Wet, yeah. Maybe we'll even manage to catch it. You didn't notice. The main thing is to remember to take a picture with the card and get the right side in the shot. As Ujis said, there have already been more than a few fish when you just hold them in your hands and pass them to the other side. Well, what can I say? The fabulous ones are sure to rise to the top, but then he'll have to look for more perch and pike to round out the tally. But here's a compliment to you for the info. In the chart, or is it really a joy to watch and follow along to see how things are going there? I hope that our entire team, both behind the scenes and taking care of this, will be there after the event to read the comments we receive during the live streams, because they're pouring in like syrup, so much so that it's practically dripping from our ears. But yes, continuing our conversation, we were talking about Lithuania, about Estonia, with which we were always comparing ourselves everywhere and to one another. Let's move on. But in terms of fish stocks, I have to be honest, I'd like to look a little further abroad, to a place where I'm not a frequent visitor and can really get a feel for it. What does truly healthy resources and trophy-sized fish really mean?
Azotē skatāmies, ko mums Rapalas komanda ieceļ iekšā, kas šobrīd ir 3. vietā, bet nu, mēs zinām, kā viņi reaģē, kad ir laba zivs. Tā kā šī viņam, jā, redzam, zivs turpinās augt. Jā, atpakaļ pie tavas atbildes, tad uz kurieni, kur tu redz, kāda ir vīzija, kādai jābūt Latvijai kā makšķernieka gala mērķis zemei?
Ja mēs runājam par plēsīgo zivu ķeršanu, tad mums ir trofeju zivīm jābūt vairāk, mums ir jābūt vairāk plēsējiem, un šobrīd mums ūdeņi ir, mums nārstu vietas ir, mums barības bāze ir zivīm, bet mēs viņus apēdam visas, diemžēl. Un tās lielās zivs jau nav tik labas ēšanai, to mēs visi zinām, kuras ir auguši. Nu, nevajag tās lielās zivis visas ēst, bet, nu, diemžēl mums ir tie dati jau liecina par to, kad mērķtiecīgi to darot, to krējumu var nosmelt. Un daudz tā zivs aiziet uz restorāniem un tiek pārdotas. Un tas ir rūpals, ar ko pelna varbūt daži vai vairāk kā daži cilvēki, bet ekonomikai tas nepienes neko, un mēs pa valstu naudu laižam zivs iekšā, un individi daži viņas sistemātiski ķer, nemaksājot nodokļus nekādus, tiek tiek pārdotas, uzceptas un apēstas. Un tā zivs ir jāsargā, un lai tos ūdeņus sakārtot, mums ir labi piemēri. Gan Alūksne, gan Jēkabpils, gan Usma, kur ūdenim ir saimnieks, un tas resurss tiek uzraudzīts. Un, protams, ja tas plēsējs spēj dzīvot, un cilvēki gūst prieku viņu ķerot, atlaižot un atkal ķerot, tad ir jāatjauno arī tā zivs, viņas jālaiž iekšā un jāļauj viņām augt. Un zivs, protams, ka ir jāēd, bet ēdam tādas, kas nav milzīgas, ir mēra zivis un vajag ņemt viņas tik daudz, cik apēst varam. Mēs zinām, mēs zandartu gribam cept šodien, paņemam viņu vienu, vedam mājās un apēdam viņu, bet mums nevajag ņemt viņus 5, 10, 30 un vēl vairāk. Un par to resursu ir jārūpējas un ir jābūt kādam, kas to pieskat un apsaimnieko.
Ja mēs skatāmies uz tām zemēm, uz kurien brauc Latvijas makšķernieks pēc lielām zivīm, tā tradicionāli, protams, ir Skandināvija, tā ir Nīderlande, tā ir Somija. Jo tur ir tās zivis, kuras mēs saprotam, mākam ķert, līdeka, zandarts, asaras parasti.
Jā.
Vai pienāks tāds laiks, kad zviedri brauks uz Latviju pēc
Es ceru, ka pienāks, bet šobrīd mūsu makšķernieki ir vairāk kā zivs. Diemžēl tāda sajūta brīžiem rodas, un Somijā tas spiediens nav tik liels uz to resursu, Zviedrijā nav tas spiediens liels, un to mēs labi redzam, kad mums ir arī vietas, kur mēs uz Somiju braucam, ja mēs tur pirms 10 gadiem bijām vien paši, gan pavasarī, gan gada beigās braucot, un vietējo somu nav, un ūdeņi bija tukši, un visi mums, tad šo gadu laikā ir daži sociālo tīklu posti ar nevainīgām bildēm, ar kaut kādu norādi, kur tas varētu būt, un pēc 10 gadiem gribās jau meklēt jaunas vietas, jo mājiņas ir pilnas ar latviešiem un lietuviešiem. Jau tu vairs neesi viens, un tās lielās zivis un plēsīgās zivis vienkārši paliek, acīm redzam, ar katru dienu arvien mazāk un mazāk.
Jā, tu minēji vienā no atbildēm, ka vajag ļaut tai zivī izaugt. Kā tu izdarīt? Kas slēpjas zem tā vienkāršā vārda ļaut? Kas mums ir jādara? Jo mēs jau neļaujam.
Šeit jau mēs redzam, kas ir jādara. Ķer to zivi, laid vaļā, gūsti prieku, baudi copi. Ja tu gribi paņemt vienu zivu, paņem vienu zivu, bet paņem viņu, neaizties tās trofejas. Ļauj viņam augt.
Jā, ja mēs
savu domāšanu jāmaina. Tu nevar braukt uz copi kā uz tirgu. Tev vajag gaļu, tad droši vien, ka tirgo viņi būs lētāk. Nevis tērēt savu naudu un laiku.
Jā, mēs te vairāk kārtīgi pieminam Zviedriju, Somiju, Nīderlandi, arī Norvēģiju, gan jau arī tajā pašā grozā iet iekšā, viņi gan bišķiņ tālāks galamērķis, bet viņu, piemēram, Somijas un Zviedrijas gadījumā tā lielā bagātība ir arī ūdeņu skaits, kas ir nesalīdzināms ar mums, un tāpat laikā braucot tur, tā sajūta ir, ka viņi daudz vairāk novērtē to savu dabas bagātību nekā mēs šeit. Tā ir tāda viena lieta, ko droši vien mums paturēt prātā. Tradīcija makšķerēt un ēst noteikti ir saglabājama, viss ir kārtībā.
Samērīgi to daram.
Jā, un arī mums tie labie piemēri vairojas. Kurus tur nosaukt Latvijā par labiem piemēriem, kas būtu kopēšanas vērti?
Par apsaimniekošanu?
Jā.
Usma, Alūksne, viennozīmīgi, Rāzne. arī resursi ir pasargāts. Tie labie piemēri rāda, ka tas notiek visur, kur kāds pat ūdeni, kur ir saimnieks, kur ir organizācija kāda, kas atbild par to ūdeni, kam tas ūdens rūp, kas viņu pieskata un dara visu, lai tā zivs tur būtu.
Jā, mēs runājam par zivju resursiem, bet arī šīs sacensības, domāju, ka ļauj novērtēt to, ka vai nu labas zivis vai labs turnīra balvu fonds piesaista turistus, un šī gadījumā turists nenozīmē to, ka viņš ir atbraucis tikai no citas valsts. Arī šeit visi tie džeki, kurus mēs šodien te redzam, viss vairāk nekā 50 ekipāžas, visi šim tērē naudu, atstāja, kaut kur paliek pa nakti, ēda, tērē degvielu, tas viss ir pienesums. Tu pats arī daudz braukājis pa sacensībām, pa ārzemēm. Ir kādi aprēķini, cik viens šāds makšķerēšanas turists vienu turnīru laikā iztērē naudu konkrētajā pilsētā, kur viņš piestāja?
Ir mūsu valsts dati, pēc kā tiek rēķināts, ir 240 eiro dienā katrs ārvalsts turists atstāja šeit. Tie ir kopējā dati jebkuram sporta pasākumam, pēc kā to aprēķinu veids. Tad mums ir tas bonus, ka mums nav viena diena, ka mums nav 2 dienas, lai sagatavotos mačiem. Viņi neatbrauc tikai šeit uz sacensību sākumu. Viņi brauc 10+ dienas pirms mačiem. Lai šeit trenētos, redziet, volejbolā var basketbolā trenēties jebkurā sporta zālē, un tad mūsu gadījumā tas tev ir jātrenējas tur, kur tās sacensības būs, lai izpētītu šo ūdens tilpni.
Mēs tikko redzējām, ka komanda, kas šobrīd 10. vietā Bremeltē, noķēra vienlaicīgi 2 zivis, ko mēs laikam šajās sacensībās vēl kadrā vismaz nebijām redzējuši. Viņas abas laikam tomēr bija par mazu, lai palielinātu viņu punktu rāžu. Viņiem bija un joprojām ir. Vienu tomēr mērīs, jo viņam šobrīd mazākais asars ir 27 centimetri. Ja pienāks klāt, tad varbūt izskatās, ka viens. Bet kā mēs minējām, laikam nebūs. Jā, 27 viņiem bija un 27 arī paliek. Tā kā viņi paliek šobrīd 10. pozīcijā. Jā, šis ir tas brīdis, kad zivis iekrīt mazliet retāk, jo komandas sāk iet jau pēc konkrētiem izmēriem, pēc konkrētām zivīm. Tad, kad protokoli ir tukši, tad, protams, katrs zivs ir laba un tiek mērīta. Šobrīd jau tā izlase, kas dara, ir arvien mazāk. Te mēs redzam, tā mums nedaudz kāds ir iebraucis nezonā. Kā jau mēs minējām, tad tā akvatorija, kurā drīkst makšķerēt, ir milzīga. Bet tur arī skatījās, ka 2 zivis bija vienlaicīgi. Ko es atgādināšu skatītājiem, ka arī šodien viens no skatītājiem, kas seko mums līdzi, tiks pie balvas no veikala Echolots.eu, un tā ir Garmin echolote Striker Vivid 5CV. Nekas sarežģīts nav jādara. Jāuzdod kāds jautājums studijai vai studijas viesim. To centīsimies nolasīt un atbildēt. Un jāpiesako Garmin Predator Cup YouTube kanālam vai arī Facebook profilam. Un tiem, kas mūs skatās Facebookā, atgādināšu, ka Facebook laika ierobežojumu dēļ vienā brīdī tiešraide mums pārtrūks, bet tad mēs viņu atjaunosim. Ja gribat skatīties nepārtrauktu tiešraidi līdz pat beigām, tad skatieties mūsu YouTube vai arī televīzijas kanālā Best for Sport.
Vai arī angļu valodā YouTube. Tīri labs tas tulkojums ir.
Paši neesam klausījušies.
Lai to iztulko tagad, lai tie, kas skatās.
Tiem, kas mūs skatās un latviešu valodu nesaprot, ir iespēja skatīties arī mākslīgā inteliģenta tulkojuma, kas, kā saka Kristaps, ir diezgan labs. Paši mēs neesam novērtējuši, bet, jā, ja jums ir draugi, kuri latviešu valodu varbūt nepārvalda, tad ir iespēja redzēt šo visu arī angļu valodā. Nu ko, mēs varbūt mazliet par retu esam atgādinājuši atbalstītājus, kuriem pateicoties šis lielais notikums, festivāls, turnīrs, sacensības, sauciet kā gribiet, bet svētki notiek. Un galvenais sponsors, protams, ir Garmin. Pie sponsoriem noteikti jāmin Rīgas brīvos, tā Ehalotes EU, BTA un Swoop laivas, kas piedāvā šo galveno balvu, kurus apskatu arī šodien redzējāt, lieliska alumīnija laiva, ražota Ukrainā. Un pie atbalstītājiem un draugiem, kas palīdz notikumam būt tādam, kāds viņš ir minēms pilsētas jahtklubs Mangaļi, Rocketbean grillētāju brālība, Alus brālis, Lielais loms, Eirovīns, autoriepunājums un arī RTV, kur šo visu mazliet koncentrētākā formā jūs varēsiet redzēt garajos ziemas vakaros. Un runājot par balvām, jā, mēs ļoti daudz esam runājuši par galveno balvu, par laivu. Tas, protams, ir katras ekipāžas sapnis. Varbūt man pat ir grūti teikt, kurš ir lielāks tāds lielāka motivācija uzvarēt sacensībās vai izcīnīt šo galveno balvu, vai arī tas nav viens no otra atraujams, bet Juri, varbūt tu vari iepazīstināt vēl ar
Jā, Gunār, uzslēdz man šī brīža rezultātus, paskatīsimies, teiksim, no šīs situācijas, kas būtu, ja būtu, ja šobrīd ir finišs un attiecīgi rezultāti ir tādi, kādi viņi ir. Un kas, ko saņem?
Kura komanda, ko saņem?
Jā, tātad pirmā vietā mums ir EM Team C1 komanda. Šobrīd viņi saņem jaunu laivas korpusu un dodam viņiem līdzi jauno LVS 42 HD devēju. Un tad vēl ir arī no Majorcraft arī balvas, jā, tā kā dāvankarte, spinningi un tā tālāk. Otrā vietā Raterbaits, Edgars ar Pēteri saņem par šo vietu jauno GPS map, 13 colu ekrāns, jaunais HD 4K. Saņem arī Spypole jauno saucamo kruķi no Garmin un arī LVS 42 HD devēju. Un tas plus mīnus kopā sastāda ja pirmai vietai kopējais balvu fonds ir plus mīnus 35–36 tūkstoši, otrā vietā saņem aptuveni...
If the total for the first place prize pool is plus or minus 36,000 or so, second place receives a prize of approximately 10,000. Third place goes to Rapala. Rapala, for example, in the kissing competition, has given us the new one, as well as the reel. There are now 4 sponsors. 2. One of the new sponsors is Garmin, and the other is the LV42 HD, and one is the LVS S4. Which one do you prefer for fishing? The 42 HD is closer to the standard mode, and the 4 is in that mode. Fourth place is currently held by the RR Time Orange, a Lithuanian boat. We're getting the new Garmin LVS42 HD transducer and also Method Craft prizes. Fifth place goes to Short and Twice, a Lithuanian team. They receive an LVS CS4 transmitter and Method Craft prizes and so on for the 6th place team. Gaddis with Toms and Edgars, Latvia 1. They are currently receiving a new company. I'll take this new eye pole, swivel or a hook. I don't really know the Latvian term for processor protector with rotors and manager craft. So the top 6 places receive appropriate prizes. And there's no prize worth less than 2,000. For the 6 spots, if you look, there are no discs. That's also a reminder of the top 3 fish. Who will make the top 3 for pike and the top 3 for zander and perch? everyone will receive the new Garmin Pipala rotor. It should be noted that the rotor is quite manual. You can adjust it using both the pedals, and it works pretty well. I've used it a bit in the boat to test it out and give the pedals a spin, but I've never actually used it in real life since the prizes are very decent and valuable. And all of this is the very latest. It's also worth mentioning that PayPal rotors are brand new, and both of the new transducers, the LVS C2 HD and LVS, have just hit the market. Since, over the last few weeks, it's basically a world first. Yes, thank you for the generous prize. The prize is laid out, as we've mentioned several times already, so I don't know. The competition, which is close to this prize pool. And it's no coincidence that there are so many participants here. Best of the best, and one of the main prizes still to come, which stands above all of this, is right here with us in the studio. It's a trophy, a traveling trophy, and those who follow sports. Lift it up a little higher so you can see this one here, next to the team that will win today. Everything Juris was talking about, that is, if we wrap up here right now, the team standings are as follows, but we still have a full 3 hours left until the end. Made in the best of the traditions of major sports tournaments. For example, the Stanley Cup. As you know, no team will ever actually own it. They just win it for the season. And that's what goes down in history. The team's name is engraved on it, along with the players' names, which we've also included on this trophy. October of the 23rd year at night, and Alex, who was 5 and 2 years old, Igors Lochmilis, Jānis Malnācs time for the Baltic XL race, 2-4. Years Lithuania Power Memories, Kota Domas Cleopatra and Gediminas Whistle, and 2 5th years. Time for the Baltic XL race again. Jānis Malnācs Mudek Smarts. Yeah, well, Kristaps was declared the winner, and one more. Yet another interesting thing is that in fishing, it's extremely rare for anyone to defend their title. Yeah, there are those who win specific competitions multiple times, over the course of a year, but such cases are quite rare when a title is successfully defended. Defending it yesterday. Yesterday, they were very determined. They're currently in 9th place. They have 520 points, 37 points, behind the leaders. So, since anything is still possible, one good pike isn't enough to take the lead by a small margin. 53, that's their current total. 75. Yeah, I think everything is set up well. Currently, the 3rd plaque on the trophy. Yes, a 1-meter pike, and pretty much for sure. Pike. It could already feel like it's going the same way for them as it did with the perch. Everything's going very well for them. 29 centimeters, 32, 33 zander, 4/8, 152. There are still possibilities regarding size to grow. We have fish. If we take a look at what we're catching, RR. Well, it's good that the water scooter is running here now, not like before, when it was taken and scared them away. Often after the water scooter passes, the bite gets better. If there are fish in that area, then it's worth casting there. It looks like this one won't be a record-breaking fish, but while I'm at it, I'll try to catch a few more. Right now, the smallest one they've caught is 27. I still don't understand all that fuss about let's go for the big fish and trying to catch, you know which one. When you're in competition mode and that time is running out, that's when you make those decisions. Then the next day, you sit there and think, how could something like that even cross my mind? Then you head out to catch the big pike, and instead end up driving right over the perch, and right over yourself. Your partner is already telling you, come on, just give it a try. With 3 perch, we can get 600, or should we change the plan? They've got some good pike. They're out on the Lielupe River. I think they're heading further on, toward even bigger pike. But no, they've returned to the Riga area and are trying to build up a few centimeters on the perch. Hopefully, they'll be the right ones. Of course, they'll have to grow 3 perch to take first place right away, because they'll do it. Well, maybe not. The decision at that moment always seems like the right one, but later you realize that at the end of the day, we'll see there are different tactics. But right now, from the sidelines, it's easy for us to judge. But it seems like, well, it's not exactly a given, but it seems like it would be better to have just 1 pike, and your heart will be at peace, rather than 3 perch. That's how big it is. It'll stop for a moment, but that moment turns into half an hour, then an hour, and you don't even notice it during the competition. Maybe you'll be 28th. They're battling it out for over an hour. They're fighting for every centimeter. And just like we've been talking about centimeters the whole time, with this centimeter, they'll move up a spot, overtaking the time we mentioned earlier. They'll have 521, and Giannis will be carrying the load. And Marek's score is 500 points. That's how it stands right now. That's the question we're discussing here, isn't it? Or how can we attract Swedes here? To get Swedes to see that we've been battling it out for 2 hours, centimeter by centimeter. Right now, we can't attract them because they won't understand. They have their tables. There are 5-meter pike, perch 40 plus, give or take, all zander 60 plus. Question from the audience, but from the other side, if you're watching this, make the fish that small. There are opportunities for everyone. The opportunities were equal. Martinch even told them to use their own fishing rods. They aren't that thin over there in Sweden. It's pretty simple to catch big fish that way, and we use very fine tackle. That's the way to go, toward Japan. If we're somewhere in between Scandinavia and Japan, we are. That's how it is here for us. We have some comments and questions from viewers or on Facebook. Leave a comment to enter the giveaway. Yes, both on Facebook and YouTube. We'll take that into account. So there you have it. A message of dedication or encouragement for Gaddis and Toms. Tell Gaddis and Toms to hang in there. The results. Then there's a question about, to see the results, follow us. The teams are showing their stuff all the time. For example, the top 10 or 20. Why isn't Mr. Bartulis participating? There's no one else at Garmin who's speaking. When I find a replacement, I'll participate. This year, it's already almost 50-50, but there are more factors preventing it from happening. Kristaps, will you ever see fishing become an Olympic sport? I don't think so. How would you like to see it done differently? So that it would be. I think that until then, we have a long way to go. Right now, even in Olympic sports, the existing sports are fighting for their survival, for their place in the Olympics. Among the other sports, we just saw that Nordic combined was excluded from the Olympic Games, just like that, in the span of a single day. What's been going on there for 100 years? That market is unique, and I think that in the near future, we won't see that happen. But logically, the same goes for fishing. The International Federation is pushing for it to become part of the Olympic movement, because if you're a recognized federation, there's a chance to access information and various benefits. I suppose that will soon be something like that, part of the movement. But as for this Olympic sport, I think it's still too early. It's too early to say anything. If we have significant advantages, such as when it comes to fishing, there's a market, and it's similar to auto racing and motorcycle racing. We're able to attract private funding. Very good, and I see everything. Everything we see here, in the everyday things people buy, and in our country there are about 200,000 people who use this equipment, so there's a definite market here. Another question from a viewer: what kind of budget should we expect if we want to compete at the top level in a tournament like this, if we have nothing? There are no miracles here. I think you should expect that you'll have to dedicate time to it. We see that the top athletes are always at the top. That's where the top is, and that's where you have to be. It's not like many people think that it's just a matter of luck. In all sports, it's about luck. It has to be, but you also have to know what you're doing. I think there's less of a focus on equipment and gear and more on mindset, on understanding, on the ability to manage your time effectively, to figure out where that fish will be that day and where to go to catch it. If you're confident that when I can catch that fish at that time, that's what's given, then of course you can do it with any boat. As we saw yesterday, the zander were being caught right here, and there's plenty of time. 2 days, even with a small motor, is enough to get there if you plan properly and know what you're doing. You can go far. You just have to catch 3 fish of that species and have the right gear and lures. Any rod will do, and any lure can catch a fish too. That's it. As for me, when I started out, you never want to blame yourself. Not at all. You always want to blame someone else, but then you're not doing so well yourself. Then that boat is too small, or too slow, and somehow the people around you get in the way, scaring the fish away, or your electric motor is too loud, or the screen is too small, and then there are all sorts of reasons. But when you see it here, you might think that it's a lack of skill that you can make up for with money. Sometimes, and what's cool and good, but then when you yourself have inner peace and you feel that you're better off without the reels, you're no longer there, and the boats aren't being built any faster, so you can only blame yourself. But if you're able to get past that and realize that when you've got everything, it's all already in your head, and that craftsmanship depends on you alone, then the budget can be maybe very small, and at the same time, it can exceed expectations. But if it's unrealistic, if you know how to catch fish, then you've got it all.
Tad lietuvieši vēl nebija spēlē.
Jā, un kā mēs arī redzam šobrīd, arī cik tālu no starta vietas tev ir jāizbrauc. Mēs izbraucam ārā, aizbraucam līdz televīzijas tornim, saķeram 3 zandarts, pa ceļām vēl paņem 3 asars un uz otru pusi paskatāmies, kur līdek. Nu, tev, ja tu esi atradis to vietu, kur ķert, tad pat nav tik tālu jābrauc. Te vairāk ir par to, ko Kristaps arī teica, ja ir laiks, ja ir vēlēšanās un tas gribspēks, tad salīdzinoši ar nelielu resursu jūs varat cīnīties pat par piedestālu. Bet lielākā vērtība šādās sacensībās ir laiks. Ja arī man uzdod jautājumu, kāpēc es nestartēju, es ikdienā dzīvoju Talsos. Man vajadzētu, kaut arī tās vietas zinu, es šādi tad atbraucu Pacupēji šajās akvatorijās, un pa gadiem man tā informācija ir uzkrāta, bet man būtu nepieciešami ļoti liela resursa un laiks no ģimenes, no darba projām, lai pirms sacensībām apgūtu un paskatītos, kurās vietās kas notiek. Tā kā tas ir šobrīd man laiks, es teiktu, ka ir pats dārgākais no tā visa.
Jā, bet zini, kāpēc mēs esam laimīgi cilvēki? Ir tā, kad laimīgs ir tas cilvēks, kam ir hobijs, kuram nav žēl ne laiku, ne naudas.
Jā, bez hobija, iedomājies, dzīve bez hobija. Kas tā ir pa dzīvi?
Man vēl jautājums par šādu sacensību formātu, jo skaidrs, ka visiem, kuri makšķerē, dažkārt ir sapnis ar makšķerēšanu arī kaut ko nopelnīt. Latvijā tas tirgus ir salīdzinoši mazs, un jautājums, vai šādi pasākumi vispār atmaksājas, un ko darīt, lai viņi atmaksātos, un kā tu, Kristap, kā federācijas prezidents redzi, kur makšķerēšanas sports Latvijā iet, jo skaidrs, ka viņš ir jākomercializē, lai tur būtu sponsori, lai viņiem būtu interesi, viņš ir jārāda, lai viņš būtu tādā formātā, kā skatītājiem ir interesanti, jo kaut kā no tās slepenības, kas varbūt ir bijusi kādreiz, ka nevienam neko nesaka, varbūt ir jāskatās uz komerc makšķerēšanas meku ASV, kur ir basu čempionāti, kur visu rāda un māk no tā pelnīt naudu. Kā tu redzi nākotni?
Es piekrītu tev pilnībā, bet es uzskatu, ka mūsu galvenais mērķis jau ir izglītot jauno paudzi. Mēs jau rādām, kā to darīt forši un smuki, un kā gūt baudu no copes un radīt to priekšstatu, kad redzēt, ko es sākumā teicu, ka lai arī jaunā paudze mūsu viņu savu kontentu ražo ar šo. Un šobrīd sociālajos tīklos viņi tur ir daudz, un šeit ir iespēja darboties viņiem. Te taču ir daba, zivis, svaigs gaiss, viss ir skaisti. Hobijs ir brīnišķīgs. Mēs paši zinām, uz ūdens esot attīrs tā galva, un tās domas paliek skaidrākas un foršākas pēc tam, kad atbrauc mājās no ūdens.
Tas ir attiecināms arī uz šādu stresa pilnu formātu?
Protams. Tur kāds domā par darbu šobrīd? Neviens. Par tām visām rūpēm un bēdām, kas ikdienā ir, tas ir aizmirsies pilnībā par to, kad pamodīsies pēc pāris dienām, droši vien aizbrauks mājās, tad vēl būs forši. Un tad
Jā, jo no vairākiem ir dzirdēts arī tieši par šo formātu, ka tas izskatās superaugstā līmenī, un tu jau arī esi bijis uz daudz starptautiskiem mačiem un var salīdzināt, kā šis formāts izskatās uz Eiropas lielāko, labāko komerc sacensību fonu, jo pasaules čempionāts laikam ir kaut kāda cita kategorija.
Jā, pasaules čempionāts un Latvijas čempionāti ir cita kategorija, tāpēc mēs esam to sadalījuši. Latvijas čempionātā mēs cīnāmies par titulu, par Latvijas čempionu titulu un par iespēju tikt uz pasaules pārstāvēt valsti. Un tas tituls arī paliek uz visu mūžu. Un loģiski, kad Latvijas mērogā visos pasākumos utopiski būtu cerēt, ka būs šāds balvu fonds, kas kā ASV ir, bet arī tur ASV ir komercmači un arī tie mūsējie sportisti, kas disciplīnās visās brauc uz pasauli, viņiem jau arī ir atlase bez komercijas. Un tev cīnies par to, par vietu starp labākajiem pasaulē un par izlasi. Bet šis formāts, šie mačus ir viena no labākajiem Eiropā, viennozīmīgi. Viņi ir dzīvotspējīgi jau kuro gadu pateicoties sponsoriem mūsu. Un vienmēr gribās vairāk un darīt vairāk, bet tur ir tas jāaudzē, tas budžets, jāpiesaist vēl naudas, ja tās domas man ir daudz, ko mēs gribētu, un gan helikopters palaist, gan nebija tālu šogad līdz tam, bet tad, kad Mārtiņš apsēžas ar Exceli saliek.
Helikopters palika, jā.
Nu, nē, bet ir, tad tu saproti, ka tu to nevar tādiem lieliem soļiem iet. Nu, tad pamazām maziem solīšiem tu audz.
Nu, vēl par formātu runājot, jā, kādreiz, cik es zinu, es pats gan neesmu startējis, bet zinu, ka bija katrā laivā bija tiesnesis. Un tad no tā kā gāja projām, kā jau Uģis minēja, tad tika sūtīts vienkārši caur foto un caur WhatsAppu. Tagad nāk spēlē iekšā arī mākslīgais intelekts, respektīvi mans jautājums ir, ja pie šāda līmeņa balvām tā vēlme viņus izcīnīt paliek arvien lielāka. Un ir arī Latvijas mērogā bijuši kaut kādi krāpšanās skandāli. Viņi ir gan bijuši ļoti maz, cik es zinu, bet ir bijuši. Un tāpat arī citās, arī tajā pašā manis pieminētajā ASV, kur tie skandāli jau ir $100,000 vērtībā bijuši, kur volejiem vēderā stumj svina bumbas. Kā šādā formātā izskaust to vēlmi šmaukties, tā vienkārši sakot? Tas ir iespējams, viņi tās 100%.
Domāju, ka mēs uzticamies cilvēkiem visiem un paļaujamies, kad tā sabiedrība mūsu nav tāda, kā to aprakstīja. Bet loģiski, kad ir daudzas nianses, par ko esam parūpējušies, lai šādi gadījumi, lai nebūtu šādi gadījumi. Un mūsu tā sabiedrība ir maza. Un es domāju, ka neriskēs neviens ar neko šādu, jo lai ko tu uz ūdens darītu, vienmēr tev kāds redz. To mēs zinām. Un riskēt tikt pieķertam ir, es nezinu, cik ir jābūt slimam cilvēkam, lai kaut ko tādu darītu un mēģinātu plānot. Es domāju, ka viss ir kārtībā šeit. Ja notiek kaut kas tāds, tad tam cilvēkam būtu grūti parādīties uz ielas droši vien.
Jautājums no skatītāja, kurš man vārds uzvārds kaut kur šķiet dzirdēts, Gints Kleģers. Vai ir sagaidāms, ka sacensībās nelietos live tehnoloģijas un ko vairums sportistu par šo domā? Jo šobrīd tā tendence Eiropā ir, ka vairākas sacensības, kurās viņas ir bijušas atļautas, sāk viņas vai nu ierobežot pa dienām, vai arī atsakās pilnībā. Kāds ir tavs skatījums uz šo?
Tie formāti ir dažādi, protams.
What is your take on this? Because right now, the trend in Europe is that several competitions in which it had previously been allowed have begun to either restrict its use by day or refuse to allow it altogether. The formats vary, of course, and in our case, we see the main sponsor, which is Garmin. That's their market, and it makes sense that right now there are no plans for it to be included in any of them. Would you give it up? But that's just the way it is right now. There isn't that much fishing going on with sonar at the moment, but the information that what do you see in that structure? You see the fields, where they start, where they end. That's for you. How much more? And two more. 2 eyes, and if it's commercial. If we're heading in this direction, then that's where we'll end up, as it were. In these matches, there's no plan. Nothing to change. The world champions are also nothing. Nothing has changed, and that's how it is. They're limited to 2 sonars, but as long as those rules remain the same, we'll stick with them in these matches. And you can see that these days, when the live meeting is used only for zander. For the most part, we catch everything the classic way, perch and other fish.
Bendējam zivis un vēl nezinu, ko daram. Es tev ar medībām var salīdzināt. Arī ir gan tēmekļi, gan klusinātāji, gan redzamības nakts. Nu, kas būtu, ja mēs šautu pa visiem zvēriem, kas skrien garām? Mešs arī būtu tukšs. Nav jau viss tās zivs jāpēd un jāaiznes uz mājām.
Nu, te tāds droši līdz galam neatbildams jautājums, bet arī kontekstā ar laivu tehnoloģijām. Kā tavuprāt, Kristap, atšķirtos šo sacensību rezultāti, ja nevarētu izmantot laivu tehnoloģijas?
Baigi neatšķirtos. Es domāju, ka neko neatšķirtos. Līda, kasara, ķerta tāpat, tie rezultāti būtu tādi paši, un zandarts var būt arī tas pats, nu, viņi vienkārši ķerta no kants. Leiši vakar jau arī, ne jau viņi ar laivu ķēri, viņi vienkārši no kants lasīja nost viena laiva, nu tikai tas varbūt prasītu minūtes 10 vairāk. Un iespējams, kad arī no tās kants viņi salasītu, viņi raitāk to asaru nekā viņam skrienot pakaļ. Brīžiem arī ir jāpārslēdz pašam, un klasikā tā zivs ķerās daudz raitāk brīžiem.
Tad tabulā varbūt tās būtu mazāk zandardi, bet būtu lielāks līdeks vienkārši. Jo vairāk koncentrētos uz zivīm, ko tu var noķert.
Iespējams, jau mazāk tērēt laiku skatoties tajā televizorā.
Jā.
Tā ir arī saistībā ar to jautājumu. Tu teici kādam, cik daudz ir jāieguldās, lai startētu mačos. Pārslēdzies uz klasiku, ķer mierīgi sirdi.
Jā, vēl atgriežoties pie sarunas sākuma par resursiem, varbūt arī tev jautājums, kā federācija to redz, jo mums tā ūdeņa apsaimniekošana katrā valstī atšķiras. Nu, tādā sapņu ideālā pasaulē, ka katrs ūdens tiktu izvērtēts atsevišķi un viņam būtu individuāli noteikumi, kas šur tur Latvijā notiek, šur tur nenotiek. Tā atbildība diezgan tāda sadrumstalota. Kāda loma ūdeņa apsaimniekošanā Latvijā ir federācijai un kā to
And it would have its own specific regulations here and there in Latvia. Some are followed, some aren't. So the responsibility is quite fragmented. What role does water management play in Latvia, and how can the Federation influence it? We provide advice. We have data for many of them. Many of the matches are about fish, but nothing major.
Daudz vairāk un pašvaldībām palīdzēt, lai virzītu viņus pareizā virzienā, lai zivs būtu vairāk. Mēs dzirdam fonā, Formula 1 laikam sāka braukt, es nezinu, vai to var dzirdēt, es caur austiņām ļoti labi dzirdu, kā pretējā krastā.
Jā, es domāju, tas arī labi ilustrē to mūsu sarunu, kas ir bija arī vakardien ar Rīgas pašvaldības pārstāvi un ministriem par to, ka tas ūdens, viņam ir milzīgs potenciāls. Viņš jau tiek izmantots un vēl noteikti ir izaugsmes iespējas, un ka viņu var izmantot ļoti daudz un dažādos veidos. Un tā pati formula kaut kur sasaucas arī ar makšķerēšanas šādām starptautiskām sacensībām, ka tā tiešām, ja tā infrastruktūrā pūdeni ir labi attīstīta, tad tā ir tiešām lieliska iespēja piesaistīt naudu no ārzemēm.
Makšķerēšanas turisms.
Jā, kā to attīstīt Latvijā? Protams, es to īstu atbildi zinu, trofejas zīvis. Bet ko mums darīt? Nu, skaidrs, ka mums viņas 2, 3, 4 gados neradīsies, neizaugs te 20 tik biezā slānī.
Ir jāsargā, kādam viņas ir jāsargā. Atbildi ir pavisam vienkārši. Viņas nevar slaktēt viss, viņām ir jāļauj augt. Viņām ir vienkārši jāļauj augt. Un tad, kad tā zivs tiek pasargāta, tad paralēli ir jālaiž un jāatražo, jālaiž zivi mazuļi iekšā. Protams, ir jāskatās, lai ir pietiekami daudz.
They must release the young fish into the water, protected. Then at the same time you have to release them and harvest them.
Viss ir labi un tas zivu resursi ir jāatjauno. Un tam
But we have to make sure there are enough spawning grounds so that everything works in harmony with nature. Everything is fine, and fish stocks must be replenished. There is an opportunity to attract funding for this, including from these supporters who are standing behind us, ready to give, to contribute money as well, so that we can buy fish. But for that to happen, it has to be there. That is why I am at the negotiating table with Bayor and the Riga City Council, and we will discuss this.
Pusstundas, kas mums joprojām šķiet daudz. Jā. Bet kā ir Kristap makšķerēšanas sacensībās, ka pietrūkst tie astaru, zandārta vai līdeks centimetri, nāk arī stress, un tad rokas paliek stingrākas, cietākas, grūtāk noķert.
Pārliek centība aptumšo prātu. Pazūd jau tā, tad, kad tev tas stress ir, tev jau pazūd tā izvadīšana, tā spēle pazūd.
It's already gone by the time you feel that stress. It's already gone for you. That's how it goes. That's when the game disappears. You reach the lure with a quick pull, and so the fish is already gone. You know yourself that when you're fishing, that lure is completely different when you're free to play with it. You let your thoughts take over. A decision. Yes, because those who are listening to us might not be able to see the overall standings table. We're talking about the latest news. That's all, because there's really no news yet. It's coming out, everything's holding up. So that's about how it was a little over an hour ago. What can we do? M-Time is in second place with Atari Bates LV, and Rapala is in third with RR in fourth. Team. Fifth place, Short and Twising. Sixth place, N Latvia 1. Seventh place, Bolts. Eighth place, C1. Ninth place, Bremzo Elite. 10th place. Time to fish. Baltic XL, and yes, it's on the screens right now too. You can see the overall standings table. We'll also show you the top 20. We currently have 17 in total. Teams that have submitted their results or earned 100 bonus points. And there are several more teams that are just one fish short of finalizing their results, as Kristaps will tell you. Thank you for the interview. I didn't get a chance to ask about the Federation's immediate plans.
Sekojam līdzi un piedalāmies.
Jā. Nu ko, mums te ziņo, ka ir noķerta laba līdeka, bet mēs atgriezīsimies jau pēc pavisam īsa brīža ar mūsu nākamo viesi, un tad arī informēsim jūs, ko tad ir noķērusi kāda no
Yeah, well, what do they tell us here? That a good pike has been caught, but we'll be back in just a moment with our next guest. And then we'll let you know what one of the teams has caught. See you in just a moment.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros.
And it's blowing away. And provide us.
Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put.
Quality t-shirts.
Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
the water with SpyPole and GT360 UHD.
And in Latvia, up to the quail, and 3 other active ones.
Clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to
3x.
Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D.
Latvian tigers online at Live World and
with the gesture remote, foot control, or your chart plotter. Sync SpyPole and your Force Pro in speed and direction, and lock your LiveScope on a fixed point. Take full control of your sonar like never before with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin. Their world is dark and murky. Your view of it has never been clearer. This is LiveScope 2.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
Mēs atgriežamies tiešraidē, un mēs jums solījām, ka ir vēl viena laba līde, ka te mēs redzam atkārtojumā, kā viņa tika...
We're back live and we promised you there's one more good pike. Here's a replay of how it was caught, and it's not over yet. Not yet, that's the previous one. Here we see some of the highlights from today's competition. We'll take a look at my pike a little later. This is the moment when it was caught. The biggest catch of the competition so far. So, we're learning the technique. There is a technique.
Kur komanda, kur mēs redzam, ir EEST. Viņi šobrīd ir sacensību vadībā jau ilgāku laiku. Tieši ar šo zīvi viņi izvirzījās pirmajā vietā. 90 centimetri. Bet ar vien tā ir īsāka nekā pagājušajā gadā. Mums bija garākā sacensības zivs. Mēs ar vien gaidām to maģisko 3 ciparu atzīmi, jeb metru līdeku ailēs. Pagaidām šī ir garākā sacensības zivs.
Jā, un netik slepenā vietā.
Un EEST, kas šobrīd ir vadībā, šobrīd ir 557 punkti. Pirmais trīnieks mums nav mainījies kādu brīdi. Jā, nu te mēs redzam, ka ne visi piecirtieni ir bijuši
Nervi beigti.
Yes, here's what we see. Not all the shots have been successful. It's an integral part. One of the most emotional teams. What we've seen over the past 2 days. Rafaela's team is from Lithuania. Stop. Rafaela's name is Repa. Yes. That's how a true mark, a theologian, works. This one gives back for it. We'll do the same right away with the fish we mentioned, the one that was caught just before we took a break. If it turns out to be a good one, there might be more to come. Already a little one. Come on, come on, come on. If that's Team C1. Romans and Mark Petrov. Pike, 82 centimeters. That's his longest catch in this competition. 85. And that's how it is, in my opinion, the second longest one in this competition. This one is 82 centimeters.
Tas ir tas, ko mēs runājam pa ūdeni. Nu, kāpēc tā zivs bija jāieceļ laivā? Tas ir vairāk kārt jau apspriests, bet, nu... Jā. Diemžēl mēs, kā saka, tajā nepadomājam līdz galam.
Pirms mēs pārslēdzamies uz studiju un iepazīstam ar mūsu nākamās stundas viesi, mēs apskatām vēl vienu komandu, EM Team, kas šobrīd ir vadībā. Viņi noķēruši vēl vienu mērāmu līdeku. Ja šī komanda mēra līdeku, tas nozīmē, ka viņi atrausies vēl mazliet vairāk no otrās vietas un arī pārējiem. Šis vairs nav atkārtojums, šī ir jau tiešai, tas notiek tagad. Skatāmies, cik mums tur ir uz mērlentes. 70 pāri, viņiem skatāmies uz līdekām.
59 mazākām.
Jā, tātad viņi vēl pieliks...
Let's see how things are going on the measuring tape. 70 pairs for them. Let's look at the pike. 59, the smaller one, so they'll still add a few more. The only team that's purposefully going for the big ones with big lures, big bait for big pike. What has he done? Because this morning, he said that's what needs to be done by those who have a full list. 20 centimeters in the other hand. And off they go, one way or the other. Either that, or a wobbler, and 20 centimeters. Either way, but big lures, because here there's nothing left to lose. These guys, young guys, a new team, and I recognize the boat from our store. Well, for now, while our race leaders are pulling in fish, we'll have them for sure on the leaderboard soon. That's what we see on the left side of the screen right away. That's how it'll be counted. Let's see how many points they'll get and where we'll end up in the standings. We have a new guest in the studio for the first time in the history of this tournament. Hello, joining us is the Minister of Economy, Viktor Zvalinis. The first question I simply must ask is, what is your relationship with fishing? I'm more like you. I'm not really the type to go fishing every day, but of course, if I have the chance to go on vacation, I'll grab my fishing rod and head out to the sea or a lake. Of course, I take advantage of that opportunity, and there's nothing cooler than the feeling when you reel in your catch. Yeah, we've got both of these 2 days here. It's been a real derby for our neighbors. Lithuania, and of course, everyone at this tournament is also interested in tourism, specifically fishing tourism. You can't help but ask about it in the tourism sector. In this very same derby, just like in sports, that's the Lithuanians for you.
Un tikai viss, kas palangi ir, bet līdz ar to lietuvieši ļoti iemīļojuši braukt tieši Jūrmā, Liepāja, Ventspils un, protams, arī galvaspilsēta, bet viss šis ūdens tuvums ir viens no tādiem faktoriem, kas piesaista mūsu lietuviešus draugus. Un arī sportā, protams, vienmēr mēs redzam gan basketbolā, futbolā, ikvienā sporta veidā.
The proximity to the water is one of the factors that attracts our Lithuanian friends, including in the realm of sports. Of course, we always see this in both basketball and soccer, in every sport. Then when it comes to Baltic competitions, I was also following this championship yesterday and watched with bated breath as the Lithuanians took the lead, because it's a joy to see that, and we're seeing it happen. Of course, we all support our own. And this healthy competition between Latvia and Lithuania has always been there, and that's actually a good thing. I view it very positively. It drives us to push each other forward. How significant are they to our shared tourism and economy? And perhaps from the ministry's perspective, it looks like this. Events where the goal is truly to attract participants, not only from Latvia's regions, anglers and vacationers, but also from Lithuania and beyond. I think that such events, like this one and those in recent years, especially given that they're becoming increasingly professional, and everything else, so to speak, is in a sort of ramp-up phase. Even though it might seem to us that the scope is very broad and everything is great, but we'd say that we're still in the very early stages, at the beginning, because the potential is enormous. And where do we stand in Latvia right now? In Latvia, there are countless untapped opportunities. We have about 12,000 lakes.
Var attīstīt kā tiešām ļoti nozīmīgu turisma nišu, īpaši jau Latgalē, kur ir ļoti daudz ezeri, kur arī ir šis potenciāls ļoti izmantojams. Un šobrīd arī Latvija kā turisma galamērķis, mēs redzam, arvien vairāk izvēlās tieši Latviju kā vietu, kur pavadīt brīvdienas, un jo daudzpusīgāks būs šis piedāvājums, jo lielāks iespējas mums konkurēt ar citām valstīm. Tā kā es teiktu, ka mēs esam...
It is very, very exploitable. And currently, Latvia as a tourist destination is increasingly being chosen. People are specifically choosing Latvia as a place to spend their vacations. That's how I'd put it. We're only in the early stages. Highly developed, but with a great deal of untapped potential. Still here. Here's what I'd like to bring Martinj into the conversation, because when it comes to fishing and tourism, Latvia definitely has a very strong presence in people's daily lives, including at the ejolotes. How many of these tourists are coming here to fish?
Atsevišķi pašvaldību veikums tāds kā Alūksne, tāds kā Jēkabpils, kuras pamatīgi rūpējās par saviem ūdeņiem, to jau apsapratušas ir gadus 10 atpakaļ, pirms gadiem 10, un tie augļi sāk nākt tikai tagad. Diemžēl pie Rīgā mēs esam nonākuši tur, kur mēs esam. Mums grūti noķert ar metrīgu līdaku sacensībās, kurās sacenšās 55 meistarīgas laivas.
Jā, un kas būtu jādara, lai tie makšķerēšanas turisti pie mums brauktu?
Nu, mēs braucam pie viņiem pagaidām. Skandināvus es šeit īsti neesmu saticis, mums viņus pierunāt neizdodas. Mēs tikko bijām Zviedrijā nedēļu vai bišķi vairāk paķērām kopā ar Zviedriem. Un es ļoti labi saprotu, kāpēc viņš šurp nebrauc, jo Zviedrijā, piemēram, tādā, mēs bijām apmēram Latgalē Zviedrijā, mēs dzīvojām lielā viesumājā, mēs bijām kopā 8 laivas, no tām bija 7 zviedru, 1 manējā. Mums izmaksas dzīvošanai, piemēram, tad Zviedrijas Latgalē bija 20 eiro no deguna diennaktī. Par to mums bija gultas vieta, nelimitēta elektrība. Varēja pat elektroauto lādēt, ja gribēja. Un virtuves plašā rīcībā ar visiem traukiem viss bija jāpaņem līdz savu gultsveļu. Tas Zviedriem ir klasika. Bet un fantastiski zivju resursi. Un, labi, atmetot vietējās zināšanas. Tāpat tās nakts cilvēkam tur neizmak. Teiksim, 2-vietīgs numuriņš Zviedrijas ziemeļos ir parasti 100 eiro vērtībā, tad tas jau ir diezgan glauni. Jā, jāsaka, kā ir Latgalē, mums tik lēt nekad nesenā. Jā, mēs esam izdarījuši kaut kā tā, kad Tā mēs nemākam kaut kā izdarīt to efektīvi, lēti, efektīgi, vai arī mēs neatbalstam tos reģionus tā, ka viņiem tos turismus gribētu. Jo mums, principā, turists ir tāds, tā kā, ok, trāpījās medījums, tad novelkam viņam izsāc pār acīm, ok, jo tu vairāk viņš pie mums tāpat nezinu, vai brauks. Tāda sajūta ir, tā, ka brauc kaut kur uz laukiem Latvijā man. Tur tā tas ir, ja. Rāzne, piemēram, mums ir fantastisks resurss, kurš daudzus gadus ir vienkārši ekonomiski izmantots dažu vietējo zvejnieku interesēs, ja. Mēs netiekam vaļā.
If it's Rosna, on the lake, we have a fantastic resource that for many years has been exploited economically by a few local fishermen. Well, that's just it. We can't seem to shake off the need to grab it and redistribute this heritage. That would be great. Well, that's just how it is. We have to free ourselves to think in new ways, to come up with new ideas and tap into new markets. We've already been doing that at Garmin. We're trying to attract European anglers here, and practically everything we've done here has been better than in the best European competitions, with their very pretentious names.
Dalībniekus atvilkt ir grūti, un arguments parasti ir viens. Vietējos mēs tāpatās neapmakšķerēsim.
Like the 2 Predator Tour and the World Predator Classic, just to name a few of the ways they call their own tournaments, where entry fees start at €1,300 just this year for a single team. Let's hope for the best. After all, you've got plenty of fish over there. We're really not interested, because the fishermen come to catch trophy fish. They come for the adventure. And yeah, it turned out to be quite a long trip, but I guess that's just how it is, as they say. I'm famous for it. Well, it's not a criticism of anyone. Those are my conclusions. Yeah, the short answer is, we need it. First of all, trophy-sized fish.
Ilgadīgi vietēji ūdeņi caurmērā tiek izmantoti kā leduskapis tiem, kas vēlās viņu apciemot. Ja? Ar vāju vai ļoti vāju kontroli, ar ūdeņu, teiksim, to apzivošanu deficīta režīmā, jo jau vairs nav nekāds noslēpums, ka zivjaudzētājs īsti vairs mazuļus nespēja pieražot, tāpēc, ka pašvaldības atsevišķas ir apķērušās, ka tā zivju laišana pievelk tos makšķerēšanas turistus, un viņi sāk mēģināt tur investēt, bet tagad izrādās mums ar kapacitāti ražošanai švaki. Un vēl neveiksmīgs gads, un tad pēkšņi visi projekti nobrūk, tāpēc, ka, piemēram, tur divās audzētavās zandarta mazuļi vienkārši noliecās un neizaug. Tas ir normāli, tā ir dzīve, tā tas gadās. Jā, un tad kopumā tā sajūta, viņi nav dziļi pozitīvi. Bet tas jālauž kaut kad ir, ne jau velti šobrīd visu cieņu Kluberu kungam, teiksim, ka viņš sauc lietas īstajos vārdos. Ja? Mums vienkārši ir jāsāk pieņemt lēmumus, labus vai sliktus, bet pieņemt lēmumus un sāk šo jautājumu risināt, jo mums ir fantastiski ūdeņi.
Jautājums Valaņa kungam par turistiem. Varbūt pājām mazliet no tieši makšķerēšanas turismu, bet par turistu kopumā. Kur ir tie galvenie iemesli, kādēļ Latviju, piemēram, vācietis izvēlas vai kāds cits turists no Eiropas kā gala mērķi?
Ziniet, es par to iepriekš minēto, te jau taisnība ir, kā jau minēju, ūdens kā tāds Latvijā tiek izmantots, pamatā mēs priecājamies pārkārtīgi garo pludmali.
That's true. As I already mentioned, the water itself is used in Latvia. Basically, we're delighted by our exceptionally long beach. And that's also where all the fun ends. We have a beach, and don't give it a second thought. What to do with it? 2, you can sunbathe there. 2 months a year, and the other is really 1.5. My mom is in Skult. She has a guest house right on the shore. The money comes in, and it's fully booked. 1 month, 1.5 months. It's full on average. All of that is there, and that's what you can do right now. Squeeze more out of it, and if you don't add anything else right now, at least those discussions have finally begun. If we look at what has now come up, that's what it's called. Kulba, which for me that is in Europe. Look at how many there are in Italy and France right now. I think it's 3 to 5 degrees over 40. You don't think so? Well, okay. I've been to the Netherlands when it was 36, a week with no wind and 34. 36.
Un šobrīd šādas vasaras pēdējā laikā paliek arvien plašāk. Nu, Eiropā gan Vācija, Francija, Itālija, visur.
Right now, that's how things are. The last days of summer are getting more and more widespread across Europe. They're also lasting longer everywhere. These heat waves are starting earlier. Those heat waves are already starting in May in some places. Well, at least I don't know about others. For me, 35 degrees isn't really a big deal. I don't know what you can do about it. You can go for a nice walk or something. But in the basement, it's 3. But that's not the point. Right now, it's precisely vacationers from these countries who are starting to choose to come here, and it's precisely because of the climate. The climate is such that they come simply to cool off from the 40 degrees over there. Just to cool off, and they come back again. That's just who I am.
Jā, bet tas stāsts ir bijis garāks. Mēs aizbraucam uz Jāņiem, un tur parasti tur ir liels traileru laukums, un parasti tur ir pilns ar vāciešiem, ungāriem, nu visu, tā kā jūs sakat. Un šogad tur bija 2 igauņu traileri.
Jā. Ļoti ietekmēja šis.
Šie pāris, nezinu, kā lai viņus iztiksim bez epitetiem, droni. Jā, viņi nokāva tādu stabilo turismu tajos austrumos. Nu, lupatās vienkārši, piedodiet par izteicienu.
Viņi sakāva diezgan daudz, un kopumā arī ekonomiku viņai iedragāja tur, jo ne tikai turisti nebrauc, bet arī atsevišķiem uzņēmumiem bija grūtības strādāt, ka tev no rīta, ja tev atnāk tas slēdziens, ja tad atnāk ziņojums, tad, zini, citi paliek arī mājās, nebrauc uz darbu, gaida nākamos, un tas, protams, ietekmē. Sākums bija skarbs, jo tiešām ārzemju turisti izvēlējās nedoties uz Latgali, bet mums izdevās ar dažādiem aicinājumiem. Tas nostrādāja, un ļoti daudz vietējie turisti sāka braukt uz Latgali šajā vasarā, un mazliet šo iztrūkumu aizpildīja. Bet, nu, protams, jāstrādā tēt arī, vakardien šis notriektais drons, vai ne, tas arī tā ir ziņa, viņi izskan.
Vakar kaut ko notriec, ja?
Bija notriec.
Mēs notriecām tikai līdeks asars.
Vakar vien rugājos notriec droni, ja, bet itāļu iznīcinātāji, bet tā ziņa, viņi jau izskan starptautiski, ja, un tur vācietis lasa, skatās, te Latvijā pie pierobežas tries tos dronas nost, viņš varbūt izdomā,
protams, ka nē, Polija tuvāk tāpatās nav baigi karsti, jā.
Tā kā, bet...
Vai ir kaut kas, ko mēs šai lietā varam komunicēt, kaut kādu iedrošināt, jo tur, protams, mēs visi esam cilvēki, ja tur...
Zin kā, pirmais ar savu piemēru un pirmkārtām pašiem braukt un arī atbalstīt, varbūt mazāk braukt uz Franciju, Itāliju, bet pašiem aizbraukt tepat apskatīt Latvijas turismu mītnes, jo Latvijā, manuprāt, ir ļoti, ļoti foršas turismu mītnes un nesliktāks kā Itālijā, nesliktāks kā Francijā. Pirmais jau ar savu piemēru, atbalstīt savējos un otrais jau, tālāk jau tā valsts politika, ir rūpēties gan par drošību, gan par to, lai tie droni šeit lidojot, lai viņi tiktu notriekt, lai viņi nelidināst apkārt kaut kur, ja tur savā gaitā. Un nākamais jau mērķtiecīgi strādāt uz pakalpojuma dažādošanu.
Mums ir problēmas arī ar tiem cenu līmeņiem šobrīd. Es biju diezgan sašauts. Es kā parasti Ventspils ostā, es kā parasti pielēju bāku pilnu laivai, pilnu mašīnai, izbraucam no prāmja.
Right now, I was pretty fed up with the usual situation at the port of Ventspils. As usual, I'm filling up the tank, filling up the boat, filling up the car. Mamma mia. So how much is that fuel? They're charging 30 euros for 95 octane gas. We have 90 euros. Even if you subtract all the VAT, it's still not a good deal. And that really hit me hard. Let's say we have boats with big engines. They really guzzle fuel. Here the guys, for the most part, let's say when they're accelerating from one spot to another, their fuel consumption is close to 1 liter per kilometer. I'm wrong by 2.70 liters in the Netherlands. Euro. 90 is right in the middle. But if we're talking about support, how could we keep up with those Scandinavians? Since they really attract them, they take away whatever can be driven to Latvia.
Daudzās vietās Latvijā viņas ir uztaisītas, viņas ir Tērvetē ir šādi parki, Alūksnē ir šādi parki izveidoti.
Ir tāds mājas par 20 eiro dienā, jā?
Jā, tu vari aizbraukt Alūksnē pie privāta ezera, paņemt mājiņu par 160 eiro 10 cilvēkiem. Pašiem privāts ezers ar savu laivu, Latvijas valsts meža samaksās pašvaldībai. Tur nav elektrība, diemžēl, tur ir tikai malka.
Nē, tur bija elektrība, duša, aprīkota virtuve ar trauku mašīnām un tā tālāk.
Tur viņas ir tādas tā kā dabas mājas, jā. Bet tur ir dažādi tie piedāvājumi, jā. Bet vajag vairāk tādas attīstīt, kas ir vairāk, tā teikt, cilvēkiem pieejamas un valsts tādas var attīstīt. Zviedrijā tās jau ir publiskā izveidotās daudz tās turismu mājiņas. Jā,
mums gadījumā tā bija vienkārši uzbūvēta ciematā jauna skola un veco skolu viņi pārvērtuši par turistu mītni.
Jā, tieši tā. Tas ir publiskais sektors, kas uztais tās turismu vietas un tad pa nelielu summiņu, tad tu vari viņās padzīvot. Un arī Latvijā tas būtu jādara. Un tikai jāiet iekšā dziļākā specializācijā. Šobrīd viņi vairāk specializējušies uz dabas turismu, uz tādu dabas baudīšanu, bet ūdeņu izmantošana, šobrīd viņi tik cik papeldēt ezerā, ja, ar laivu pairēt, bet var noteikti iet tālāk un attīstīt šo. Jo vairāk būs šādi pasākumi, kas pievērs...
Mēs ļoti cenšamies. Mēs ļoti cenšamies. Mēs jau 6. gadu viņu rīkojam.
Un tas jau ļoti palīdz cilvēki...
Out there you can go out in a rowboat, but you can definitely go further and develop this. And the more there are like these kinds of events, the more attention will be drawn to it. We're really trying to do this. We're really trying. This is already the 6th year we've been organizing it, and it's been a great help. You're drawing attention to this so that further real investments will follow so that the whole situation can be turned around for the better. It simply doesn't exist. There isn't one like that, not yours. We're just focusing purely on our enthusiasm and the support of our sponsors, practically, on the shoulders of my store. To a large extent because we are, so to speak, the backbone that holds it all together, provides for it, unites it, organizes it, and covers it within the budget. Budget items that go beyond the expected limits. Let's just say, exactly like that, exactly as we've been interested in regarding support for international events and the like. And unfortunately, or the criteria are such that, well, let's just say, our event doesn't qualify. For example, one option was that LIA provides support for international events. Do something cool with everyone. But 500 people. They told us very simply to provide our personal identification numbers. Otherwise, they wouldn't give us the funding. Come on, that's not how you do it. That's not how it works. You can't do that without an analysis. Of course, I know all these requirements. We're in a battle over them. We can handle whatever comes our way.
Un katrs no tiem turistiem tērē vismaz 240 eiro dienā. Daudzi no lietuviešiem šeit ir trenējušies vairākas nedēļas. Šie cilvēki, manuprāt, ka viņi kopumā ir ienesuši kā neliels prāms Latvijas ekonomikā, ja, ņemot vērā visas degvielas, nodzīvotās stundas, ēšanas un vispārējo. Ja. Tā kā, labi, viņi neēd vecrīgas krodziņos, bet viņi viennozīmīgi ir atspiedz mūsu ekonomika. Es cenšos vilkt to naudu šurp, mēs strādājam ļoti daudz uz eksportu ar savu uzņēmumu.
Viens cilvēks, turists, lai saprastu, plus mīnus ienes vismaz 150, 170
Sportists 100 vairāk.
Jā, nu, atkarībā, bet nu vismaz, ja tu ieradies šeit Latvijā, tu rēķinies ar to, ka tu aptuveni šādu summu tu atstāsieties kā turists, tev būs viesnīca jāpaņem, jāpēd, kaut ko pa dienu vēl tu padarīsi, jā, un tas ir tā vidējā summa, kas ir...
Nu, šī vēl akcīzē ielēja kārtīgi.
Jā, jā, tā kā tas viss... Jā,
un aicina citus, un ja viņiem labi ķerās un labi veicās, tad viņi kļūst vairāk. Ja viņi zaudē, tad tur tiem vietējiem grūti cīnīties. Neviens jau nebrauc šurp zaudēt. Visi grib laimēt to laivu, laimēt, uzvarēt, izcīnīt. Jā? Jo šobrīd, redzēt, nianses ir pa centimetriem. Tad pirmā vieta ir ar 20 centimetru, sanāk mazāk 14 centimetru atrāvienu. Jā? Jā, tas ir uz 9 zivīm, 14 cm atrāviens. Jā, tad un tālāk ir pavisam blīvi 557, 551, 551, 549. Jā, un pa pirmo vietu balva fonds ir pār pa 30,000 eiro vērtībā.
Balva fonds jaudzīgs, jā.
Jā, nu bez balva fonda mums šeit būtu 30 ekipāžas. Varbūt, un tās pašas viss vietējās. Nē, nu tas tā nav. Mēs vienkārši skaidri redzam, ka Latvijas pozīcija Baltijā, ūdeņu novietojums un nākotnē mēs ceram, ka mēs atradīsim risinājumus, kā šo vēl labāk nofinansēt, vēl labāk uztaisīt. Mēs jau šobrīd esam panākuši labāku organizācijas līmeni. Nu, visos Eiropas mačos, kur mēs esam bijuši, viņš nav šādā līmenī. Jā, ar visām studijām tieši raidēm online.
It's not at this level.
Kamerām, laivās, pilnīgi, kā saka, flawless kustība, nekādas problēmas, viss notiek pēc pulksteņa sekundē.
With all the studio coverage and live online broadcasts, including cameras on the boats. Exactly, as they say in the flow movement, no problems at all. Everything runs like clockwork, down to the second, and you can see that. You can see it. This is absolutely professional. Cameras in every single boat, but there were 5 or 15 in the bag, and 16 of them sank, not the boat. While the boat remained afloat, the camera sank. But what I'm really trying to outline here is that if we have several events happening here, while we're talking about development, we also have changes in the top 3.
24. gada uzvarētāji, tā kā viņiem noteikti jāpasako līdzi. Viņiem bija pietrūka viena līdeka, to viņi dabūja un tagad audzēs līdeku. Nu, mums ir vēl nepilnas 2 stundas, atgādinu, ka sacensības beidzas.
We got it, and now they'll keep racking up the pike. We still have just under 2 hours left. Just a reminder that the competition ends at 5 p.m., and all the decisive events are starting now. Basically, yes, and we've got 2 more trophies, finally. 2 big perch. We have numbers 42 and 43. Okay. Though those aren't the ones, and they're not in the leading teams.
Jā, un pa tiem, kas savāks top 3 sugas, tiem būs visjaunākais Garmin izstrādājums Garmin Pike, kas ir arī aptuveni 2000 ar mazu astītu vērtībā.
Right now. But yeah, we're getting some nice prizes. We've got a fish trophy and a major craft gift card worth 500 euros for each species. And yeah, and for those who make it into the top 3 for a species, they'll get the very latest Garmin product. A Garmin reel, which is also worth about 2,000, with a little extra. Since I've already taken a look at Martinch, the angler with the biggest catch, for now, until the top 3 is determined, because the top 3 is based on the catch. At that moment, the largest perch will be the deciding factor. Yes, exactly, just as they aren't going any further into the top 6.
Baltijas marketings, tādas fiziskās sacensības notiks šeit, un mēs strādājam pie tā, lai šurp dabūtu arī poļu, čehu un pārējās mūsu bloka. Garmin tieši sponsorētās ekipāžas, nu, viņi labprāt brauktu pie mums, bet tās zivju rezultāts viņus nemotivē. Viņi labprātāk brauc uz Holandi. Ja, tur nav lētāka, bet tur viņi var paralēli aizbraukt. Viņi paaicina savus klientus uz turieni, viņi tur trenējoties vēl pagidē, viņus papelna kaut kādu naudiņu paralēli, apgūstot ūdens tilps un visi labi. Pie mums, nu, grūti būs pasaukt šurp turistu, lai pagidētu viņu ar nepārāk lieliem asarīšiem, jā.
Bet tas jau par to audzēšanu, par to, kā mēs uzturam vispār savus ūdeņus, tas jau ir ļoti saistīts jautājums. Nav jau tā, ka arī šeit viņi nevarētu izaugt, bet tas tā ļoti
no, mēs nekontrolējam. Ne, mums ir divas lietas ir, mums, teiksim, līdzšinējā zivju papildināšanas politika. ir balstījusies uz, protams, tur nevar teikt, ka tie tikai spriedelējumi, bet uz bezdarbību. Jo mums nav vienam noslēpums, kad visdrošākais veids, kā neko slikt nedarīt, ir neko nedarīt.
Jā, tas ir klasika.
Jā, un mums ir, lai man piedod, bet mums ir ilgstošākais departamentu vadītājs Latvijā, kurš ilgstoši piekop šādu politiku attiecībā uz iekšējiem ūdeņiem. Un, te mēs esam. Tur, kur dažas pašvaldības cīnās, tur ir labi. Bet priekš lieliem starptautiskiem pasaukumiem tāds pašvaldības ūdens, viņš ir labs, bet viņš neizturēs, vienkārši fiziski neizturēs. Tie cilvēki profesionāli tās zivs nodauzīs un viņus vienkārši ķersies grūtāk. Un otra lieta ir, infrastruktūra labākā ir, kur galvaspilsētā, reklāmas atdeve labākā ir galvaspilsētā un plašākie ūdeņi ar vislielāko daudzveidību. Mums tik un tā ir galvaspilsētā. Alūksnē mēs šo pasākumu, protams, varam uztaisīt, bet cik daudz ārzemnieku brauks uz Alūksni? Lietuvieši var čempionātā Alūksnē sarīkot, ja? Bet Garmin Predator Cup rīkot Alūksnē, tur vienkārši būs pietiekami daudz problēmas, gan ar dzīvošanu, gan vispārēju.
Well, there'll just be enough of that. Problems with both accommodations and everything else. What do you think about Riga? That was it. I remember a long time ago, Ushakovs let fish in here. They put on quite a show there. In general, the Riga city government is doing something to ensure the waters of the Daugava. It's always caught up in political disputes. Quite a lot of them are getting hung on poles or at 9 o'clock. That's all there is to it. That's it. I drove into Riga by accident before I needed to rush off to get the flags of 2 countries. That takes no more and no less than an hour and 20 minutes. I drove to Miera Street and back via Krasta Street. Well, for me, as a former bus driver, and I know the logistics of transportation in Riga, in my opinion, right now, we're taking very good care to ensure that they're very convenient for those who have apartments. I'm sure someone will figure it out for us and for everyone else here. There's nothing to do. That's what a city for people is all about.
Tas, kas šodien Rīgai lielākais, manuprāt, izaicinājums, tas ir, protams, ir arī nopietnas lietas bez stabiņiem, ir arī infrastruktūra, ja, un šobrīd, manuprāt, šie stabiņu licēji ir mazliet jau pārāk nopietni aizraujušies, jo reka šeit pat atrodas Vanču tilts, un pat kā es noskaidroju, ka Vanču tilts pēc viņu plāniem šobrīd tiek projektēts, un
tiks slēgts
uz 150 dienām, kas ir absolūts neprāts, un šobrīd, vismaz es darīšu visu, lai tas tā nenotiktu, jo, ja kaut ko tādu izdarīs, tas ir vēl lielāku kaitniecību izdomāt.
Mums tikko bija neprāts kārtējais, bija
Krastmala aizrauts.
Krastmala. Es dzīvoju Balvožos pie Bausku šosejas Titurgā. Un man darbs ir Dienvidu tiltu veikals Eholots atrodas pie Dienvidu tiltu. Pēc būtības tas ir ar velosipēdu, tās ir 12 minūtes bez jebkādiem veloceliņiem, tā normāli minūte. Ar mašīnu tās normāli 6-7 minūtes. Un tad mums pēkšņi izdomāja uzlabojums veloceliņš, kurš tur pie A7 ies pa apakšu 4 joslām. Vai, kā man gribētos tur skaitītāji uzlikt, cik tur to velobraucēji ir, ja? Bet tā vienkārši tunelīšu vietā tika uzbūvēts gandrīz, vai nezinu, tur autotrase, ja? To trasi būvēja gadu. Gadu cilvēki stāv, es uz darbu braucu 30, 35, 40 minūtes, kā kuru rītu 6-7 kilometrus. Tik bezatbildīgi nobloķēt vienu lielu šoseju. Tas bija plānošanas šedevrs, tas vienkārši bija, tas bija patiešām šausmīgi. Un bez variantiem apbraukt. Vienkārši nav variantu apbraukt. Neviens par to nedomā.
Jā, it kā gudrs cilvēku izpildījums traģisks, bet šito tiltu to tiešām
tas būs korķis. Tas būs korķis.
Bet ir vēl iespējas to nepieļaut, un labi tas, esmu gatavs iet un pierādīt to, bet labi tas būs sadārdzinājums viennozīmīgi. ja saglabās transporta plūsmas, bet viņš viennozīmīgi būs tā vērts, lai neapturētu ekonomisko darbību.
Jā, mēs toreiz ļoti vienkārši pasēdējām mazliet un parēķinājām, cik Latvijas valstī izmaksā, ja apmēram 1500 automašīnas stāv korķī pusstundu dedzina degvielu, kaut vai elementārās cilvēku stundās, cik mēs saņemam stundā, cik stundā, un tas gads sanāca 10 miljonu. Un par 10 miljonu to tuneli varēja izbūvēt pat 3 nedēļas. Ja? Ja? Tas bija tikai tiešie zaudējumi, tiešā degviela, tiešās cilvēku stundas, vienkārši 40 minūtes katram klāt.
Vantiniekam pīķa laikā ir, ziniet, cik mašīnas brauc stundā, cik iziet vantiniekam cauri? 4000 katrā virzienā. Tas ir 8000 mašīnas. Tiltam, tā, kad ir pīķa stunda. Bet tas pats ir uz Bauskas šoseis pie A7. Tas pats tur nāk iekšā Ķekava, Bauska, Iecava, tā visa ir pierīga. Ja, Baloži, Baldone, Daugmale, tas viss vēl, jo paralēli nodarbojās arī ar Maskavas ielas tramvaju izbūvi. Ja? Viss tas virziens bija vienkārši aizsists ciet tā, ka bez variantiem, tā kā Covids būtu atgriezies, sēd mājās pie datora un urķējies un gaida 10, kad varēs aizbraukt uz darbu. Tā ir.
Jā, un
tas noķēra.
Jā, bet tā galvenā lieta ir, kas es kā uzņēmējs ekonomikas ministram, ko gribētu pajautāt, mums ir jātiek vaļā no pārspīlētām darba izmaksām, pa tām pārspīlētajām virsstundām, pa tām pārspīlētajiem ārpus darba laikiem. Kāpēc Francijā galveno ielu paņem pārasfaltē nakts vidū, pa vienu nakti, mēs noslēdzam viņu uz mēnesi.
Jā, tas ir tieši tā, mums ir ļoti novecojis darba likums, nav cilvēki gatavi joprojām to atzīt un mainīt to. Es ļoti aktīvi iestājos par to, ka viņš jāmaina, jo viņš nav ne pa labu. Pilnīgi visi cieši no tā, cieši gan darbinieki, gan uzņēmēji, neviens no tā neiegūst, bet visi dzīvo ilūzijā, kad tas kaut ko baigi dod. It kā tev formāli tur virsstundām tur dubultā jāmaksā, ja? Bet realitātē mēs zinām, kas notiekās, kā uzņēmēji cīnās ar to visu, lai tā kā...
Jā, bet lielajos projektos un konkursos katram uzvarētājiem ir 15 tiesneši, kas ir konkurenti, kas neuzvarēja, un viņi izmantos katru iespēju kaut ko apstrīdēt, un viņus interesē uzvarēt viņa vietā, un tas ir skarbi. Un tad mēs iegūstam milzu stagnāciju attīstības vietā, un tas man...
Un tur tad, kad notiekās tie remonti...
And that's it. That's exactly what's happening there. That's where the renovations are taking place. We see at night, though they rarely take place. There's just one tractor operator left on guard duty for that equipment. And that's nonsense. It's not normal anywhere. That's not how it is. It seems like we're the only ones left with such an archaic labor law that this is the result of it all, and everyone suffers because of it. We're caught between a rock and a hard place, coming to an end. Maybe one more question about water, and how specific can the answer be, but thinking about water tourism and the development of water infrastructure, maybe even in the context of fishing and anglers. Is there anything like that we can expect to attract fishing tourists? Come here for trophy fish? We're already discussing it. Maybe, just maybe, there's something like that on offer. First, we need to continue developing the waterfront and water tourism.
Bet konkrēti tas ir jāturpina sakārtot publiskā ūdens malas infrastruktūra. Tas ir pats pirmais darbs, ar ko ir jāsāk, lai viņi būtu sakārtota. Šobrīd mēs redzam šiem te kruīz kuģiem, šo te dambijauc nostagad. Es domāju, šajā gadā vēl līdz salam viņi nojauks. Visa tā sadaļa tiks sakārtota, viss, kas saistās ar Andrejas salu, lai tur būtu smuka piekļuve gan šiem kruīzkuģiem, bet tur arī ikdienā cilvēkiem būs piekļuve. Ir jāvelk cilvēki pie ūdens ārā un jāsakārto infrastruktūra, lai viņi var tikt tam ūdenim klāt. Un ar to, protams, nepietiek, ir vajadzīga arī šo ūdeņu izmantošanas politika, tieši mērķtiecīga. Šajā ziņā mēs runājam par zveju, bet arī par turismu. Tas jāliek kopā, tas ir veids, un tas ir tas, kur katrā ziņā mēs no savas puses skatāmies. Mēs mērķtiecīgi ejam šobrīd uz to, lai sakārtotu ūdens infrastruktūru tieši. Šobrīd, iedomājieties, tagad mēs 2 gadus mērķtiecīgi strādājam uz to, lai piesaistītu kruīzkuģus. 2 gadus pēc kārtas ir rekordi. Tur ir vesela komanda, kas brauc apkārt pa pasaules lielajām kruīzu izstādēm. Piedāvā Latviju kā vietu, kur braukt, un tas ir nesis rezultātus. Šobrīd ir arī šīs gads būs rekordgads, bet tā, ka mēs dabonām tādu foršu, gruntīgu kuģi, ziniet, kur viņi brauc? Viņi brauc pie Krievas salas cilvēku kā pie ārā. Viņus līdz Rīgas centram nevar atrast.
Iebraukt. Tas ir ok.
Un tagad tieši, lai to labotu, Andrēs salā šobrīd tiek jaukts nost šis te dambis.
Tas dēļ iegrims. Visticamāk, viņiem ir lielā iegrima, un lielā iegrima tālāk pa to stūri netiek.
Viņiem ir ne tikai iegrima, viņiem arī tas izmērs. Viņi reāli nevar apgriezties pie vantinieka, viņi tik lieli ir, un tad tā vieta būs tur.
Vecais ogļu termināls būs ok, jā.
Bet mēs ne tikai to dambi, mēs arī visu to apkārtējo infrastruktūru sakārtosim cilvēkiem, lai viņi ir vieta, kur cilvēki...
Lai nav ogļu termināli.
Jā, lai nāk pie cilvēka ārā, pie ūdens, lai bauda to. Ikvienā citā valstī aizbrauksim pie šādiem ūdeņiem, ja centrā ir tik daudz ūdeņa, viņiem ir daudz sakārtotāka infrastruktūra, kas cilvēkiem ērta iziet ārā un baudīt pilsētu. Mums tāda...
Mūsu makšķernieks interesē viena lieta. Piemēram, jums ir dati iekšējo ūdeņu zvejniecība. Tas ir kaut kādā mērā ekonomikas sadaļa. Mums ļoti gribās smaidīt par šo ekonomisko atbilstību pret to, ko, teiksim, ienes makšķerēšanas turismas, makšķerēšanas kaut vai makšķerēšanas lietu tirsniecība. Jo tā, es savulaik diezgan paņēmos pa zemkopības ministriju, mēģinot šo jautājumu kaut kā stabilizēt, kad tie mūsu ūdeņi, leduskapis ir visprimitīvākais veids, kā saimniekot ūdeņos. Jā, tas tā kā ēst ārā sēklas graudus savā pagrabā, vienkārši izēst un visu neiesēt. Saujiņi izmeta bārā kaut kas attāv. Ekonomikas ministrijas dati ir kaut kādi pieejami, ko mums ienes iekšēju ūdeņu zveja. Jo tūlīt nāks rudens, tūlīt parādīsies iespējamie pirmie laši, un tūlīt Daugavā atkal būs 50 jūras murdi, kur pa to upi nevarēs pabraukt ne pa labi, ne pa kreisi. Uz katras sērītes būs iekšēju ūdeņu zvejniecība. Varbūt atcerēties to skandālu, ka makšķernieks atcēla troksni par tiem 1000 nēģu murdu, un kā izmainījās nēģu cenu tirgū pēc tam, kad tos 1000 murdu izvilka ārā. Viņas taču toreiz valsts vidus...
And how has the price of lampreys changed on the market?
Jo viņiem nebija, kur viņus vēlreiz vidas dienas nevis utilizēja viņus, bet viņam nebija, kur viņus glabāt, tāpēc viņš viņus atdeva atpakaļ.
After those thousands of traps were pulled out, the State Environmental Service actually put them back out for the fishermen themselves, because they had nowhere else to put them. Poachers. Yeah, that's crazy, exactly. And that's what I think the Ministry of Economics should perhaps, maybe it's worth looking into this aspect as well. Let's say inland fisheries. In my opinion, huge future ahead given the current depleted resources. There is. But
pavisam drīz mums no 27. gada ir jauns fondu plānošanas periods, un es diezgan droši...
But I think that you, with a lot of work that you're doing, have invested in promoting this sport and raising its profile, which is also what's making politicians pay attention to it right now.
Diskusija noteikti, bet kādai citai reizei mums tuvojas spriedzi pieaug laivās.
Būs karst. Mēs vienkārši mēs esam aizgājuši no tā, par ko trīc 50 laivās cilvēki.
Yes, that's good for us. Let's write all this down, because everyone should note that the discussion is definitely taking place. But what about another time? We're approaching a period of growing tension regarding the boat map. They've arrived at Krivu Island. Good conversation. But all of that, of course, is important, and it can't be covered in less than an hour. But right now, the fish aren't biting. We're on the hunt. They're catching fewer, because they're searching for bigger and bigger ones. Trophies. Victor, to our guest,
jauno plānošanas periodu, sekosim līdzi, un jā, tā kā mēs jau visi esam ieinteresēti, lai tie dabas resursi mums ir tādi, ka mēs viņus paši varam baudīt un arī ciemiņiem parādīt.
Un tad atskatīsimies padarīto jau.
We'll keep an eye on it. And yes, we're already interested in ensuring that we have natural resources that we can enjoy ourselves and share with our guests. Agreed. That would be very, very, very effective. If we could manage this through correspondence with this person and that person, and report on what we've accomplished. We'll get that done. We have a request. Decorate it well, especially the potholes, because potholes are home to fish. Let your manager know not to make a flat table for the sample, but to leave it like they do in Georgia, with a concrete base at the bottom, so the zander will have a place to feed, and it'll serve as a small, truly meaningful memento of your time in the studio. Thank you again for the conversation. We'll see you in just a moment for the decisive events.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
unlock the water with spy pole and GT360 UHD. Attach GT360 UHD to spy pole to capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan. Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D. Wirelessly control spy pole with the gesture remote, foot control, or your chart plotter. Sync spy pole and your Force Pro in speed and direction, and lock your LiveScope on a fixed point. Take full control of your sonar like never before with spy pole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin. Their world is dark and murky. Your view of it has never been clearer. This is LiveScope 2.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
A a a a a. A a a. A o.
the water with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Attach GT360 UHD to SpyPole to capture clear, crisp, one-view sonar images without needing to rescan. Add to LiveScope to get an all-new live perspective of the underwater world in 2D or 3D. Wirelessly control SpyPole with the gesture remote, foot control, or your chart plotter. Sync SpyPole and your Force Pro in speed and direction, and lock your LiveScope on a fixed point. Take full control of your sonar like never before with SpyPole and GT360 UHD. Only from Garmin. Their world is dark and murky. Your view of it has never been clearer. This is LiveScope 2.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put. Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you need to be. Fish with force. Only from Garmin.
Resources. A. I. A. A.
atgriežamies finiša taisnē. Tiešraidē mums ir palikusi nedaudz vairāk kā 1 stunda. Ja mēs skatāmies tieši tīri makšķerēšanas laiku, tad tā ir aptuveni stunda. Skatoties, cik tālu, kura laiva un kura ekipāža ir aizbraukusi. Un, redzam, ka kaut kādas zivis ķeras. Mēs varbūt bijām gaidījuši mazliet vairāk zivis tieši finiša nogrieznī, jo, kā jau mēs te minējām, mēs gaidām trofejas, un trofejām iespējas vēl ir. Pāris mēs esam sagaidījuši. Juri, varbūt tu vari izstāstīt par asariem, tā vairāk tev tuvāk tēma.
Pēdējā brīdī, pēdējā sarunas laikā arī smuki 2 asari beidzot parādījušies. Būtībā tās ir vienīgais arī trofejas zivs. No visām 3 sugām ir 42 cm asars, Vaga motors komandai un 43 cm asars 007 fishboat komandai. Tā kā tie ir lielākie asari. Mums nav trofeju līdekas. 1,90 mēs varam ieskaitīt kā sportisko trofeju sacensībās. Un zandarti mums ir 68 cm. Par trofeju mēs parasti uzskatām zandarts jau no 70 cm, bet 68 arī ir labs izmērs, bet vidējais izmērs zandartam šajās sacensībās ir ļoti mazs. Tas ir nedaudz virs 50 cm.
Jā, un arī līdeka pagājušajā gadā bija 97 cm garākā līdeka. Šogad pagaidām mums ir 90, bet laiks vēl ir. Kā mēs zinām arī paši no savas pieredzes un arī no sacensību vēstures, tad arī pēdējā metienā var notikt lietas, kas izceļ tevi uz piedestāla.
Jā, pulkstens ir tieši 4, un pēc vakardienas skatoties 4 sākās copas aktivitāte visām zivīm. Tā kā tā ir tā pēdējā stunda, kad rezultātus varam pamainīt. Tā kā sportisti, es domāju, to arī zina. Paskatīsimies, vai būs līdzīga situācija kā vakar, bet visas iespējas šobrīd ir vismaz top 10 komandām, ja ne pat top 20, noķerot 1 trofejas līdeku, jūs varat būt pirmā vietā, jo cīņa joprojām ir pa centimetriem.
Jā, mana prognoze, protams, ir balstīta uz iepriekšējiem gadiem, ka tā pēdējā stunda, tur notikumu nav daudz, bet ja viņi ir, tad viņi ir visdramatiskākie. Jā, tā kā mēs gaidīsim zivis un pa katru mazāko notikumu jūs informēsim. Un to mēs darīsim šoreiz kopā ar Ānsi Zeltiņu, Rīgas brīvostas pārvaldnieku. Tu jau katru gadu esi pie mums, un tā nav nekāda nejauša sakritība, jo, kā jau mēs esam daudzkārt minējuši, tad lieliem pasākumiem vajag lielus draugus, lai darītu lielas lietas. Un Rīgas brīvosta ir ilgadējs mūsu sadarbības partneris, atbalstītājs un domu biedrs. Tā kā paldies, ka esat kopā visus šos gadus. Kāpēc?
Tā ir sagadījies, ka ostā ir ūdens. Bet, jā, man prieks atkal pie jums būt. Man prieks, ka jūs esat ar šo te aktivitāti Rīgas ostā. Jau kuro gadu, un jā, jāsaka, nevis lielas draugas, bet vajag labas draugas. Šogad varbūt zīmīgi ir tas, ka tas viss ir sakrīts arī ar mūsu pilsētas 825 gadu dzimšanas dienu. Un kopā, protams, viss kaut kas notiek, un jāatzīst arī, ka jūs klātbūtni riņķi apkārt ūdeņos noteikti padara visu šo kopumu aktīvāk, jēdzīgāk, labāk un pozitīvāk, un katrs te var atrast kaut ko savu. Tad ne tikai sportiskās, motoriskās, bet arī šādās pie dabas aktivitātēs. Un man ir prieks, ka jūs to spējat pacelt un esiet spējuši pacelt tādā, padarīt interesanti, jo galā jau, zin kā, es arī kas ir makšķerēšana, parasti ir kaut kur tur klusumā prom, neviens neko nezina, un tad sākās tie makšķernieki stāst, kurš tur ko un cik daudz un cik liela acis ir izvilcis, bet jā, un tas ir parasti tādā reālā sportiskā aktivitātē ar dinamisku, brīžiem dinamiski iznākumu, un cik es skatījos arī uz rezultātiem, viņi tur ir diezgan blīvi, tas nozīmē, ka jebkas var kaut ko pamainīt kopējā tabulā, un kā mēs zinām, tā cerība sākās no pirmā metiena un praktiski beidzās ar pēdējo.
Tieši tā, makšķerēšana kā sports un arī kā hobijs ir piepildīts ar tādu milzīgu cerību grozu. Es kā makšķernieks varu droši teikt, ka tas cerību grozs sākumā vienmēr ir pilns, un tad beigās viņš nevienmēr biežāk ir tukšs nekā pilns, bet toties tā balva, vienalga vai tas ir hobijs vai sports, ir tādi, kas mums tās emocijas dod.
Exactly. Fishing as a sport and also as a hobby is filled with such a huge basket of hope. And I, as an angler, can safely say that this basket of hope begins full and then, in the end, isn't always empty. Not exactly full, but that's the reward. Whether it's a hobby or a sport, there are those who give us those emotions. So we're also doing this in today's and yesterday's competitions. We've seen footage where some real tough guys get tangled up and fall to their knees, banging their heads against each other. Of course there are. And right there in those shots lies the answer to why it's done. Because the prize pools are huge, and also because of what's at stake in these competitions. There's also one of the reasons why many of the best anglers participate in these competitions, but the foundation for that is emotion. Because very, very few of these participants in their daily lives earn a living solely from fishing. That's exactly right. So what? Speaking of the competitive aspect, I think we're going through a rough patch right now. Let's take a look at how things have changed and what we can expect. So let's go through it and then talk a little math. So the top 10. Right now, we have a 90-centimeter pike. The baton for first place was taken over by Mbute from Latvia, and they're carrying that lead. Baton is still in their hands, with 14 points, or a 14-centimeter lead, over second place, short and twice in. Because in this case, they're one and the same. That is to say, for those watching us and tuned in, it's happening right now. And maybe they don't know the exact rules. So let's assume that second place would beat first place by 14 points. They have to catch up a fish that's 15 centimeters longer than the one they currently have on the board. And yes, in third place is Afterbait's LV, 550 points. Fourth place goes to Rapala 5551 from Lithuania, and fifth place also goes to Lithuania with Team 6th. Sixth place, C1 from Latvia, 7th GT Latvia 1, the Predator Cup from Lithuania. Ninth and 10th places also went to teams from Lithuania, Bremza Brauk and Bremza L, respectively. Te. Right now, in total, we have 19 teams that have submitted their reports. That is, caught 3 pike, 3 zander, and 3 perch. And we also have several teams that could make it into the top 20, maybe even the top 10, upon completing the catch report, which is 1 fish short. If we look at the point differential, then the gap between 10th place and first place is 50 points, which isn't that big either. It's not an easy task, but it's not impossible either. It could all come down to a matter of hours if you get to the right spot at the right time where the big fish are, and you can pull ahead. If we take every 9th cast, and that's it. In theory, if something else is possible, that means we might be able to do some basic math. The easiest thing, of course, is to add a centimeter with a pike, because theoretically, you can even catch a 20-meter pike.
Noķer, pat nevajag 1,20 m. Viņiem šobrīd vajag 50 pūks. Viņi noķer 1,10 m līdeku.
Darīts.
Viņi pirmajā vietā.
Klau, stratēģijas jautājums. Cik šogad dāmas?
Šogad mums ir...
Kaut kur manī pa sarakstā.
Jā, šogad mums ir kuplākais dāmu skaits šo sacensību vēsturē. 4 dāmas. Un, mums gan nav neviena ekipāža, kur ir tikai dāmas, bet mums ir miksētie pāri 4, jā. Un, visiem iet labi, un pilnīgi visas ekipāžas ir noķērušas vismaz vienu zivi, tā kā tas arī tāds interesants fakts.
Viena ekipāža, es pamanīju, bija arī tāds interesants salikums brāļi Igauņa, brāļiem un lietuviešiem.
Jā, mums ir divas ekipāžas, kur valsts karogi mums ir divi, nevis viens, kā tas ir ierasts. Viens ir Igaunis, tas ir Team Shimano Baltics, kas ir šobrīd 22. vietā, Andre Talli un Gediminas Staras. Un vēl mums bija miksētā komanda, tūlīt atradīšu, scrollējam. Tā, nē, varbūt arī, ka tikai viena bija, varbūt tā. Šķita, ka divas, bet varbūt viena, jā.
Viena bija miksētā, jā.
Bet katru gadu mums ir kāda miksēta komanda, tā kā šī sadraudzība starp valstīm.
Klau, un areāls šogad, es tur kaut ko manīju, tur izskatījās Lielupē, Baltā kāpa, kaut kāds, man liekas, Ķīšezers kaut kur bija manāms, cik tālu ekipāžas ir aizdauzījušās, ja tā var teikt.
Viena tur bija labi tālu pa Lielupu aizbraukus, nezinu, vai līdz Ventspils šosejas tiltam, bet kaut kur tuvu tam vai pat tālāk bija šī kalnciems, jā. Un ezerus es baigi neredzēju, man liekas, Baltezers vai Jugla. Varbūt tās ir kāda ekipāža, jā, bet tā kā izteikti nav. Vairāk ir jau ir tas jūras asars ir ienācis, tā kā Daugava, Sarkandaugava, Osas teritorijas.
Klau, bet jūs viņus redzēt arī kartē?
Neredzam, mēs atpazīstam no pieredzes.
Vietas, jā, es domāju, bet tā, tā kā, kur kas atrod?
Par to mēs esam domājuši jau vairākas sezonas, bet tas perfektais risinājums laikam līdz šim vēl nav atrasts. Un varbūt tās arī ir kaut kāds ekipāžs, kas tā negribētu.
Varbūt arī nevajag. Nē, es vienkārši tā tīri.
Atpazīst, apmēram tā.
No skatītāja viedokļa, piedod pārtrauc, bet no skatītāja viedokļa tas noteikti būtu interesanti, jo viņam tāda, reku mums ir... Mums ir zivs, bet, ja mēs dzirdam, ka atļausies neņemt, tad laikam viņiem šobrīd tas...
Viņiem nevajag tik maz.
Tīm salats krastī šī līdeka neko nedotu, tā kā redzam bieži pieminēto balto vārdi.
Jā. Noķēra lielāko zivu, gan noķēra uz citu vāniku, nevis uz vārdi.
Jā, bet paturpinot par to vietu atklāšanu, no skatītāja viedokļa, tas būtu ritīgi interesanti. Ka tu redzi visu, jo mums arī komentāros...
Jo tie, kas nav vietēji, protams, vienai daļai, tas, kas saka... Nav baigi precīzi neko neizsaka.
Tu neesi copējis.
Vietu nodošana. Tā, sauksim to, kā ir, un makšķerēšanā, protams, nav līdz galam godīgi, ka viena ekipāža, piemēram, iegulda 3-4 nedēļas, lai atklātu kādu labu makšķerēšanas vietu, un tad tu, piemēram, sacensībās ieraugi, un uzreiz mums arī laivas seko, protams, laivam līdzi, tiešādē līdzi.
You're not a cop, and you're just passing it on. Let's call it what it is. And when it comes to fishing, of course, it's not entirely fair that one team puts in 3 or 4 weeks to discover a good fishing spot, and then, let's say, uses it in a competition. I just think that might be possible here, but of course, they see it too. It's pretty clear that this is the kind of spot we have. It's one of the more colorful teams in the competition from Kurdzeme. There's a guy in Latvia named Linards, and a girl named Krista, the Spelmanu boat with a 100-horsepower engine, 115, and with Rumpe and Rivo. That's the specifics of their boat, so if the waves are good, it really cuts through the water. That's it. That pair and that speed are quite impressive. The existing connectors are up. Marija Līdeka. We don't see yet how long it might be, but they definitely have a pike. That's the fish that can take them up to 50 and 55 centimeters. Pike that should be removed if you want to make it into the top 3 and aim even higher. So we'll see how long it is compared to the old regulations, that is, right at the beginning, when it was forbidden to make changes. Now everything is allowed in the competition. Let's say you can add the largest one, but not in this one. To really shine in these races, you'll have to close the gap. No.
Tad tā vai savādāk tu vienalga turpini.
Tad meklē vēl lielākas, kas ir lielāka vismaz par mazāko no tām 3.
Tā intriga saglabājas līdz beigām.
Tieši tā. Un var līdz pēdējiem līdz pēdējiem metienam.
Pie laipas.
Kā es minēju, mēs tikko bija
finiša līnijas.
Konkrēts piemērs ar 10. vietu. Viņi noķer 1,10 m līdeku, kas nav tik nereāli kā 1,20 m sacensībās. Bet, nu, protams, ārkārtīgi grūti. Un tur arī veiksmai ir jābūt, lai viņu noķertu šādā sacensību formātā. Bet nav neiespējami. Viņi var ar pēdējo metienu ielikt. Jaunā laivā.
Ir viens komentārs arī ir par to večī uz GPS. Metadatus varat iestrādāt bildes uzņemšanas
brīdī. Te kāds kā reiz cenšas ar līdakam.
Jā, bet runājāt par tiem GPS datiem, man liekas, ka Uģis caur aplikāciju var skatās jau, kur tagad atrodas. Un attiecīgi tā aplikācija vēl vajag nedaudz apstrādāt, un tie dati jau ir pieejami šobrīd, to jau mēs visi saprotam, bet kā to parādīt un vai parādīt uz ekrāna, tas ir cits jautājums.
Uz ekrāna arī nav problēma, mēs ar mūsu
Nelieciet vārdus.
Ar tehnisko komandu.
Vispār kaut kāda izklieda.
Tehniskā komanda rādīja, kā tas ir iespējams jau šobrīd, jo mums ir operatori laivās un arī tajās laivās, kurās nav operatori. Tas būtu atrisinājums. Tehniski tā ir mazākā sāpe. Te ir vairāk par to, cik daudz komandas ir gatavas dalīties ar info, jo, protams, ka tā priekšrocība ir varbūt tām komandām, kuras nerāda it kā tiešādē, tāpat laikā.
Skaidrs, tas ir uz Kundziņas salas stūrīšu ziemeļa.
Tāpat laikā mēs visu laiku runājam par sponsoriem, par atbalstītājiem, kuriem ir svarīgi, ka viņas parāda. Līdz ar to tām komandām, kurās ir šīs kameras, viņu sponsors mēs redzam 2 dienu garumā. Nu, jāsaka, ka tas, kurās laivās šīs kameras tiek liktas, to nolēmi tiesneši un organizatori, un tas mainās abas dienas. Jo pirmajā dienā mazliet ir minēšana, jo protams, ka visi mēģina uzminēt apmēram, kurās laivās varētu būt interesants saturs vai lielākās zivis. Un otrā dienā jau mazliet tie līderi izkristalizējas, bet arī viss pie šī formāta viss mainās. Lielākā daļa no dalībniekiem šajās sacensībās startē jau katru gadu, un tad arī jau to tendenci mazliet var redzēt. Bet, kā mēs redzam arī šobrīd top 10 un arī top 20, tad katru gadu viņš atšķirs. Protams, ir komandas, kas ir regulāri top vietu iemītnieki, ja tā var teikt. Tie, kas ir vienas zivs attālumā, ir vēl vairāk. Tā kā šeit tiešām tā vienas zivs, šis sacensību formāts ir tāds, kur tā vienas zivs sagādā intrigu no sākuma līdz beigām.
Mīlestības saliņa, kur ir zivs, bet varbūt nav mīlestības.
Varbūt arī ir. Nevar zināt, kas tur tajos biežņos notiek.
Pēdējā lielākā daļa kadra, jāsaka, ir tepat ir ostas apkārtnē. Ostas akvatorija, tā var teikt. Asars.
Redzam, sacensību līderi tikuši pie asara.
Tāds
interesanti, vai viņi apzināti tagad asaru mēģina noķert, vai tas vienkārši ķerot līdeks viņiem gadījās?
Asaris.
Ņemot vērā mānekli, jau liekas, ka apzināti.
Izstās pēc izmēra, kur var gan meklēt, bet
Jā, asars viņam ir mazs, viņam ir 2 labas līdekas, un asars jau viņam ir 27, 28, 31, jā, tā kā...
Jā, redz, ka ir.
Tā kā atkal pieliekam klāt 2-3 centimetrus, jā, un...
29, ja mēs pareizi saklausījām.
Tad 2 centimetri klāt. Tas nozīmē, ka 2 centimetri klāt, tad attiecīgi pārējām komandām, piemēram, Raterbaits, Dečmanim, jā, jau viņam vajag stabili 2 40-nieki, jā, viņš tad varētu būt pirmajā vietā. Un, attiecīgi, ja mēs paskatāmies vēl kāds Latvijas komandas, tad tur sastāvvieta C1 Romāns, viņam vajadzētu smuka līdeka, un Gatim ar tom ir jāizdomā, vai liela līdeka, vai 2 smuki zandarti virs 65 vajag.
Jā, jo tām komandām, kas šobrīd cīnās par augstākajām vietām, jātēmē ir uz līdeku, kas ir kā minimums 70+. Līdeka visu šo 2 dienu garumā ir izskanējis arī kā tāds grūts mērķis.
Grūti, jā. Padās arī trofejas zandarts arī.
Bet ūdens ir silts, ne?
Jā, viņš nevar laikam būt augsts, ja nav ziemelis būtis kādu laiku iekšā no jūras Daugavā.
Varat komentāros ierakstīt, ja kāds ir bijis šodien ūdenī, pacupēt, cik eholotē rādīja ūdens temperatūru.
Tā es te skatos, pārsvarā gumijas, kaut kādi čarterbaiti.
Jā, te var kaut ko pašpikot, bet te no visas tā pāriņa izvēlēs.
Tas jau nenozīmē, ka tas tiek mests varbūt vienreiz tikai.
Tieši tā, jo viņi jau zina, ka kamera filmē, skatās visi gan tagad, gan atkārtojumos, analizēs, tad tu samet nelikvīdo kasti, pa bortiem, kur visu var redzēt, un tos īstos varbūt zem krēsla. Tur to jau mēs tad nezinām, visādas spēles te tiek spēlētas. Tagad paskatoties uz kopējo statistiku, uz kopējo zivju, noķerto zivju skaitu, Anci, kā tev šķiet, cik ir ieskaitas zivis noķertas? Pavisam ir 54 komandas.
54 komandas ieskaitas zivis, tas nozīmē tas, kas ir ieskaitīts.
Jā, tas ir 25 cm asari, 45 cm un uz augšu zandarti un vismaz 50 cm līdekas.
Nu, paņemsim reiz 300, nu, teiksim tā, apaļos skaitļos 160. Un tad, nu,
Iedevu matemātikas
450, nu es teiktu kaut kur pie 700.
Tas pirmais cipars bija super tuvu, 445. Tas tā. Bet jā, tas tā ir atbilde, vai šie vīri māk ķert dzīves, māk, un par to droši nevienam nav jautājumu. Nu ko, atgādinu vēl arī skatītājiem, ka līdz pat sacensību beigām var mums iesūtīt studijai jautājumus, novēlējumus arī savām komandām. Pēdējos uzmundrinājums ir vēl stunda laiks, ko saņemties un izcelt lielo balvu. Visu mēs pamanām, un balvā Garmin eholote.
No apģērba viedokļa tur tā, kas saka, skatās pa kadriem, dažs labs tropos, dažs labs netik tropos.
Nu, skatoties, kādos viļņos trāpi, pie tā pārbrauciena, tur tagad izejot ārā, gribas arī tēkrekli novilkt nost, bet, kad iesējuši laivā, mēs redzējām...
Ja es braucu pār tiltam 3-1 grāds reāli.
Jā, kur iet brauc pa viļņiem, kas vēl gāžas iekšā laivā pa bišķiņ, plus vējiņš.
Nu, te Džeki Karlaiži.
Nu jā, pēdējie karstie punkti jāapmeklē, vēl jāpaspēj visur. Kā jau mēs minējām, jāierēķina arī laiks atpakaļ, jo, nu, ja ir, piemēram, likta kaut kāda kārta uz tālajiem punktiem, nu, tad tur arī ir jārēķina, cik laiku tu patērē braucot uz šo tālo punktu turp un atpakaļ.
Ir kādam degviela beigusies pa pēdējiem gadiem?
Neatceros tādu gadījumu. Ir bijušas pāris tehniskas problēmas, jā, bet tā, ka beigusies degviela, ka jāzvana palīdzībai, lai kāds velk, tā šķiet, ka nav bijis.
Kopš ir laivu tehnoloģijas, copi ir tādi, kad stāvoši un tu tikai grozies ar elektromotoru.
Nu, jā, protams.
Kaut kādu. Un tev atliek tikai aizbraukt, un tā teritorija, kur tu apakšķerē, tad
pārsvarā ar
baigi maz. Jā, nav tāda dzīšanās šurpa turpa ar benzīnu motoru.
Bet kaut tehniski, nu labi, tā pa vienkāršo te uz visu elektrības sadaļa akumulators.
Vairāk.
Jā, bet klasiskā izpratnē viņi arī tiek lādēti, jeb joprojām ir tā, kad ir akumulators, viņi pēc tam krastā lādē?
Nē, ir jau sistēmas tagad, ka braucot lādē, bet, protams, visi jau tāpatās pielādē mājās pēc copas, vai arī ostās, tur ir rozets, visur jau ir, jo lielajām laivām jau ir, tur 2-3 akumulātori, tas jau ir normāli. Bet ir, protams, jau lielais benzīna motors ar ģeneratoru tāpatās kā mašīnai lādē akumulātori.
Nē, es jau vienkārši tā, kas saka, elektrība tiek patērēta tomēr pa visu dienu diezgan daudz.
Daudz, jā, un attiecīgi, ja tu maz brauc, kā laivu copē, ja, tu jau nespēji pielādēt. Tev ir, negribot, ir jālādē. Tā kā ostā vai mājās.
Jo elektronika laivā ar katru gadu paliek ar vien vairāk, un es vakardien arī runāju ar vienu ekipāžu, kurai tikko ir uztaisīta laiva, un viņi teica, ka viņiem laivā ir ielikti 50 kg vadu. tikai vadu.
Tā, gads ar to, kas būs labs zandarts.
Beidzot mums ir zivs, skatāmies, kas tur nāks ārā.
Ir ar visām zālēm.
Slīdek ar visām zālēm, jā.
Vai zandarts, jā. Izskatījās, ka viņi tos zandarts var medīt, tomēr, ka viņi redz kaut ko labākā izmērā.
Kas tas zandarts?
NGT Latvija 1 šobrīd ir 7. vietā.
Nu, čaļiem
vai asars vai zander kaut kas tāds.
Balvu fonds ir līdz 6. vietai. Viņiem vajag nedaudz uzlabot un lai jau tiktu jau pie vismaz 2000 vērts balvas.
Kā līda, ka viņiem ir 59 centimetri, nu nebūs.
Nebūs.
Jābliež tālāk. Vēl 50 minūtes ir, nu skaļoties, cik tālu viņi atrodas no finiša.
Atkal Kundziņas salas galiņš.
Mums arī ienāk vēl daži sveicieni makšķerniekiem. Official X The Base sūta sveiciens, raksta sveiciens manam čomam Marekam Mecam, nu kurš spinīgo džinsos neasakas komandai.
Nu kā, kaut kur jau bija, kad letiņi tomēr tos džins, nu vismaz pie tās izdomāšanas kaut kur blakām ir stāvējuši, tā kā, nu ko, latviski.
Jā.
Māris Olta arī iekomentēs, jā, lasīja?
Jā, es tagad skatos, jā.
Manā vakardienas prognozi par
Māris Olta will comment. Well, what's the Latvian for that? Read, right? Yeah, I'm looking at my post from yesterday about the biggest perch. It's starting to come true. Exactly, Morris, but no, it's Edgar who pulled it off. Edgar's 42 caught nothing. Igor's Filipov's, however, is also one of the perch hunters, who doesn't ask questions and just gets right to the point. The other team, Roland's Naglis. Of course, he's also a very skilled angler. And plenty of water, and accordingly he's also in touch with Harold's Apinis, who together with his son catches some really big perch, as I think the exchange of information can also be helpful. Harold has been there, and I knew where to go to catch big perch, so that's a boost for us from Anna Malnach's team. Time for Fishing is here to support you until the very last second. Something in the sails. Time to get going. If there's no plan, it might not work out in the end. It hasn't come to fruition, so all that's left is to pray. WP is also a question regarding the distribution of the top. Usually, for example, the top 10 right now is the top 10, with 6 from Lithuania and 4 from Latvia. The friction is going on all the time. It's 50-50, and then at some point, Latvia takes the lead. In the lead with 6 boats, but right now, Lithuania is in the lead again. If we look at the top 3, there are no changes, I think. If that's the case right now, for a while, there hasn't been a clear leader. Before the winner of first place was caught, there was a perch. We just saw one from the 7th boat, which has now moved up to 29th. 2.32 centimeters. That's what I caught, but 2nd or 3rd place. For now, things are staying the same. Yeah, well, what can you do? If they're closing in on us at the finish line, we'll have to keep a closer eye on the point difference. So how much do we need to fight for the win and a spot on the podium? So we're currently in the lead with a total of 573 points. We're 16 points behind them, with Short and Inga twice 22 points behind. Trailing by a bit is LV. In 4th place is Rapala, trailing by 22 points, and in 5th place is... In 6th place, 24 points behind is C, one with a 28-point deficit, and the same deficit applies to 7th place. Latvia 128, and 8th place is already 37 points behind. I'd say that with such a good pike, even from 7th place, you can move up. Moving forward, I'd say it gets complicated. It's not impossible, but it's not a sure thing either. Not everyone will cut back. Time is running out. It's a big pike. There's still a way to go, if you do the math. The return trip is ahead of us, so that's why we're running out of time. We already understand that we can catch a big pike. 4. In which lake, or perhaps in the shallow Daugava, or in the Lielupe. And accordingly, those spots are relatively far from the finish line. If last year or this year something has changed, it has come to pass. It's the same thing. In this discipline, in the year when the event took place in Latvia. Back then, there were 10 crews from Ukraine, but there was also that country. I think the field was much broader. Yeah, because, well, the countries took advantage of this event as a training platform ahead of the World Championships. A bad day. Yes, we've got this team. We've also mentioned it. We're keeping our fingers crossed that they'll catch up. Don't think that there's a father and son competing there. There it is. It's possible. The youngest participant in the competition. So yeah, for the boy too, it's definitely going to be a good experience. Seeing what kind of boats are out there, circling around, there's more than one shot of that. Yeah, you have to remind the participants to maintain the proper distance between the boats. It's always been that way. That's just the way it is, logically speaking. Or is there some technical rule set at 50 meters? Is that in the rules? It is. But as an unwritten rule, it has also been observed by everyone who practices sport fishing. 50 meters. I won't go into that now, but at this level, well, yeah, it's hard to say, but it's definitely not 100 points. It should be. It should be observed. At this level, riding on top is kind of a matter of respect for that crew. And that's just very rare. That's just how it is. And these guys in their helmets, that's us. Yeah. Now they've pulled off the move. Just kidding. But yeah, about the Freeport, just a little more on that. I think that the city's dream is to see that water, to breathe just as it breathes, during the Riga festival. We're sitting here in the studio too, at the City Yacht Club, and we can hear how every now and then, from behind the wall, the Formula engines roar. They roar, and yesterday, while driving in the parade, also on the Riga Canal with super camerons, someone was cruising. What a view from the Riga Freeport side. Those waters of Riga remain lively. We're learning to make more active use of those waters, or...
Rīgas pilsētas visu ūdensmalu mēs viņu tomēr joprojām ļoti, tā teikt, kūtri izmantojam. Noteikti varbūt, ka dabas draugi teiks, kad, kas saka, baigi forši, nekur nekas nekur neko neaiztiekam, tur, kas saka, viss aug un notiek, un putni liksdo, un viss ir labi. Kur ar kaut kur ir zinām taisnība, bet otra puse noteikti tāda, ka tā vai savādāk tā ir pilsēta, un mēs esam pilsēta uz ūdens un pie ūdens. Mūsu pilsētai caur tek Daugava. Bez Daugavas ir dažādas atteces un tā skaitā arī Ķīšezers. Un kaut kādas mazākas ūdens tilpnes, un to visu saliekot kopā, manuprāt, tā iespēja...
A river flows through our city, the Daugava. But without the Daugava, there are various tributaries, including Lake Ķīšezers and some smaller bodies of water. And putting all of that together, I've been thinking about this for a while now. This is nothing new. In my opinion, the opportunity that this could offer city residents in terms of access and a wide variety of other activities is definitely vast. Much broader than it is right now. But that discussion, it seems to me, is already over. At least as old as I've been at the port. And I have to admit that during this time, it hasn't been like this issue has really come to the forefront. Right now, it looks like there's a bit of a lull, and I suspect that we'll eventually get to the point where, along the Daugava, there will be some sort of development. Well, so to speak, public boat routes or some kind of public waterway routes as part of the public transit system, which I think is fine. That's something that should be developed. It's totally fine and normal. If we take Jūrmala as an example, at public transit stops, and by that I mean that here we should say that the issue isn't even about the port. The question is, where in Jūrmala can you dock and get off? Where can you dock, get off, board, or go somewhere far enough so that the place is sufficiently accessible to the public. In the woods, in the bushes, in the grass. But if we're talking about some kind of civilized infrastructure, that road has historically gone in the direction where everything is private. That is, private property. Can't do anything there. And in my opinion, that's the downside of this private property, which of course is sacred. But the downside of this trend is that it's gone too far. It's been such that we've lost that sense of community. So everyone is just sitting on their own dock, minding their own business, but overall, nothing much is happening. Even if it's just through the very same thing we mentioned earlier. The Freeport's newly built elevator. Of course, this also comes with a certain amount of responsibility. It's a matter of costs and things like that. But overall, through this, we're making a splash. The waterfront more accessible. We're also making water-based activities more accessible, and through that, we're also in a way enhancing this shared urban environment and helping it evolve. I would say that this is an essential element, and it doesn't matter which organization is the primary organizer or what the infrastructure looks like. That's how I see it. My conviction is that in the city and around the city, these waterfronts should have some form of public access. Infrastructure, well, not necessarily for boats, but for people to dock, get off, get on, drive away and walk away, buy mineral water or lemonade, how to get back, go further, go fishing, or just have fun on the water. You mentioned these public roads, which could be one of the options for projects in the near future. Or is it within the city limits of Riga? No, actually it's already been discussed publicly, including by the city government, which has been bringing it up from time to time. Well, without going into too much detail,
tas maršruts ir samērā loģisks, un pie kam arī principā tā iespējamā infrastruktūra, kas tam ir nepieciešama, viņa ir puslīdz, ja ne gatava, tad izmantojam.
That route is fairly logical, and in principle, the infrastructure needed for it is also feasible. It's more or less, if not ready, then usable, since I think that if everything falls into place for next season, something like this could happen. Again, the question is whether it will run less frequently on a regular private basis or in some organized capacity. That's perhaps still up in the air, but the principle itself, I think, will be implemented. I would recommend it. I would definitely recommend it to those who have boats. They, let's say, sell what they have to sell. Yes, I'm in on what you're saying. There will be water, transportation from Riga to Boldaraja. If I lived in Boldaraja, I'd go to Riga for work, and then I'd hear that I'd have the option to get to work and back home by boat. Well, even if just hypothetically, but I'm talking about public transportation. I'm talking about all kinds of ways to analyze it. So whoever works there and whoever doesn't, and right now it's clear that you'd have to be pretty... Well, it should be pretty strange if you live in Boldaraja and work in Vekmilgravis in the opposite direction, because that's kind of an extreme commute. But at the same time, if something like this were set up, and that doesn't mean that anyone would actually take advantage of such an opportunity, but someone living in Boldaraja or vice versa. Riga, yes, from the fishing community, definitely. I've heard, I won't say anything, but you, your organization, have heard compliments about this disease. That's something we hear everywhere. We hear well wishes for the anglers, but about this bad Volaros, which is a good example of how such facilities should be developed through cooperation between both sides. Yes, that's the question. At the moment, I can't promise anything. The fact that we're thinking about it, but I'll also mention the other side.
vienmēr tā bija, mūsu tā vieta bija, tā loģika bija, tā iespēja bija, mēs to
Well,
izdarījām.
what is our focus, after all, if not to deal with the negative? But I think that was a good one. There was also a need to set an example. That's where we stood. That's the logic. That's the opportunity. We did it. And in my opinion, if we look at it again from the perspective of Riga itself, that's it. Once again, one of those same elements. So it should be as much as possible some kind of dispersed public spaces, including places where you can, in a normal way, let a boat down to the water, one that's built so that, as much as possible, it's optimized for functionality and usability, as far as that's feasible. It's clear that what's in Valeros is just a complete copy-paste job. Take it and apply it anywhere else. But in principle, what we wanted to show was that it can be done. And if you approach it sensibly, it turns out sensibly as well. Some kind of small, minor changes that I've noticed are that there's a top 10, and right now there are already 2 teams in Division C, and there are altar baits. Both teams have made it, with Deichmann and Petrus Grise having been in the top ranks the whole time. So right now, there are also 2 teams in the running. Martinch Unloads and Raimons Zenis is in the top 10. And as for the overall team standings, they're already in contention for a spot on the podium. Yes, together, we already have 20 teams that have received 100 bonus points. I'll remind you that there were 13 last time.
Visvairāk, tur jau kaut kādu laiku izmaiņu nav, lai gan tā starpība šķietami ir neliela starp komandām, bet eju noķer to lielāko zīvi.
Kas liekas, kas tur no 50 līdeku noķer 75 līdeku, mums te pie galda liekas, tas baigi vienkārši, ne, bet šobrīd šādos laika apstākļos no 50 laivām to pa lielam grūti izdarīt. Nav pēdējā pusotru stundā nav bijusi neviena līdeka, kas būtu virs 75 centimetriem. Tagad tie vajadzīgie 25-30 centimetri šobrīd, es negribu teikt, ka tas ir jau neiespējami, bet līdz pēdējai minūtē ir, protams, jāmēģina, jā, bet,
Ar vienu zīvi, principā, šobrīd skatoties jau uz laiku, ir jācer uz vienu
zīvi lielu, jā.
Un otrajā vietā esošā komanda Short and Twitching, viņiem ir 61 centimetra līdeka. Ja viņi grib palielināt, tad visreālāk droši vien to ir izdarīt šobrīd ar vienu līdeku, un viņiem ir 16 punktu deficīts no pirmās vietas, tātad viņiem būtu jānoķer 78 centimetru līdeku, lai viņi pa vienu punktu apdzītu pirmo vietu.
Bet, Klau, taktiski sanāk tā, ja tu esi aizvērs visas zivs, principā no taktikas viedokļa, un saprotot, protams, ka vairumā gadījumu iespēja dabūt lielāku līdeku nekā lielāku zandartu noteikti ir līdekas virzienā, tad tu koncentrējies uz līdekām, vai ne?
Atkarībā no kuras ekipāžas. Ja, piemēram, mēs skatāmies šobrīd uz top 3 un zinot, teiksim, Raterbaits komanda Edgars Deičmans un Pēter Griez. Ja, Edgars Deičmans ir labs lielo asaru speciālists Rīgas ūdeņos, un viņš viennozīmīgi šobrīd iet. Viņam asara nav liela, viņam lielākais 3-4, bet viņam ir, skatoties sacensību vēsturi, viņam ir bieži 40 plus centimetru asara. Viņam atliktu noķert 1 vai 2, un viņš būtu pirmā vietā. Jā.
Okay.
Bet citiem atkal ir, zinot, ekipāžas ir kā līdeku speciālisti, un attiecīgi vajadzētu iet uz līdeku. Un te ir jāskatās. Jā.
Šeit ir visādas matemātikas dilemmas, kur spēlē nāk arī zivs noskaņojums, un 2 dienu garumā jau tā tendence apmēram ir skaidra, kuru zivs atsaucas, kur neatsaucas, kāda izmēra, kur ir. Tad viss tā esencija jāsaliek pēdējā stundā. Tagad skatoties uz top 3, tad, lai apstrīdētu pirmās vietas pozīcijas ar vienu zivi, tad ir jānoķer līdeka, kas ir 80 centimetriem un garāk. Ņemot vērā to, cik maz, nevis cik daudz mums šādas zivis ir bijušas šo 2 dienu laikā, tas ir sarežģīts uzdevums. Nav neiespējami, bet sarežģīts uzdevums, jā. Mums ir palikušas vēl 35 minūtes, jā, var ekrāna kreisajā augšējā stūrī visi, kas mūs skatās, redz laika atskaiti un var mazliet sajust to adrenalīnu, kas ir laivās. Redzam, Masakainie maina arī vēl lokāciju pēdējās minūtēs.
Vēl tāda interesanta lieta arī padās arī par C1 Latvijas komandu, jo, teiksim, Romānam vakar norāvās, arī man rādīja video no rīta metrīgi līdekļi, ja viņam šodien tas ir...
Lējuši pilnīgi relaksēti,
ja? Ja viņam šodien, ja Romānam šodien tas metrs būtu iesmelts, viņš būtu pirmajā vietā, tā kā C1, un otrajā vietā būtu otra komanda, kā abas divas komandas būtu pirmajā, otrajā vietā. Nu, tā arī nekad vēl nav bijis, kad divas komandas paņem pirmās divas vietas, jā. Bet, nu, diemžēl gadās, kad zivs noraujās un lielas noraujās un neko nevaram darīt.
Jā, nu, Romāns Stapaus ir viens no tiem cilvēkiem, kas arī gidē Rīgas ūdeņos un kurš šeit pavada ļoti daudz laika, līdz ar to viņš ir pagājuši bija trešajā vietā. Tas gan ir, jā, kaut kas tāds, ko diez vai pēdējā stundā NGT Latvija viens gribēja noķert, bet jā, Sam mēs...
Viņam bija nevajadzīga līdeka, nevajadzīgs Sams, es domāju, ka Čaļa jau ir bišķiņš krobīgi jau, jā, viņam... Ja viņi iet uz zandartu šobrīd, jā, viņiem vajag jau 2 labi zandarti virs 6-5, jā, lai pakāptos. Bet viņi arī var pakāpties par 1 vai 2 vietām un tikt jau balvās iekšā un dabūt jauno spy rotatoru no Garmin. Un šobrīd viņi ir 7. vietā, jā, tā kā...
Jā, nu, tu ieminējies par balvām, tad es vēlreiz atgādināšu, ka šīs sacensību galvenie sponsori ir Garmin Rīgas brīvostē, Eholotes EU, BTA un Swoop laivu ražotāji un draugi, kas palīdz noorganizēt šo pasākumu tādu, kāds viņš mums ir. Un ļauj baudīt arī šīs tiešraides, ir pilsētas jahtklubs, mangaļi, roketbīni, grilētāja brālība, alus brālis, lielais loms, Eirovīns, autoriepu nams un RTV. Tā kā mums ir, jā, vēl pusstunda, lēnā garā.
Dear Brother, The Big Catch, Eurowine, Autoream Nams, and ReTV. Since we still have half an hour to go, let's take it slow. Those boats are already starting to head toward the finish line. Along the way, they're still throwing the boat sides into the potholes. Whatever works for them. Some catch, others throw in the classic style, hoping for a bonus. Since all anglers know that anything can happen, even at the very last cast, but as is often the case, some are fishing here, while others are actively fishing there. There's still the boat technology specification, and for some it's more convenient when one person watches the screen and the other. There, with the stator, and since people will agree, and the other one casts from behind, and accordingly, one controls the boat while the other does. They control the spot where to cast, and the other casts in such a way as to make the reel work in tandem, and so on. But if it's classic fishing, then of course that's how it is. There are 2 of them casting, and they catch as many fish as possible so that the lure stays in the water. But with the new technology, the boat fishing is different. He steers the boat, so we're slowly starting to move. How to put it? Toward the shore.
Attiecīgi jau vairāk centimetrus tās arī uzaudzēs, jo 2., 3., 4. vieta viņam atkal tā līdeka un tas zandars, kas viņam jānoķer, jā, viņiem vēl sarežģītāk, jā, pa centimetriem palielinās, jā.
Nu jā, 3., 4. vietā mums ir arī diezgan tāda nestandarta situācija, ka ir vienāds punktu skaits Raterbaits LV un Rapala. Un šādos gadījumos pēc nolikuma augstāk tiek vērtēta tā komanda, kurai ir garākā zivs.
Vai pirmais iesūtīs vai garākā zivs, jā, kā ir?
Garākā zivs.
Jo mums arī ir 6., 7. vieta, tas pats ir, teiksim, tur ir 545, jā, C1 un NGT Latvija.
Jo viņiem ir, jā, nu šeit būtu jājautā Uģim Circenim, jo abām 2 komandām, gan Raterbaits LV, gan Rapalai, arī garākā zivs ir identiska. Tā ir līdeka 68 cm, un arī otra garākā viņiem ir identiska. Otra garākā it kā ir Rapals komandai, tas ir zandars, bet jautājums, cik tālu tās garākās skatās.
Jā, es nezinu, kā tur ir, bet es dotu vairāk tai komandai, kas pirmā sasniegus to punktu skaitu. Ir, tā kā, Bet tas nav mūsu kompetence, mēs varam tikai runāties.
No, nē.
Man šķiet, ka tas, ko tu mini, es tagad pārskatu vēlreiz šo detalizēto nolikuma punktu, tad pēc tā, ko es saprotu, lai jūģis, ja klausās, mani labo, bet, ja ir identiska arī garākā zivs, tad augstāk tiek vērtēta tā komanda, kura šo zivi ir noķērusi tuvāk sacensību beigām.
Otrādi.
Bet mēs varētu iet kaut kādu, vēsturisko futens variantu, uzmet monētu, vai tad kurš respektīvi bumbu iemet grozā.
Krastā te darīt,
krastā
filmēt un visu tur
kaut kāda aktivitāte, jā.
Starp citu, man šķiet, ka balvu izloz, jā, te jājautā Mārtiņam, bet iespējams, ka balvu izloz arī šeit būs, jā, jo kā jau mēs te vairāk kārt esam minējuši, mums 70 000 eiro balvu fonds, ko sarūpējuši sponsori un tiek apbalvotas daudz komandas, nav tikai pirmās 3. Un tiek apbalvoti arī skatītāji, tā kā visi tie, kas mums seko līdzi, aicinu joprojām uzdot jautājumus, komentēt, atbalstīt savējos, visu to mēs redzam. Un piesakot Garmin Predator Cup profiliem Facebookā un arī abonēt YouTube kanālu. Viens no jums tiks pie Garmin eholotes Striker Vivid 5CV, kas tiks izlozēta šovakar vai rīt, skatoties kā izvērtīsies svinības arī atbalsta komandai, kas ir liela, jā. No malas viss izskatās vienkārši, bet es domāju, parādīt, kas mums šeit notiek studijā, cik te ir monitori un cilvēki, kas notiek apakšā, kur ir pārējā organizatora komanda, tad tas cilvēku skaits, kas šo visu nodrošina, arī ir liels.
Oto jau brauc malā.
Izskatās pēc
mums. Vai 35 plus asars tepatās pie ostas saķers.
Klavā, ja pa visām laivām saskait kopā monitors, cik ir?
3 reizes vairāk nekā laivas.
Kā minimums.
Ja ir 54 laivas, katrā laivā vismaz ir 2 vai 3 monitori.
Tad uz katru monitoru 3 zivis.
Jā.
Ja mēs tā pa matemātiku un statistiku.
Jā, jo to ekrānu skaits arī, tu Jūri esi startējis sacensībās, kāda ir tā ekrānu skaita evolūcija laivās, kurā gadā bija 1?
Man personīgi ir 3 ekrānu laivā, jā, tā kā es domāju, ka tas, kad ir 2, ir tas pats minimālais mūsdienās, 3 ir tāds optimālais. Atkarībā no vajadzībām, jā, bet 2 obligāti vajadzētu, jā.
Varbūt tiem skatītājiem, kas nav tik dziļi iekšā makšķerēšanas sportā, izstāst, ko katrā ekrānā tu skaties.
Attiecīgi, ja tu copē laivu, tad vienā tu skaties laivu, un otrā ekrānā blakus tev iet karta. Tu vadi laivu, vadi elektromotoru, un tad tu skaties, kur tu brauc, pa kādām kantīm, pa kādiem punktiem, un tad tu kontrolēti vadi to laivu. Un attiecīgi, man ir 3. ekrāns vēl plus, ja es gribu redzēt tur downskanu, es skatos arī, kas uz grunti notiek, un tad man visi 3 tie ekrāni iet. Bet ja man ir, teiksim, klasiskā copē, tad pa lielam jau ir tikai karte un tā klasiskā eholote, ko es vēroju. Tad vienu var izslēgt, jā, bet ja ir 2 makšķernieku laivā, tad bieži ir tā, ka uz vienu paneļu ir vienam 2 ekrāni, un otru paneļu ir otram 2 ekrāni, un tad katrs ir tā kā neatkarīgs, un vienā skatās karti vai savu informāciju, un tā kā.
Ansi, bet tev arī, man šķiet, ir laiva, vai ne?
Ir, jā.
Cik tev ir ekrāni?
Man ir 1. Kādreiz bija 2, bet tagad ir 1. Bet es viņu, kā teikt, copē izmantoju tikai tik tālu, cik braukšanai. Bet man ir, jā, man starp citu ir ar Garmin uzparikte.
There used to be 2, but now there's just 1. But how should I put it? Make do with it, only to the extent that I need it for navigating. But I do have it. Yeah, by the way, I also have a Garmin on board. I think it's been a year and a half since I replaced it, and now, as they say, everything's there. Everything's on one screen, both the maps and the sonar. The fishing feature is good. You can see where it is in the corner, and there's also a perspective view of the boat. The screen shows a perspective view and more. Probably on the right, there's a third screen that shows the map, right? But for you, it's like you're looking forward in perspective with a slightly wider view, and the map is keeping up with you. So that's there, but the boat is what that protector unit is displaying. The engine. Right now, the Zander is at the last moment. He has second place. He didn't have any tears at all just now, because there are no tears, and for them, that could be the second one. Maybe. The same thing won't make much of a difference. But as for catching a top 10 finish, it won't make that happen. But hey, maybe he'll still be able to catch one. For those who are one Zander short, I don't know if anyone is missing a Zander there, or when that would make a difference. Right now, to make it into the top 6, but if I remember correctly, the Zander was a problem. Yes, Zander have traditionally been the kind of fish that are caught the least. The easiest fish to catch are perch, followed by pike. And then there's the Zander. Right now, they might have already come in, sea Zander as we've heard from sport anglers, and that's really the problem when it comes to catching them. But the size is the standard 55 to 55. A typical little sea Zander. Yeah, and that's all there is to it. They've figured it out themselves. The problem is with the big perch and the big pike. If you look at the water we were hoping for down there, there are very small pike, one at 90 and one at 85, a few at 3, 4, and 75. Given their volume, their quantity, and also taking the anglers into account. What kind of experience do they have then? I'd say the pike aren't biting. I just took a look at the second one. About 12 teams that haven't caught a single Zander. Yeah. Since the standard traditionally remains quite a difficult, heavy fish to catch, the top 20 spots are up for grabs. The results are in. Everything's fine. So the guys are grumbling about the left bank, somewhere near the wobblers.
Bet līda, kas, jā, 4 komandas nav noķēruši nevienu līdaku. Nu ko, mums ir pēdējā pusstunda.
20 minūtes.
Pēdējās faktiski 20 minūtes, jā. Kādi ir sestdienas vakara plāni? Jāskrien kaut kur tālāk noteikti Rīgas svētku ietvaros.
Nu, kalendārs. Man jā, šodien tāds diezgan dinamiski izzināšanās starp krastiem, bet nu, tas pieder pie lietas. Un, kā es teicu, ir forši, ka viss kaut kas notiek abos krastos, arī tas ir pareizi. Bet, nu, zin kā, tuvāk nāks vakars, sāksies vairāk visādu, kas saka, arī muzikāli jandāliņi, tā, kas bija šis? Šis bija tā kā, viss beidzam?
Pagriez turpat, lai pastāst, kā kruķī visu tur otrā.
Jā.
Tas, laikam, bija grand fināli, ja?
Jā, pagājušā gada uzvarētāji, es domāju, ka nav apmierināti īsti ar savu rezultātu.
Nu ko, laidīsim arī tevi tālāk svinēt Rīgas svētkus. Kad nākamā cope? Kad ieplānot?
Starp citu, ja pa copi īstenībā, es pa ilgiem gadiem, mēs šoreiz aizbraucam uz Sāremos pie Igauņiem. Un es ilgi nebiju atvilcies ālands. Es, man liekas, kaut kādu pēdējo reizi tādu sajiedzīgu ālandu noķēru. Gan ālandos, bet nu, tas bija gads, nezinu, no 20, gluži ne, no 15 apakaļ. Ja? Un, jā, bet uz līču puses Sāremā bija superīgi ālandi, tādi ap 2 kilo.
And a new one. But on the Sara side, it was awesome. Alan was about 2 kilometers away. That's just how it is. For me, this year's interesting fishing spot and location. Yeah, well, I don't know. What are your next target fish, Alan's? I caught one, but yeah, maybe I'll go out again sometime without a specific target, just taking all my gear with me. Adventure guaranteed. So thanks again for coming by the studio, and thanks for Brevosta's support of this event. Here's to the collection, as always, a souvenir from us. Thank you. I can honestly say I'm handing out these hats to my fishing buddies too. So we're there with caps from different years, and people show up. And thanks also from me personally. I'm happy that when you're here, you're really having a good time. No, it's well organized. I think it's growing well and has good roots. Really good roots. And I think this is absolutely the kind of thing where the port has to be there. As I said, the port isn't just about cargo and ships, but this is also part of our country, just as it is for me, if that matters.
NGT Latvija, jā, piedod, pārtraucām pateicības runu, bet mums te ir pēdējos sekundes.
Vismaz uz top 6 vai pat 5. vietu. Jāskatās, cik garš, jā, bet tas ir 50. Tā, kas tur viņiem ir?
Mēs teicām, jā, līdz pēdējām sekundēm, nu, ko mums ir 18.
Tas ir pretī.
Šajā brīdī jau ir jābūt.
Jā, viņiem ir 2,51, un tas ir, es domāju, izskatās, ka virs 51, jā. Jā, maz, ka 60 varētu būt. Varbūt vēl vienu var.
Nu, viņus līdz top 3 šķir 6 centimetri. Skatīsimies, cik viņi var pieaudzēt.
Nu, kas tur mums ir?
Laiks ir gana.
Filmēts tiek viss, tikai ne zivs.
Tad iespēja tīkliņā liekas zandars liels, bet, kad noliek uz tās lēnes, viņš tagad samazinās.
Tā lēnta pa lielu ir.
Jā, likās, kad jau ir kaut kāds 60 pār stabili, bet tagad tā noliek, es vajag grūti pateikt, tagad liekas, ja 60 jābūt, ja viņi tos 6 centimetrus dabūt, 50 ir.
59 kaut kas tāds. Nebūs.
Ne, bet cik vajadzēs 6 centimetrus?
Viņiem ir 6 centimetri gan varētu būt klāt.
Jā, vai 7?
6 var būt klāt. Es precīzi tagad neredzu.
Lai čaļi nomēlē, netaisam stresu viņam, paklausamies.
Nē, pagaid, jā, ir 60, ir 60, ir 61 kaut kas tāds.
Būs. Laužas trīniekā ir.
61, jā.
10 centimetri? Nē, bija 51.
Bet tur arī tur tā astīt jāmāk ir izstiept.
Ļoti jāmāk.
Sagaidīsim, ka Džeika atlaiž zandartu, un tad pabeigsim mūsu atvadīšanos. Tā šeit notiek, jā, nekas nenotiek, kaut pusstundu pēkšņi bam.
Čaļi iet 3. vietā.
Jā.
The guys are coming. The guys are heading for 3rd place. Yeah. If you caught one more zander, it's already time to catch another one. You're in 1st place with 3 fish. So that's it. Gotta keep going. Don't give up. But to get it, you've got to cast your lines. With this process. Yeah, you have to start dividing everything up right now. We can already see who's getting what, while Tom is measuring. Goddess keeps working on the other front. Are the tasks divided up? This crew knows what they're doing. It's a bit of a shame about Edgar's Deichmanis. I hope that maybe, at the very last moment, he'll still get a tear in his eye if he doesn't want to get a 3. We see that there are definitely at least 2 more that have been spotted. Look, there's Gatus with a fishing rod in his hand and a lure in the water. There's definitely something there.
Trešajā vietā šobrīd. Ko vēl viens zanders.
Paklausamies.
Vai man sežet?
Vēl 5 klāt vēl.
Vēl 5 klāt. Nu, viņiem vēl 13, vēl tad paliks 13 deficīts līdz pirmajai vietai, bet viņiem vajag 14. Viņiem vajag apsteigt tādēļ, ka ja viņi grib uzvarēt.
5 ceņu.
Jo
Jābām
komandām, mēs runājam par pirmo pozīciju, jābām divām komandām būs vienāds punktu skaits, tad priekšā būs tā, kurai garāks zivs, bet ar šo zandartu iespējams viņa apsteidz, nevis iespējams, bet diezgan droši, ka aiziet priekšā short and twitching no Lietuvas uz otro vietu.
Nu, te ir tā sacensība drāma pēdējās minūtēs.
Nepilnas 14 minūtes vēl. Hansi, mēs neaizkavējam.
Nē, man viss ir kā, es vienkārši pat, šitas ir reāli interesanti, jo, zin kā, tas ir tas paradoks. Tur ņemies visu dienu, un vienalga viss tas stāsts ir pēdējās 10 minūtes.
Nevar padoties.
Tas tagad futenē.
Visas šīs garās stundas mēs cilvēkiem stāstam līdz pēdējiem mētienam. Nu, kur ir tie pēdējie mētieni? Apskatiet, cik pāris minūtēs divi zandarti, kas viņus pacēla no 7. vietas, šobrīd diezgan droši uz otro. Vēl brīnumam ir laiks. Tāpat laikā IM team arī nevar vēl justies pavisam droši, kas šobrīd ir līderi. Nu, gaidām, kad aplikācijā atjaunosies dati.
Tā, nu, jā, kaut kas jau pukšķi.
Citi bļauj un cīnās, citi brauc krastā, jā, kā izskatās. Tā kā divas tādas pretējās fronts, un kā tu cīnies un nepadodies, un...
Nu, tie, kas dodas malā, droši vien arī jau saprot to reālo situāciju, jo vai nu tu esi tajā desmitniekā un cīnies par topu, vai nu, ja pēdējais 15 minūtes un visu. Nu, redzam emocijas NGT Latvija 1 komandā. Vēl ir laiks, Džeki, nezinu, neesat jau jūs tālu no finiša, vēl ir laiks.
Jā, vēl kaut kas tur tiek.
13 punktu deficīts vēl.
Tas šiem Džekiem, nu, es teiktu, ka, ja viss saliekās, tā nav problēma noķert 60 plus zandartu. Vienkārši, vai viņš tur ir?
Ja viņš tur ir.
Jā, tieši tā.
Nu, 68 cm zandarts viņiem ļautu...
Tas ir 6-8 cm šobrīd arī sacensībās ir lielākais zandarts.
Even a 68 centimeter zander would do for him. Yeah, that's 6.8 centimeters. Right now, even in the competition, the biggest zander caught over 2 days. Nothing over 6.8 has been caught in these 2 days. A 12-13 point deficit. We can do the same here with what we know about the waters of Riga being alive in the background. Another competitor is casting, the harbor in the background. 11 minutes. What, if we want to be on the podium, do we need to do to see a third Latvian team there as well? If they're currently trailing. The team currently in third place. The Vicina team, there are 6 of them. That's for Edgar's.
Gotcha.
140 tiers, and Edgar is in third place. Gotham. In the new episode, we'll remind you about the prizes, and then second place is already set. There is a total prize pool of 10,000 €. You win with Garmin. As for the devices though, the screens, the new one is 13 inches, as well as a PayPal rotor and a new sensor. Since the guys will have new gear, on the boat, if it holds up, looks like it'll hold up. What to come up with after 40? The new one, but now for prizes. Then the second one. What do we see on the timer? Well, we can start counting the seconds now, not just the minutes. Less than 10 minutes. That's all that's left. 13 on TV screens, the new 13-inch one, and Paul has 10 minutes. A new gift for the guys, 570 seconds. But what I like is that what he heard, well, he already knows it. He'll have new equipment. Right now. Countdown can start counting seconds, not just minutes. What are we watching in the last 10 minutes? The hottest team. Others just keep driving and driving along the shore. They really have a lot of comments and a lot of congratulations. I don't remember. Since the year is coming to an end, you have a fan base of 422 viewers on YouTube already. That's what it seems to me, and I think that's a record. Greetings to everyone for the last-second Zander catches. Yeah, to my top team, GT Latvia 1 rocks. NG, I swear, this is so exciting. Gotcha, Johnny finally caught up. The year is already the second one, or I caught them yesterday. They're masters, too. All right, and great job, Ernstons. Jack, in the final minutes, pulling up from 7th to 2nd place. YouTube, I don't know, I don't remember. Fishing in Riga. From the Zander. 1. I already said there are signs that others are still in the running right up to the last second. No. Well, yeah, time to start counting how much time is left. Until the finish. 8 to go. Everyone knows how fast the boat goes and can already estimate it down to the minute.
Jāpārliecinās par degvielas esamību bākā līdz pilnīgi.
Kā, ja tu nepaspēji atbraukt, tad čušā?
Jā.
Kā Uģis teica, nekāda sarunāšana.
Jā, nu, likums ir pārāk augsts, tad arī 1 centimetru uz vienu vai otru pusi var ļaut, bet nē, te viss ir strikti. Ja ir jābūt 17:30, tad var. Ja ir 17:30 un kaut kādas sekundes, vēl ir ok. 17:31.
Mums nav kur steigties. Mēs esam 100 metrus no finiša.
Jā, paldies, Gati, par precizējumu. Mēs satraucāmies, tagad esam mierīgi. Nu, ko, būs vēl kāds metiens vai nebūs?
Viss beidzam, jā. Tā, jā. Nu, pavisam droši jau varam pateikt, ka laiva paliek Latvijā.
Sitam pa pedāli.
Jā, nu ko, mēs noteikti vēl sagaidīsim tieši 17:30 pirms apsveiksim uzvarētājus un top 3 un visus pārējos godalgotās vietas un apbalvotās vietas īpašniekus. Bet apmēram, nu jau diezgan jau, protams, droši var teikt, mums ir gan bijis gads, kad mums kad mums uzvarētāji studijā ir bijuši jau pusstundu pirms finiša, kad viss ir bijis tik skaidrs. Tas, laikam, ir bijis arī vienīgais gads, kad tā intriga par pirmo vietu beidzās salīdzinoši ātri ar citiem gadiem. Nu, tad te mēs redzam, ka jā, vēl ar pēdējo.
Es teiktu, ka IM team nedaudz noriskēja izbraucot tik laicīgi, jo varēja arī salikties, kad Gats ar Tomu noķer vēl vienu zandartu, un tas ir 68 viņam vajadzēja.
Tas nav 80 centimetri.
Tas nav 80 centimetri.
Tieši tā, un tāda zandarta Daugavā ir un ir pietiekošā daudzumā. Nu, tad, tā kā arī te tomēr ir arī kaut kas pirmajā vietā, bet šajā momentā es uzskatu, ka IM team drošības pēc vajadzēja palikt un mēģināt kaut tos asars padzināt.
Zin kā ir čempioni.
Nu, arī raksturs tāds, zin kā tāds baigais, ka tu jau laicīgi un tu esi pārliecināts, ka neviens nenoķers to 68 vairāk.
Jā, bet tad vēlreiz mums bija tāda gara, laimīga tāda atvadīšanās, un tad pēkšņi bam, NGT Latvija tomēr izdomāja, ka te vajag kaut ko vēl iespērt studijai. Un, jā, bet tu biji liecinieks, jā, drāmai sacensību beigās, pie tam nevis ar vienu, bet ar 2 zivīm. Un, jā, tas ir šī formāta skaistums. Un vēlreiz paldies, ka atnāci. Paldies, ka esat kopā ar mums šos gadus. Un, mēs aiziesim pavisam īsā pauzē, būsim apakaļ arī ar intervijām, ar emocijām.
Paldies! Neatsaks šodien un neatsaks turpmāk.
Jā, tev arī, lai veicas makšķerēšanā. Un tiekamies pēc gada.
Tieši tā. Paldies.
Sarunāts. Tiekamies ar jums pēc pavisam īsa brīža. Palieciet te.
Force Pro. It's the trolling motor used by the pros. Cut through the water quickly and quietly. And when you get where you're going, lock in and stay put. Like really stay put.
Black brings it in.
Until it's time to take control once again. Head to a new spot where there's no question you're exactly where you
To control.
be.
About.
Fish with force.
Low.
Only from Garmin.
Enough. B. A. A.
Pulkstenis mums rāda 17:28 minūtes. Faktiski visas laivas jau ir krastā, un mums studijā ir pievienojušies kas?
EM team, Ilja un Marks, sacensību uzvarētāji. Apsveicam ar pirmo vietu.
Paldies, liels.
Super, Džeki. Pastāstiet, kā jums uz ūdens pagāja pēdējās kādas 3-4 stundas, kopš izvirzījāties vadībā? Kas gāja cauri jūsu galvām?
Tas bija super stress. Mēs pusdienu laikā jau domājam, ka viss, mums liels zivs, točkas vairs nav. Un, principā, nezinājām, ko darīt. Un braucam Vecdaugavā. Tur bija zona, ļoti skaista zona, ja?
The points are gone now, and we basically didn't know what to do, so we headed to Vecdaugava. There was a zone there, a very beautiful spot, but not once did we fish there. We saw it. We saw how we started to see it. We just trained and admired the beautiful scenery, and you saw how we fished with lures. After your big pike, maybe you could explain exactly how or with what specific approach you went after the 95. Mark, did you know the spot where you'd been taking them? And were you targeting it aggressively with a mouse? Pike, you have to play very, very, very aggressively. That's how it reacts, and that's exactly how it turned out.
23. gadā Oto noķēra 2 metrīgās un vinēja 23. gadā Garmin un laivu. Jā, pašā vietā tur noķērā 90. Jā. Tā kā es jau skatījos, es jau pēc tam mikrofonā teicu, vai Oto droši vien klausījās, vai Oto zina, kad viņa vietā tagad čaļi noķēra 90, un kur ir viņi, kur jūs esat, jā.
Varbūt izstāstiet ar kādu mērķi jūs
Where are you? Since I was still looking at microphones, I said, Oto was probably listening. Does Oto know that in his spot, the guys are now catching 90 and which ones are his? Maybe you could tell me about the goal you had when you were here the day before yesterday, before this competition, and how that led to the competition scenario. Needs to be changed. Basically, everything is going according to plan. You were on your way to victory right from the very start. You were hoping to win. The first day presented many challenges. We need a lot, even though there was something to think about. And also with the Zandarts, things went very badly. I do very well with Zander in training. We think it'll be about 10 minutes, and that's it. But yesterday, for half the day, we spent our time trying to catch that one Zander. But today, we had better luck right away, thanks to Riga. So that's the plan. The original one was to catch a Zander and then go after pike and perch. And in the end, we made some adjustments to the fishing plan yesterday and then headed out to the spots and caught that 95th one.
Kas tie ir pa džekiem? Kas tie tādi ir? Kāda ir jūsu sacensību vēsture vai tā no parastās copes uz sacensībām? Kāds tas kāpums ir? Kur jūs startējat un kā jūs iemācījāties
Guys?
tik labi makšķerēt?
Mēs visu dzīvi makšķerējam.
Where do you compete and how did you learn to fish so well?
Viņam ir otras sacensības, man pirmas.
Pirmās vispārībā?
We all live, we fish, and this Garmin KP is the second one. Yeah, we're in competitions. He has another competition. For me, this is my very first one overall and my second one. Yeah, you can just take it easy in the second one. Coming to the biggest competition in the Baltics, where the Lithuanians and Estonians are leaving in the biggest boat in Europe, well, in the Baltics, to win. Maybe he recognized it. That's our boat. We sold some kind of echo sounders. Those guys bought the bags too. Way to go, guys. Yeah, since all the good stuff comes from Martinj, he'll be happy. Yeah, that's great. We also plan to start competing in races after this one, or maybe once a year, just with the Garmin Predator. Why are we going with Garmin 100%? But there are still other competitions we'll be participating in this year. What about you? However, you're doing so well, aren't you? That? Maybe in some of the bigger races. Maybe go somewhere. Maybe we'll figure it out.
jautājums, vai jūs redzējāt un sekojāt līdz tam, ko NGT Latvija pēdējā pusstundā darīja?
Jā, ne pusstunda, pēdējās 2 stundas.
Jo viņa jau pēdējā pusstundā noķēra divus labus zandarts tepatās un jums pietuvojās. Jā. Viņam vajadzēja vēl viens, jā, un būtu jau...
Viņiem vajadzēja 68 cm zandartu noķert. Tā viņi būtu garām.
Tur vēl 13 centimetri ar zandartu tā palielināt ļoti grūti.
Jā. Nu, tā gan taisnība, jā.
Taču tādas laikapstākļos, tas nereāli.
Man vēl viens jautājums. Jūs esat komandā C1 ar Romānu. Kā jūs, Romāns ir makšķerēšanas gids, vai jūs esat tā kā arī visi pirms tam jau kontaktējāties pa vietām, kur ko kā, vai ar informāciju apmainījāties?
Principā... Jā, mēs dalāmies ar tādu, nevis tā kā...
Have you all been doing this before? Coordinating in advance about where to go, what to do, how to do it, or exchanging information? Basically, yes, we share that kind of information, not so much about specific spots, but about the big picture. Information, as they say, lies in the details.
90. bija, jā, es viņu tikko nopirku, tur bija kādas 2 dienas līdz turai.
Yeah, but not really in terms of feelings, just clear instructions. And during training, you go to the spots to catch some good trophy pike or masterclass fish, for example, during training sessions in the 90s. I was the 90, I just bought it. That's where it was, 2 days before the tour.
Pēc šī rādījuma tad mēs īcevišķi te Rīgas apkārtnē varēsim redzēt daudz makšķerniekus.
Ar pelēm. Jā.
Kas radīs jautājums, vai necemerē. Nē, tā ir tāda klasiska pēles.
Klasiska. Vieglais Twitch.
Vieglais Rīgas Twitch pie golfa bedres.
Rītdien tur nebūs, kur apstāst.
Jā, nu ko, super, jūsu vārds tiks iegravēts uz šī te ceļojošā kausa, bet to jūs vēl dabūsiet mazliet vēlāk, tā kā izbaudiet šodienu, izbaudiet uzvaru, aptveriet, ko jūs esat izdarījuši, un neprasīsim vēl, ko jūs darīsiet ar galveno balvu, tas būtu pāri, es saku, no sākuma jāsaprot, ko jūs esat izdarījuši un uzvarējuši.
Pats galvenais, gatavojieties šļakatām, jā, jūs būsiet slapi.
Jā,
zinat, jā.
Ir maiņas drēbes ir līdzi, kaut gan šodien varbūt nevajag. Viss sagatavots, jā. Jā, nu super, apsveicam vēlreiz, ejiet lejā, izbaudiet, tur jums arī uzdos vēl noteikti jautājumus.
Go back down again. Enjoy it.
Prieks, ka laiva paliek Latvijā, Džeki. Paldies, super.
Paldies,
nu ko?
I'll also give you some more tasks there, congratulate you, and it'll be a blast. Thank you. You guys rock. So, what are we going to do now, as we switch over to the interviews downstairs with the other crews? Yeah, well, there are definitely going to be some people who are disappointed. Some will be happy. How's it going in the race? The race is spectacular, just like the name of the teams down there. What's with the white shirt? Wearing a white shirt means only one thing. The celebration has begun. Look, here are our winners. Right here. Section. We're almost done with this great work, which has delighted us over the course of 2 days, and now we're off to soak up the emotions. Hello. In our Rio, you can get very, very, very good, very, very, very good for me. Everything is fine. Maybe everything is fine. All right, you can see that, like, you messed up. I'll see everything, everything. How it broke. We had an awesome, aggressive performance, vocals and all around the boat. And then we moved on to vodka and you'll have a great manager, a craft gift card, and you'll be able to use the card when performing in the woods. That's pretty interesting, because usually it's Warcraft. So maybe it's better to do it properly. Yeah, very, very strict, because I'm pretty brutal with the oars in my boat. And so far I haven't broken a single method craft oar from the powerful ones. But guys, I'll take another look based on how I feel, because you're saving your own clothes for later. There are about 500 horses. You'll wash them. Well, yeah, the cashier says something about tasty beer. Well, we fought. We did what we could. We listened. We went through the whole big decoy thing. But it just didn't work out. There were some that were right. There were contacts. But it just didn't work out.
Marek, kāds ir sports?
Tāds ir sports.
Marek runā saprotamā valodā.
Nu šodien nepaveicās vienkārši.
Da tu netaisnojies, pasaka, ko domā.
Līdeks pievilda, neteikšu rupjāk.
Jā, līdekas, viņas var. Starp citu, līdeka ir tā zivs, kas var palaist 13 mānekļus garām, nenoreģēt un uz 14 pateikt. Ai, labi. Tādas viņas ir līdekas. Ejam, pastīsimies, kā citiem klājās. Labu apetīti. Pastāst mums kaut ko jauku.
Foršs pasākums. Gaidīšu nākamo gadu.
Bet ja godīgi?
Mazliet nesanāca, kas bija plānots, bet, ko darījām? Ko nepareiz darījām? Maz nepareiz darījām.
Kaut ko savācāt no balvām?
1 centimetrs. Ar kikeri mums atņēma spaipolu.
Kurš nāk? Šis vai šis?
Nezinu, kurš ir vainīgs?
Pa labi vai pa kreisi? Redzi, cīņa notiek pa centimetriem, spaipola pa centimetriem. Nu, stāsti.
Nu, ko aizvērām? Sarakstu. Nezinu, viņš tur pārdzīvo droši vien par tiem asariem, bet... Viņiem, jā, bet kopā 3 lielākie asari ir mums. Jā, tā kā, mums spaipola.
Bet lielākais asars ir Mežakraft balva.
Nē, tas, man liekas, Filipovam ir 42.
Filipovam nav 42, ir 43. Tad nekā, čaļi, tad neko darīt. Priecājamies par to, kas ir un krājam emocijas apbalvošu.
Jā, krājam emocijas paldies par šo turnīru. Beidzot, esmu apmierināts. Man ar Raimīti patīk.
Kurā gadā?
I'm finally satisfied. Thanks for this tournament. Me, I like the frame. In which year am I finally satisfied? From the start, I don't know which one is third or fourth. The 6th. Bye, Alexei. Where are you going to run? Change careers. Well, nothing to think about when it comes to life. Yeah, definitely. It wasn't very good. It's generally for men who spend an insane amount of money to catch fish and then let them go. I'm all for it because this is the most anticipated event of the year. It's fishing, a celebration for our whole family. We're really looking forward to it, and I'm right here in front of the screen, feeling all these emotions. Thank you to all the organizers very much. Thank you. It's a joy to try to do our best when we have supporters like this. Well, you see, whether or not, Hardy, right? Body Zanders. End. Only the world food needs.
So maybe next year it will be better for us.
Will you come back next year?
Of course.
But you'll learn that in free places, so next year. IT will be, but I'll definitely come back next year. Choose. The end of the text message.
We will inform about registration all current participants, and of course we will inform you before we go public.
Thank you very much. It's a great, very great competition. Very hard, but very nice. Incredible.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nu, Oto, parādi skapģīm. Nu, kāds ir skapģīms?
Nu, tāds arī viņš šobrīd ir. Nu, neko darīt.
Kur tie metri, kuriem tu citus gadus mūs šokēji?
Viņi nezināja, ka mēs te esam.
A tu viņiem rakstīji?
Nu, ieraudzījuši mēs viņus bijām, paziņojuši bijām. Neaiztikām.
Tas ir, jūs viņus neķērāt?
Nu, treniņā mēs viņus redzējām, pārbaudījām, vienu, divus noķērām. Vairāk neaiztikām, bet no to bija pa īsu. Šodien viņi vairs to nebija.
Ir aizdoms, kurš aiznes?
Jūra.
Straumes?
Pavisam noteikti. Tieši tā.
Nākamgad piedalīsies?
Noteikti. Tas jau ir ikgadējs festivāls, kurā nedrīkst nepiedalīties.
Aleks teica, ka mainīs nodarbošanos.
Uz ko? Man pirmā dzirdēšana.
Es arī nevaru iedomāties, kā var mainīt makšķerēšanu pret kaut ko citu. Ko? Paldies sponsoram brālim un lai tev jauka diena.
Paldies jums.
No, spītnieku savaldīšana?
Tas bija episki.
Epipiski?
Epipiski. Katru gadu pēdējā minūšu zanders izglāba kaut ko. Tāds emocijas kruti.
Vienkārši atbraucāt pabeigt pēdējās minūtes vai ar ideju?
Mēs redzējām, ka viņi tur ir, bet nevarēja viņus ne no rīta, ne pa dienu dabūt, un tad mēs domājām, mums nav ko zaudēt. Mums vajag 1 centimetru, lai būtu vismaz 6, bet sanāca labāk, sanāca 2.
Uz štukām 10?
Jā, super. Ideāli.
Brīnumi notiek ne tikai ūdenī, bet arī virs ūdens. Es domāju, ka tu no rīta viņus ķēri, bet pa dienu tās formulas un tās rallija mašīnas viņas vienkārši piebeidz līdz pašnāvības līmeni.
Jā, jahts tur traucēja mums arī grozīties, tā kā viņas saskatījās formulu, tad izdomāja, ka vajag uzēst.
Un mums tas stāsta, ka bez lieliem motoriem un lielām laivām te neko vinēt nevar. Bet ja mēs savēlkam turnīru statistiku, tad praktiski viss notika apmēram plus mīnus 5-7 km attālumā no šejienes.
Šeit līdeks pie dienvidu tilta, asarīši piezvējā ķerot līdeku, tā kā principā tepat.
Pike on the south bridge. Perch on the leeward side, catching pike. Basically right here.
Okay, svinam.
Maybe we should start from kayaks. We can try that next year. Okay, let's celebrate.
Very good. Good. Great. Nice. Izgonkojāmies beigās riktīgi. Daugavā bija šodien forši viļņi.
You can win a trip to Hawaii on such a good day nice. It really pays off in the end. On the Daugava today, it was great. There were waves.
Es neredzu, kur braukt. Baigi maziņš tos tur ķiverītē vēl priekšā. Bet vispār gonka baigi labā. Fantastisks sacensības. Jā, mums varbūt bišķi pa maz bija izmēriņš ziltiņām, bet cieti kapājām, kā saka, visu dienu. Diemžēl ķīšezars šodien mums neuzsmaidīja, bet vakar viņš mums uzsmaidīja. Tā kā baigi forši.
Emocijas saķēri?
Fantastika, vienkārši fantastika. Jā.
Gadām pietiks?
Mums ir, jā, mēs nākamgad būsim klāt kā likti un, jā, mums aizvērt protokolu priekš mums, mēs uzskatām, tas ir ļoti labs rezultāts. Mums otra ekipāža, viens asarīgs.
We have to. We're coming. We'll be there, as promised. And yes, we'll close the protocol for us. We were 25 centimeters short. We think this is a very good result for us. Our team is 1 tear away. How can you not catch a 25-centimeter fish? A perch that size? We also had jurists come by before the race and after you, as always. We'll have to weigh it. And what and who. This time, we'll be up all night because we needed 20. A 5, and but you got that 24, just a breath. I told you in the camera. Come on, give it a rest. The monkey couldn't do it. Leinard's the salesman says, maybe he opened his mouth, it'll be fine. Yeah, but there are some. Listen, but in this one, the Latvians are kissing each other. About a 50-centimeter pike. That's the real emotion. I heard you guys on the broadcast yesterday too. We heard that we're letting Leinards in too, even if it's 52 or something. And we're jumping around with all these emotions, happy and kissing there. That's why we're here, for that excitement. Cesare, nothing like 55. Yeah, that's just how it is for us. We're a bit more reckless. Well, even though it's a bummer, one day it's big, one day it's small. It's like that every day when we manage to score points. It doesn't count toward the overall standings. Therefore, we need to, as much as possible, not be stingy. We'll take the points. It's important, but does it mean anything? It didn't work out. No. Well, how should I put it? Just a little bit about how long we were stuck with Johnny. We ran out of time, but Giannis is right here in front of us. But I'll put it this way. Liedeke fell a bit short. time, and she doesn't make mistakes either. For many already. After talking it over, we were one short. Let's also release the Pike. It was the one that played a role for many. Well, yesterday, we didn't manage to close it out, and today for a long time with Johnny, so we ended up with the little ones at all. You went to the bank but without stability. We basically just took Johnny straight to the big ones. How are we supposed to know where? Either you win or you don't. It's one or the other. We saw a few during practice, but there weren't any now. Everything's fine. He doesn't know how to steer or something. Also, crazy. At times it even seemed that way to me, who he was driving for. We'll probably go, we'll go. Thanks. Yeah, he's pretending that we are. Enjoy your meal. I guess we're just full of emotions. The others will have already had their share of emotions by the time they re-interviewed. Let's get back to the studio. It's a real pleasure for me to organize this event, to put together an event for people who truly enjoy it. Because we're alive, and I wish you all as many genuine emotions as possible. Support us with your views. Share this information. Thank you for watching. So, what are we up to in the studio for just a brief moment? As we can see, emotions come in many colors. Somewhere, they're happy and satisfied with the two of them. Wonderful days. When it comes to fishing, those fish, of course, are a nice bonus. And an even more pleasant bonus is the brand new boat. Isn't it just great? Great to see that everyone is enjoying the event, regardless of the result. Absolutely everyone promises to participate again next year. Right now, we're still absolutely saying goodbye to you. Now we're going to take a short break, during which you'll see some of the highlights from the competition, and after just a moment, there will also be an awards ceremony for the athletes. What's going on here with this special ritual? It's no wonder we asked whether the winner had a change of clothes with them. But for those who haven't seen it, I recommend staying for the awards ceremony. A short break, and we'll see you at the awards ceremony. Or will we see each other again? Let's meet more often. First place is created by Yeah. Stay right here.
Paldies tev! Tavs ieteikums strādā. 6, 6, 6, 7.
if you record the results. Almost. How? Show news. Big enough. Very. Often strong. 1,000 dance genres. Yeah. I want to give it. Already. There is please, but also. If so. against myself. Before the forum there is none, then to Samoa's nature.
Kā ir, ko? Esam laivā. Paldies arī visiem tiem, kas skatījās tiešraides 2 dienu garumā, Best4 Sport TV, tāpat arī Garmin Predator Cup.
Thanks to everyone who watched the 2-day live stream without Force TV. The same goes for the Garmin Predator Kappa on all official sites, YouTube or Facebook. A huge thank you also to those who submitted their questions and commented on what they saw on screen. Good luck and best wishes to all participants, and keep cheering on your own. And, as I've already mentioned, I ran into some friends. Last year, you might have watched Christian's, and your whole family, including your wife, was watching too. She said that last year, they accidentally stumbled upon the live stream. That's how they fell in love with both the live broadcast and this sport. And that's that.
Of Riga port. Ciao.
Hi, from Riga port. How do we say that in English?
I have lost my voice already at the first half of the
Good evening. Good inning.
Once again, glad to see you all here. Everyone got some...
I've lost my voice from being ready during the first half of the day, and I'm glad to see you.
And I have also...
Everything turned out positive, so thanks.
Practical angling
Ias is back, and I'd also like to say thanks to Sam from the practical activity.
Very end of the competition was, I would say, pretty stressful.
Wow, and Riley is exciting, and right at the very end of the competition. About these pretty ones, full of that, this is really at an intense level. Activity. From our site, the power of security, we're always glad to see it. Not just the sheep and the pen. See you, Latvians.
Sailing, which is a part of what normally the port is. And if you look back to the history,
You're also into fishing and styling, which is part of regular sports.
Celebrating 825 years birthday for Riga. So the beginning was sailing.
And if I look back at the early history of Moscow, the city's soul, to the celebration of its 105th anniversary, because they should do the same for Riga. It all started with styling ships and, of course, a fishing show. Also the technology, absolutely fantastic in sports. Still, the ECB is about the foundation of it all. I'm in a state of samadhi, the champion. What do you want to say now?
And if not this year, definitely the next year, the big fish will come. And also, we will try also that fish.
I wonder what each of you thinks. It's a great, fantastic time, and the same chance for everyone, not just this year, but definitely next year. The big fish will come, and we'll catch it, and that fish will stay in Riga's hands. Andres, a question from my colleagues. How should we behave this weekend? Everything was great. Everything was awesome. How do you want it? In English or Latvian? No. Yes, I'll speak for myself, knowing that this is once again an annual event that I'll be attending as well. Actually, it's not about some time during the week, it's also about the port from time to time. I go out on the water, and then of course you can see things here and there. Of course there are, as they say, the local guys in their rubber boats. And here and there, I spot the Danes hiding behind the reeds in some kind of big, huge motorboat. And it's clear that someone is testing something and getting ready for the Predator Cup. So, in every other respect, I have no complaints from the harbor master. It seems to me that you're really on top of things and a very respectable group of people. As always, it's a pleasure to see you. I say, let's respect one another, and I think you absolutely understand this system. Please note that water brings relaxation. Water brings a certain kind of joy too, not just to those who fish, but to those who share in the experience. I think that, looking at it from my perspective, even in person, I'd say the same thing on the live stream, live on air. I think that this group of fans is large enough that there's room for each of the teams. More or less, someone also sent all kinds of encouraging messages, cheering them on, and is following along the live broadcast. So I think it's really good. Thanks, Ansi. Applause, followed by Zeltanya. From boat to boat, we definitely saw it. On this hot day, there were already many people sunbathing there, at least 50 or 54 boats. That's a lot. I've never seen so many people sunbathing like that. But I wish all of Riga and the Riga Freeport would welcome at least 100 boats in the coming years. Yes, I think there should always be some kind of goal. There's always something practical. It can never be the case that something is infinite, but I think that it's definitely possible. Perhaps even more. But one more thing I wanted to mention while I was up here, to say something during the live broadcast, and also to ramble a bit. We're staying there. We're also looking at the statistics. We calculated how many there are in total, how many there are per boat on screen, and this and that. How it all had to be done just right for a little statistical book organized by year. Right? See here. And also a great selection of fish finders. Big fish for sup, as there were only a few in Latvia, and only in Latvia.
One big support for everybody is Martin Balods. He also has many thanks, right? Let's make some noise.
MMD Riga, Porto, at the port of Riga from the logos that you see here. They are big supporters of the 7-10-1, a big support for everyone. We're here for everyone. Thank you for everything. The 7, to Martin Balods.
Thank you for coming next year and next year after next.
Do you think you'll come?
Yeah, but first and basic.
Thank you for coming next year and the year after that. First and foremost, I would like to thank the team working. That's all the hate.
In this team, which is always calm.
Is Kristaps a member or not? On Steam?
And always good.
Is he always calm?
Don't go away. Yeah. Then we have Mr.
Cool Wolves. Good job, Kristaps, my dear. Give it your all. I'm cheering you on. D. I have a problem.
Otis and Henry's. Those
Ship is a safe ship, HR. Ugis and Henry's. It's been a long journey. Finishing you wish lovers.
No event happens without marketing and yeah.
No event happens. Lost. Marketing and... Yes, Vinetta and Edgewards. You're welcome.
Yeah, and this is just small part of us. Gustavs, Marcis, Eva, Jānis, you are welcome.
Yes, and if you're a small part of it, Gustavs Marcis, Jānis, you're welcome. Listen.
You are welcome here. Our team is rather big and we do really much to make you happy.
Listen, Artemis is rather big and they really do go well together to make you happy. Bye.
There are younger teammates. Amelia, Elizabeth.
Yeah, with young.
You're welcome here.
Amelia. Elizabeth Martins Addix. You're welcome.
You see, we are many to make it happen. I want to say big thanks to
You're with me.
Studio, which is translating this.
Make it happen. That's what I want to say.
Thank you.
Blog.
For well-made.
Thanks to the studio, which has one live lighting setup. I'd like to say thank you for... I still have work to do. Thank you.
Garmin Predator Cup, Riga.
Thank you, Garmin. I'm going. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Cup Riga. Thank you, Gaisa.
And we have some special gifts before we start the award ceremony, and special thanks for the beauty that you bring into this sport. We have 4 ladies that are competing. I think this is a record.
Java special gifts for the Stadi Award ceremony and special thanks to the Body Theater. Computing. I think this is it. Competition record. Show the best choice for Laura Lipina from Latvia. Diana, who is in Lithuania. Ilz Jankovska, who is in Latvia. And Biba Jodzema, who is in Latvia.
Ceturtā pazuda. Mārtiņš uztaisīs bildi. Ieliksim ar mākslīgo intelektu iekšā pēc tam.
Fourth one, created by Martinj, is missing. Let's add it using artificial intelligence. After that,
now it's time for
so a mortgage or something like that. Isn't it time for the team competition? Team scores.
We have some comments.
We'll start the award ceremony, but before we begin, we can't do that, can we? Yes, we're the Ujava team. From the City World casters, like you're so far behind now, animator, Jugend is here. Come closer to the stage, please, once. Heart. Side.
The team competition award ceremony. Thank you very much, Achu. Yes.
Happy face and the smiles. I'm the only one who could be lucky enough to be part of the team competition. Thank you very much, Aku.
And we want to congratulate
What was his name? Marks. N was mine.
Marks, who is the youngest competitor.
It's grade light food, the events world ceremony. Mark's House Yankees come years. I'm 8 years old.
Garmin Predator Cup 2026.
Yankees Chandler.
Yes, and now look to the skaties cameras.
Team Predator Captain Tony Power. Yes, Luke? Look at the cameras. Smile for the camera. Smile. The equivalent of a sharp makeup look. From For a New Generation.
For team award ceremony, and we will award 3 best teams, and we will start with the 3rd place. Tātad trešā vieta, un to izcīna mūsu
Isn't this about the CME World Ceremony and the All Award for the 3 best teams, and will they take 3rd place? So 3rd place, and our neighbors, the Lithuanians, took it. They're from Lithuania Connect Lithuania, as reported by Class.
Kur sadarbojas ar konkrētajiem zīmoliem, tā kā milzīgs paldies arī Eholots, kas spēj.
All the awards are in collaboration with the Eholos store, which with these specific brands. So a huge thank you also to Eholotes, which was able to organize such great prizes for everyone, especially the individual ones. Awards. 2nd place in the team category. Rated bait dots in Latvia.
Bet kurai komandai tad veicās vislabāk? Komandu vērtējumā 2026. gadā uzvar.
But for which team did things go best? In the team rankings for 2020, 6th place. In 2020, Team C won. We're expecting a team from Latvia, which will also receive a prize from a tire shop. Season storage, but tire installation comes first. Fall is slowly approaching. More on that. I don't want to think about it yet, but the auto shop will take care of it, so we're ready to welcome winter with a smile.
Jāatgādina, ka balvu fonds teju 70,000 eiro kopā visas balvas saskaitot, un tas ir ar atrāvienu lielākais Baltijas valstīs. Ne tikai jums, puiši, tas ir viss.
It's worth noting that the prize fund totals nearly 70,000 euros for all prizes combined. That's a substantial amount. Not just for you guys, this is for everyone. Total prize pool. Don't get too excited, but since you're already on the team's podium, that's how it is. You've done well. This weekend offers a great opportunity to face some challenges as well. Coming up next, one more to go. More and more excited.
Milzīgs prieks, protams, arī TV komandai, kas rūpējas par to, lai sociālajos medijos pēc tam būtu skaisti video, ko ielikt, un tieši tāpēc neuzturiet viņus pārāk nopietni, ja viņi ir tik dusmīgi dažreiz. Tas ir tikai, lai pēc tam gala produkts izskatītos forši.
It's a huge joy, of course, for the TV crew as well, who are making sure that on social media afterward, there will be beautiful videos to post. Precisely for that reason, don't take them too seriously, because they're so angry. Now for the biggest fish. So what about the waters around Riga and in the suburbs? What have we managed to catch over these 2 days? After the longest perch, the feeling of catching the biggest fish of the day after a long wait. Worth, a gift card for a fish finder store in major craft products worth 500 euros as a prize. And the longest, the Garmin Predator Cup 2026. Long series of this year's competition. 3. Andre Tallon, Gediminas Shimano Baltic time.
And please stay on the stage because we will continue with the longest zander.
tiles, tee, and the stage were there. We will continue the long EUR. Longest zander. The next fish, longer than the zander, was the longest zander we caught. It will be a gift card that they Holot store from Meyer Craft, worth €500, which can be used to shop for the €500 prize core from Eholotes for major craft products. This fall, twice as much time. That's how I'll capture these moments, just like the old ones. Congratulations and the biggest catch of this sexy season. 68 centimeters. The zander gave in to this crew from our neighbors, the Lithuanians. Useful things. Mediacraft spinning rods, reels, and lures. Various useful items for €500 will be available for purchase. These guys you see on stage, but for us there's still one more gift, a card, and it will go to the owners of the longest pike. But the longest pike, that's all for now. James Cluso Mark, who caught the pike. Length, 90 centimeters. I have one at the senior center.
Let's make some noise for the longest catches of those 2 days.
That's why we're at the longest KB again. Now it's time to tally everything up. Top 3, if we calculate them separately. Let's start with the pike and the top 3 pike. Total, in the overall standings, 230 centimeters. We had the top 3. Adding up the pike totals and the prize. For this team, Garmin Speapool. Let's take a look at the actual results right now. F time to 103 for the household. Marks, whose team. Congratulations on the best result, Līdakas.
Garmin Spyhole saņems arī top 3 labākā rezultāta īpašnieki zandartos and top 3 results in zander. Garmin Spyhole will get team from Čakava United 177
Garmin Spain Home also made it into the top 3 for the best result in zander and the top 3 for zander resolution. Garmin PayPal will get a prize from Čakava United 177 centimeters. Inte, atis grudulis. Congratulations.
Un mums ir palikuši vēl asarīši. Top 3 results in perch. Also the
We still have some pike left.
And the gift will get team Rudder Bites 2. Perch.
Top 3 results also include the prize, which would be a Garmin Spike Holland. The gift will be bait for you. Bye. Martin Zekros and Raimons Zenis on the Kaju stage. Congratulations on the best result. These ones too.
Milzīgos asaros kopā 106 centimetri pret trim.
You couldn't say these two. These huge tiers, 106 in total. Centimeters, 3 each.
Tik daudz kameru, kur skatīties, vai ne? Aplausī!
So many cameras to look at, or the applause.
Tagad mums ir laiks izlozei,
Now it's time for the raffle. Come on, I needed your help. Mark, you're the one with a prize. You've already received one. The crew at the finish line is participating. So, maybe you can draw the 50th one too. That number belongs to your crew. So, in this bag are the numbers for all the teams, and you'll have to draw one. Prizes: 2 gift cards from the EEST store, 300 euros worth of Patagonia products. Just imagine, you're so close to your own number 51.
Team number 51, where are you? If you're already home,
Team NBA of the World will receive a prize of 300 euros for team number 50. Well done. Link, 51st. FHD. Okay, let's go. Marx is trying again. Who gets the 300 euro gift card? Maybe someone's a little willing to share with you. I'll buy an ice cream for almost 40 cool ones. Yes, look, there's the 40-person team with the 300 euro gift card for Patagonia products at the EEST store, and there are 2 gift cards right away. At least some ice cream, or a couple of lures. So figure out how to say thank you, and Mark will pick one more.
Team number 2, where are you?
Second team, second. Time match, where are you? Congratulations. Mark. Huge thanks to you. Remember, the second 40 team, keep your eyes on me. Don't forget about me. So Dad would give you the number. Now it's time for the overall results. Let's award the top 6 teams.
And the 6th place. Prizes from Garmin, the Spy Pole.
Let's take a closer look at the overall results of the World Roller Skating Championships. The top 6 teams. Prize from the gaming company Spice, based in Spain.
Congratulations with the 6th place.
Major Craft Prize, a gift worth 100 euros, and 6 flags for the Roland June Ramona's Touch team. Congratulations on 6th place.
Redzam arī pateicības no Rīgas Brīvos un Rocket Bean.
We'll also hear words of thanks from the Freeport of Riga and Rocket Bean.
Īstenībā vakar pēc pirmās dienas bija 5 Latvijas un 5 Lietuvas ekipāžas top 10. Šodien tāda pati situācija tik nedaudz samainījās vietām.
Actually, yesterday after the first day, there were 5 Latvian and 5 Lithuanian teams in the top 10. So what's the final standings today? We'll definitely find out. Now let's move on to 5th place.
And 5th place in Garmin's Predator Cup 2026.
Garmin Live Scoop 2 LVF 44 major gift cards worth euros will go to the 5th place finisher. What will Timur cover? Or Krivica? Sigita Lukstinja. Look how happy the 5th place finisher is. The 5th place spot has been secured, but what about the emotions? What a rush! Sports class, right?
That's for luck. Labi, ka nesaplīs. Bet balvu ir tik daudz, ka grūti noturēt. Un tā ir patīkamā ziņa, ar ko jārēķinās jebkuram, kurš iekļūst top 6.
It's a good thing it doesn't break, but the prizes are so plentiful that it's hard to hold on to them all. That's some good news to look forward to for anyone who makes it into the Garmin Predator Cup's top 6.
Un ceturtā vieta būs latviešiem.
Please stay on the stage or for the places, and €200 in gift cards for 4th place from Mayor Kraft and Garmin Live 2. Speaker said Pat is Grias. 4th place will go to the Latvian team Ratherbaits LV. Photo.
And now it's time for podium. Are we ready for the podium?
So you're staying on this side. There's no 100th place. There's also room. Go through the 3rd place mushrooms. Gifts was also presented by Gaming PayPal, Gaming Live, and Magic Craft gift prize. 3 Android years from Alex and Tim.
3rd place in Garmin Predator Cup 2026.
Shooter, Twitch has ended so far. For me, it's Bartoshevich's Swedish sound effects, so please search for Predators on Google, as well as Hi. By boat, but there is. In the end, with
And now, time for 2nd place. Dāmas un kungi, otrā vietā paliek Latvijā. Visas balvas
no
paliek
camper
Latvijā
2nd
mūsu
place.
sportistiem un balvas
Ladies and gentlemen, 2nd place goes to Latvia. All the rumors stay in Latvia. To our athletes and the Garmin GPS prizes. Garmin Live 2 and €400 worth. Method, a craft gift card, and a prize for Tom's Clavins, Gaddis Ansons, and some Latvia won. No. You can, for example. That boat is like a setting, just a simple story about Garmin, like D, then. If. No.
Jā, grūti tās balviņas noturēt rokās, vai ne?
That's how it works. If it's hard to do them, those little gadgets to hold in your hands or not, up to your ears. What about the weekend and the good news that the weekend is still going on, and also the award ceremony is still going on? There's also no for the highest mountain of the 1st place in Women's Predator. Sony Sick. James. Gentleman Lek, welcome to M. Athletes Ilya Kluso and Mark in the center of the Summer Cup. You can get a sex gift. Cards and 500 on Magic Craft Garmin Live. End of Autoripu Nams. Special Gifts Video, Store. About Opinions Cup. And then me.
all the winners from the previous years. And now you will see your names on it. Tātad jūs redzēsiet savus vārdus uz šī ceļojošā kausā.
For the Special Cup HR weekend, see all the finals from previous years, and now you'll see your name. And so you'll see your names. This traveling cup, it's also a special prize, the Garmin Predator Cup, for the winners. Yes, this is the time when it takes place, and every time the number of participants grows and they become more experienced and the competition more evenly matched. It continues to grow every year. Gentlemen, what do you think? Should we mention anything else? Is the avant-garde, the dominant force, the Garmin Predator, as in the 2026.
They forgot about the boat.
Silence, full of silence.
The boat. The winners of boat.
Did we forget about the board? The winner. About. Congratulations. How 5? 5 discs for the Garmin Pro winners as champions. Reminder here by the stage. Grand prize for the winning team in the Garmin Predator Cup. In a brand new boat manufactured in Ukraine, we'll build it again, just like last time, and we're ready for the fireworks too. Those who are here for the first time, let's be sensible, because you'll probably get wet.
See you next year at Garmin Predator Cup 2027. Now it's time for champagne showers. Thank you for all the organizers. Thank you for all the competitors, and thanks for the fishes that were so hungry.
Here the Garmin Predator Cup will change its format to time for the company hours take of the others. Thank you for all the complete and thoughtful efforts this year, and for the indie shop and the weather. You'll be back again. Thank you to everyone who participated, and we invite you to follow the Garmin Predator Cup on YouTube and Facebook, where you can see the best moments. Here, interviews with the top teams, and of course, stay tuned to see how registration for the next year's Predator Cup will work. At the City Yacht Club, time to wash off that sticky champagne. Sticky gift cards, an annual tradition that's a real blast. A fireworks display created by Latvia. Thank you for getting to know us all over again. An idea from our
Swoop Live 585DC Pro ar visu kausu rokās un ierakstu.